wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill. And the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. They used those weapons last night, potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him. And I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America. And again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This.
How much longer do we have to listen to this fucking vomit? Jesus Christ.
And the United States War Department is proud.
I think they got about like 10, 15 minutes, but we'll react. Just patience. Why impatience?
Nah, but like, we know this is all bullshit. But go ahead, it's your show. It's your show.
Yeah, but patience. We gotta let the chat do the chat, bro.
Now, our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd, and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise, it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel. So as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20 and our oldest crew member was 49. And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force and self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
we should make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Mr. President.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President,
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice. And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
If I can add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakage.
Mr. President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average. Regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision
Well, that's
making?
why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil
China
and drugs?
and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to. In other words, we'll be selling oil, probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. that's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms of, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be a
to provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States. And frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So what is being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last
protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you
Okay,
say
wait,
about
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Mr. President, on oil?
Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems that Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't.
Mr. President,
Mr.
President, on Monday,
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us
So the U.S.
anything.
isn't going to dedicate
We
any
will.
money to.
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries. And we also have to have energy, very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look, it was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to
at
get
war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain? You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin. If you want
About Putin. Well,
Okay.
that's always nice.
You had a
to talk
phone.
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings. They come from two places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other
Listening to
cities,
this makes me want to
a
just
much
down a
smaller
gallon
number,
of
but they're
bleach.
being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be
That cures
something that
COVID, but hold on, it's almost done.
we have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long. That I can tell you.
You told me
That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we wanted to get some. Thank you very much.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general to take over the country?
Can you talk about your
All right, now, goddamn, Marky Dan. All you gotta do is wait 5 more seconds. So here we are, Marky Dan. Oh, what's good, girl? That so many things to unpack, so little time. One thing that stood out to me, Marky Dan, was this is not my word. Well, wait a minute. I thought you were the sitting president. Even if you inherit a war and an economy, it becomes your economy, right?
Yeah.
That's insane. It's insane. And then this is the kicker, Marky Dan, that a lot of people are missing. Donald Trump, to me, in my personal opinion, is doing this not because he doesn't hide it. Listen, he makes George W. Bush look like Albert Einstein, right? George W. Bush did a bunch of things. There were a bunch of bubbles that bursted during this time. The tax cuts for the rich, all of this stuff was tanking the economy, right? And it came to a head. George W. Bush, that war, everybody said it was about oil. Remember Dave Chappelle trying to get some of that oil? Remember that? Like
Yeah, of course,
everybody
Dave
knew it was
Chappelle.
about oil. This MFer doesn't even hide the fact that it's about oil, bro. He knows it's about oil, and he's like, yeah, prices will come down. The Venezuelans are thanking me. They don't even know how to. They don't even. It's just like, bro, what? Like, where in bro? This is it. This is people were at one time talking about George W. Bush going to jail for war crimes. Donald Trump said, "Hold my beer." Like, bro, this is absolutely insane, and people are okay with it. They're cheering Donald Trump on, his supporters, like, yeah, take over Venezuela. I guarantee if you show them a map, they couldn't even tell you where it was on the map. Guarantee, 100%. And don't make this about a dictator. That is that otherizing stuff. Well, you guys shouldn't mind me breaking the laws because this person was XYZ. This person, at one time, it was this person is black. Now it's just this person is a dictator. Oh, so the way you get rid of a dictator is to overthrow that dictator and then become a dictator to the person that you overthrew country. Like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, bro. Any sense whatsoever. The way you fight dictator is with another dictator. That's crazy. Then it becomes let me not say that. I'm doing good on shareability, but I was gonna say it becomes a something measuring contest. But Marky Dan, where you thought that, man? You had so much outrage. Where you at?
I'm letting you cook.
Well, brother, I passed
It's
it.
my
Hey, I'm
turn.
throwing you the ball. Randy Moss threw you the ball. I threw it up there.
I mean, this whole thing is illegal. Congress has in no way, shape, form, or fashion authorized kinetic strikes on Venezuelan soil or against Venezuelan persons or against quote unquote narco terrorists who I guess in their mind is the Venezuelan government. I mean, I agree with you 1,000%. This guy is a freaking idiot. Like and like the thing Marco Rubio said, I almost fell out of my chair when he talked about, oh, the nation of Cuba is ran by senile and old incompetent men. Bruh. Are you kidding me? And then the president of the United States is falling asleep right over his left shoulder. Like, bro, and then it's like Marco tried as hard as he could to stay away from talking about oil. Marco
Hmm.
wanted to come in and make this about taking down
Yep.
a narco terrorist
Yep.
kingpin, yeah, who is the illegitimate leader of a country, and we're gonna remove him and bring him to justice. That's what Marco Rubio wanted to make it about. This
Hmm.
guy goes completely off the rails, Boxing Scholar. And the thing about it is, what Trump is talking about, oh, they stole the oil from us and all that infrastructure we built, they stole it from us. He's talking about the pre-2000s, of American oil imperialism down there. When America owned 98% of all oil exports coming out of Venezuela. You had Chevron, you had Exxon down there, you had BP. They owned Venezuela. And Trump and his father Fred Trump, they probably owned some stock down there and probably had some buddies. Then you had the Bolivarian
Hold up.
revolution with Hugo.
You left out
What
Bubba,
happened?
but go ahead. You left out Bubba. Bubba owns some stock down there too, but go
Yeah,
ahead, bro.
absolutely, all of them. But then you had Hugo Chavez come in, and he took state control over the oil industry, and he took the profits that were made off the oil exports and invested in social programs, healthcare, education. Now, bro, like I don't even have the words, Boxing Scholar. Like I don't know where we go from here. Like Maduro, like Trump, even his talking points about, oh, Biden, we didn't have a border under Biden and they flooded our country. The reason why so many Venezuelans came here in the first place was because of his sanctions on Venezuela in his first term. And then obviously COVID struck. He caused the mass migration problem. And now, like, even this talking point of, well, Maduro is an illegitimate president. Well, then that makes the vice president, who y'all are saying y'all are having conversations with, that makes her illegitimate.
Yeah,
So what's the
especially if they
difference?
captured the wife.
And wouldn't she be the
Especially,
number two?
hold on,
Wouldn't
Marky
she be
Dad.
his number two in the cartel, Boxing Scholar?
Absolutely, yeah. So Marky Dad, you made a great
Bruh,
point.
it's so stupid. It's
Why?
so stupid.
But hold on, Marky Dad. Why would they capture the wife who does nothing but just be a wife, but then is in conversation with the number two? That you know what the number two is going to do? They're going to be passive aggressive and let the U.S. do whatever they want to because he said we're going to run it from America. You do you remember when he was trying to make Canada the 51st state?
Yeah.
And you remember everybody, all Trump's just joshing with us, and everybody was like, "No, he's dead serious." And it just shows he was absolutely serious about it. And the strategy that he's trying to pull off, it doesn't work. When you have bad policies and you don't know what you're doing as a president, because George W. Bush, and this is why business people do not need to be leaders of the country. This is case in point. You have two people doing the exact same thing. George W. Bush, when he had failed policies, tax cuts for the rich, he went and invaded Saddam Hussein. Right? A lot of people have a lot of conspiracies about 9/11, but I'm not going to go there. But he invaded that place, right? And a lot of people thought it was for oil reasons or whatever the case may be. Well, fast forward, we never got any of that victory gas. It wasn't good times for us. We were on the verge of a recession. Donald Trump is doing the exact same thing, and he thinks he's a businessman. And he said, everything's a deal. Kind of like business, everything's a deal. He looks at the country the same way that George W. Bush did. Business, business, business. The country should not be ran as a business. See, they're so used to the government bailing them out of everything that when they become president, they try to use them to bail the country out of everything. That's not the way that works. It doesn't help. It's not going to help anything. Listen, like I said, the victory gas never came in from the Afghanistan and Iraq war. So what makes them think that we're about to get I don't know, Marky Daniel. I don't know, bro. I'm lost for words. The fact that everybody's okay with this shit. Like I thought there would be a lot of outrage. It's like people just, I don't know, Marky Daniel. They kind of just toot it up in the air and just let Donald Trump do what he wants to do, man. It's a little sickening.
I mean, what are you gonna do, Boxer Scholar? You have Mike Pence as the Speaker of the House. Like Congress will not check this man, but what we said earlier about the vice president, we don't know that she'll assume control and then stabilize the situation down there, and that then oil companies will actually have the
Why
opportunity to
wasn't
come
she
in.
arrested if the wife was? That's the question I have.
Because I think she gave Maduro up. I think the people around Maduro gave him up. I think they believed that a U.S. invasion was imminent. The Russian ambassador, he had just got up out of there, I think last Monday. So I think they knew something was imminent. So they reached out and they said, "Listen, we got he's here at this compound. We'll clear the way for you. We'll make sure X, Y, and Z security are not there." They went in, they snatched, grabbed him and his wife, and they got up out of there. So I think that it was orchestrated. But Boxing Scholar, even with her in control, we don't know that that's going to be a stable situation, because you have 4 million armed militia in the country right now, and they don't follow, and they're sworn to Maduro. Maduro has been talking to them for weeks about defending their country against U.S. aggression. And then obviously we know they've been instructed on the history of what Chavez was fighting against, U.S. imperialism. So we don't know what happens from here. For all you fucking, or excuse me for cursing, but for all we know, we could have a Western Hemisphere version of ISIS and Al Qaeda trying to fight against U.S. imperialism into their country. And we've seen all this happen, but this is exactly what happened in Iran, Boxing Scholar. We went into Iran in the 60s. We killed their democratically elected prime minister and installed the king of Iran. Then 40 years later, after years of brutal repression by the king and BP graping the oil of Iran, then you got an extremist like Khomeini. You got ISIS running. You essentially have a version of ISIS running the country now. Like, Trump has opened up. Like, we don't know what happens a month or a year from now as a result of Maduro being removed, because it's like, again, Maduro, it was not a democratically elected leader. He stole the election. From all the reporting I've seen on it, he lost in a landslide. He called the election before even 60% of the vote was counted, Boxing Scholar, and declared himself the winner. So now you have this vice president people for sure didn't vote for. That doesn't even talk about the military side of this, because by the way, I don't have no softness for Maduro. I don't have no sympathy for Maduro at all whatsoever. If he is in fact a narco terrorist and the head of a drug cartel, I hope he sees justice, 1,000%. But the people be underneath Maduro, the military guys, they're gonna see this as an opportunity to snatch power, because there's no legitimacy to this administration anyways. The people didn't vote us into power any goddamn way. So I don't know what happens from here, but this is not good. And for Marco Rubio to then turn around and say, Cuba isn't such a well-ran situation, they could be next.
Well,
Like, I've been talking about this for weeks on my show, Boxing Scholar. You could potentially see something like a defense pact with Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, and Cuba. Because you cannot, if you're a country and you're a pragmatist, if you're a Mexico, where 90% of the fentanyl is produced and is trafficked into the United States of America, what is stopping them from using the same pretext to come after their president, who, by the way, has ties to drug cartels, real ties that can be independently proved? Like, we are not in a good situation right now. And if we have to go to war, are the Canadians going to fight with us? Are the Canadians coming with us?
Nope.
No.
He didn't.
And they followed us into
Everyone.
World War One. They followed us
Right.
into World War II. They followed
Right.
us into Vietnam. They followed us into Afghanistan and Iraq. We are not in a better situation than we were a year ago, Boxing Scholar. And it's because the president is a fucking idiot.
Bro,
And the people around him are hawks. The no new war camp. The fuck out. We bombed Iran. We had a failed naval campaign against the Houthis in May, where we dropped over $1 billion worth of ordnance, and they're still there. We just bombed Nigeria. We've killed almost 100 people in the fucking Caribbean. And now we snatching niggas, or excuse me, we snatching heads of states out of their countries. Like, if I'm one more thing, and then I'm gonna pass the mic, bro. Like, if I'm Taiwan and I'm looking at this shit, bro, I am on my knees praying that Donald Trump, well, let me not say that, but Taiwan, they are not in a good position right now.
Please say it.
Because China is watching this. Think of it. I mean,
Yep.
what argument is the United States gonna have to not invade, or excuse me, against China invading Taiwan?
Yes, I 100% agree with that. But yes, you're absolutely right, and I don't know how true it is, but I heard that they were testing weapons already. They were testing weapons already because they've been wanting to invade Taiwan for years. You are absolutely 100% right. Like, what moral ground are they going to stand on? Do as I say, not as I do.
You can't do that. They're a sovereign country.
But
And salute to my guy AC. Happy New Year.
What's good, AC?
New Year to everybody. But the Taiwan situation was, Taiwan was always part of China. China just let them go at one point. Said, okay, you could do your thing. We'll give you your independence. Then when China, no,
still at war.
Understand what I'm saying. When China government, I think it was a short time after the 70s or something like that, or during the 70s or early 80s, China went back to a dictator style government. Remember, the Tiananmen Square thing was when Taiwan and what's the name was fighting for their freedom. That's what that whole Tiananmen Square was about. Once that was settled and the U.S. stepped in and helped negotiate that deal, Taiwan became an independent part, and then Taiwan just skyrocketed because everybody was like, that's the part of China you fuck with for technical things, because that's the part of China that was like the Wall Street. It was like Manhattan and New York. You feel what I'm saying? All the financial stuff was pretty much happening there. And then on the China side, shit went to like Beijing and Laos and other places like that. But as far as to concern about the whole Venezuelans strike and everything, people knew it was coming. You would have to be, I don't know what type of person, I don't want to disrespect nobody, to think that from day one, when you just come out the blue and you label them this thing, and there is no way I'm going to believe this country, the country I live in, I'm not going to believe this country about shit that they have to say about Venezuela. I don't give a fuck what I know from before. I am not believing a fucking thing from this government, because this government there's no reason for me to believe you. You've shown me no evidence. Yet you're talking about doing all of this stuff to Venezuela, but you pardoned another drug dealer that was actually convicted and everything else. But you want to label China this thing. You said Venezuela is responsible for drugs, but we know it's Mexico. Why didn't you invade Mexico? You would invade Mexico first before you do them. You're a fucking bully, bro. This was a bully exercise to see if we can get away with the shit. That's all it was. That's all it is. You decided to find the one that had the least amount of defense, the smallest part, the one that would, okay, you kind of fit the bill because you got a dictator president. But the dude told all of us, I would believe him way over I would believe Donald Trump. He told us the U.S. just tried to sabotage their own shit. Point back to examples of where we know that from this administration. We could go back to the 2 shootings of the soldiers. That didn't work out the way they wanted to. It didn't work out. It didn't get the momentum of shooting These two people by our own government, and one of them dying. If they can kill 100 people on a boat that are innocent, they can kill a U.S. citizen just as fast, and then tell you what you want, what they want you to believe. So at the end of the day, you shot those two people in broad daylight. Then you tried to say something. What happened to that investigation? What happened to it? Why did that investigation just go black? And then Venezuela just starts ramping up. And now you find out that, hey, you know what? Let's remove the troops, because if we don't remove the troops, that little stunt we pulled, other people might really, really start trying to shoot them. You didn't hear nothing about the guy who was arrested. You heard nothing. So those strikes on Venezuela, no, I don't believe them. You showed us no evidence. Telling me he's a drug narco, I don't believe you. I believe you more of a drug narco than Maduro. Because there's no evidence of Maduro. But there's critical evidence against you in two administrations. In two of them. We have Mueller. We have the other DA. We have the other DA
Jack
saying
Smith.
that they both had definitive information that you were guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt, and you were never prosecuted. I don't believe you, Donald Trump. I don't believe this government. I will not stand behind this government. Period. As long as this guy is in power, I don't believe a fucking thing. This government killed Charlie Kirk. I said it. I'm not putting it on nobody else's channel. This is what we all know, but everybody's scared to say. Because the evidence from this FBI, you believe this FBI?
Call him Carly Zerk on Scholar's channel, AC.
My bad. But all I'm saying is this. Nobody believes anything from this administration. You tried to deport Abreco Garcia 5 times. What did this guy do that you need to deport him 5 times? What was so important about this guy needing to be deported that many times? You went after this guy like, wow. So at the end of the day, man, you want to tell me it's about oil? Nah, it's not about oil, because at the end of the day, the U.S. government produces a lot of oil. We have places we're drilling that we didn't start drilling before this administration gave the right to. So it's not about oil. It's about bullying and seeing what I can get away with. If I can invade them, just like I said, Trump never said anything about invading Mexico. Want to know what's the next invasion? What people are missing is Canada. His dumbass is really going to try to invade Canada. Because that's the one thing he's kept on saying. He said Venezuela and Canada. So, yeah, Canada's on alert. They're like, I wish you would. I really wish you would. You know how many Canadians we got in your country? I wish you would. So
No, absolutely. And what we discussed on my show the other week, AC, Denmark. Denmark, which is a NATO ally, has upgraded the U.S. to a national security threat.
Yeah.
Because obviously Greenland is a territory of Denmark right now, and you've heard what Trump has said. He wants to add that as the 51st state as one of the as a new state. He literally, and when asked about it to begin his administration, his first day when he was sworn in, he said, "I can't rule out military action." So we are in a new era.
No.
Where, man, like,
just remember the distraction, bro.
Like, we're really close to World War II.
Just remember this,
Hold on, let me just say, and people in the chat will say, "Oh, you don't know what the F you're talking about. You're just overreacting, da 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 da." I'm somebody who studies history. You understand what I'm saying? So I studied, so I know the history of Japan marching into Manchuria illegally. I know the history of them sacking Shanghai and nobody doing shit about it. I know the history of Hitler marching in to
Okay. Can I
Czechoslovakia.
hold on? I
And
gotta
event,
say something, Marky. I gotta say something. Bro. If you're that fucking stupid, Jim Peacock, if you're that fucking stupid, that's you, bro. Do not disrespect nobody and say that they're not
those are
something like
trolls.
that
Those
if
are
you don't
trolls.
know, if you haven't really seen the residuals of that. I find that highly disrespectful, homie. So
What are you
watch your
talking
mouth,
about?
bro. Watch your mouth. I'm
What are
a
you talking
guest on
about?
this show, but I will stand up for my own. Watch your mouth, homie. I'm dead serious with this. Watch your freaking mouth. Because at the end of the day, you don't know what I know. And I can tell you don't know what I know because you're not a listener. I'm telling you what that man said. And you're going to tell me I'm on something? I'm on a fucking drug? Then I'm telling you what this lunatic said? Is that what you doing, homie? Bro, you need to go to sleep. Go take a nap. Go make yourself it's cold outside. Go make yourself a cup of hot chocolate and take a nap. Because right now you're real immature. And you need to be put to bed right now. Watch your mouth, Jim. I don't disrespect people. I come up here to talk politics. And if you don't agree with my politics, don't accuse me of being on some sort of drug.
Don't study that, AC.
Yeah,
That's
they
some other.
trolling, bro.
That's
They
trolls,
try to
man.
distract you. That's a tactic that they
Yeah.
use. But this what they could do. If y'all disagree with him, you could pull up and articulate yourself. The link is
No,
pinned.
that's what I was about to say, but I was just trying to be I was trying to be respectful to the dude to be like, bro, don't do that. This is a serious conversation. Whether you believe me or not, whether you agree with me or not, that's irrelevant. You're here listening. That's the most important part. You are here. So maximize that. Maximize that. Maybe sometimes you need to keep your hands away from the keyboard and just listen. Because when you listen, sometimes the craziest things make sense. We was telling y'all he was going to do this, but people were like, oh, you jumping too far because of the boat strikes. Then look at what he did. I'm telling you about Canada. He said Canada over and over and over again. Y'all don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but this is how world wars will start because the people think that stuff is not possible. And then when the impossible becomes possible, then you're all sitting there like, oh, we got to do something about it. But you had time to do something about it because the nutcases, the crackheads were warning you. And that's where I land that plane.
Then trying to
No,
take over
absolutely.
Taiwan. Then we go after Greenland. Then that's how literally how like did they think Hitler just woke up one day and was like, let's go, war?
No, and that's what I was explaining before AC went in on Mr. Peacock, the troll in the chat. Like international lawlessness is what led to World War II. And you have international lawlessness when we just decide to invade a country. We don't have no declaration of war. We don't even like I pray to God nobody was killed in these strikes because I saw they had some airstrikes on some infrastructure inside of Caracas. So we
They
don't know at
definitely
this
were.
time.
They were.
Yeah, we don't.
You know how I know they were, Marky? Then Trump them said that nobody was killed. So safe to say.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so we really don't know if anybody has been killed yet, and that cut like bro, that type of shit. You deciding you're gonna come across the ocean and strike my country and kill people within my country, that inspires young people. That inspires young people, Boxer Scholar. Like the shit we was talking the other day. We're not gonna take it. You're gonna inspire a whole new generation of that in Venezuela,
Or
and I'm
to the
happy
flip
to
side
see
of
it.
that, Marky Dan, what if we weaken the government and terrorist rebels start to rise there and leave people in more distress, and they migrate at a higher rate than they were already migrating before. This is gonna have consequences that only people with the IQ at room temperature can foresee. It's not gonna be good for us. There's no way that this is good. We've tried this before.
And at the end of the day, bro, I'm going to say it like this. I don't think this man realizes how many Venezuelans are on the East Coast, from Florida to New York.
hold on one second. Hold on. Like, 'cause an aircraft carrier said, "Why would we take?" No, we're not talking about taking over Taiwan. China has been talking about taking over Taiwan for almost a century now, since the end of the last World War, and they have just watched the U.S. carry out an illegal strike on Venezuelan soil, and now Trump is talking about regime change, and we're gonna run Venezuela. So if you're China, who does US who does military drills around Taiwan basically every month, what's stopping you at this point? There's no moral high ground for the U.S. to stop them, and we don't even have a defense pact or a treaty with Taiwan. We have a defense partnership with them, but that's not a legal framework for U.S. forces to engage once they get invaded. So like there's nothing stopping China from doing that. There's nothing.
The only thing that
Nothing.
the only thing that might stop them, and I'm just speaking might, when you look at all the intellectual property that Taiwan deals with. We're talking about chips that are supposed to be for AI. We're talking about the new world economy. If China tries to invade Taiwan, we might see a coalition backed by protecting intellectual property and just other forms of property that come out of Taiwan that's globally is needed, because these chips that come out of Taiwan, they're not just for computers and internet. They're for military services. They're for satellite uses. They're for things that process information coming from the satellites that's staring into the deepest parts of space. NASA, every government agency is trying to use these chips manufactured by Taiwan. So that's, if you do something like that, you're going to affect the global economy. And if we're moving into this new world economy with AI, robotics, and stuff like that, then every country around the world has a vested interest in not letting China invade Taiwan. And China only wants to invade Taiwan because China wants to control all of these chips. Other than that, there is no reason to invade Taiwan, because there's never been a reason to invade Taiwan until now, because we're looking at a new world economy based on these chips. These chips for companies and millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaire companies, these chips are the gold. So at the end of the day, there's a vested
But
interest in
that but that
every
is
part.
a reason to invade Taiwan, because right now, AC, and we just I told you this last night. China is trying to lock down a deal to buy chips from OpenAI and Nvidia. So if they can just say F the US and their supply chain, and we go take it directly from Taiwan, why wouldn't they do that?
Because the fun,
Especially in the current global situation, when it comes to powers illegally invading sovereign territory.
but the funny thing is they make the chips there, but they're not allowed to buy them. They manufacture those chips there. That's the crazy part, because we do not have that capability to make the wafer that holds all of these type of chips. We lost that capability in the 90s, early 2000s, during the Bush administration, because the Bush administration took money out of these sort of critical researchers to give those Bush era tax cuts. So when you give these Bush era tax cuts and you think that these things don't matter, 10, 20 years later, if they didn't tell you, when you find out, it's like, whoa, we did that, or who did that? Bush did that? Wow. So how do we compete? We compete by sending all of our best minds over there. Silicon Valley, like I said on your show a while back ago, Silicon Valley is no longer in the USA. It's just a image figurehead, where all the technology,
No, it's
all
in
the
the
technical,
UAE.
what's the name? It's over in Taiwan. If you really look at what's going on in Taiwan as far as robotics, those chips and everything, that's where everything comes from, but they send it out. I'm just a manufacturer. Just like the poor immigrants who made Apple computers. Can they afford to buy them, although they made them? Not those people who made them. So if I got it, I'm just trying to do the right way by asking you to purchase them. I have the technical ability to just make them and make my own version. But my own version won't sell the way the Nvidia, the way these other joints sell. Because whatever that part of it is, which I don't know, at the end of the day, it's all about these chips. Just like we know countries, and when they talk about regime changes, it's all about oil. The new economy, this new invasion from China for Taiwan is all about microchips. And these microchips run the world. And everybody wants a piece of it legally, because if I can get a piece of it legally, I'm going to be looking at trillions of dollars coming into my economy. And if I control it, I'm looking at a number that's past $1 trillion when it comes down to what my single country could make. We could possibly, if China does this, we will be looking at the first government that passes what we know as $1 trillion. And we may see that in our lifetime, because these chips are that freaking valuable and important. So it's getting strange. It's getting strange to be at the very least. At the very least. And this whole thing with China and Taiwan is just it's a whole nother thing. You got the old war stuff over oil and land, and the new world stuff coming from this stuff. Yeah, I'm pessimistic about my own country because my own country has let me down. My own country is doing
Bro,
things
what
that I
like
do not
the
recognize.
aircraft carrier? Like, are you a bot? Like, are you
No,
a
but
Trump
I
bot?
mean,
Like, do you
I
not
don't.
have like the ability to think independently of your country? Like, do you just anything the United States does, you're just gonna be that guy who says, "Well, it's for my country, so it's obviously good." You're not gonna scrutinize that with your own thought.
Now
Like,
that's
you're just
just.
gonna accept whatever they put on, especially this administration, this fucking retard of a president.
But let me just say this in aircraft defense. Aircraft and me have a personal. You're my troll. Like when I walk down the street, I have a theme song. Aircraft carrier is right there with the bullhorn. Like, nah, nigga, you ain't that fly. Stop walking like that. Why you walking like that? Why your foot moving like that? He's my personal troll. He goes where I go. He's like my buddy. You know what I'm saying? So so I don't like aircraft. I don't never mind his trolling. But if on that level of saying I'm pessimistic about my country, yeah, no, that's not necessarily a troll because I just said it. No, I do not trust this country. Not at all. Not at all with Donald Trump, Pam Bondi, and Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. Like, why would I? Just think about those names. Why would you? You know what I'm saying? So I'm good on that one, bro. I'm good on that one.
Yo, I got a question. Should in the future should they start testing presidents' cognitive ability and making it like not an impeachable offense, but where you have to step down if you're not because you have to you're responsible for so many people that you have to be cognitively right. So with on the backs of Sleepy Joe, as Trump called him, now Sleepy Trump just doing these sporadic things, could it be possible he has dementia?
Bro, it's like this. You have the 25th Amendment. So
His
you don't
father
even
had the
you
his
don't
father.
even need that. The Republicans just would not enact the 25th Amendment because remember, when he was going through his first impeachment, he was doing all of this crazy stuff and showing these early signs. So there were some Republicans in his first administration that were talking about using the 25th Amendment. because if he was to go to jail or something like that, they were going to use the 25th Amendment to have him step down and have someone else just run the country. So the 25th Amendment is that mechanism. The impeachment is that mechanism. But these Republicans and Mike Johnson won't vote for it. And many of those Senate Republicans won't vote for it. They see it. And at the end of the day, I hope moving forward that there is a
The AC cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I about to say?
you
God damn it.
cannot be president once you turn 60. You're not even allowed to run. Because if you took 8 years from there, you're still talking about almost a 70-year-old running the country. And that's
No,
not
I just think that there should be restrictions on who votes. Like I never thought I would say that, but I think you need to take at least some type of like standardized test to get a voter's ID. And I never thought I would say that, knowing like what that did to black people during Jim Crow. Like those type of policies were used to restrict us. But I think that there should be like some type of serious standardized test that is all that you get that is oversought by an independent federal agency, and it asks you basic fucking questions. How many what are the three branches of government? What are the core responsibilities of the executive and the legislative branch and the judicial branch? Because you really have a lot of stupid, uneducated people. Like the fact that Donald Trump was able to win on the agenda of I'm gonna tariff everybody else. That shows how uneducated basically 75 million people are in this country.
the data is out, man. The last election was stolen. The data is out. The data is proven. You had all of the same independent agencies that look at elections year from year to find out improprieties. The last election, the data says, yeah, there was a lot of nefarious things. And the way they quietly went after mail-in ballots. This last election was stolen from Kamala Harris. Period. Hands down. The data is out there. I've watched it on regular news. They've had it on regular news, independent studies. I've just seen so many different things. I could send you those videos, Marky, and you could pull them up on your next joint. But the data is out there that this election, the last election, was stolen. You can't do nothing about it because you have to take that to the DOJ. The DOJ is not going to prosecute that, so it's dead. It's not like when Trump, Democrats allowed Trump to take things to court and stuff like that. It's not going to happen. This is not going to happen. This is not going to be dealt with until the Democrats get back in power, and then they're going to go back, revisit this data, and figure out how can we fix this, because they're going after now the postmark dates. So the postmark dates on your mail-in ballots, if you're military or you're away or you're in a foreign country doing business, if that postmark date is before the election, you're good. If that postmark date is on the election, they do not have, by the new law that they're putting in. No, it's not the postmark. If you mailed it on a couple of days or whatever. I'm trying to remember how it was said, but basically, when you bring your mail, the post office has up to 48 hours to postmark it. If they don't postmark it right in front of your face with the new law, then it may not be postmarked for 48 hours, and then they said up to 1 week. So people who are doing mail-in ballots, you're going to have to do your mail-in ballots way more earlier. And then the way the Trump administration screwed over the last election with mail-in ballots, they waited until almost the last minute before they can mail them out. People can fill them out and then get them back. And then they just said, no, you're too late, or you missed this because you rushed. So they're playing with mail-in ballots, and if they can play with the numbers on mail-in ballots, then when you have close elections, those close elections will be leaning towards, okay, we got the powers. How many is in that case? All right, move all of those out. These are legitimate Republican mail-in ballots. We'll count those, and that's exactly what they did in the last election as well. So it's about to get crazy on on every bit of front of stealing elections and things like that. They're looking to do this for the 2026 midterms. So at the end of the day,
Well,
Elon Musk.
Didn't Elon spend all that money? He spent more than George Soros, and they still lost the election.
In which one? In the last election?
He's
No,
talking
the one
about
before
no,
that one. I think it was.
you're talking about the Wisconsin Supreme Court election.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because there was no. They looked at that the blue wave that happened in that those couple of days of those special elections, and the way the Dems outperformed, closed gaps, took away 30 and 40 and 20 point leads and took them things down to 10 points to 2 point leads and stuff like that. That frightened them. So at that point, they then went on this next assault to try to figure out these new rounds of voter suppression. So I can kind of see Marky's point, but I think it's a bit extreme to make people take that type of test and stuff like that. I'm just gonna say the easiest fix for me is when we have a president, we're always looking at new, young, fresh ideas. We don't want kind of like a 70-year-old man or whatever, because pretty much in some cases after 60, people don't have the same sharpness of mind that they had, let's just say, 5 years ago. So I just think, presidents should U.S. presidents should definitely be 65 or younger. And at the end of the day, if 65 is that age, when you look at the age bracket, we will never have a president that's 65, because we're always going to look at the 8 years. Okay, 8 years, that's the standard. Where are you at in that 8 year gap? Do you exceed or do you come before? If you exceed that 65 age threshold, I'm sorry, you're a great candidate, but it's not for you. And people, oh, there's great
But I
candidates.
think,
That doesn't
but I
matter.
think, I th- but I think it goes back to people's education levels, though, AC, and their
Yeah.
level of intelligence and their level of knowledge about the political system, because a lot of people are fucking stupid, and a lot of people at the end of the day, unfortunately, they just don't goddamn care. They just hate, either they hate gays or they hate blacks, and they
Man,
feel like Trump is that guy to put in there to give that middle finger to those people and to whatever that they care about. So we have that problem. We're gonna deal with that no matter what. But when it comes to, I just think education is the only way to see our way out of this. We have to educate children to understand the political process and how it can work for them, because like we cannot, like the Groypers cannot be what's next for the Republicans, because if they are, we're gonna have an even worse Donald Trump in about 20 years if we get an AOC. Oh god, we get a woman, any racial woman in office, or we get another black man or a Muslim in office, you're going to see something even more extreme come from the other side. And what I'm hoping is, I'm praying to God that by then people will be more educated on how to scrutinize information. I'm hoping AI will somehow be a help to that. AC, I'm not optimistic about that, but I think right now we in a race to the bottom if we don't capture the minds of the younger generation with good, like with something that really captures it. Because me and AC were talking on the phone last night, Boxing Scholar. The two things that really like if somebody comes out with these two policy proposals when they run in 2028. They'll have my vote. And it's move into renewable energy and single payer health insurance. Like those are the two things. Like we've been having this debate about Affordable Care Act or oh you shouldn't have a government option and this and that. It has all failed. The Republicans don't have a plan, and Obamacare did not go far enough. We need to just move to a government option. We put price caps on that government option so that the private equity insurance companies they can only raise prices on their premiums and monthly payments so far. Then we need to, like I said, with the renewable energy, I want somebody who's gonna come in and say, "Fuck the oil industry." Like fuck them right in the my bad, Boxer Scott. But to hell with oil. Like that shit, we're gonna run out of it eventually. On top of the fact, the household utility costs in the United States have risen in the past 4 years, and it's risen this past year. I want somebody who's gonna come in and give a giant middle finger to those people and say that we're gonna go to using wave power generators and solar panels. We're gonna offer tax subsidies for solar panel companies and hydro and all that shit. And somebody who's gonna come in and offer a men. I want somebody who's gonna really come in with a revolutionary platform,
Well,
but
we
That'll
not
never
had
happen.
revolutionary like a
we had
Donald
that.
Trump. Not revolutionary like a Donald Trump revolutionary. Donald Trump, people got him because they thought somebody outside of the political system would be would be what they needed to
You don't think
fix
he
the
drained the
system.
swamp?
No.
Bro, we had that. We had
He
it in
what?
Jimmy Carter. I told y'all that before. Jimmy Carter was that president that you're talking about. And the companies and everybody got behind Ronald Reagan to make him seem like some nut job. They wanted history to forget about the real, only progressive president that this country has ever had. That when you talk about being a progressive and getting things done, shaking up the government and doing everything that you said. Jimmy Carter put solar panels everywhere, the Supreme Court everywhere. He was talking about renewables. He was talking about clean energy. He was talking about alternative building materials that were green and good for the planet. He was talking about sustainability way back in the 70s. This whole idea of being a progressive and all of this, that existed for all of us who follow Jimmy Carter. And they called us tree huggers, hippies and shit like that. But this shit has always been around. New generation hippies. Excuse me. You feel me? We've been on this shit since Mr. Carter. But yet everybody wants to get rid of Jimmy Carter's legacy because he was a peanut farmer. But guess what? Guess what else came from the peanut? Remember that black dude called George Washington Carver? Remember what we learned about what he did with the peanut? Jimmy Carter took what he did and then built upon that and expanded upon it. Because where George Washington Carver was, Jimmy Carter's peanut plantation was not that far away. History shows that. So at the end of the day, we had a real progressive president. Now we want another one. Now we want one to come back because we missed that. The government, the world misses that. The United States misses.
Yo, Marky
So
Dan, do
next
me a
time you
favor.
get somebody like that, hopefully they don't make a joke about him. But I'm telling you, Bernie Sanders is not him. Y'all need to forget that.
Oh, I love Bernie. I
Bernie
ain't gonna lie
Sanders
to you.
is no Jimmy Carter.
I love Bernie. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, Marky Dan, do me a favor and post the link on your community wall and tell aircraft to pull up because we got to make sure that that's not a bot. Like I think it was
No,
you that
that
made
that's
this
that
analogy.
that's my guy. He comes to
Nah, he
B3 show
definitely a
all the
bot, bro.
time, but he
Nah,
doesn't pull up on the panel. I'll drop it for him though.
he
Nah,
definitely a
aircraft
bot,
is
bro.
not going to pull up on the battle.
Yeah, he's not.
Well, hold up, aircraft. You so chatty in the comment section. You don't want to
That's
stand
what
here and
he
defend
does,
your.
bro.
That's
And hold
crazy.
on a second. To aircraft carrier asked me in the chat, what's more reliable to me, oil or solar? Solar. I'm on a Caribbean island. Like the sun is always gonna shine where I'm at. On top of the fact, on the oil, on the petrol energy grid we have down here with Wapa, it's extremely unreliable. We have island-wide power outages every Sunday. And then during the weekend, we have power outages. So now, like, solar is way more reliable. And like, just if you're in a cloudy or a snowy or whatever place, you can use the wave pump generators or windmills.
Okay,
Like,
Marky
the
Dan,
environment is an endless source of continuing energy.
Marky
Oil
Dan,
is going to be oil is going to be done in the
you're
next
talking to
century.
people that never been out of their state, so you're wasting your time, bro. They
yeah.
don't understand that. So I will say this: regardless of what Marky just said, look at Turkey al Sheikh. Who got more oil reserves than them? Like, they built an empire off of oil. They're trying to transition away from oil. So ask them what's more vulnerable. I mean,
Exactly.
valuable.
They trying to sell oil everywhere else and then turn their country like Boxer Scott. Or energy is not even a problem in China anymore. They have solved energy. They've essentially become like their own type 1 civilization. With like what AC was telling me last night over the phone. They have like huge, ginormous deserts filled with solar panels. And then they have giant tidal wave. Like I went and did the research on that thing you were telling me, AC. They call them like tidal wave
Yeah.
energy generators.
Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
one in France. They have a huge one off the shore of Hong Kong. And they have plans to build 2 more.
And that
But
Okay, so
the
and
point
then
I
they're
was making
selling
was
oil to the rest of the world.
the point I was making was with that is things sound crazy, but I'm a person who's been watching these things in development since the 70s. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Jimmy Carter was a lot better. You just got to research the dude. Just research him and you will get goosebumps on all the things that he signed off on. All the technologies because they existed already. These things were already in existence from the 50s, but we just weren't using them. We had alternative ways of using energy because we couldn't afford to drill. Drilling was the most expensive way to extract energy. So we had alternative means of energy. But
Shaheem Smith just put up. Shaheem, come off mute. Let's make sure you're not a troll. Let's hear what you got to say real quick. Because a lot of people like to pull up in corn bomb. So let's make sure you're a legitimate person. Shaheem Smith going once, going twice.
yo, who are the idiots in this joint?
Okay, I can take this off the screen now. I think that they was here to corn bomb.
Yeah, at the end of the day, man, if a person is sitting there and they're trying to say they lived through Jimmy Carter, you're a liar. I'm telling you right now, and this is one thing I despise to do. I do not like to call people a liar because I remember how prosperous the country was. I remember just me being a kid who was terrified when I looked at the National Geographic sponsored by PBS documentary on the world. It was about how global warming, pollution, drilling for oil was
Hey, one
destroying.
sec, 1 second, AC. Salute to my brother, Tidink, in the chat. He says greetings from Trinidad. If you, hey brother, go pull up if you get a chance. I want to hear your thoughts about this because Trinidad that's right on the doorstep of Venezuela. You right there. They parking battle ships in Trinidad. So
Yeah, for
pull
sure.
up if
Pull
you
up,
get a
bro.
chance.
Pull
So
up, bro.
so,
You're
so
invited.
Shaheem again. Shaheem, are you there?
Yeah, I was trying to.
Okay, just making sure you wasn't a
Um,
troll. For some
no.
reason, bro, when I do political episodes, somebody always got some porn on hand, ready to bomb somebody. It's the weirdest thing in the world. But go ahead, you good now? You in the conversation?
hmm
It's open. It's open for anybody.
Yeah, go ahead. What you want? Yeah, salute, brother. What's up?
I know. I was listening to what y'all was having to say from YouTube, so then I was trying to figure out, um, how to get up this far. But I definitely think that Trump crossed lines. When it comes to this Venezuelan thing, nothing should be done without Congress approval. So this is another form of why Al Green is pushing for impeachment because he does things that he knows should get approval, and he just say, "I'm a dictator, and I'm going to do it any fucking way. I mean, any way."
No, absolutely.
Oh, you came in cooking,
And
bro.
he said,
Cook.
But do you
"Oh,
You
think
did
oh,
it.
Al Green? Do you
no,
think
but
the
yeah."
Senate?
And to what?
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead, AC. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask him. When I look at the whole Al Green situation, and Al Green is right. He was right to call for the man's impeachment in his first 30 days because we have a felon as a president, a convicted felon that
Correct.
should be impeachable right then and there. Because if he broke the law over there, he's going to break the law over here. And look at what happened. So my question to you is, knowing how right Al Green is, and all of us who support Al Green's decision to want to impeach him, do you think where we are now, since the Senate Republicans voted unanimously to release the Epstein files, that they may be on board to actually impeach and convict Donald Trump? Do you
No.
think that they're there yet?
No.
No.
Okay, realistic. I like that. I like
No,
that.
they're a bunch of
So,
meat
but I'm
boys for Trump. They ain't no. You already know how this is gonna work. Mike Johnson is gonna come out with a press conference real soon, saying that he fully backs and supports Trump's strikes. Stone is gonna do the same thing. We're probably gonna hear a war powers resolution. It's gonna fail. Like this is gonna be the same song and dance until November. Like I
Yo,
don't see
Marky
anything
Dan.
happening.
the
You know how
only
in boxing
difference
we,
that I can say that I the only difference that I think that is different now is that there are a lot of progressive Republicans showing face. I can say that. They're the is it the arms committee that's in the house that just voted or just asked for his resignation. So it's 13 Democrats and the rest of them are Republicans and make up 47 people. So they're pushing for his resignation off of the first two bomb strikes.
You talking about Pete
Because
Hegseth?
no, they're calling for Trump's resignation because
Oh,
they
they're calling
saying
for
that
Trump's resignation. Oh,
yes, because they were saying that even though the Department of Defense, PKSF still came out and said, we are a body of the president and we're going to act at all the wills of the president. So PKSF is pretty much telling the world Trump said kill them in that second strike.
well, I think what it does, I want for whoever gets elected in 2028, if it is a Democrat, I
it
want them
definitely
to
gonna be a
make
Democrat.
yeah, I want them to make Jack Smith the Attorney General, and I want Jack Smith to drop the hammer on this nigga. That's what I want to have. I don't think he's gonna get impeached. I don't think none of this stuff is gonna pass. You need 60. You need a supermajority. You need 67 senators in order for an impeachment. In order for the president or anybody to get
Do
impeached.
you think he's
So I'm
above? Do
not.
you think that if anything damages in the Epstein files, he'll still be able to like walk on water to like because of the power structure that he has, or you think people would jump off the boat because they their political careers extends beyond the next 3 years, so they're gonna be once Trump leaves and his loyalist voters like don't have any reason to vote for them, they're gonna lose their positions.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens in this upcoming midterms.
2028 will be the newest Senate that we will see with the youngest population because there are so many people retiring based off of this Epstein file
I
thing.
agree. Yep.
Yeah, and you just got people who just don't. It's a little bit of the Epstein file, but when you look at it, um, I would probably say the majority don't
Because they
want
don't want to be
to come
attacked
back
based
and
off the fact
be
that
held
they're
responsible for some of the
Yeah.
votes that they have, and then be forced to make that vote of impeachment for Donald Trump.
It might. It could. I really don't think he's gonna get impeached. I just don't think that's ever gonna happen. But
Ah,
the
can't never say
political
never to the midterms. To the
the
midterms will let us
political
know for sure.
coalition that's backing him right now, they could complete like Mike Johnson. I could see him getting ousted before November. Especially you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, her special election is going to be coming up in February. Let that Northern Georgia seat go to a Democrat,
or let it be close, like the Democrat was in within 5 or 2 points of winning the seat, all hell is gonna break loose. Because that should tell you, on top of the victories we just saw in Miami, which hadn't elected a Democrat in 30 years. So maybe it could happen, but you got people like Marquane Mullins from Oklahoma, the senator from Idaho who's a ranking member on the Arms Committee, who's backing what Trump is doing in Venezuela 1,000%. I think certain people are just gonna back him all the way to the end, no matter what. Like that lady, Joni Ertz, who's not even running for re-election, she's retiring after that bull crap she said in Iowa. You remember her, Boxer Scholar? The lady who said, y'all, when they asked her a question about the Medicare cuts in the big beautiful bill, she said, "Oh, well, we're all gonna die anyway.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
what
yeah.
are
I
you
do remember. I
complaining
do remember.
about?"
I do remember.
And then
Yeah,
she
that's
doubled
hilarious.
down on it at a
Yeah,
cemetery.
yeah.
So
That
why
was
don't they
that
just
was.
come up
So
with a
so
single
some
payer
people to
system
the brother,
inside of
some people,
Medicare?
no matter what, they're gonna back this dude to the end. But go
Yeah, and
ahead.
those are the people. Those are the people who will be your co-conspirators when you go into court. Those are the people that you'll be
Huh?
chained and handcuffed to when you go to court.
They
So yeah,
understand that.
go
That's
ahead
why
and
they
back.
arrested the Venezuelan's wife. Like, what the hell did she do?
Well,
She
I
was
don't
an
know, Box
accomplice.
Scott. A lot of times in dictatorships, the wife is usually the number two. She
Yeah,
usually
but
No,
runs
but
it.
I
no, not
wanted to.
outside of the vice president.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
You
on
look at the
now.
Romanian dictator. Yeah, they executed Mussolini with his wife. Hitler offed himself with his wife because he knew what they were gonna do to her. Yeah, the wife always holds some of the responsibility.
I
That's
think,
because
just
but
how
that's
but
it
but
works.
but but see, Marky, Dan, it's a little bit different because what we're trying to do is we're trying to hold them to trial like Saddam Hussein. Remember that was a big debate. Should we send them to trial?
They put
Like,
the Romanian dictator's wife on trial too. It was 15 minutes, took her outside and put a bullet in her. That's how it
well, I'll
works.
say this. I'll say this. Well, if we're gonna do that, then there's no reason why the VP of Venezuela should not be in custody as well. I'm just saying.
This
Me
whole
too.
thing is illegal, Boxer Scholar. That's the point.
Agreed. Agreed. I'm just saying it doesn't make any
They have
sense.
no plan.
It does not.
Agreed. So, Queen, you don't have to stay on
These are
mute, so you can get in where
concepts.
you fit in.
Say that again.
I say you don't have to stay on mute. You can get in where you fit in. You know, your family over here. You can just come in the conversation.
Get down.
How you feel
Trump need to
about your
go to
president,
jail.
Miss Queen?
These is war crimes, and he needs to be locked up.
Agreed.
but
So
I
You
would you
can't go in there
classify
and
the
and
bomb
steal the
strike
president
in
of a
the
sovereign
Pacific?
nation and without a declaration of war. What the hell?
But the problem with that, Queen, is and with this Supreme Court ruling in the United States versus Trump, which says that he has immunity for official acts.
Oh yeah,
So
that's true. I forgot about that.
even if he doesn't have a declaration of war, in his official capacity of
Yeah,
president
that's true.
has the right, has some planetary powers. That's
but
what they
see
call it, to launch
that's what
strikes.
but
So
that's
he
where
can't. So he can't. So chances are he's probably not. They'll probably throw the charges out anyway
but
because
that's
it is an official act if they did bring them.
yeah,
And
But
That's
but
then
here's
they're also the
he
fact
has to be able
we've
here's the
to
thing
never.
prove that
that
they were national
that's only
security.
supposed to be for the United States. I don't think, and this is where the argument lies. We're talking about foreign affairs. We're talking about you doing something that you never gave us information for. Bush got away with it because Bush at least tried to put in paperwork that says, yeah,
Mhm.
they were weapons of mass destruction. Trump has shown zero evidence. At the end of the day, you can have that planetary power and everything if they want to grant it to you, but it then in the court case you argue the you argue the Constitution because what the Supreme Court did is actually 100,000% against the Constitution because the Constitution clearly states in its own language and clear in its language that no one is above the law, not the president, no one. And those were the reasons why our government is structured the way it's governed. The Supreme Court still could have gave him that rule, but that doesn't mean that Congress, the other two bodies, can literally override the Supreme Court's decision because there is precedence in that. So at the end of the day, you can it's like in the 70s when the Department of Justice issued that piece of paper that because they didn't want to see the perp walk with Nixon. So they issued that piece of paperwork. That piece of paperwork has no real precedence. Everyone just agreed on it for that. That doesn't mean it carries over and it's now some sort of weird law or some weird understanding. It only applied to Nixon. After Nixon, they were supposed to tear it up because then you go back to the real rule of law. The president is the rule of law, and if the president is a rogue person, that's what certain articles are. That's what the 25th Amendment is for. But nobody is doing anything about it. We have the mechanisms to remove them, but the Republicans are the majority. I'm just the person who's going to believe that once the Democrats get back in power in 2026, all of this bullshit is done. We're going to see criminal cases all the way up to 2028.
So can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
Go
Let me
ahead.
pause it right there. Somebody just joined. Yaya, could you say something real quick? Let me know you're not a troll.
Hey, Boxing. Sorry I couldn't get on the other day. How are you? It's XYT from YouTube.
Okay, all right. I don't. Your screen is showing, bro. I don't know if you want to put an avatar up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm new to Streamlabs, so I'm not sure how StreamYard, so I'm not sure how to do that.
Where your
I
camera
didn't want to
button is,
really
just hit
interrupt
the
with any of
camera.
that.
Hit the camera button, and it'll
Okay,
turn off.
gotcha. Thank you.
I don't want. There you go. I don't want you to reveal anything. I don't know
No,
if
I
you got some
appreciate
ladies
you.
over there. I don't know if Bubba's over. I'm just kidding. But go
I
ahead. We good.
appreciate
We
you,
good.
brother.
But
All right.
just to end in what I was saying real quick was before he wanted to ask me the question, I just wanted to go back to the point of voting. In these modern days, people are not voting for progress. They are actually voting in protest. If you can wrap your head around that and really see the truth in that, then you'll understand that we are now in some weird cycle that we have to break within the voting, within the way people vote. You're voting this person out because you're protesting Donald Trump's policy. You're voting Joe Biden out because you're protesting what you believe Joe Biden's policy was. It wasn't for progress. It wasn't that way after Obama. When Obama became president, you had the Tea Party. The Tea Party came into power because they voted in protest of the Black American president. They voted in protest of Obama.
This is
So
true.
for many election cycles, even during the midterm, we're now not voting for progress. We're voting simply for protest. I don't care who makes it, just as long as this person is. This New York City election was voted in protest. Mamdani won an election that was 100% protest. It wasn't progress because we were protesting the fact that the rich are taking over New York, destroying New York with the corruption of the mayors and the governors and everything else. Mamdani was the one coming in talking about he's looking to cure that through affordability.
This is
So
true. I agree with 100% of what you just said. That you are absolutely spot on. But this the only pushback I will give you, AC. You said that the Democrats will get in the power and do something, bro. You know what? Let me know that they won't do anything when the shutdown happened, and they had no reason to cave on the shutdown, and they came out and
that's
caved, and it's
old
like,
thought, bro.
oh
Yeah,
my
yeah, you're
god,
right about that one. That was old thought, and I even signed that petition against Chuck Schumer to get that dude up out of there. Like, bro,
Bro, and that's crazy. Like that shows you they didn't have the nuts to really stand up and fight because now you see what happens. The premiums are going to skyrocket. The subsidies have expired.
But you can't.
So and
Can
that
I
was supposed to be the line that they were the line they were supposed to hold, and they folded.
can I say something to that?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so um, I feel that you can't bundle all Democrats and all Republicans in the exact same bubble because there are branches inside each branch. So you have the moderates, you have the very, very conservatives, and you have the progressives. So Chuck Schumer had a very, 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 very tight hold on the progressives and the very far left. The moderates came out and said Chuck Schumer is fucking up. So it wasn't Democrats. So I do feel that in this upcoming election, I do feel like there will be action taken. However, this was also going to ask the other gentleman that was speaking. Upon removing Trump, do you not think that JD Vance will not give a blanket pardon to everybody upon taking office?
He can do that, but you can challenge a preemptive pardon. You can't challenge a pardon that was given to a person that was convicted of a crime. You can't challenge that. But for you to give a preemptive pardon for crimes that technically don't exist, that can be challenged in court. So he can go ahead and do that. All of
You
these
know what they're
people are
gonna
going to
say?
jail if we get the right administration in office, and we don't have pussies like Merrick Garland as our attorney general.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys know I'm very independent. So my argument to that is Joe Biden did preemptive pardons.
Yep, I don't support that
Yes,
either.
he did. So why would it be challenged because JD Vance decided to do it? He
Well,
is
it
the
would be
acting
challenged
head of
because
chief
we
of staff
actually
and
have.
chief
Oh,
of
go ahead,
office.
brother. Go ahead, brother. My bad. My bad.
He's the head chief of office. So that would give him the right to make pardons. Trump can't pardon himself like he tried to, but JD Vance have all the power to.
Or with the Supreme Court's ruling, he actually can pardon himself.
Right, but JD Vance can.
Yeah, they both can, but Trump, the the that whole situation of presidential pardons is not plenary like Stephen Miller tried to. Well, it is plenary in a pardon aspect of it, but the president traditionally can't pardon himself or is not supposed to. There's no ruling that says he actually cannot do it. What does it violate? Because if your powers are plenary, there's nothing that violates the plenary. So he has that ability. He's just not supposed to do it, and it's just supposed to be understood. But those type of laws of what was understood by president after president after president, you know, those are out the window. This
Right. So
guy just
what's stopping
doesn't. He
JD
just
Vance from
doesn't
pardoning
care.
Trump once he takes power?
What
Who's
happened?
going to prosecute this case?
Who's going to prosecute it?
I'm hoping
Yeah,
Jack Smith.
Pam
I'm
Bundy.
hoping the Democratic administration that gets in 2028, they put Jack Smith
No, I'm talking
in
about
as
Maduro. Who's gonna prosecute that?
the Southern District of New York probably.
No, okay.
Some Pam Bondi stooge, but like imagine if Maduro went to court and actually won and
I
got a not
mean,
guilty
do they
charge,
have
bro.
any evidence of
Crazy
this
work.
shit that they say he
No,
did?
they don't have any well they just have claims. And you
So
could
how
you
they
can
gonna
indict a
prove they
ham
case?
sandwich on what you say, sweet?
I said, how they gonna prove they case?
Well, because he's a terrorist to the United States. That's their case.
Well, you
No,
have
it's
to
not
show
just
proof
that.
of.
It's their case is that he's a narco terrorist and the leader of a drug of the cartel of the Suns.
A
It's just
narco
some
terrorist.
bullshit
That
name the
is
CIA created.
like a whole new term. That how are you? I'm a narco terrorist.
That's
Hey,
what
That
I'm
that
listen,
sounds
saying.
Selling
that
I want to
sounds
see.
like
Hey,
something I
drugs.
heard in
so
a
what the
Steven Seagal movie.
How they
Like
gonna
where did
even
they pull that
prosecute him?
from?
It don't even sound like they
so,
got a legitimate case.
so so
Exactly.
what the Queen is saying though, I'd be interested to see it because Pam Bondi was not the one who brought the indictment. It was I think it was Barr in the first Trump administration. So we don't even know. Barr probably had his people set up and in place, and that DOJ actually had talent. You got nothing but idiots and loyalists in this
And that's
DOJ.
why they. That's
It
why
would
they.
be hilarious if Pam Bondi fell on her face and
Bill,
Maduro got a not guilty verdict.
but Bill Barr at some point of putting that together realized that we can't take this. We can't take this to a court because Bill Barr was one of the actual people that told Donald Trump, "No, you can't do that. You know, I can't let you do that. That's just ludicrous." That's he told that man one of Donald Trump's requests. He told him it was insane behavior for you to even request that. So he knew, and he was willing to do certain things. But when it comes to doing certain these things and it applied to breaking the law, that's where Bill Barr had a problem. Bill Barr didn't have a problem breaking precedents. No, precedents is not law. Precedents can be broken and in some cases should be broken. But law, nah, Bill Barr wasn't going to go that far for Donald Trump. So he put it together and then realized that, hey, wait a minute. There's only but so much precedent we can break here, and then we're actually breaking the law. So I'm going to back out of this one. But he just left it there and said, listen, maybe down the line, if he does a second administration, he might find some young, creative person that can get around this. But Pam Bondi is just so stupid. Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth and all of them are just so freaking stupid that they was just like, oh, Bill Barr put it together, so it must be legal. No, he stopped because it was not legal.
It's gonna be
Even with
hilarious
even
with the
with
only.
what's going
It's
on,
gonna be.
even with what's going on with the Supreme Court, because I seriously doubt that you can make an argument that the president's power is plenary even when it comes to foreign affairs, because that means the president can just wake up any Sunday morning, like they made the argument before. The president can just wake up, grab a gun, walk down Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody. If you can't convict him
Can I?
for a clear crime like that, then he can escalate it to say, listen, I want your country to give me all your oil reserve and all your assets. That person says no, the president can say, you know what, launch a nuclear strike. What is the actual difference? What is the actual difference? So when it comes to foreign affairs, I don't believe that Supreme Court ruling has any legitimacy. I believe it only is for the United States.
I feel like it only has, and they
What
fight
is
that
JD Vance? Because I didn't see him at the press conference.
because he can be attached to anything negative because he's going to be the face when they remove Trump.
Yeah, they already planning that.
They are, and that's why I was asking. There's nothing stopping him from pardoning Trump, which is going to cancel. The only one that it won't cancel is if he have a state conviction in a state that don't look at federal pardons as a pardon, like Georgia.
New York as well. Like his federal pardon doesn't stop the crimes he committed in New York. Now, as far as the world is concerned, the same court that went to try Hitler and many other people in Spain and stuff like that, that whole Donald Trump is not going to get away with Venezuela.
He's not, because you can't attack someone in international. Now, see, this is the thing. Here's what I say. Now, if he attacked them like on the coast of California or the coast of Florida, the coast of Texas, the Gulf of Mexico, you know what I'm saying, that was headed into America, that's different because you are no longer in international waters. But once you commit strikes on international waters, there's no saying where that boat was going. And yet you decided to send another strike to murder someone that survived your first onslaught.
Well,
Can I just say something real quick here? Sorry.
Hold on. Let the brother that came on just now speak. Go
I
ahead, brother.
apologize.
No,
You
don't
guys are all saying
apologize.
good
Get in,
stuff.
brother. Get in.
I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian, so I'm looking at it from an outside lens than Americans. And I'm living in South Asia, so I'm very removed, but I'm watching everything. And to me, the needle is only going to move. Like you guys are talking about the Democrats coming in. The track record doesn't show that they're going to do anything because they've had multiple administrations after the Iraq War, which was illegal, and they did nothing. So to sit there and think that suddenly the justice system is going to start activating, it's not going to. The thing that's going to move the needle is the multipolarity that's starting to occur. America's not going to be the hegemon in 10 years. And a lot of these super rich people understand that. These globalists that are pulling the strings behind the scenes, these bureaucrats, they understand that things are changing and they're changing very quickly. China has a base on the moon. This is not a conspiracy theory. China has a base on the moon. America has no satellites around the moon. They have no clue what China's doing over there. I'm not saying that China will be the one that comes out on top, but I think that we're going to go from this unipolar system that we've had for the last 7,500 years to a new hegemon, which is going to be a balance, a mix. And America's not going to be able to throw its weight around anymore like it has. And that's something that's going to be really hard for Americans to accept because they're used to, and when I say Americans, I don't mean citizens, I mean the brass. They're used to doing what they want, when they want, killing who they want, where they want. They want to execute Americans. They did it when Obama was in power. They executed them, no trial, no nothing. Hey, that guy's a terrorist. Okay, kill him. It happened under Democrats. It happened under Bush, and it happened with impunity. None of these people have faced any sort of jail time. So I think that it's kabuki theater to think that these legal systems. Who is the highest court of the land? It's an appointed court. So everybody's sitting there. You know, that guy's name starts with a K. I can't remember. He had all those sexual allegations. The conservative guy, Kavanaugh. Thank you. Nothing happened to him. He stepped in because it's all handshakes. It's all handshakes and word of winks and handshakes behind closed doors. All these people will do. They're planted. They're put there for a reason. I'm sorry. Maybe I sound like a radical, but I don't think there's a rule of law. I think there's a rule of men, and that's what we're seeing in the world. So when we understand, as a non-American,
my only question to you, brother,
please.
is: do you think the hegemony? What do you think will break the U.S. hegemony? Do you think it will be another world war caused by Trump's adventurism? Do you think it will be China invading Taiwan? You said you're out there in South Asia. What do you think it will be? Do you think it'll
Yeah.
be another economic crisis or pandemic?
I think the Chinese are just going to let America implode. And that's why they're not really pushing the issue of Taiwan. They're not really pushing any issues. They haven't said anything about Israel. They poo-poo things, but they never veto things. You don't see them stand up in the UN and say, okay, this can't go through, because it doesn't affect them. They're like, okay, we'll just let this happen. This is the Roman Empire falling, right? Have your bread and circus, right? And the funny thing is, the circus has become the government in America to a certain extent. You know, TPUSA and before that, I can say a bunch of things, right? But really, we all see it. We all see it, right? It's WWE, right? She literally comes out with the thing like, oh, half of my YouTube is Erica Kirk today, right? And the other half is like Candace Owens. Sorry, go ahead.
I would say this: every government, every structure around the world engages in the propaganda and then killing the targets, the intended targets of the propaganda. When we talk about coalitions going into a certain country and raiding that country, and then we're hearing from the military boots on the ground and stuff like that, yeah, we wanted to land in water and oil, precious resources. So we targeted these groups. We put out our campaign about these groups and everything else. Asia was involved in it. The UK has been involved in it for millennia. France has been involved in it. Spain, Germany, Russia, America, they've all been involved in it. America is just the newest child. We are the newest.
No doubt.
We are the newest kid on the block. We were the infant in this conglomerate of all of these older government structures that risen and fallen.
It's the latest empire, no doubt.
And had monarchs that fell and things like that. So we are the new ones, and ours were never structured on a monarchy, if I'm saying it correctly. But the point that I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, we have to go through what we went through politically, and we're no strangers to it, because some of these same problems are not just American problems; they're global problems as well. UK is still going through its racial stuff and dealing with the extremists. Germany has a new rise in Nazism. That's just an epidemic and stuff like that. So all across the globe, this is not new, because we're just in the era of the rise of the dictator. It's up to the people.
But there's two things.
It's up to the people, and for me, I'm going to stand by my government. I'm going to stand by my government.
There's two things
because
there's two things that are different right now, though. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. One is that every nation you just mentioned is currently, to a certain degree, I'd say 80-20% authoritarian right now. Okay, so traditionally these are supposed to be Western liberal democratic nations, but they're extremely authoritarian. In the UK, you can get arrested for saying Palestine should be free. That's the level we're at right now. And the other thing is, the town square is now in everybody's palm of everybody's hand. This is no longer a place where you can go stand on a soapbox. You literally, I just jumped on this through my technology, figure out how StreamYard works, jumped on, and I'm speaking to a guy from halfway across the world. So we have these technological advances. And I just want to tie this really back into the question that was asked to me a few minutes ago, really quickly. Bro, the reason that China can sit back is because they know, hey, you guys spent like 100 billion. We know how to be efficient. We've been efficient for the last 40 years. We pulled ourselves out of poverty under Mao. And what did they do? With 5 million, they made a better AI than this guy could make with hundreds of billions. And that's, for you, that is emblematic of technology in general. American industry wastefulness, right? America is the country where if I can create a company, I can go and sell bolts that are worth 5 cents each at Home Depot to the U.S. military for $5 a bag. Like, there's congressmen that are talking about these problems, right? So these are real problems that America has to deal with. And if you want to say that they're the current one in line, I completely agree with you. When did this state system start? 1648, we have the Peace of Westphalia. All the kings say, okay, we're no longer monarchs. We're just going to be symbolic. But really, we are still peasants, right? Regardless of your skin color, regardless of, really, if you don't reach a certain level of money, then you're not a part of the techno-feudalists. And now we're living in an era of techno-feudalism, right? I don't know if the city you live in has a flock cam or not, but those things are way against your constitution, way against your constitution. Those things, like, bro, that's what was that movie called? Minority Report? That's the direction they're going in, right? Sorry, what was that?
Well, I've always said this, and to where I was landing before, I'm saying it like this. At the end of the day, I'm going to trust my government, because when I look at how this government was structured, is structured, there has never been a freaking king. So some of the things that you're talking about, there's legitimate pushback to say America stands different from them because we never had a king. You know what I'm saying? We've dethroned kings. We've made kings capitulate. And I don't want to sound like some weird patriot and stuff like that, but I'm defending my homeland. I'm indigenous to this country. So at the end of the day, when I look at how America is structured, when I look at how it's been before the structure of government, when it was ruled by indigenous people, there was still no king. This is a land that never had a king, never will have a king. That's what makes America great. That's why it's USA, United States, us, us. That's what that means to me. Us, all of us. It doesn't matter your color. It's us. And if you rock with us, then everything will be okay. And this is why America stood at the top for so long. And now Donald Trump, a greedy person for money and power, is trying to destroy that. And you have political groups that are trying to destroy that by saying America needs to be like some other country who's failed.
Because he's not indigenous to America.
So people don't see my view is different. And plus, I'm a historian. I love history. I love politics. So my view is different because I could weave the two together and foresee the future and see future events. And I'll speak about it way early. And
What did Julius Caesar say about patriotism? You should look into that. He said that if I want to rile the people up and I want to make them forget about the issues that they're actually facing, the corruption in the land, all I have to do is just beat the drum of war and say that there's an enemy on the horizon.
But I'm not beating the drum of war.
And then their
My
blood will start boiling.
patriotism, understand what
I'm not saying you're beating the drum of war. I'm telling you. I'm trying to understand what I'm saying. I'm telling you that as an American, you're saying that you trust your government, and I'm telling you. Go ahead.
With war. My form of patriot does not form with war.
What has America's foreign policy been for the last 50 years?
With conversation.
America's foreign policy for the last 50 years? Right. So America's foreign policy for the last 50 years.
Yeah, I got to shut him, Mike.
America's foreign.
Well, let the brother go. Then you respond, AC.
But go ahead, go.
Yeah, go
America's
ahead, brother.
if you're a historian, then you'll appreciate this. America's foreign policy for the last 60 years has been, if you don't use the US dollar, we will bomb you. That has been their policy. So if you're gonna say it's America versus the world, then you're standing alone, right? And that's what
Okay.
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm
That those days are gone, right?
I'm gonna
Those
ask
days
you
are
this
gone.
one question. I'm gonna ask you
Please.
this one question. When it's not, see, I don't know where you're at in.
I'm a Canadian.
And no, no, I'm not saying you're Canadian or anything like that. I'm just
Oh, sorry,
saying
sorry.
where you're at, you know, and that's not where you're physically standing. It's where you're mentally at. So I'm trying to say it like this. When I when you the statement that you made is to me so far over on the opposite side of the universe that it's hard for me to wrap my head around it, being that my experiences and certain people that I've talked to, openly talked to, and from many different parts of many different places and stuff like that. When I speak to people who come from these places, and I speak to the soldiers who fought in these wars, you know what I'm saying? It comes to this for me. It's not about the American dollar. It's not about the American dollar. It was about the growth of a country, the control of industries. It's not $1, it's all the dollars. So when you look at it like that, and if we're gonna try to go down that road, it's about complete control. You still need one to control everyone else because everyone needs to have that one. Even if you had, when you look at the structure of King Arthur's Round Table, you had all of those great minds and great soldiers, but they still bowed down to the one. When people start to talk to me like that, it then becomes this weird thing of who's actually that one. So when I look at everything, when I look at everything, when I look at my type of patriotism, my type of patriotism, you understand me, I understand you. We have something in common. What is it? Well, you want power, I want power. At what point is you ask yourself, I ask myself, at what point when is it enough power? Because you tip the balance too much in the favor of power, then you have nothing left. But if you constantly make that balance, the power structure remains and it can remain forever because it'll just be one form of energy that travels in an infinity loop. And
Can I ask a
that's
question?
what you try to get to, the infinity loop. So in understanding and growing people and understanding basically where all of this crazy stuff is coming from, this is just an era where the world is going through it. It's a cognitive thing that does happen within psychiatry, to whereas the world goes through certain things. The world is it's just the way the human mind work and links. And now that we have internet and everybody can see everything around the world, it all depends on how you put it in there. And you can find any bit of information about it, anything. And be careful about what you read on the line online, because how you put it in is going to be a basic confirmation bias. You found what you were looking for, and it confirmed your bias. It confirmed what you look for
Can I
because
respond to that?
you put it in exactly the way you put it in, instead of trying to find different ways to put it in and find, okay, if this is what this says, what's the opposite of
Can I
what this
respond to
says?
that? Confirmation
Sure,
bias?
sure.
Okay. You said you don't know where I'm at mentally. I'll tell you. I studied communication studies, mass communications, right? I consider myself a part of the Frankfurt School, right? So Adorno and Horkheimer are one was German and one was Russian, and what they saw was that both the left and the right, if you give the government unfettered power, they become authoritarian. One becomes communist, the other becomes fascist. So they created a new school, and they said, in this school of thought, the public must always be able to have a say in everything that happens because governments will inevitably become corrupt. And I appreciate your patriotism, but I'm telling you, your country is run by corrupt people. And I'm telling you that objectively, not as a confirmation bias, but
Why do
as a
you think we're
historian.
here gathering? Because we know this.
Right. But if you keep saying, "Oh, I'm going to keep," you're banging your head against the wall if you think that those same systems that got you to where you're at are going to get you out of it. That's all I'm saying, man. You got a hole in your boat. That's all I'm saying.
That's what democracy is, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, speak on it, brother.
But what?
So this can
But
I
what
can I
he
ask a question
go
before we get
ahead,
there? Okay.
bro.
So
Go ahead.
my thing is how I look at life like this. So if I have $1 and I ask and you have $2 and I say, give me your $2, don't you have an option to say yes or no? So China decided to say they will use American dollars if America use their money. Russia said the same thing. What is wrong with all these other countries not capitulating to the American dollar? We didn't bomb China when they said no to our dollar. We didn't bomb Russia when they said no to our
'Cause they
dollar.
got nukes.
Oh, we never knew China.
No, I said
That
we
was
didn't bomb them because they got nukes. To what the brother is saying,
oh
saying
oh
why we
oh
didn't
oh.
But
go
they
after
have
these
that.
countries that didn't
But
accept
we
the
had the
currency.
option to still bomb them. Did we not?
Yeah,
If they
Absolutely,
said no to
absolutely,
us, based off
absolutely.
his understanding was the reason why America's dollar is where it is because we were bullying people in terms to capitulate to our money. But other countries said no. Africa today don't have nukes, and what they say, we're part of BRICS.
that's the black gold. But here's just to let
But
this let homie know something. I always talk to my my missus about what we know or what most people know as Hawaii. Hawaii is not what it is. It's Polynesia. They had their own king. They had their own currency. They had a thriving uh, landscape. Um, there were even reports from the U.S. military that there were actual housing of extraterrestrial life and stuff like that. And there are links to say, could Polynesia have been the original Atlantis, or the opposite of the extra the technical land and people that destroyed Atlantis. So there's a lot of history behind Polynesia. We destroyed Polynesia not for the US dollar, not for oil, not for their own currency, not for any precious metal or anything like that, because we need it strategically for the military. We wanted to keep an eye on communist Japan, who was working with communist Germany. So we went over there, threatened those people, took their land, locked up their king and queen, murdered basically that the other heads of state, and because their greeting had was phrased like Hawaii, they said, "Yeah, we're gonna call this place Hawaii." That's what they are, and these are Hawaiians. So we just completely
Want some
renamed
crab cake?
after we destroyed all of that. So I understand
Hmm?
what my government did. I understand what my government did to my own people. My people are forced to live
Hey,
on a reservation. I'm Shinnecock Puspatook indigenous, and they have my people living on a reservation. Although my people are in the Museum of Natural History in Manhattan, and we're in the Brooklyn Museum and also the Brooklyn Transit Museum. You can find uh, uh, displays and stuff like that talking about the history of indigenous people of New York, and my tribe is there. So at the end of the day, I understand both sides of it.
but to what but to what the brother is saying, I agree with him completely. I do think the U.S.'s hegemony over the world order is in decline under Trump. I think that, and I also agree with his point that no matter what democratic guardrails or pillars you put in place, eventually, if that government becomes to, or if it becomes at the level of a hegemony or an empire like the US or like the Roman Empire, it's inevitably going to become corrupt. And then you see what we have with this idiot in office. None of these policies are for strengthening the United States of America or the US's hegemony. When you launch a global trade war, you isolate yourself. We're isolated from our friends like Canada. And now you see Fortress USA, it's pretty much dead. The Colombian president has been saying for months he's not going to let the US attack Colombia's territory.
Well,
And
bro, these were the
Mexico is looking at this man talking about narco terrorists. And then you also got Cuba. So what you're gonna start to see those nations start to coalesce in a defense pact, because ain't nobody's in the business of just getting bombed and then getting kidnapped in the middle of the night. Maybe Maduro was, because he had to steal an election to stay in power, but not
but
these people.
but
And then also China's already filled a lot of vacuums that the United States has stepped out of,
Mm-hmm.
particularly in just this region of South America. When you look at and the Caribbean, when you look at the amount of infrastructure they've built in Jamaica and Barbados and Brazil and Panama and Colombia, like I just mentioned. So
100%.
I like right now we're in a, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word with, like, we're in a ticking time bomb type of situation
Shift.
where, yeah, we're in a bit of a shift, but I don't think that it's necessarily out of the possibility that the US could come out on top of this next whatever is about to happen, whether it's an
bro,
economic shift or whether it's a world war. It's not out of the question we could come out on top.
see
But
somebody.
just quickly. Now, to our current system and corrupting, I do think the way to reform a democratic system that's become corrupt is through the democratic processes. I don't necessarily disagree that we have to go outside of that to reform the system as it is now. I think that it's going to be hard, but I think that there's a lot more Americans that agree that super PACs should, like that congressmen taking donations from super PACs and big corporate interests. That should be something in the Constitution. It should be an amendment that they cannot do that, because you're subverting the power away from the people and more so towards capital interests. But go ahead, AC. What were you gonna say?
Hold on.
Well,
Let me say this one
basically,
thing. Let me
go
say
ahead.
this one thing. So this is my theory on things, right? Like I'm not no expert or anything, but this is just what I've observed, right? Because I've always been curious in these subjects. And by the way, y'all have all said some great things today. Like y'all are having some really good discourse. That's why I've been quiet most of the time. But
What's the
I don't
Canadian?
know if y'all.
What's your name to the Canadian brother? What's your name?
Yeah, but I go by XYT online. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay,
XYT.
okay.
But
Yeah, I'm gonna
so
I'm gonna
the
drop my link in the chat. Pull up to my channel. I'm Democracy 101. We talk politics all the time. You bring some great insight. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Thank
definitely,
you.
definitely go
I'll
subscribe to
be there.
Market. And he does majority politics. I do boxing, I do politics, social commentary. He's mainly politics is his strong suit. But y'all are familiar with the Brenton Woods Agreement, correct? Where in 1944, where they came together and they decided that America was going to be the world's currency. Um, that
Yep.
was kind of America's way of maintaining this global dominance that we see today. Because if your dollar is accepted everywhere, that's why it's still accepted out of that tradition, right, around the world. If it that's how they were able to play games with the economy and take risks, because they just got to a point where it didn't even, the gold standard wasn't a thing. They just started printing money. And then Nixon just got rid of the gold standard altogether, to where they just started printing money. It was a fiat system where it was basically, we're gonna pay you back, and we acquired all this debt and everything. But the smartest thing that the U.S. ever did, which is why I don't think they'll ever not be a superpower, is they went, and after they shift to the fiat system, they went and started empowering people and making people rich in regions with their dollar. So the people that are there that are oppressing the people that are rich with the US dollar are going to maintain their power and maintain the power of the US dollar also, because I mean, it's like it goes hand in hand. So that's why I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't believe in the Illuminati per se, like there's sacrifices and stuff, but there is a group of rich people that control everything. You know what I mean? Like that is obvious. You'd have to be blind not to see that. But if you look at America, the top 1% owns more than the bottom 90%, right? And those people that are rich are not just rich in America, they're rich around the world because of the fiat system and all the things that the Brentwood and all that stuff that I just listed. I don't think that'll ever go anywhere. Their grasp on the world's economy is so tight. I don't think anything will ever happen.
Hey,
That's just my personal opinion.
I gotta say, we have to go back. We have to go back and understand how these things came into play. I'm old enough to remember when a lot of these things were coming into play through the banking system and stuff like that. Um, we I don't know the average age of people up here, but I remember when banks introduced the money market accounts. The money market accounts, when they first were introduced, were these accounts that you could put in 10, 20, up to whatever amount you could afford or whatever. And this money was now broken down into our economy and global. The bank made all of these investments around the world, and they said we're doing it through this money market account. When all of this stuff happened, this was going on in the around 1983 to 1990 something in its original form. You feel what I'm saying? I had a money market account because where I was living at in Long Island and stuff like that, my household was very conservative, very money minded, and things like that. So um, we were considered upper middle class. We weren't quite rich, but we were upper middle class. So my uncles and stuff like that were always looking to make these type of investments and shit like that. So this is where the beginning stages of how this global market became so strong. And so yeah, I'm definitely in my 50s. I'm 57. I'm 57. So
Man, AC killed me the other day when he told me he'd been watching F1 since before Michael Schumacher. That was like a brick to my head. You gotta understand that's like before the '90s. But go ahead, AC.
yeah, but so basically, um, when these money markets were developed and they had their implication in the stock market, we now everybody's returns were crazy. You were you were getting money hand over fist in a matter of days and hours. Like every time you looked at your bank account, I can always remember my uncles coming back with their little, like back then you didn't have a phone or anything. They had the little skinny booklet thing, plastic or leather cover, and they would just look at the account and just start laughing like, "Wow, look at all of this, blah 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 blah." So that's the beginning. Then we got to go through the Gordon Gecko era, greed is good era. When the greed is good era came into play, what was understood was now up for grabs. So there were certain laws that were just understood between a lot of things. And when I hear the good brother from Canada talk, he would say things like, you know, this thing was if and if and if. The if is no longer there. They don't give a fuck about the if because a lot of things was just understood. And when you just have someone that greedy will look at it and say, hey, wait a minute. So there is actually no real crime you can charge me with if I do this thing. Oh no, it's just understood that we just don't do that. Oh really? And then you just got the one guy who did it. This is what, when you talk about the constitutional crisis, this is what the founding fathers were trying to argue against, and then they were trying to put these things in play. But over the years, the corruption on from the Democrats into a certain when the Democrats were on the opposite side and the Republicans was fighting, you had everyone eroding those things slowly but surely. And then when you throw in the 50s and 60s and um, what was going on in America as far as race, the race and things like that, you eroded some laws, and now this erosion started back when you just wanted to control the vote. So all of what I'm saying is this: we're looking at a president who was raised earlier than I was, who saw all of this and lucky enough to see everything from a nickel, whatever, when Trump was a kid, to internet, Bitcoin, and everything else. And he has one thing that just somebody in the comment said about Donald Trump named Sassy something. If you are from New York, you had a first-hand view of this, who this dude was. This is why I never respected.
AC to Yaya. I dropped the link in the back. Anthony Smith, pull up too. Go
I
ahead,
got
AC.
it.
My
Thank
bad
you.
for cutting you off. Go
So
ahead.
basically, you had a first-hand view, and I didn't respect the rappers who was talking about Trump and trying to make Trump a hip hop icon and stuff like that, because I remember him going to New York courts to try to take my tribe's land. So I've been on some F Trump stuff since the 80s. So what I'm saying is this is a dude who makes his money on playing the short game in the stocks. So he bets
Can I just
against
say,
the failure. So you bet against the failure. So now you're in this country, you're in control, and you want to short the country because it's good for business for you, because you're looking to outsource everything and make all of these other countries pay you directly. So if they pay you directly, you can short the shit out of the country's economy and make a killing off of it. That's what this man's plan is. And people, if you don't understand what I'm saying, go watch the movie The Big Short, because that let me know. That gave me my confirmation of looking at how the housing market went down, and then looking at how this dude is actually doing the same thing with the tariffs and everything else. You're shorting this country so you can ride off in the sunset with all of these billions and trillions of dollars.
can I just say real quick, because I probably came off like I was being. You're absolutely right. He sees everything as a zero-sum game. He just wants to take as much as he can. That's the core of who he is, and I'm glad that you've seen that since like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air showing up and hugging and shaking Will's hand days.
Yeah.
And you've been seeing it. You're old head. You told
Jesus
us.
Christ.
But I might have came off hypercritical, and I don't want to. I'm a Canadian. Canada is a cautionary tale for you guys. We are hyper regulated, right? So I think there's like two extremes happening here, right? Where these guys stand up and say, "Well, it's the free market, so we can do whatever we want," and then that whole, 5-cent bolts being sold for $5 a bag thing happens. But in Canada, you have the exact opposite, right? They just literally took every one of our weapons, hunting weapons. Okay, I'm a hunter. I like to hunt. I don't want to kill people. I do want to kill animals and eat raw meat. Cook that meat, not raw meat. Sorry, fresh meat.
Yeah.
So I didn't mean to say raw meat. I'm not a cannibal. Sorry.
Now we know
They took that away from us. Yeah, my bad. You're right. It's the grift, right?
That's kind of great. Yeah, Canucks. Y'all Canucks got a hunting tradition, right? I mean, y'all got
Yeah,
all
man.
that
That's right.
forestry up there.
That's right. Right. And they just literally said, nope, you can't have any kind of gun at all. And like you can do the comparison, right? You can look at the numbers, even compare them by percentage of population. We didn't have mass shootings on a level of America at all. So they did a false flag in 2019 in Nova Scotia, where like you can go and look into the details of that yourself. It's a wormhole, you can rabbit hole you can go down. But Canada is a cautionary tale of what happens when your government has too much control. Right. And what you're seeing in your country is neoliberals coming in and using all those government institutions to fill their pockets. Again, I just want us to come back to the middle. And you mentioned something a few minutes ago that was so important. What were the founding fathers looking for? They said, hey, your government should fear you. You shouldn't fear your government. And I 100% agree with that. 100% agree with that. We're seeing right now authoritarianism. That's what I'm coming back to. The countries that are supposed to be the liberal democracies, the countries that are like in World War II, people are willing to give themselves up because, hey, that country's not going to torture me. That's all gone now. So we need to come back to that. We need to pull back to If you want to talk about democracy being the answer, okay, let's do actual democracy then. Let's not do this neoliberal institutionalism game where they come in and they take over part of the government, and now, hey, well, according to the market, you guys are super inefficient. So, look at Keynesianism. You wasted so much money. No, can we come back from this trilateral commission crap that's turned into like this massive free market dinosaur, and can we just be in the middle? If I pay taxes, you guys should give me some services for it. I'm not just here to make sure that politicians get 200,000 a year,
Single
gold
payer
plated
health
pension.
insurance.
Right, right. Our healthcare in Canada sucks, though. That's the joke. Canada's healthcare is terrible, and we pay 40% of our tax into it. So, like, again, what's happening in Canada? They're just coming in and using up the, oh, I got a healthcare company, so I can make money off of this.
To
Sorry, I
co-sign
went off
what
on a
he,
tangent.
to co-sign what he just said about Canada's gun laws. New York has crazy gun laws, right? But Canada was the first place on the planet that banned airsoft. Airsoft is a toy. It's a toy gun, and you shoot a plastic BB at each other. That's grams, weighs in grams. So I used to follow a guy who played airsoft in Canada. Me and a couple of dudes wanted to make a trip to go visit him and his field in Canada. Uh,
Airsoft hurts.
I didn't hear you.
Airsoft hurts.
Yeah, so basically, when Canada put that ban on a toy gun, you when you when you heard the airsoft people talk about it, because these same airsoft people were hunters. It was like, no, me and my family go hunt almost, every season because that's where we get our meat from. He was like, yeah, you see me right here, but I don't buy my meat. I hunt for my meat, and I hunt. We go fishing, and I was like, yo, that's really really cool. You are like living a life that I wish I could live as a chef. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, he was like, the next thing that they're gonna do, they're gonna come after our guns, and they're gonna take away our right to hunt, feed ourselves, and that's gonna be devastating to people like myself and many people who live in the most rural parts of Canada, because this is gonna affect how they eat.
That's
And
right.
I'm just
Now
like,
let me
wow.
say, I don't have, like, I think that you should be able to get a permit to go hunt. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with that, but I don't think you should be able to, like, I don't think that buying long guns or assault rifles should just be a common practice, like, anywhere, unless you are somebody who's a hunter, like you're somebody who get. And I know the brother just talked about there's too much regulation, but when you talk about like a fucking gun, that shit could end somebody's life. You gotta regulate that. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't got no problem with if you gotta go get a license to be a hunter so that you could get that gun. I think like that would be the middle ground position for somebody like me who leans pretty left on that type of issue. But I don't think like what's happening in I saw the other day in Texas, they have like these gun auctions where you could go in there and buy a firearm, no ID, and get that firearm the same day. You don't have to wait the 7 or 2 weeks time limit that the federal government puts on it. So no, like I think like I'm the middle ground. I think there should be some regulation, but I'm not for just completely disarming the populace. I'm not for that.
I'm
Well,
not for that
in
either.
my
But
opinion, the regulation may come in the training. You have to have X
Yes, to
amount
get the
of hours.
license.
You
Yes.
you you have to have X amount of license, because I mean X amount of hours in training. Because at the end of the day, the one thing that I took away from airsoft, that I don't know if a lot of people had the opportunity, but you can go to airsoft channels and you see some of these airsoft players doing exactly what I'm saying, but they're doing it at a different level. Here at my local field in Brooklyn, before it closed, there used to be a lot of dudes who were police and military. There's a training range over it here in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? So they would come through, and some of us dudes who were into speed soft. I was into speed QB and speed soft, the competition side of it. Um, these dudes was like, would you guys mind coming training with us, because your movements and stuff like that, it's not it's kind of what we looking for when we want to train in our real life scenarios. So it's like, oh, okay. And they're like, we just don't want somebody to just do the regular thing because they're thinking like a cop or whatever. So we were like, sure, no problem. To be honest with you, we went over there and we lit them dudes up because the movements are so predictable. But what you do learn is some of these tactics to save your life, on how to approach a door, how to slice a door, how to enter a room from whatever vantage point and stuff like that, instead of just barreling into a room and thinking you know what you're doing and you don't. So that's one of the biggest takeaways, because I learned though that level of real life tactics if I chose to keep a firearm in my house.
Okay, now so my backing to that is how often have the mass shootings in America been by a tactical shooter? So you can be 100% trained, but someone else in your household cannot, and they get your weapon and they go and do dangerous things. So my thing is, I'm for regulation, but I just feel that like if I buy a weapon for such sport, why can't the weapon be locked up in a gunsmith until that said sport comes available? The gun doesn't have to remain in your possession. A pistol is fine. You know what I'm saying? You're less likely to have someone go and rain 12 cases of a pistol bullets into a school or something. You know what I'm saying? Versus someone going in with an AR-15 that sprays. But the AR-15 could have been locked up in a Smith's locker, because
Yeah.
now you hold two people accountable.
Now, I just to say this to you, I don't, because I like guns. I like to shoot guns. I like to go hunting and stuff like that. Whenever I go on a reservation, at times we go to our little area and we just let off rounds after rounds.
So
You
you and your
know what
Smith
I'm saying?
locker is responsible for if someone
But understand what I'm saying. When you follow it like that and you're into it like that, I even get involved with airsoft, and these things look real, you know. And what I'm saying is this: is that they manufacture guns nowadays, especially pistols, and you really shouldn't need more than a pistol. You can even have an air gun in your house, and it could do some real uh, good work for you to defend your property.
correct.
You,
So
you you know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is this: is some of these handguns, the majority of handguns that are made nowadays, they're made in several different classes. So if you're a person and you just want home protection, more than likely, if it's a good dealer, he's gonna tell you, he's gonna ask you, are there young ones, other family members? Yeah. So what you're gonna do is, the only person or the only two persons that are allowed to use this gun, you get the smart grips. You get the guns with the smart grips. That means your fingerprint, your palm and your thumbprint is the only way that gun will unlatch itself so you could rack it. Other than that, the safety doesn't come off the gun no matter who picks the gun up. You can't even pull a cartridge out, because the mechanisms don't allow nothing to happen. The gun just sits there. And you have these smart lock boxes that are only meant to house X amount of fingerprints, and this is the fingerprints of everyone who's allowed to use it. You can't jury these things open. They it is what it is. So there are mechanisms, but if you put in the fact that, okay, here's the regulation, we're going to say to you, okay, have you ever been a person who suffered mental illness at some point in a violent capacity or whatever? We're going to do psych evaluations. You're going to do your training if you want to be a non-military person. to carry a gun. But see, the argument then will come by from the constitutionalists is these regulations, do some of these regulations violate the spirit of the Second Amendment and the Bill of Rights? Because within both of those, they speak of your ability to arm yourself.
But it don't, because you have the right to bear arms. They're just not always on your person. But my thing is, you just openly said a AR is well enough sufficient to defend your home. So
Yeah,
why
no,
do
I
you
said
have
it.
to
I
use
didn't say an
lethal
air. I,
bullets?
I didn't say an AR. I said an air gun.
I mean, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I meant a
Oh, okay,
airsoft
okay, okay.
rifle.
Yeah, yeah. There are some airsoft rifles and airsoft guns. I have that. I have one in my house. In fact, I have two of them.
Yeah, so why do you have to have why do you have to have your assault rifle or a lethal weapon of the sort in your household? Because you can defend yourself very trained with a bullet with that
That's why
didn't
I don't
kill
have.
them but just harmed them so that you
That's why
can
I don't have.
stop
They might have
perpetuating
I don't have
violence.
a real firearm. I don't have a real firearm, and I'm a dead shot. So with the FPS that I have for these two markers that I can literally go into an airsoft store and buy these things because they sell them. But the police department and other agencies said that, hey, listen, if you have this particular joint, you're within your bounds of being legal to defend your home. Both of these air joints have the capability of a 22 caliber. So at the end of the day, a 22 caliber is sufficient enough. Is sufficient enough if you're a good enough shot to defend your home. I'm not saying it's for everyone because everyone doesn't hasn't gone through what I've gone through. Everyone doesn't go out on the field when the weather's permitting and go out there and put some rounds down range, whether you're engaged in a match or you're just going to the range with your friends.
But the defense was that you felt that people should have had tactical training, which should be the regulation to own a weapon. So if you have that tactical training to own a weapon, you don't need a lethal weapon to defend yourself.
Exactly, and that's why I said what I was saying. But if you choose to step up
Your
the
lethality
yeah
of the
the
weapon.
lethality of your weapon that you choose to use in your own home for self-defense, that's a personal choice. And as the lethality of the weapon goes, then there should be a cutoff point. A long gun M16 rifle, no, that's tactically, that is the worst thing to have for your home. You want something short, compact, that you can squeeze in and make yourself small. The smaller you are as the target, the more efficient you are in dealing with the intruders. The bigger you are, or the more movement, and then you're chicken boning your elbow because you're holding this thing and you want to look cool. No,
Not only
no.
that, I don't want no respectfully a airsoft gun. I've been shot with that before. It hurts like hell, especially on bare skin. But if a big 6'5", three
You ain't
hundred
gotta say that.
pound
It's
nigga
me.
break into my house,
Ain't no
I don't
airsoft gun
want
gonna
no
stop me, Marky.
airsoft gun. I
Yeah,
want
it's not
something that's
stopping me.
gonna put that nigga down for good.
Yeah, you
That's
might as
what
well
I
have a
want, brother.
22. You might as well have a 22 if you go.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, it's a
I'm gonna
I've
make
you
seen a
can
sure
you
that
can
nigga
buy
beanbag
don't
it. You
come
can
take.
back.
I've
if
seen a
you're in
beanbag take
California.
someone down.
If you're in California, Evic sells the marker that I'm talking about. It's a little revolver pistol. This thing shoots. It's an air pistol with a CO2 cartridge. This thing, you only after you let off all five of the rounds, you have to change the CO2 because it shoots at something like 650, almost 700 FPS. That's enough to kill something, a small animal. So if you get shot in the face with that, believe me, it's going to penetrate the skin and crack the bone. So you're gonna drop like, oh my God, what the hell did this dude just shoot me with?
I think Tyson was punching harder at harder PSI than that. Man, I don't know. I don't know, AC. I get what y'all saying, but look, this is you know, it's really funny that y'all brought this up because I think that Canada and the rest of the world, I don't know for sure. It's just a theory. Like I say, this is what I believe. I think that they look at America and they see all these mass shootings, and that's why they gin up and tighten the reins on their population because they don't want that to happen over there. Because every week it's something happen. Even the guy that was unalive, right? Who's always talking about we need America might need a little deaths in America before before something happened. I don't even know what the point of that was, but then he was unalived by an assault rifle, which is just like wild, right? Like you couldn't write that if
He
a,
said
a movie
it's worth a couple gun deaths every
worse.
year.
Thank you, thank you,
Yeah,
thank
in
you.
order to
He just
maintain the
didn't.
Second
You
Amendment.
know what's crazy? He didn't think that he would be in those gun deaths. That's normally how that stuff works, right? Like the people who
Yeah.
are criticizing or the people that are in favor of, they think that, well, I have my gun, nothing's gonna happen to me. And it gives him a false sense of security. He thought that his gun that he had in his house was enough. He thought the armed people that was around him was enough that he wouldn't be in those deaths. He was okay with us dying, just not himself. But
Yeah,
listen, I'm in favor of common sense gun control.
yeah,
That's it.
So
that's
how many
I'm
guns
right
is
there with
enough?
you.
This is
There's
what
a
we had in
thousand
Canada. We
guns
had
per one
perfect balance of regulation.
Americans in America. So how many guns is enough? Each person in America can own 1,000 guns, and we will still have guns falling off of the trail line. So how many guns is enough? I think if theoretically you can own a pistol and an AR in your home and be fine. You don't need all these extra weapons falling off of the trail line that other people can get their hands on that don't need those weapons.
No, I agree with you
Yeah,
on
we,
that
we agree.
part.
That's common sense. That's the common sense gun control we was talking about.
Yeah, and,
We,
and that's where we are. We're like, look, you can have something that is non-lethal to protect your home. You pull that out, and then you have your lethal weapons at or weapon at home. And at the end of the day, that is more than enough. That is more than enough. And if you have that training and you take that training and you show your misses, and when the kids get big enough you show them, so you always have someone competent, responsible, and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Now if I'm a dad, if one of my sons is out there and he fighting anything and everything that moving, and I'm always seeing my son caught up in some stuff, I'm not going to train my son to use the gun. No, boy, you don't touch that gun whatsoever. And I make sure it's locked when you around, because that's you, my son, but I know you crazy. And I don't want you to lose your life over something like this, or take somebody else's life. So when you talk about common sense gun control, it's also in the person who's looking to purchase the gun. You have to be common sense about how you choose to handle this thing, where you taking it. Is it for home? Is it for work? Is it for your person because you're a jewelry dealer, or you're a person that, you're a courier, that you run money.
And that's what I feel the left is saying. But then the right comes back and say that they're violating their Second Amendment, and they're not violating it. They just want to make sure that you're not sane, and that's what I say. I don't think that like okay, so at 17 you went in, you took your parent gun and you shot up somebody's dog. You know what I'm saying? And then at 21 we don't even be able to look at what happened before you turned 18 because it doesn't matter anymore. That does matter. You need to
Well, what
understand what these people was going through before they became of age to buy weapons.
Well, what happens with the Second Amendment thing? This is a thing going all the way back to the Civil War about states' rights, and does the federal government have the right to come in and regulate how a state chooses to regulate their own gun laws? So going all the way back then, you had motherfuckers after the Civil War was over. Lincoln was worried about guerrilla fighters still being ingrained in the South, and that there was still going to be resistance, and the Civil War was going to continue, which is why he didn't necessarily put his foot in the ass of the Confederates. Like he wasn't locking anybody up. You didn't see executions for treason, and you had a lot. And that's why, like the Civil War, it was supposed to change a lot when it came to the state's relationship with the federal government. But Lincoln let that slip out of his hands,
you know,
and
it, it,
the resistance you see to that today
is pretty much born all the way from back then, almost 200 years ago.
I think Lincoln didn't put his foot in their ass because he felt bad about it. Because the there's a bunch of different reasons or conspiracy for why we had the Civil War. But we all know that, like, most people would agree that Lincoln wasn't the biggest opponent to slavery, so it wasn't anything morale about what he was doing it for. And I think he felt bad. I think he felt bad about that had to happen for them to have a stronger union. But I wanted to say this. So the reason why, bro, why I don't do the whole left talk is because the term left has been so propagandized that people don't understand that you could lean left and still be a Republican. They don't even understand that. They think literally it's like your hands, left or right. This is
They have no nuance.
listen to them in the chat. They're whining. The lefties are the liberal tears, all this stuff, and it's like, bro,
General,
when
of
CK got
that's
when
left of the conversation of the gun people.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you is the reason why I don't get into that verbiage is because it's too complex for Americans. Like we got to remember that who they voted in. We got to dumb down our talk like George Bush did whenever he was president. But no, the reason why I say that is the reason why I don't identify with either party too is because you have to accept all the bad that comes with them. And I mean I lean sometimes conservative, sometimes I lean might be more liberal and stuff. But I look at it like this, right? The people who champion the people who champion the Constitution, right? It's supposed to be the party of the Constitution, always talking about the Second Amendment, but always willing to skip over the first, right? And we just seen this. We've seen an example of this. The guy that we were talking about earlier, I don't want to say his name because I want to get my whole channel shut down, right? But when CK was unalive on camera, they were going after people recklessly, like devoting their whole life to canceling them. And I was like, holy crap, I thought y'all hated cancel culture. I thought y'all were the party of freedom. I thought, listen, how the hell are you going to be the champion of the Second Amendment, but skip the one that's the most important? Like the Constitution is modeled after the commandments. The commandments go in order of the most important stuff. How are you skipping the most important thing? Freedom of speech. But that's why I say these people they're too far gone, man. But to your point earlier, what you were saying, common sense gun laws will always, like, they'll never make it because you have the NRA and the Republicans and all that propaganda that's out there. But if they brought something common sense that's bipartisan that most people can agree on, I'm talking about the population, that's I think a lot of people will get behind that. I think.
In my opinion, off of that, not really off of that, I think that the issue that we have in our common democracy is, I think that the average age is like 70. So we have people, once again, from watching Trump grow up or growing up with Trump still in office. Like, how are you regulating on newer things, and you still probably got an iPhone 8 because you don't know how to lack on with technology? You know what I'm saying? So you're out here making bylaws based off of, in my opinion, of things that was happening, when you was growing up. So I feel like there needs to be, I would say, a mass vote of Americans to take Congress to zero, revote in people that have an actual, depiction of what Americans are going through today. They need to do a one bill system, which means that you have one problem, one bill. Single payer insurance should have a thing because we're already paying into Medicaid. We're already paying into Medicare. That is a one payer system right there. They just need to operate it as is. And then if the Supreme Court is going to rule over the United States of America, they need to be appointed by the United States of America, not the face of America.
Yeah, that sounds good, but it'll never happen. The system is functioning the way it was designed. It was started by old people. the old people that the founding fathers that they talk about, life expectancy back then was like 30 something. And those motherfuckers lived to be like 80 and 90 years old. Like they were living to old ages back then. So yeah, it's functioning the way it's supposed to. Old people governing the young people, enriching themselves and forgetting about everybody else. This is the way it's supposed to function. So I don't see that ever happening. I mean,
But I but I
I
see
agree
the
with you.
swing coming. The younger people are coming up into I feel like the millennials are the younger crowd that's coming up into it. Now, will they stay there till they're 80, 90? Probably. But I think amongst this millennial age that's eroding, this millennial era that's developing into politics, I think they should have the common sense understanding that one, there needs to be an age limit on these mother people who sit in these same seats that I'm sitting in. Because
there
once
needs to be
again,
term
Hold on,
limits.
Marky. Hold on,
Not
hold on, hold on, hold on, Marky.
yeah,
Let him
go
finish.
ahead, cook, brother, cook.
I wanted to rebuttal this. Hold on, let him finish.
there have to be, a time limit on these people sitting in the same seats that they're sitting in, due to the fact that, once again, like, you're 80 years old and there already a population of people coming in already agreeing with the younger people. They might have the same ideologies that these old fuck people, but they're younger. And I think the younger, more common sense people will, eradicate the democracy that we're used to, like the AOCs.
I was just it's funny you brought her up. I was going to bring her up. So AOC was a person that was expected to lose. TYT, which is hilarious, right? They take full credit for getting her elected or whatever the case may be. But she's elected, right? When AOC first got elected, I remember her going to go meet with Nancy Pelosi, and she kind of has dialed back a little bit on her extremism, and that is the system. The functioning the way it's designed, the old people are gonna, even if the young person gets in there and they're well intended, Barack Obama, hope and change, yes we can. It's already too ingrained for them to make. You ever heard the path to hell is paved with good intentions? They're good intended when they first get in, and they're young. And like you said, the people that are getting in that are young, if they get in, they're gonna get groomed by the old people, and then they're eventually gonna become the old people, and they're gonna keep the system functioning the way it was designed. It's almost like the Hunger Games. You remember the lady that was in the design, the lady that was that was the head of the rebels. She didn't care that much that the gun was pointed at people. She just wanted to be the person pointing the gun. That's kind of how politics is. Like
Hmm.
they're gonna be like, okay, we don't want old people in, but then whenever they reach the age, they're gonna be like, but I'm a different person. I'm a different type of old person.
But that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier. And
That they
if
should
you
pass.
lean too much on one side, then of course you're gonna get something that doesn't work for nobody. But if you find that perfect balance in the middle, you can make the thing work in an infinity loop to where the movement it makes is the energy it needs to move, if that makes sense. So everything becomes self-sustained, self-contained, and then it's just the same practices that work over and over again. Yes, I do agree with age limits now, especially on the Supreme Court. That needs to be revised ASAP.
I think they should be voted in by the American people. They should not be
Exactly.
appointed
The
by the.
disappointed shit. Nah, I'm not with that
No, I'm
because
not. I don't think that they should be voted in, just for the simple fact that I like that. Then again, like if they're gonna be chosen, it would be best if they were chosen by the people. But I just wouldn't like to see that, like, judges running for the Supreme Court, and then they're
You still
doing
there?
like, and then it becomes like a Trump versus the left type of thing. Oh, they don't vote for that guy. He's
no,
a
no.
left wing liberal lunatic. I don't want to see that. I would
What?
prefer. I prefer the current system where the
Yeah,
senators scrutinize them through a hearing. Even though you might have complaint, what I do agree with is there should. What the hell
Because
is
that's
that?
what our
What the hell is
Canadian
that?
brother was saying. That, like, we
Yeah, but
can't
I but to,
do Supreme Court decision if they're biasly put in place. But if they're voted in by the American people, you know what I'm
and
saying?
Well,
biasly.
I think the only way to fix that
Huh?
is I think the only way to at least have some type of reform in that system is by putting term limits in place for the Supreme Court justices.
I think
That's the
since
key term limits.
No,
Because
no,
if
my
you
bad. My
let them be
power went out.
voted in,
My power went
huh?
out. But basically, what I was trying to say is my internet fucked up for a second. Basically, what I was trying to say is while these hearings are happening, there's before the thing before it actually happens, the American vote is 51% of the vote. So do the American people, after watching the Senate confirmation hearings, agree with this person or do you disagree? And that's where it happens. Remember, like on the radio, Make It or Break It? You're gonna drop the album, yeah, it's a new dude, yada yada yada. So it's like that. Now I'm hearing your voice. So when there are these things that people are bringing up, like a Kavanaugh, and you have this type of stuff, the American people can stop and break Kavanaugh. Yeah, the Republicans wanted him, but the American people said no to him because your judgments are going to affect me directly. So why don't I have a stake in the say where when the coalition of American voters, if you voted in the previous election, that same registration is the same thing. You can do it from your home. You feel what I'm saying?
I
You can
just
do
I
it from your
just don't
smartphone.
think that should be like something that's sensationalized in the way that a
That's what I'm
political
saying. I
election
just
is,
think that
AC.
like I just
No, it doesn't have to be because it happens during the Senate confirmation.
Hey,
It's happening within
whose
that
mic is
period.
that? Somebody mute, bro.
It's happening within that Senate confirmation period. To whereas what happens in that Senate confirmation period hearing, I'm hearing what you say. After I heard what you said, then I'm going to vote on that. And this is where the
did he
American
drop
vote
out?
happens. So within that 72-hour period where the American people are voting and it's voting electronically, so the numbers are real counts, so you don't have somebody counting it. If you feel what I'm saying, you have your smartphone. You're registered through your smartphone, one of the legit companies and stuff like that or whatever. But all I'm saying is I'm just trying to offer a solution to say if this is what's going to move forward, then why can't this thing happen? And I think and for me, I think it's a solid solution to say after the Senate hearings, we heard it. I don't want to hear your take on it or your take. I get to just go away and then vote. Do I
Well,
want you as my Supreme Court justice or not? I think it's a solid solution to say after
Yo, can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you.
The reason why I was saying, man, I don't think that we should go back to. I don't think we should. I think we should do terms. I think Marky Dan hit the hammer on the nail with that because if we do terms,
yeah,
well
that's what I'm
then,
saying. I think
then
the Supreme Court should. I mean, the United States people should have a say so.
but see that's where we disagree because if you do it to where we have a president that we don't agree with, a president right now that just invaded and removed somebody unconstitutionally from Venezuela. So what happens when you get a Supreme Court that essentially does the same thing? Like they adhere to the what did Trump say? I have a mandate. I have a mandate. Yo, whoever watching the show in the background, it's like an echo, man. We got it.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, I hear it too.
Everybody mute up that's not talking.
That essentially does the same thing. Like they adhere. Is it me? What did Trump say? I have a mandate. I have a mandate.
No, it's gotta be Smith.
Oh, Smith. Yeah,
And
you
then
got to turn it down in the
it's
background, Smith.
impeachable.
It's an echo. It's an echo, Smith. We can hear
Mute
it. Echo.
Smith and see if it's him.
It's him. Everybody just muted. I heard it. He turned it off though. We good now. We good.
The point the here's the problem. I hear what you guys are saying, but even if it's an unpopular president, then the American people, when you're trying to do these Senate confirmation hearings, your vote, even though you're an unpopular president, we will not allow you to install these Supreme Court justices because we hold 51% of that. You feel what I'm saying? And if the vote goes that way, that dude gets through, then cool.
So, do you
If more
feel
people
that
stand
the
up and
American
say, "Oh,
people
he's
should?
trying to do
You're
them,"
talking.
So we're gonna we're gonna stand up and we're gonna vote against him. Then at the end of the day, it's still not nothing sensational. There is no I'm running for office and vote for me type shit. No, 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 no.
It
You do the
shouldn't.
same thing you've been doing. Nothing changes except the fact that within a 72-hour period after the Senate confirmation hearing, no judgment is made until within those first 48 hours. All the votes are made, tallied, and then on that third day, we release, how the American people voted for you, and that'll tell you whether or not you made it or not. The Senate, if it's a unanimous, like a mandate, then yeah, you had all the members of this Senate or whatever, plus you won this vote. You're a shoo-in. You
Okay, so
can't
then what
vote.
happens? What happens, AC, whenever they start passing legislation for the land and say the president is immune from all of his actions in official capacity? So what happens when you because we like people were complaining because what presidents normally do is try to jock for position of the Supreme Court. Now they have another political tool of the people actually helping them out with their vote. And I mean, Marky Dan was talking about literacy tests, and I can't say that I 100% disagree with that because we'll have the U.S. citizens deciding the Supreme Court and the president. We would easily have a dictator with it. We got a dictator now.
Exactly.
But see, y'all taking it like to its most extreme. We have to remember in what you're saying, certain things are supposed to be understood. A Supreme Court judge is supposed to be the highest judge. So you were the guy who came up and got nominated because your rise through the lower court system, your experience through the lower court system. That's what it was until what was the he was like the first Supreme Court justice to make himself into a thing, and he was the first like, yeah, I'm rocking with the conservatives. What the fuck was this fat white dude name with the dark colored hair? He was around the Tip O'Neill era, so I can't remember. I can't remember his name, but he was an iconic figure in the Supreme Court era, and I think he was a Ronald Reagan nominee or some shit like that when he first got in. So the point I'm making is this: when it came down to it, and when he started breaking the rules of saying, "I am this," a Supreme Court justice is not supposed to reveal, or it was understood you don't reveal your political standing. And when the president chooses a Supreme Court justice, in tradition, they did not choose Supreme Court justices along party lines. They chose the best candidate to uphold the rule of law. So when we move into the Ronald Reagan era and every era that came after that, now everything was politicized. The Supreme Court picks were politicized. Who you're voting for is politicized. Are you voting in favor of progress or you in favor of protest? Ronald Reagan won because many people did not understand what Jimmy Carter was doing, so they voted in protest of Jimmy Carter, thinking that it was progress, that these oil companies were going to give them all of this oil and make their lives better and free. You got to go back and remember some of those commercials. Like, yeah, this is Exxon, and Exxon is looking to make the world better, and Exxon is leading technologies, and Exxon Oil and Tiger Oil, and you feel what I'm saying? They had these propaganda type commercials that these oil companies went full force once Ronald Reagan came in. So at the end of the day, this is where our politics started to go, because during the last economic boom, and that's the tech boom. When you had the tech boom along with the big oil boom, and both of those things basically happening, one right after the other, and still they had their overlap, bro. There is so much money coming at you. You like, the hell with regulations, the hell what was the rule of what was understood before. I need people in there that's going to give me the ability, and the lobbyists are telling them, well, pick this Supreme Court justice because I watched him in the lower courts and he kind of aligns with what you align. And we had a lunch with him and we were just kind of feeling him out. And, you know, he would rule in your favor if you wanted to do offshore Alaskan drilling and not even be concerned about what the salmon and the crab fishermen are talking about. And that's how this shit started. So when you look at all of that, bro, it became systemic because people were greedy. And the things that were done way before that said presidents just don't do this, it's just part of what we do, it's how we operate. That's why Nixon was considered such a criminal. And when you really look at what Nixon did compared to what Bill Clinton did, compared to what Donald Trump is doing, you feel what I'm saying? You're like, what the fuck, bro? Nixon was a fucking angel if that's the case.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, as we move forward, I need complete control. I need complete power. And these guidelines are just what they are, guidelines. They're not law. So if they're not law, I don't have to follow the guidelines. And we have a person in here right now that did it his first term, and people was like, "Oh, that's just Trump being Trump." And then he steals an election, and now we were trying to sound the alarm. I don't give a shit, man. For one time, I'm going to vote in protest. We don't want Donald Trump. I don't care about Kamala Harris and everything else people want to say who her coalition was. I just want anybody but him. But people didn't realize that. They didn't realize the danger. Now here we are. We've got this dude invading countries, creating new forms of terrorists. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of how you feel about Maduro or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You did this stuff in a way that people couldn't get behind you. When Obama sent SEAL Team 6 in and they made the movie and everything else about, taking out this guy and stuff like that, it was done in a way that the propaganda had people behind them. Unless you were on the opposite side of that propaganda and you just don't rock with nothing like that, period. But for the
I have
most
another
part, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I have another theory, bro. How about this? So I heard somebody say this, and they were spot on. They said that Trump doesn't stand. He doesn't because he didn't go to these prestige colleges and learn actual politics. He doesn't have a they didn't say this. This is my thought right here. He doesn't have a real respect for the rule of law, right? Because he doesn't even really particularly understand it. This is what they said. His ideology is not aligned with either party, so he's making it up as he goes. That's why you see him try a lot, and then like we'll go back and then, hey, y'all guys got to thank me because the thing that I tried failed, and now I saved you guys from this thing that I caught. Like he has a lot of that, and you see it in real time. So this is my theory. Maybe when Donald Trump is saying drain the swamp, he was gonna be the swamp that's actually gonna get drained. Check this out.
Because we are draining the swamp.
Yes, I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it. Let it take you away. And be hopeful, hopeful, and he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but that's okay. Don't be hopeful. Yes, I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it. Let it take you away. And be hopeful, hopeful, and he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but
I'm gonna steal
Hopefully,
that. That's
bro,
hilarious.
did you see that list at the end? Like that is insane. Hopefully, that is what Donald Trump is doing with where he's gonna be the problem and also be the solution. Maybe that's what we're witnessing. Hopefully, who knows though.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, man, the crazy thing is people, citizens, choose to be stupid because stupid is much easier than being smart. Being stupid is just the ability
I,
to know
AC,
what's wrong.
I disagree with you. I think that the people that are stupid think that they're smart. That's the problem. I think the people that are really, really dumb show up and have the loudest voices and think that they know everything and they're there to teach. I think that's a lot of the problem. That's why we have a lot of these dumbass conspiracies that don't lead to anywhere.
Yeah,
Like,
but
like
I'm saying it on the level of you have you have stupid people like let's just like Cash Patel. You are grossly incompetent for the job you have, and you're a TikTok FBI person installed by this dude because he needed a dummy to do what he had to do. I think that's that level of stupidity. But the level of stupidity I'm talking about is the people who choose to follow it. Is the everyday citizens who feel that what this person is doing, no matter how many times he shows you he doesn't give a fuck about you, you stand up and you defend him. You're willing to argue with someone in defense of that dude, knowing that he doesn't give a fuck about you. It's just the fact that it's me saying it or someone like me saying it about the guy. That's what angers you more. Not the fact that I'm telling the truth, but it's me or someone like me. And that level of stupidity is the type of level of stupidity that keeps that person in power because you're mad at me because I said it. So you then, knowing that you was ready to walk away, but now that you heard me say it, you're going to double down on it and then go back to him and listen to what he's saying and like, yeah, he was right because I just heard this person say yada 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 and yeah, I'm back on it. So your battery is constantly recharged. And when you look at the trolls, this is what the trolls need because they're going through their own cognitive dissonance. So they need that fix to go back to truth and accuracy of how people view this person, and then they want to get mad at them, troll the joint, and then take that energy back and say, "Yeah, I'm back. I just needed to go over there and get my truth, get that truth right there, back up in me, get full of truth, so now I can get my cognitive dissonance going and just keep me going. This is what keeps me going day after day is that constant inner conflict because I have cognitive dissonance where they are moral dissonance. You feel what I'm saying? They're educational dissonance. I'm just full of all kind of dissonance. If you wanted a picture of what dissonance look like, it's me posing in a 42nd Street picture. So
what's crazy about it is a dude in the chat said Trump was elected to do exactly what he's doing. I thought he said he was going to end the wars. I thought he was an anti-war president. So, and then he said they've been warning
I'm
Venezuela
the
for
first president in history that there's been no new wars
no
started
new.
on the beat.
And that's what
You
I'm
know
talking about.
what's crazy
Guy
about that
paid.
though?
The
He
guy
he
paid.
also
Go ahead, sorry.
he also the dude in the comment section also said that they've been warning them for months. F around and find out. Warning them about what? If this is about drugs, then why did he pardon somebody that was bringing in drugs to the U.S. by the tons? It's clearly not about that. It's about oil. He slipped up and said the silent part out loud because he's incompetent, sleepy, and deranged. All the stuff he criticized Joe Biden. Here's what irony looks like, right? And this is what
He
poetic justice
projects.
looks like. No, this is this crazy part about it. Joe Biden was the oldest president, right? Donald Trump running in his second term was going to tie Joe Biden's record. If you look at where Joe Biden was when he started to mentally decline, Donald Trump in his second term is now at that age and is starting to display some of the same symptoms, falling asleep all the time. You know,
No, Joe Biden never fell asleep like that, bro.
I'm just saying it's a part of being old, and Donald Trump is now doing it after making fun of a guy. He didn't know that he was 4 years out from doing the same thing because I guess he thinks he's going to be young forever because he's been rich forever. But he's doing the same thing and displaying the same symptoms, not making sense of the mysterious marks on his hands. Donald Trump is he's everything that they complained about Joe Biden of being, but they champion everything that he does. It's crazy.
It's crazy because you see an old Joe Biden before he was diagnosed with his cancer. You see him out riding bikes and stuff like that.
No, but what they're
Please
saying
tell me the
now
last
is,
time you saw Donald Trump's fat ass on a bike.
well, nah, the most exercise he gets is walking up and down the
Exercising his
stairs of Air
lips.
Force One and doing some golf.
Exercising his lips on Bubba's, you know what?
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Exactly.
but now the talking points that they're using to defend Trump being falling asleep and the CT scans and the patch on his hand and all this and his swollen cankles, like now what they're saying is, well, we weren't questioning Joe Biden's health, we were questioning his cognitive ability. Well, I mean, bro, we could do that with this motherfucker like 8 years ago.
Which is a part of
Like
health
it's
too. Which
easily
is a
this.
part of getting old in health.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, I mean, this stuff for Donald Trump is hereditary. His father died with Alzheimer's. So what are we talking about? Like his father didn't even remember Trump by the end. So the idea that this old man who eats nothing but fatty, salty foods, drinks
McDonald's.
soda, gets no exercise. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I would be surprised if he lasted another year. If we
It's-
are in if we are in January of 2027, still discussing Donald Trump as the president of the United States.
it would just prove to me evil dies. You know, in the movie, after you kill evil, they come back for one
Yeah,
last scare. It would just show me
yeah,
that that's true. That Donald Trump is, in fact, evil, and it dies hard. That's what that would show me, Marky Dan.
I would agree.
Because that,
I would agree.
because that's insane. You know what? Like we sit up here talk about impeachment. We need to just start praying harder. Maybe we need to go back old school, start praying harder, and wish Mother Nature get them up. Because we ain't gonna lie. I mean, we prayed last time, and some extremists almost took him out. You know what I mean? Now let me stop before I get the whole stream shut down. But
Man,
yeah,
that
man.
dude, and I listen. You know that Butler, Pennsylvania situation was just like the two soldiers, was just like Kirk. Man, all of that is yo. Listen, knowing Donald Trump, if you go back to when his first term, I mean his first term when he was running, right? There was a bunch of protesters that was in North Carolina, and they was like, nope, we don't want you in our town. We don't know who sent this. Is heavily Democrat spot. There is no way you gonna come talk that nonsense that you talking. So they basically surrounded the building, wouldn't let nobody in. Police couldn't stop the people. You see from the helicopter view the Secret Service that was assigned to Donald Trump running this dude across a highway to get him up out of there, right? And that was just an angry crowd. So you mean to tell me a dude who licked off that many shots, whack, 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 Donald Trump is gonna have the courage, and his detail is gonna have the courage to stand there and say, wait, 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 put his fist up and say, fight, 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 fight,
Oh
fight.
yeah, bro. I think I was
Like,
alone on that in the spaces when I said that was definitely like it's so crazy to me, bro, because we live in a country that always has a conspiracy. They don't even believe with Jake Paul sitting up there with his jaw swollen that was a real fight. They still think that was scripted. They question everything. But
wow.
the Donald Trump with the flag waving so poetically behind him, blood
Word, the
trickling down his
positioning.
ear, him saying everything, the camera angle, they don't have no
Bro,
suspicion whatsoever with that. And
bro,
you know how I know that it was something gone bad? This is my personal theory on that. I think that Donald Trump, like I said, this is what I believe. I don't know this to be true. This is not a fact. But I think that Donald Trump, because he markets himself as Reagan 2.0, right? Ronald Reagan was a Democrat that went to Republican, so was he, right? Reagan also had an assassination attempt. He stole Reagan's slogan, right? It was "Make America Great." He just added the again part. So he thinks he's Reagan 2.0 because that's
that's a great
Republicans.
observation, bro.
That's Mr. Republican. That's their favorite Republican of all time. So what Donald Trump did to me was he was going to stage this event, but he didn't intend for anybody to get hurt. And I think the reason why he doesn't talk about it anymore is because it went wrong. Because anything that he touches has a level of
Bro, listen,
incompetency.
Listen,
attached to it.
listen. I'm gonna say it like this: the one way the one thread that I followed from that Butler situation was I followed the fireman. If you can prove to me this fireman was X, Y, and Z, then I can understand that this whole thing was real, from the shooter to everything else. Because when you look at the full video, and there's the news camera footage, that one of the news camera footage I saw, one of the photographers is maneuvering people and he's clearing everybody out the way right before the shots is happening. You cleared that whole area. That whole area was not yours to clear. You're the photographer. You're supposed to be an FBI or one of his detail that clears that area. But you see the photographer talking to to one of Donald Trump's security detail on the left side. He clears everybody else, then he goes to the right side, then he comes back and he's just poised right there. Donald Trump and them were near the stairs. They take a couple of steps back to get in position, and you kind of see the dude queuing them up, and then he takes the picture. So that right there was, when you follow that whole sequence, you're like, something ain't right with that sequence. Just following the photographer. Then you follow the fireman. When you follow the fireman, you know what his funeral procession was? And the only bit of footage you can find is from this one lonely backwater news station that somebody happened to just post on Facebook, and they didn't even post it on their joint. They posted it on their Facebook page. It was one fire truck with a bunch of American flags on it, screaming down some backwater road. So the whole talk of the dude losing his life and Donald Trump protecting his daughter and stuff like that, none of these stories have a follow-up to the follow-up.
He's an entertainer.
So at the end of the day, when I studied the fire, when I followed the fireman's path, I said to myself, no, there is no way. Between the photographer and the fireman, you cannot convince me that that situation happened the way it was supposed to happen. No medical records, no intake of the medical records, no report of what actual hospital he went to and was treated at. Nothing. Just a square bandage that real doctors and real people who do this type of stuff, ballistic dudes, ex-snipers, will show you, if this is the bullet fired from this distance, and one of the bullets went by past his ear and he said he heard it. Just a sonic blast of a man that at that age would have ruptured his eardrum. These are shooters telling you this. People that spend their life doing it and have the same weapon and shoot. And if that person was shot, that fireman was shot, his back would have exploded from the impact of that bullet. Wherever he was hit. Because the kinetic energy on that, as they say, projectile, as the kinetic energy is gained on that projectile and then that impact, it just tears everything apart. That's what that gun is manufactured to do. So at the end of the day, there is no way. If it was that weapon, same thing with the other shooting of the influencer. There is no way that he was unalive in the manner that the FBI says he was unalive, because the bullet itself, a 30-aught, would have blown this dude's jump off completely off his skull if he was shot in the neck. The exit wound is not in the front and it's not that small. It wouldn't be a skull on his shoulder. Just because of the impact. And that's what a lot of people may be missing to where they accept these things because they don't understand kinetic energy and impact and what that type of stuff does to a target. So when you look at it and you break it down and you look at the bullets and you look at heat, this, and this, bro, you've been staging so much stuff. And am I going to believe a guy who's telling me X, Y, and Z, but you were supposed to have been in a black church? You supposed to have the black lady just randomly show up and see you at a fast food joint. You staged so much stuff, just like the good brother just mentioned. You're an entertainer. So you entertained your followers. And because you know the games of the media has an unspoken rule that we don't really challenge stuff like that. We're just supposed to report on the tragedy of the optics of what we're seeing. It's not our place to challenge it. So you can get away with staging something like that because you know how the media works. And when I saw that, and the way he stood up and the way they had the picture, and then, looking at progressive, leftist, right wing, everybody showing that picture of him standing there with his ear bleeding behind the flag with his fist pumped. And Donald Trump, Butler, Donald Trump, Butler. And I'm like, y'all all playing this idiot's game. How can you be this fucking stupid? How can you be this stupid? How can you show the one iconic picture that he wants everybody to see? Chris Hayes, Lawrence O'Donnell, Rachel Maddow, everybody on CNN. Don't have me go down the list of YouTubers that played the picture, that have these YouTube channels. David Pakman. You feel what I'm saying? All of these guys were showing the same picture, and it's like all of y'all playing the same game. So I'm questioning y'all right now. I'm questioning all forms of media. I'm questioning all of it, from progressive media to everything else, because I'm seeing how y'all manipulating all of this other stuff right here, man, and y'all scaring me. Everybody's scaring me. Because what is it with this dude that all of y'all feel that you have to curtail certain things, and then when the dam breaks, now you want to start putting your big boy drawers on? Before, you were real happy with the tighty whities and just trying to say, well, Donald Trump, but you wouldn't report on the real thing and just speak out what your eyes actually see, what your heart and your feelings are telling you, what your common sense meter in your head is telling you. You won't say that because you don't want YouTube to ban you. Then you're not a real journalist. You're not in the real fight. Because if you're mad at the algorithm, you're not really here to fight for me. And I would tell you, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you because you're afraid. There's other ways to get your message out. There's other ways. YouTube will only ban you for a little bit. Start another channel. You see other people do it. Why can't you start another channel? You think it's too hard? If they follow you, they fuck with you, they fuck with you. But if you're not going to speak truth to power and say what your eyes and ears see because you're afraid of the algorithm, then you have no place here. I have no place listening to you. That's just the way I feel about a lot of it. It's like y'all, yeah. And I was explaining this to Marky, like, bro, it's making me nervous. It's making me scared because I'm watching channels capitulate to the threat that Donald Trump is saying that he will won't allow your mergers. So now that fear from the top is now putting guidelines on the truth down here. And dudes is like, I could lose my, I don't want to say this because, YouTube could ban me and I could lose my. So then start another channel.
People are a network at this point. They're just a network on YouTube, like the Dave Packmans and stuff. They're not in danger of being banned.
But that's the point. That's the point I'm saying.
David Pakman is actually owned by a shadow group. He's owned by a super PAC as well.
But that's the point I'm saying. Like when you look at, and I unsubscribe to all of them, from Majority Report to every once in a while, if I look at something and you show up, I'll look at Midas Touch. I stop rocking with everybody because I I noticed people when this whole Butler situation happened, how everybody responded the same way, and I just found that like, whoa, that was my wake up call. That Butler situation was my wake up call. That everyone, I said, if I see you have that picture and you're reporting on this and telling me how much of a tragedy it is, I'm going to unsubscribe to your channel. Scholar just was running the feeds, the news feeds. You know what I'm saying? The actual live, it said live, and he was just running the actual news feed. You feel me? And talking about certain things here and there. You know, was it a real gun? What type of whatever. That's what Scholar was doing. And I just, that's how I got to his channel. Because I was just in the background like, boxing Scholar. What is this dude talking about? What, he's showing this whole feed? Okay, let me just rock with this and see if this dude is going to be one of these other dudes that's going to be weird about this. And I was like, yo, he holding it down. He just showing it and I'm just reading the comments and letting everybody in the comments just talk crazy. Every once in a while, he'll mention something in the comments that somebody said, and I was like, okay, he's just being neutral about it. That's real journalism. So I'm gonna just on the low subscribe to his joint and wait till he open the panel up and we'll chop it up, yada yada yada. But when I looked at the people that I was following, hard body, all of them did the same thing, and I was like, I'm done with y'all. Nah, y'all. There's something off about what you dudes are doing now that I'm looking down, and you guys have these 1.2, 2, and 3 million followers and stuff like that. You capitulated part of your message, and now I'm seeing a lot of you guys try to align yourselves like the Brian Tyler Cohens with MSNBC and MS Now and how they capitulated and stuff like that. So I'm just like, okay, I try to rock with Mark Elias, and now it's if you're just a lawyer and you're telling me about constitutional law and different mechanisms and stuff like that to combat what's going on, I'm going to listen to you because you're telling me you're educating me on this, the legal side of it. But I don't want to hear, a lot of these dudes' opinions and stuff like that too much anymore because it just gets a little weird. I'm in a weird place right now because I've had this conversation with Marky, and I'm like, am I an America First Democrat? Is that what my old age is bringing me to? Am I going back to, this America First ideology? Because if that's the case, then if you listen to the fundamentals of it, it's the tide raises all boats type of thing. So if I'm rocking with that and I look at how that overlaps with comprehensive progressive ideas that work along with not trying to destroy capitalism, then yeah, that's what makes sense to me mostly right now. And
Yo, AC,
yeah,
a dude named Surfile Player just told me to mute you, and this is my response to that, sir. Sir, first of all, y'all both from NY, from NY, the NYC, right? So that's crazy work. You're a fellow New Yorker, you want to mute it, right? Like, don't y'all champion being freedom of speech down there? That's number one. Secondly, the way you mute him is you pull up and rebuttal his points, his talking points. That's the ultimate form of silence right there. When you because people can't stand on bullshit. You know what I mean? But yeah, so that's crazy that you was there for that episode. I remember that episode. I was kind of in the minority on that. Even people that really work with me was like, nah, Scholar, you crazy for this one. I was like, bro, what the hell? Y'all got conspiracies about 9/11, about everything.
Yeah.
But y'all draw the line at this one.
Yeah, I
Why?
heard
Like
you
what?
say that, bro. I was sitting there like, yo, this is crazy. Like the comment section on that live was madness, bro. You
I
got
couldn't
I'm
believe it. I'm
sorry.
like, damn, bro, like even in boxing, I take it to boxing, right? Jake Paul got the script, him and Anthony Joshua. And then even after he got knocked out, they still said, hey man, it was fake. Jake Paul sitting up there with a swollen jaw. So that shows that they double down on conspiracies and they'll make a conspiracy in real time. They even, bro, and I hate to mention this too. They even had a conspiracy that Anthony Joshua was in the Illuminati in that car crash, and that was his
Yeah.
sacrifice. Like, this is how crazy. But when it comes to Donald Trump, just you can't criticize him. Nothing. This is what they were saying, bro. When Donald Trump got shot in his ear.
Oh, praise his precious ear. Oh, won't you praise? Oh, won't you praise his precious ear? And let no evil come flying near. Oh, sweet white Jesus, won't you praise his dear white Jesus, won't you praise his dear white Jesus, won't you praise his precious ear. Sweet white Jesus, praise his precious ear hole and the lobe and that top part too.
Crazy work, bro. Crazy work, bro. They would not let me criticize Donald Trump whatsoever. Said I don't deserve to have a channel. Why do I have a channel? That this is propaganda. Oh, I'm with the propaganda. That's the propaganda. Like, bro, I don't know, man. I be confused sometimes. I be confused, but I want to touch on this. I think Marky Dan done fell asleep. This will wake Marky Dan up right here. He said, "I'm gonna pull up on
I'm
the
awake. I'm
halftime."
just listening. I'm typing something. Go ahead.
Marky Dan, I want to get your opinion about this because you know how most people remember when Barack Obama was in president, he was like, call your congressman, and everybody was calling their congressman. I wanted to show this video right here because this is I've never heard this viewpoint before, and it opened my eyes a lot. So check this out.
This legal mind. Stop telling people to call their representatives. We don't have a functioning government. I am not sure why this is not sunk in yet for so many of y'all. We do not have a functioning government. I am an attorney who also happens to be a law professor. That means I am in conversation regularly with some of the brightest legal minds in the country. I happen to work at a law school that's ranked in the top 10% of all the law schools in the country. When I say some of the brightest legal minds, I'm talking about some of the leaders of their field. And can I tell you what the widespread consensus is among people who study, teach, and prepare the next generation of lawyers who write the scholarship that shapes the law? The general consensus among leagues is that the Supreme Court nor Congress are functional checks on executive power. Congress is inoperable. That is why they can send your calls to voicemail. They can direct aides not to respond to your calls or take your messages when you're asking about Gaza, when you're asking about confirmation votes, anything for real. They are inoperable. They are not functioning. Similarly, you know what we say about the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court is afraid to rule against Trump because they do not believe he will follow orders. And because the Supreme Court has neither sword, it cannot raise an army or purse, it does not have the ability to allocate funds, it is premised entirely on legitimacy. Its legitimacy attribution feature and the legitimacy we attribute to it. All it has is legitimacy. The moment Trump doesn't follow one of his orders, that legitimacy, poof. So they refuse to rule in a way that they think will cause him to go against them because it'll be clear, the gig will be up, the wizard will be seen, there won't be a wizard, the curtain will be pulled. You know what the fuck I mean, you get the analogy. Anything you're trying to do that you want to be effective has to contemplate the reality that we do not have a functioning government. This is why all of the discourse around the electoral process and election, like it is delusion. It is the denial phase of grief. That is the stage we are all in collectively as a society. We are in the denial stage of grief. We are not in any form of a functioning democracy. And if we're really honest with ourselves, we haven't been for a long time, even before this man got in office. The reason he was able to get in office and has been able to exploit the levers of power the way that he has, despite having credibly fomented a coup, despite having been convicted of the amount of felonies it has, because we don't have a functioning democracy, right? And so any political engagement that you're going to undertake under the guise of resistance needs to have contemplated the reality that this government is not functioning in any way recognizable. This is why I take issue with so many black people when they're like, but the ancestors, well, yes, the ancestors were in a completely different context, though. You cannot transplant the tactics and tools that they use mechanically into our context. And what I realize y'all don't be doing with the ancestors for real is y'all don't study the progression. The tactics that were used during Reconstruction wasn't the tactics that was used during the Civil Rights Movement, wasn't the tactics that were used during the Black Power movement. Each time they recognized something new about the government and how it was operating, and they moved differently. During Reconstruction, it was all about meshing into the patriotism, the American narrative, showing ourselves as citizens, showing ourselves as defenders of the Union, etc. When we realized that that wasn't enough to stop this country from betraying us, we engaged in civil disobedience. We took the opposite approach. We took a direct confrontational approach to the law. We challenged it. We revealed its hypocrisies. And then when we realized that wasn't going to be enough, by the end of the Civil Rights Movement, even like mainstays like King had become more radical, in addition to the Black Power movement, which was a more radical movement that was emerging, because we realized that neither our patriotism and compliance nor our civil disobedience and challenging were going to be enough, and they escalated. And that's the movement that they used the most force to quash. And now y'all are trying to transplant those earlier tactics without acknowledging the evolution of those of that struggle, of those dynamics into our present context. No, it's time to evolve further, to use that insight and that hindsight to push past, evolve further, and become more. Similarly, as a democracy, our country is not functional or recognizable. So you trying to use the democratic levers of engagement, call their representatives and lobbying, the denial. This denial phase of grief. Let's move into anger, please. Stop telling people to call their representatives.
What y'all think?
I mean, I agree with her. In this current state that it is, we do not live in a functioning democracy. The legislature refuses to check the executive. They have given him carte blanche to do whatever he wants, including this illegal action against Venezuela, which he did not have a military authorization of use of force. He did not have a declaration of war. And I agree with her. This stuff spans farther before Trump. Like, if you and excuse my crudeness, if you grape somebody, the penalty or the atonement is that you pull out and then you get to walk away. No,
Whoa.
you should be criminally prosecuted and thrown in a goddamn jail. When Donald Trump attempted to destroy our to circumvent our democracy on January 6th, about 5 years ago, he should be in a jail. Like,
True.
it shouldn't just be, oh, well, he lost the election, democracy did its work, yada yada yada. No, because now what's happened is he's doubled down and he's even worse.
But before that,
And he,
Marky Dan, he pardoned all the criminals from January 6th, and a lot of them went on to commit more crimes. Like, you can't make, and this is why I say, Marky Dan, to the people that are saying the best president ever, I guarantee you couldn't name 4 presidents.
that's the
You know,
fascistic side of it. Like, that's the fascist, like, not living in reality side of it.
agreed. That's crazy work. But to what you were saying earlier though, Marky Dan, like I feel like, well, I told you this a long time ago, Marky Dan. I said I feel like Donald Trump is what America needs right now. You're like, what? I feel like because Congress is so lazy, they've delegated a lot of their power to the president, right? And since 9/11, Patriot Act, a lot of the American citizens have given up their power, their voice, their everything, right? And we're slowly slipping into what you always say, fascist, dictator. We're slipping into those things, right? And I think Donald Trump is going to make people actually understand the Constitution because they're debating these and having these conversations. We're talking about the smart people. We're not talking about Trump supporters, right? They're learning new stuff. They're learning what the Heritage Foundation is. A lot of people wouldn't even know what that was if Donald Trump wouldn't be implementing Project 2025. So Donald Trump is he's going to force people to have a great awakening Are you going to question, like what she just brought up about the Supreme Court? You're going to question what the Supreme Court is, what their function is. What if a president doesn't listen to the Supreme Court? Then who's really the boss? I'd say the boss is the person that has an army at their disposal, not the person that just wags their finger and say, "You better listen." Right?
But
So,
that's where I was bringing up the point of what was understood. This man will follow them to a certain degree. You feel what I'm saying? But he's had his own out he's had his own issues with the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rulings. You feel what I'm saying? Abrego Garcia, that was a Supreme Court ruling where they had to go to that prison, pick this kid up, and bring him back. You feel what I'm saying? And that was a Supreme Court decision that said that although they've been doing everything they can to try to send him back, like, yeah, we hear you, so now we're gonna find this crime on him, or we're gonna find a state crime on him, and we're gonna deport him on that. So he's in his battles. The Supreme Court hasn't given him, even this Supreme Court hasn't given him everything that he's tried. So for me, when I look at the balance, I'm like, depending on when she made this, there's some truth to what she's saying, but moving forward in time, we're looking at where this Supreme Court realizes that maybe we shouldn't have made that decision for this guy because this dude is wilding out. Like, we didn't think he would go this far. We actually, they based their premises on the people around Donald Trump being able to control him and say, yeah, you got the power to do all of this other stuff if you're going to do these things. But if it's all about retribution and, this dictator path, then have at it. The lower courts will stop you from doing that. And then when it gets up to here, we have the ability not to see that until whenever the hell we want to see it and put it on the docket to be spoken of. So he's abused that power to where it's that same power he's been abusing. It's like, hey, we're not gonna rock with you on everything. We'll rock with you on certain things, but a lot of this other stuff you doing, nah, you ain't getting away with that. Because at the end of the day, they still gonna want their jobs when all of this is said and done. So that's kind of the way I see that situation, and moving forward, something's got to be done about the Supreme Court. Something's got to be done to whereas these things that were so-called understandings, and then that a president wouldn't do this. Now you have to make this stuff laws. You have to remove that no sitting president can be arrested or whatever. That's gone. Because where I agree with many other countries around the world, it don't matter. You commit a certain crime, they come in and arrest you. It don't matter what you're in the middle of your term, whatever.
We seem to be the only country or liberal democracy in the world that doesn't have a functioning judiciary with how it prosecutes their executive for
yeah.
crimes. Because we just saw South Korea. They had a president that attempted a coup in 2022. They put his ass up for 20 years. Bolsonaro, the boy from Brazil, he's about to do 27. The president of France from 2007 who took money from Gaddafi to fund his campaign. He's
Yeah.
about to get a 17. It seems like all these countries, like it's understood. You cannot have a king. You cannot have one guy that's just above it all, and he could just say, "Man, fuck that shit. Come take me to jail. Do it, then, bitch." Like, it can't just be that all the goddamn time. Like, we gotta have a judiciary with some nut, and it's already over with. I mean, we're not gonna be rid of this judiciary until Robert Clarence Thomas or one of them other ones drops dead, and hopefully it's during a Democratic administration. Like, all of this shit we talking about is pie in the sky. It's not gonna get reformed. It's not. It's not.
You don't think so, Marketing?
No, I no, no, I don't have no hope. Like
So
I
wait a minute.
hope.
What was you talking about? You was talking about these revolutionary Democrats that was going to come in and change some
But I
stuff.
mean, we got to be honest. Like, there's a political establishment, and even right now, the political establishment of on the left, for the Democrats, they are maneuvering and figuring out how they can package up all this anti-Trump anger throughout the country and put themselves back in power, so they can put somebody they like Hakeem Jeffries or Gavin
Who?
Newsom in the White House. And I
And
don't think that they're gonna go in there and change nothing.
They
They're
definitely
there to
are. Look
steady
at, you
tides.
know what's crazy? They showed Hakeem Jeffries as a fighter for years. In the moment that he got his spot, he just stopped fighting. He's like, I'm here. I'm at the finish line. I'm I'm able to at least make. Right now, I could throw my bid in as president, and I would have name recognition. And he stopped doing stuff. I mean, like I said, that politics is functioning the way it's supposed to function. Here's the truth of it, Marky. And this is why I don't identify with Democrats, even though to me they're the better party, right? This is why. Like I said, you have to accept all the bad things that come with them, but also this, Marky Dan. You ever seen the movie Megamind?
yeah, I love
Yeah.
that
You
movie.
you remember Megamind was supposed to lose? That's the Democrats. No matter what position they're in, no matter how much political power they have, they always lose. Like they haven't won since like LBJ. Like they always lose. Even when they win, they lose. They act like, oh, my hands are tied. I can't do anything about it. Oh, I'm so helpless. Like we need a Democratic president that's gonna be a bully pulpit type president that's going to say, hey, you don't like it? Go to the back of the line and complain like everybody else. Same thing that Trump is doing on the right. We need that as as Democrats, and we're never going to get that because they swim in the same soup as Republicans, and we just seen it. We just seen it when they caved, when the government was shut down. That right there was it's like, okay, like the country was pissed off at Donald Trump. You had people not receiving their checks. You had a whole cascade of things that was putting Donald Trump in a bad light. And what do the loser Democrats do? Help them out. Hey, let's open this government back up with promises on talking about stuff in the future. Y'all talk about everything. That's your job as Congress. So you delayed the shutdown, which was leveraging power for you guys, only to talk about stuff in the future. You're
But
gonna talk about bills in the future any fucking way. You're Congress.
but that's where the progressives and many liberals have issues within their own party of these institutionalized Democrats. So is that me that's making that noise?
I don't believe so. No.
I think our homie Smith fell asleep. I'm over you
Oh,
though.
but basically what I'm saying
I
is
just fall
this.
asleep.
Okay, okay.
But basically what I'm saying is this. That's the loudest talking point within the Democratic Party is getting rid of the old school institutionalists. In this fight right here, you guys are bringing spitballs to a fight where the other side got AK-47s. Nothing you doing is gonna affect nothing, and if you stick your head up, more than likely it's gonna get blown off. So they want to just stay low and hope that people run out of ammunition. That's what Chuck Schumer did because he's that old school institutionalist, and those people who followed are also come from that strong ideology of at the end of the day, the government must function. Regardless of we like it, we don't, the government must function. And they didn't understand the ramifications of that old school ideology working completely against the American people. So now that everybody's premiums going up, I watch my girls' premiums go up in 24 hours to where she was paying about $100 to a couple of $100 a month for copay. Now they want $1,000. $1,000 bro, per month. That just happened to us this this Wednesday or Tuesday. She got that notification. I'm sitting here like when mine come, I don't know what that shit's gonna say. I don't know what it's gonna say. So I'm waiting for mine to come. She got hers already. So I don't know what mine's gonna say, but I know hers is at $1,000. Um, Also, um, I wanted to speak on uh, the fact of shit. I just brain farted. Just go ahead. I thought I wrote it down and I can't find the little piece of paper that I wrote it down and I'm just reading stuff and it's making me lose my train of thought.
So to Carmi and other people in the chat that still support Donald Trump, somebody said support the country you live in or go live in the country you support. Some stupid ass bro. Just because you get worded like that or it sounds nice or maybe it rhymes, doesn't make it true. Dumbass, that's what propaganda is. So how support in what way? Because we pay taxes, right? And we have a constitution that supports our right to talk about these things, right? And if we just went with everything that the government did, I mean, we'd probably still be in shackles by that logic, or whatever the case. Black people would have never got civil rights. So, like, what are you talking about? Like, well, wake up! Like, what country do you live in? Do you not? Well, did you go to public school? Did you not have history books there or something? Like, what are you talking about? But the crazy part about it is this, right? We're at a point where people got to stop pretending, right? Donald Trump does not hide the fact that he wants to be a dictator. He said, "I want to be a dictator only for one day." That one day is stretching more towards a yearish, and then it's going to stretch more to more 4 years, right? But he's not hiding it. He said the president needs to be immune. Donald Trump it doesn't pretend to hide behind the Constitution or hide behind political norms of a politician because he's not a traditional politician. Which is why when Marco Rubio, little Marco, came out and started speaking on his behalf, right? He cut him off and started talking about oil. You remember his policy was drill, baby, drill? He just didn't tell you it was going to be in other countries when he said drill, baby, drill, and tariffs was going to be the solution. But now he's saying it out loud that this is going to be his foreign policy is going to be like George W. Bush, and he thinks it's going to bring in a bunch of oil and a bunch of money, and it's not going to work. We've tried it before. It would be another thing if the Iraq war didn't happen and we didn't have no reference point to go on. But we've seen this happen before. We've seen what happened with Osama bin Laden, where we gave those rebels guns, and then they ended up turning on us as well. We've seen what happened with foreign policy, where we try to do it in the greater good of us. Vietnam, all these places, we got great examples of broken foreign policy. We don't need to be invading other places for their oil. It's not going to end up good for us. To the people that are celebrating, like, "Whoa, man, did y'all see what Donald Trump did? Oh my God, he's fighting the drug war." He didn't say anything about the drug war. That was the people that were the professionals that were around him, the traditional politicians like little Rubio.
Bro, Marco looked like he was dying inside the entire time he was talking about the oil. We're gonna come back and we get the oil that they stole from us. All that oil, it's ours. He looked
It
like he
precious
was
I am.
dying inside.
Yeah, because Donald Trump's an idiot and he knows it. And you know what,
And then Trump let loose that they're gonna go after Cuba next.
bro? What about going after the president of Puerto Rico?
He said any narco terrorist.
What about the president of Puerto Rico? Remember when he said Puerto Rico was shit over? He
He
didn't
said the
know there
same
was
shit about the president of the Virgin Islands, our governor during the Hurricane Maria situation.
because he's an idiot. He doesn't know anything, and it's so funny that you always get a group of idiots to show up to defend
Did
him
you hear
being.
what he said? When they asked him, well, Mr. President, we've seen a lot of other regime change operations like this, and they usually end terribly, such as Libya and Afghanistan. And you promised that you wouldn't do that, and you'd be the new wars president. How is this operation going to turn out any different? Well, we're different from any other president. We do a lot of winning. We've had nothing but winning all year long. You look what happened with Operation Midnight Hammer. The Iranian people are very happy about that. So and you look, I ended 8 wars last year. I ended 8 wars. I ended that war between Cambodia and Thailand, but now it started back up.
started back up really good, but we're used to winning. So this situation is different. Next question, like what are we doing? What are we
Bro,
doing?
they said
What
Kamala
are
had a
we
word
doing?
salad. His is more like a fucking struggling salad from Wendy's, bro. Bro, answer no questions, just says a bunch of dumb stuff, and everybody champions it. Look at my boy, sir. Cuba's next. You're okay with that? You're okay with warmongering? You're okay with being a war hawk? Going over and overthrowing other countries and installing the people that we want to be over here. Like,
And
this is how
wasting
I
your
know y'all
tax
have
dollars into that, and wasting your tax dollars in rebuilding said country.
That's why they.
exactly. This is how I know that they don't have any concept of history books, because this is not even ancient history with George W. Bush Jr. Like that's not even like ancient history. But it just this show they don't know about Vietnam. They don't know about any of these things. It just shows me like public school has failed America. Because listen to them. They're the least informed in the chat. They don't know what they're talking. They're okay with this. They're okay with American troops like risking their lives. You know what's really funny? Trump is like, I didn't go to Congress because they have too many leaks. Pete leaked war plans to a
Yeah.
fucking journalist
On a signal chat that he shouldn't have been using.
Scholar, I might disagree with you on America's education has failed America. I'm gonna say it like this:
America failed the education system because they didn't absorb what they.
your politicians failed your district in procuring the money so your dumb ass can go to school and learn simple shit of how the government works in the third and fourth grade. So, other than that, Brody, fix your shit. Like you can't look at this type of stuff and think it's good.
That gotta be Marky there. Marky there, you falling asleep.
That's not me.
Crazy.
I believe that's my computer, and I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, okay.
It
Oh,
happened.
what kind of computer? You got a Sleepy Joe computer. A Sleepy Joe slash truck computer.
No. It's sometimes the way I position it because I've been walking
Ah,
in
got you.
between different rooms, and you know these new Apple joints, they got the speakers in weird places. So
Yeah. I got you.
I don't know exactly where one of these speakers are, and every time I place it someplace, it makes that sounds like somebody's heavily breathing. You know, so now
This
I'm
dude
adjusting
said,
that.
"Was you homeschooled? Was you homeschooled?" Without a question mark. But this is what I mean by public schools has failed.
Yeah, bro.
Was you
Was you
Dumbass.
homeschooled? Was he?
crazy, bro?
My
But you,
dad
like I
never
said,
learned me.
bro,
My
that's not.
dad.
And you know what's crazy? Like even with Barack Obama, I would say he was like kind of like well, he ain't no kind of. He was definitely popular, right? And great speaker, all of that good stuff. Even with Barack Obama, people criticized him. Like when he did the airstrike on an American citizen, right? Without due process, everybody was angry that voted for Barack Obama. When he did indefinite detention without a lawyer, everybody was mad and criticized him. Like I have never seen this much amount of Bubba sucking. Like out of Donald Trump supporters, I've never seen anything like this. Even George W. Bush, everybody jumped off that bandwagon whenever he started to crash. This one, they're gonna crash with him. They don't care.
I honestly believe that well, they fit into three categories. If you still support Donald Trump or at least claim to support him, one, you're either not paying attention, two, you're not well informed enough on the politics and what's going on, or three, you're just dishonest. It's either one of the three. It's not you're an honest operator and you see them just doing the best you can, and we can't understand why Scholar and Marky Dan and AC and Smith are so critical and no, like these people are like I don't want to overstate because we've seen presidents do illegal shit before, but it's the level of I don't care. I'm
Yes,
gonna
yes,
do it, and I don't care what y'all got to say
yes.
about it. Like
Not even hiding it.
the
They
only
normally
time you see stuff like that is in a dictatorship where they've
Yes.
taken over the electoral process like in Russia and Venezuela. But that hasn't happened yet. So it just like it boggles my mind the confidence. And so when I look at Marco Rubio dying inside behind of him, that just lets me know that these people actually have no control of Donald Trump. They have no control at all whatsoever. He probably went to them and said, "Give me options for how we can nab Maduro," and he just greenlit it. He didn't go to none of his advisors, none of that shit. He talked all that good shit about, "Oh, well, I asked the people behind me about the Honduran president, and they said that it was a political prosecution." Bullshit. They put the paper in front of his desk and he signed it. Okay?
Yo, you remember after his first term, Marky Dan, that the people that were around him, he would have did this in his first term if he wouldn't have had people who were more seasoned around. That was like, yeah, you can't do that as a president, right? That's why he wanted
No,
loyalty this time.
you remember what they did in his first term? They hired like 50 mercenaries to go try and nab Maduro. Like it was more subtle stuff than
Yeah,
this.
yeah. And you know what they also said, Marky Dan, that if they had an idea, they would have to present it to Trump as if it was his idea and how it's gonna. Like the guy has fired more people, bro, in his administration than any other administration. And people like to cite Bill Clinton. Clinton in 2 terms didn't do what Donald Trump did just in his second term alone. So it's not even close, bro. It's not even close. Yeah, man, this is their president. This is what they chose. You know what's really interesting is I invited Sir Foul Player up here, right? He said football. So we're going to debate the guy who couldn't stop to address the breaking news because of football. Sound like he's one of those squirrel.
What are you talking about?
Squirrel. You know what I mean? Yeah, it sounds like he's one of those people those people, man. They didn't pay attention in school. They damn sure can't pay attention in real life. So priorities, like that right there is like, okay, well you got better stuff to do. What's that better stuff? Not the family, understandable, all this other stuff, understandable. Football, come on, bro. Football, you don't think football should wait for this? Okay. Because you're supposed to be defending Donald Trump. You're supposed to be on the side of logical stuff to get the liberals to stop whining and give us something tangible that we could be like, you know what, he made a good point. But no, you're not going to put on your and save Donald Trump. You're going to wait till football's over before you can go and save Donald Trump. Can't make this up, bro. These people are like Trump's. Listen, I can't even understand how Trump still has support at this point. Like I said, I remember. I don't know if y'all remember this. I know AC probably gonna remember this. I don't know about Marky Dan. He's a little bit younger. I don't know how old Smith is. But when Republicans were trying to find a worthy opponent to Barack Obama, right? I remember they kept changing people in the polls, right? So one week it would be Newt Gingrich that would be in the front. Like they just kept trying people out, right? So then the next week it was, I think Herman Cain was even leading at one point. We all know that wasn't going to happen. A black Republican running as a nominee.
Yeah, the guy,
Don't
the
make me
fried
laugh.
chicken guy. The fried chicken guy.
No, it was the pizza. It was the imagine there's no pizza. But yeah, so Herman Cain, right? So they kept switching different front runners, right? And I remember at one time, the front runner was Rick Perry. He was leading with 22%.
Yeah,
They were comparing Rick Perry to George W. Bush, talking about his charm, his swag, and everything, right? And Rick Perry was like, he was feeling himself because he was leading the polls. And he said, the first thing I'm going to do when I become president is get rid of the 5 branches of commerce. And he started naming them. And he couldn't go past 3.
Yeah, because he couldn't remember the EPA, and that was the one he was harping on since day one. They wanted to get EPA.
Yes, and I remember at that point Ron Paul said something. Ron Paul could have said Shabada Bang Boom, and he would have said that, bro. He was just looking for a lifeline, right? And he couldn't remember. He plummeted in the polls, bro. His oops moment was enough. Donald Trump, bro, he's had 1,000 oops moments, from the talking about his dick during a fucking primaries, from the grab her by the pussy statements, like a
Like
whole bunch
I
of
just
stuff.
don't think we're gonna ever see another phenomenon like Donald Trump. I don't think there's ever going to be a guy that people let get away with this amount of shit. Like I just don't think it's gonna ever happen.
No, I
Uh,
mean after this,
I
like I was
disagree.
saying, they're gonna change it. But just to go back to the Supreme Court justice that I was talking about, when I say his name, y'all gonna be like, "Oh wow, yeah, Mister outright supporter of neo-Nazism, KKK, all of that crazy stuff, Mister Antonin Scalia." That's the dude that gave birth to a lot of this. He was the Supreme Court justice that just came out and he did not give a fuck.
Oh, I do remember that guy. I do remember that
He
guy,
let
bro.
his political views out. He would, he was the one who wrote this report while he was a sitting Supreme Court justice on why voting should not be a privilege awarded to black people. That was his thing. This is why the Republicans will always go after black voters, because of that op-ed or whatever it was that Antonin Scalia wrote, talking about how the Voting Rights Act, the limiting of the mere fact of allowing black people to vote, was a violation to the Constitution and the founding fathers, because the founding fathers never intended for black people to vote. So when you understand how a Supreme Court justice was able to do that, and then on top of that, the credible amount of information that was gathered about Clarence Thomas, then you understand where the erosion of the Supreme Court came from, and how we get to a Donald Trump. It was steps. This was something that was set up for a person who was ready to take it. Because we have to remember, why did I just brain fart on his name? The dude who was the head of the KKK. You had the head of the KKK, and Donald Trump said he was a good person because this dude endorsed Donald Trump, who was about to run for president when Geraldine Ferraro and was running for president. Oh boy, was the Republican or independent Republican candidate, and everybody knew he was the leader of the KKK. He won primary states, but then when they found a Republican that could actually win, your boy backed out. It's not Jerry Falwell. What the hell is that dude's name? I got his face in my head, but we've had Donald Trump like dudes who tried to run for president. Giuliani tried to run for president. He's a Donald Trump type dude. He didn't give a shit. He had affairs. He's wrapped up with the whole Epstein thing. He's one of the co-conspirators that got away with the sweetheart deal and stuff like that, never to be mentioned. He has close relationships with Alan Dershowitz and all of this other stuff. So Giuliani was a guy, but because they didn't have the TV personality, Donald Trump came in off the backs of what he was claiming, and then there was no real pushback on his claims to the success of the Apprentice. All they know is for one season, The Apprentice was the most watched television show. See, there it goes again. So I moved my computer. So y'all see what I'm talking about?
It was actually low. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know what's crazy is, in the midst of them calling Joe Biden Sleepy Joe and Kamala is a coup for taking over the Democratic Party. It's so funny they act like Democrats are not real Americans. Like you should like as if they are like outsiders with an opinion. It's the craziest thing in the world. Like I have to remind them constantly, like you do realize Democrats are Americans too, right? Like constantly got to remind them. But Donald Trump, whenever he was opening up the door, remember he gave like a story and I laid at them steps and I said, damn. It's like, bro, you can't even beat a flight of steps.
Yeah,
And this
Stats
is the
put it in there. David Duke. Yeah, she had it right. David Duke, because I just Googled it. David Duke. Yeah. That's who I was talking about. If y'all remember David Duke. He spoke he endorsed Donald Trump and he actually tried to run for president.
that. And you know what's funny? That I remember when what's his name? Barack Obama had to distance himself from Elijah Muhammad because they were trying to tie him to that and that whole movement and scare people. And here it is, Donald Trump. Donald Trump aligns with the leader of the KKK, and there's no repercussions. Like you just like Marky Dan has too much faith in America to where he thinks that something like this will never happen again. Like it's a phenomenon, and I just disagree with him. I think that this is the
Nah,
new
dog, I
norm.
just said we got the Groypers coming next. In 20 years after we get a woman president or another colored president, the Groypers are gonna be in office.
But
Watch.
listen to me, Marky Dan. I think that Donald Trump has set the bar of people don't like traditional politicians. Well, he didn't set it, right? He was the embodiment of it, right? Because this has always been around, right? People are tired of traditional politicians. That's why everybody was, jumping on the Bernie Sanders free Medicare for all and different ideas, the Ron Paul stuff, people that they didn't deem as traditional politicians. They were jumping on the bandwagon of, right? And Donald Trump just came and like kind of like harness that energy. But that just because you're tired of politics as usual doesn't mean you should invest in something this extreme. Like I get it. Like he makes the argument for the people that say, hey man, you got to choose me because I'm the lesser of two evils. Like, because the first time he ran, like AC pointed out, he was so awful and horrible that they had to elect Joe Biden. Right? Like, I was even like, Democrats are dumb. Why are you pushing Joe Biden? Y'all haven't learned y'all lesson. And they ended up inking it out. And I was like, y'all got lucky. You know what I mean? But they didn't learn their lesson as well. But Donald Trump ran again, and everybody just forgot that they disliked him the first time.
I think the problem is that Bernie Sanders did not was not the Democratic primary winner. They anointed Hillary. If Bernie had ran against a disgusting Donald Trump, I don't think there's even any question that he would have been the president in 2016 and probably would have been handing the presidency off to whoever the fuck else
You
after
think so?
2024. Yes, I really do
I
think
don't.
so
I don't think
because
so. I
all
don't think
these
so, Mark.
issues that Bernie has been, all these issues we're seeing right now with the rising cost of healthcare, Bernie's been talking about this for over a fucking decade.
Yeah,
He
agreed.
would
Longer
have
than that.
took us to
Longer
single
than
payer
that, bro.
health
Like 40
insurance.
years.
But the problem is you have never given us a solution that's viable. The problem is Bernie Sanders, if that's the case, you was there when Obama put together Obamacare. You could have grabbed independence and brought independence in that fold to help with the fight. Let me fix this fucking computer. What are you
Golly,
doing?
AC.
Yeah, let me tap out. I'll be right back in, man.
Democrats take
Drop
the
the
trash.
link so when so I can hop back in. See now it don't see now I moved it. Now it's want to act right. Like I don't what the
Well,
fuck.
go ahead, AC. Say what you're saying. Go ahead.
Oh,
But
this says
basic
Democrat
but
hates
basically
trash. That's what I mean by public school. Or do you mean our trash? Hate trash? Like, that's what I mean, bro. They be in the comment section just boldly misspelling stuff. No punctuation. Just the most ignorant people on the planet. But my bad. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, but basically all I was saying is that's like one of my issues with Bernie Sanders because you're you're an opportunist progressive and you had the ability, but the word in Washington is you're not willing to negotiate. You want it your way, and if your way is not feasible, you're saying make it so. And it's like, listen, everything is feasible, but what you're trying to implement is is something that we have to. It's a process, and it's a very long process. We can rock with it, but just in its form itself, right here, it doesn't necessarily work for the way medicine works. So there is nothing wrong with going in that direction, but then you have to think of everything that's involved: medical supply chains, medical supply deliveries, just the whole infrastructure. And Bernie never has those answers for the infrastructure. You just can tell us what the big idea is, and then when we ask you to sit down and do this, you want to get frustrated and say y'all just don't understand. And it's like, Bernie, we want to understand, so tell us how to do it. When you hear about what Mitt Romney did in his state, and this is what Obamacare is predicated on. It was predicated on Mitt Romney's what he did in his state with healthcare, lowering the cost to where it was damn near free. Like your copay was like nothing, but you had full services and preventative services. But it worked because everyone joined the marketplace and they found the value in the herd immunity type of mentality. That's basically what the free universal health care is for those who qualify for it. We have a form of that within the Medicaid, Medicare, is that free universal health care. But on the opposite side of it, when it comes down to big procedures, this is where Medicaid, Medicare will fail because there is no mechanisms to pay for the big preventative things that a patient may need, or hundreds of thousands of patients may need. This is where Bernie's ideas would work in the Medicare scheme because the platform is already set. But Bernie, you have to reach out and you have to talk to these people. You just can't yell from your soapbox, no, we need this because Canada and here and these other places have it. And I'm not just saying Canada, I mean like Copenhagen and all of these other. Okay, so why don't you bring those delegates in that help put that together? You spearhead this thing. We all sit down at the round table and we figure this joint out. To whereas if it works, it may be the universal health care for everywhere, and something like USAID would then become a thing of the past because it's everyone being involved in it. So Bernie, in my opinion, you have a great talking point, but your execution to the talking point is crap because it makes it feel as though your talking point is theatrics when you can't give us the comprehensive ideas of how to make it work. If this is your baby, this is your child, I can tell you every part of it, the size of every screw, every nut, every bolt. And Bernie can't do that. Maybe AOC will be able to do that. I don't know. But I'm not willing to give them all of this credit on a healthcare argument when you can't give me solutions. You can only tell me the problems. And that's like a duh. You feel what I'm saying? Duh, Captain, Mr. Obvious. Yeah, I see the same thing, but what's your solution?
Well,
So
number one, I think price caps for medication. I know how you feel about capitalism, but I don't think that the government should turn its back and allow free market capitalism to just absolutely gut the American people's pockets, because this is not like buying a house or buying a car. You need to have some knowledge about those things in order to be good at and well versed at picking a good car or picking a good house, especially for your money. But healthcare is something completely different. Like if I decide I want to get the less strong because from what I've heard, Medicare, what they'll do, they'll offer you the option to take something like a less strong version of a medication that would be more expensive if you gave them the stronger version of it. Now you put them on that less strong version of that medication, like you don't know how, like how do I say it that makes sense? But essentially, like you could have been on the stronger medication and you don't know like what affects the whatever disease you might have that could have on your body. Like damn, I'm really high and I'm really tired. I apologize, guys. Damn, AC take over for me. I'm kind of fried.
No, but
I ain't
I
gonna lie to you.
understand. I understand what you're talking about because Medicaid and Medicare is. I'm going to say it like this: it is a socialist. It is a socialist program. The President Roosevelt started it for the GIs when they came back from war to so they can have free medical because of their injuries, their mental aspects of and everything else. When it was finally afforded to Black Americans and things like that, and then wanted to be folded into the Medicaid system and things like that, you're talking about the generic versus the non-generic, the actual medicine that was developed by the big pharma company, and then when that provisional patent on that medication became available, then you have the generic versions, or maybe they may release that out because they still get paid off the intellectual property. I don't know how those payments and how all of that structure works, but what I'm my argument is this: with Bernie and with Bernie, where Markey feels that, you know, the free market, and where Bernie is absolutely right and constantly trying to get everybody to look in that direction. I agree 100% with him, because the Medicaid Medicare was just supposed to be like a program that was geared for a small group of people, but then it became the 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 thing of the land for everyone who doesn't reach a certain income level. And that's not because they don't want to work, that's just because of the per capita income in their state. That's a real life thing. So you have to have some sort of cap, you know what I'm saying? But it also has to have the balance of capitalism, because you don't advance it just for the sake of advancing. Many companies will be like, I formed the company to try to make money, not just to be nice. You know what I'm saying? So we have to figure out some sort of balance within the space of healthcare that says we need the healthy capitalist market in developing and driving the technologies of new medications and trying to cure
I'm gonna be honest.
diseases.
I don't think it should be a capitalist model though. I think the
No,
state
I'm
should
saying 50
completely.
50. I'm saying 50
I
50.
don't think it should be 50-50 though. I think the state should completely control the supply and
But
demand of all medication.
but the
It
state
should
cannot.
not be left it should not be left into the hands of people that are mostly worried about profit,
The
about
state will
making.
regulate. The
Why
states
not the
will,
government just regulate it?
the states have, because the way this the way our government works is the federal government issues out one blanket, and then the states choose how they want to implement that particular thing. That's why some states do really really well off Obamacare, while other states, they're because they rejected everything, their healthcare is some of the worst in the world. But the point I'm making is the healthy balance between the free market, you feel what I'm saying, governed and regulated by the state on how the state delivers it to its citizens. We pay for what we pay for, but the long term thing is, as we paying for it, we get the residuals back. And here's what I'm saying: we get the residuals back through a healthy workforce. If the workforce is healthy, the workforce will be able to generate more money, pay more taxes into the system. If the workforce is not healthy, then we have these issues. The fuck? You feel what I'm saying? So we have these issues, and that's where things just go weird. like my fucking speakers. I don't know where the fuck. Hold on.
There ain't nobody but Trump trying to message his speaker. Get it, speaker, speak. Did you get the text, speak? But now, what I was gonna say, man, is
The worst speakers in the entire world.
millions and billions. You know, you always gotta throw that in there. Millions and billions.
They've
Yo,
wasted millions and billions and even trillions of dollars on AC speakers.
Bro, you talk about propaganda, bro. People know that when you rhyme stuff, it kind of like people lower their defenses, right? Like, so the Muhammad Ali was a prime example of that. When you, especially when you could be funny and charming or entertaining while you do it, that is part of propaganda. Just because Trump says millions and billions doesn't make it true. And these people go out there and quote him verbatim, right? But I wanted to show this. Remember I talked about Rick Perry oops moment? This technically should have been an oops moment for Donald Trump.
I did have something I would show you. Wait a minute. I don't know if you've seen this. I used it once. Oh, I have it. I do have it. Look at this. Look at this. So, this is Tic Tacs, right? I don't know if I like the company. I've never met. I have no idea. They're so lucky. Look at all the television. This is the greatest commercial they ever had. But that's what happened. This is inflation.
Yo, his hands didn't even look real in that. They just looked like somebody put a two puppet hands.
You
with
know
something
what's
in them.
it's hilarious. As soon as you brought up the Tic Tacs, I immediately started thinking of the Access Hollywood taste, where he said, "I better eat some Tic Tacs in case I start kissing her." That was
Yeah.
during the whole grab him by the you know what tape. Like, this dude is just disgusting to me.
This guy is so disgusting that even Jeffrey Epstein was like, "Yeah, stay away from that guy. He's a predator." But but you know what? Remember, so I just showed the Tic Tac stuff about the economy. You remember of course the they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. What happened to the cats and dogs? Why didn't Donald Trump send the National Guard in to go get these people that was eating the cats and dogs? That was a burden on the economy. Because hello, there were no people eating the cats and dogs. He made it up. He made it up, and everybody moved on, bro. Like people that are his supporters that were like, "Man, I ain't finna listen to y'all. I ain't finna listen to y'all. I know what I'm talking about. They is eating the cats and dogs."
You've had implants in your cheeks. Oh God. You've had a dimple made in your chin. You've had your lips enlarged. You've had your eyelids reconstructed. Eyelids reconstructed. Stupid. None of it's true. None of it's true. None of it's true. It's BS. They made it up. They lie. They don't want to give me credit for anything.
They don't want to give me credit for anything. Donald Trump sounds like that, but just with his voice. They don't want to give me credit for anything. But yes, Donald Trump is a sleazebag, man.
These people hate our country.
What's the over under on Donald Trump getting impeached? That should be some good betting odds. And what is the over under on Donald Trump living through his entire term? What is the over under of Donald Trump not committing more crimes that would get a normal president impeached or at least convicted of the crimes after he left the presidency?
My bet is, and I've been saying this for a minute. I'm just looking for the day when we get, like you got right there, the breaking news. Donald Trump had stroke or heart attack overnight. That's the over under I'm betting on. You feel what I'm saying? Because you're not. I don't believe that the fuck most of the mechanisms is going to remove him.
You there? Work it in?
Yeah, I'm here. Go
I
ahead.
think his computer messed up. Yeah, I think his laptop messed up because it made a noise before it moved up. But to add insult to Donald Trump's comments, Roger and disqualifying statements. This is the guy that they said was against transgenders and going to save masculinity.
I looked at you and there was an emotional moment where, like, I think people around me were starting to tear up. Were you close to tearing up at that moment?
Well, if I admitted that, I think I'd lose a lot of votes. I'm not supposed to. Do you
want a president that cries? I don't think so. They're going all over my body. They probably realize what a body this guy has. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking. I'm much better looking than her. I think I'm much better. Much better. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. And tell him the real story of Arnold. But Arnold Palmer was all man. And I say that in all due respect to women, and I love women. But this is a guy that was all man. His man was strong and tough. And I refuse to say it, but when he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
That's the masculine guy that was supposed to save us. And then they always talk about the liberal tears, and they literally cried over less than a percentage of the population transgenders. They literally went out there and voted for that and eggs. Can't make this up. Marky Dan, Brooklyn is AC, right?
Yeah,
He said drop the link.
I did. It's on my it's in my community page. It's on my community page, AC.
Okay. Well, yeah, man, that's crazy work that this guy is president, man, and just doing whatever. Marky Dan, like, if like you said, if I wake up tomorrow and I realize, well, it says breaking news, Taiwan is invaded by China, it wouldn't surprise me. Matter of fact, a lot of people said that wouldn't surprise them. They've been saying that for years, that it's only a matter of time that's going to happen. Like the U.S. forcing their hand and China literally being an enemy, a frenemy of the U.S.'s, because we do a lot of business with them, but publicly, like, presidential candidates run and say, we got to do something about China. China's a threat. And this is so crazy. Like, then why do y'all keep doing business with them then? If they're such a threat to us, why are y'all enriching them? You know what I mean? Are you lying to us or lying to them? And then can you imagine being a political a person in China, and you turn on the news and you hear how bad that they're talking about that you are as a country? Like, what the hell? You just did business with us last week, you slimy sleazeball. But yeah, that's America for you. But China is a rising superpower, no matter what people would like to believe, right? And to the people, the Warhawks in the comment section, China has been doing business with the U.S. for years, and them not invading Taiwan probably has a lot to do with the United States, the UN, and other places doing business with them. And Donald Trump invading Venezuela is going to have dire consequences such as that. Not to mention the ones that we mentioned earlier, right? So me and Marky Dan talked about how unstable the government could be now, because it's hard to run a country from your country, as we've seen in the Middle East whenever we tried to do it. And we had a stronger, one would make the argument we had a stronger military then than we had now, because the country was not war weary. You know what I mean? They wasn't like, oh my gosh, another war or whatever the case may be. We don't want 10 years in Venezuela. That's the point that I'm making, right? So you can make an argument that mentally we were at a stronger place then than we are now, right? And if we go over there and we take the people out of power and put the people that we want in power, what happens if those people become rogue, like Osama bin Laden did when we supported him when he was a rebel, right? Or if the people don't support that leader and assassinate that leader. It's a bunch of stuff that goes into play to where you just be like, oh my God, this is so idiotic and stupid. But I get why he's throwing this Hail Mary, because the price of eggs is not down. The economy is going to shit. Even Trump supporters admit that the economy is in a bad place right now. And this is his Hail Mary. This is his way of recouping money that he just gave to millionaires and billionaires. This is his way of recouping that. And I don't think, it's not an effective strategy. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Not that I'm rooting against America. It's just that we've seen this before. And then there's going to be lives that are going to be at cost for this. Like, what do we call terrorists? And we call that blood money and all this other stuff. Then what is this? What is this? What is this? Like, we can't do this, man. Like, you know what's crazy, Marky? If you asked out loud, two questions you asked out loud, you already know the answer to. If I say, are you a leader or a follower? Most people are going to say leaders, right? If I ask, do you stand up for the weak or are you a bully? Most people are going to say, I stand up for the weak. Then how the hell are you in favor of all the bullies? All the bullies get supported by you. Maybe you're a
Like
bully
that, but
yourself.
like that's my problem with a lot of people that defend Donald Trump. You would not want this man to be your child's teacher. You would not want him to be your direct boss over your head.
Exactly.
You would not want this person to be your spouse. You would not want him to be your child's spouse. You would not want him like in anywhere near your fucking like, or not even him. You would not want a person like Donald Trump anywhere near your fucking orbit. Because you know, people like him are like the devil. They bring confusion. No, like I don't like I don't understand it either. Like I've said it before. I think it's just white lash for Barack Obama being president for 8 years. I think they just decided that they would throw a hammer through the American system because they felt so pissed off and humiliated by the fact that there was a colored man over the top of them. Um, so they really are willing to give him carte blanche to do whatever he wants, including these farmers. You got farmers in Arkansas and Iowa and Nebraska that voted for Trump and are praying and are trying to pray the tariffs away. They're gonna vote Republican again in November.
Think so?
Yes.
I think
I
the
don't have
same
any
way.
doubt in my mind. Do you think
Marky
people
Dan,
in
I think this.
Arkansas are gonna vote for a Democrat for the Senate?
I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. I will say this, Marky Dan. I think that people out loud say one thing and then do another. In the same way that there was a time where people were ashamed to be Trump supporters. The first go around, like they went out and voted for him. Right? Now, he didn't win the popular vote, but they went out and voted for him where it counted. But they didn't allow people to know that they were Trump supporters. They were kind of embarrassed by the whole thing, right? They were closet maggot, right? Excuse me, closet MAGA or maggot, same thing. But I think it's the same thing this time. I think they're gonna support Trump and double down on them being wrong, but they're gonna go out there and maybe vote for their interest this time around. Maybe wishful
Um,
thinking.
I don't know. It might end up in a situation where, like after Bush, where you got a lot of people that pretend they didn't vote for Bush. That probably might be what happens, but I'm not expecting that because a lot of these people are ignorant and stupid and vote ignorant and stupidly. So I don't have no faith in any of these Trump supporters to do the right thing. I mean, some of those people are in this chat right now, just trolling. They don't give a fuck about the facts that are presented to them. Just troll the libs.
So you don't think this dude that said he didn't start a war, he ended a dictator is correct, Murky Dan? You think Donald Trump is the white and the knight in shining
First of
armor?
all, he didn't end a dictatorship. His vice Maduro's regime is still in place.
Exactly,
His
exactly,
like if
exactly. Yeah,
Maduro is a dictatorship because he's illegitimate because he stole the election, then so is his vice president. So what's different? Like these people are just unbelievable. Like they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about like they're just
unbelievable is
talking
not the
about
word I was looking
soldiers
for.
dying, talking about the national debt, all this shit. It's just talking points to them. They don't give a fuck. Draft dodging dictator wants oil. Exactly, James Devlin. Perfectly said.
And he's up there falling asleep while talking about strength.
To Jay Gibson, I don't believe there's a legislative path to getting reparations for black people. I think that there is a path through the civil court, through the judiciary. Like what we saw with the Japanese, they went to court and they got their reparations. The other day I saw some people down, I believe in Georgia, were suing a university that used slave labor to build a university and had and had a plantation near the university for basically a century. They got through and they getting their reparations, but it's going to have to be through legal damages. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna have
At least I don't think you're gonna have a coalition in any people in any party asking for or willing to write up legislation to give black people their money that they didn't earn during slavery, or excuse me, that they didn't get during slavery. So Jay Gibson says he don't believe 13% of the population should participate in the process, given that fact. But I mean, what are you gonna do, Jay Gibson? Start your own country? They'll kill you. They'll kill you dead, Jay Gibson. AC, go to the community page on my channel. I posted the link. What about the fraud that's going on in the U.S. against our tax-paying
Marky,
citizens? Who has? Huh?
you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. You can't hear me? Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear both of y'all. Both of
Can
y'all.
you hear me, Boxer Scott? Okay, Boxer Scott.
But basically, I wanted to come in and say this. Maduro's vice president just had a press conference sometime after whatever, and she was on one side she has the other leaders, on the other side she has the military leaders. They're telling Donald Trump, whatever you thought you was gonna do over here is not happening.
Damn.
So she just shut him down. She just shut that whole plan down. Like, oh, y'all thought things was gonna change with me. Okay, now I'm gonna come out here with my military and everything, and we telling you it's not happening.
So essentially, we're at war.
Yeah, right now. Yeah, that's how you can just look at it right now.
Like Donald Trump made an escalatory action. He then presented terms, and that country he made the action against told him to go eat a giant dick. So then, how does he enforce his terms of we're gonna go in there with the oil companies and we're gonna take all the wealth out of the ground? We need further action, right? In order for this shit to stick. Or else, what the fuck was the point? I mean, you got the same people in power, and it might be, and the repression against the people might be even worse now. Start a tribe and learn. Okay, Jay Gibson. I wish you the best in that.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. Mark it down. The reparations conversation is dead to me, bro.
I don't think it. Well, I mean, as a whole, for everybody, yeah, I think it is, because like you got to approach that shit like as an individual. You got to go back, do your research through your bloodline, find your ancestor, find out did you
No.
actually
Not
have
for
an
those
ancestor?
reasons. Not for those
Huh?
reasons. Not for those reasons. It's dead to me because look at. So we had a bunch of people that didn't vote in this election, right? And look at
Sure.
the result of what we got because they stayed at home because reparations wasn't on the ballot. Like, bro, like how we live in a world where they say all money ain't good, but that's a black saying, right? But they literally stay at home because they ain't getting their money. Like, bro, you can't make there's more issues than just reparations, bro. And the people that talk about reparations, that seem to be the only topic they want to discuss. And that's why I say it's dead to me. I don't even like discussing it anymore. At this point, it's like, bro, come on, bro. This man just took over Venezuela and used the American government. American army to do it, and didn't go back to the American government, Congress, to have a declaration of war, and is doing whatever the hell he wants to do. And we're gonna be here for the repercussions because look, we already know how this is gonna go. We've seen it before. Did you ask? Look, I wasn't on the panel. AC, what'd you say happened? That there's already a rebellion.
Yeah, the vice president sat there with her leaders and the military. Like, nah, this is dead. We telling and we're demanding for his return. That was an act of kidnapping. We want our president back. So she's like, whatever you think you getting ready to do, it's not. Prepare for us to retaliate at this point. So yeah, that's that whole issue. Concerning the reparations part of it, that's a tricky situation there because you're asking for reparations for land that was actually stolen. There were smaller tribes that were just eviscerated. My tribe had to join up with the Puspatuk tribe. The Puspatuk ran one half of the island, Shinnecox ran the other half. We had to join together to stay strong to fight or any potential taking over of whatever. And at the end of the day, when the U.S. military surrounds the whole island and guns pointing at everybody, they capitulated. An arrow ain't gonna stop a bullet. So at the end of the day, the point I'm saying is that the reparations argument is good to a certain point, but then you, depending on where you are, it becomes really, really tricky and sticky, even if there's a legitimate claim, because that would have never happened if those people were never destroyed.
But my whole thing is, if you're able to find and prove that you have an ancestor that was at X, Y, and Z plantation at X, Y, and Z point in time, you should have you have a case for
No,
damages
for me, the
because that's
reparation.
your.
Go ahead. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
no, I was just gonna say you have a case for damages because you got all types of shit that was going down there. You had torture, emotional distress, and emotional abuse, like all types of shit
So for me,
that you could
then
sue and get damages for.
America would be paying reparations to many of its citizens, the majority of its citizens. You feel what I'm saying? But the point I'm making is this: where I hold the reparations argument as being 100% valid, and this is the avenue you should go. During the era of Black Wall Street, and you're also talking about Juneteenth and things like that. You had many extremely wealthy Black people here in this country who've accumulated wealth, who helped build certain things, were designers of certain things. If your lineage goes back to these people, and you know what happened to them where their money and land was stolen, then yes, 100% reparations should be given to your family. You feel what I'm saying? But the broader picture of trying to make the argument over the abuses that this country might have done to certain individuals and peoples, you got to remember the African slaves over here, some were killed, but they weren't eradicated. There was no genocide against them. You feel what I'm saying? Because you're a product that I need to make money off of. When you talk about genocidal things, then you have a much stronger argument, but you can't prove it because there's no one left.
Okay, I found the video you was talking about, bro. Let's watch it. This is my first time watching it.
Appeared on camera demanding the immediate release of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, calling their capture a kidnapping. Right now, meantime, Maduro, in that image, you see him. It was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face drug trafficking charges in the Southern District of New York. Meanwhile, the vice president of Venezuela, Maduro's vice president, her name is Delcy Rodriguez. She just spoke. We've got the audio in now. I want to play for you what she just said to Trump.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Coming out against Trump. And that is extremely significant, not just because she saw what happened hours ago to the guy on top of her, but also because President Trump about 2 hours before that video came out, said that Delcy Rodriguez was on board with the U.S. plan. He said that she was willing to do whatever is necessary to, in his words, make Venezuela great again, and that she was doing what he wanted. Here he is.
Who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice.
Okay, we'll do whatever you need, she said to Marco Rubio, and that she really doesn't have a choice. And she just said, this is a kidnapping and send him back, and essentially thumbing her nose at Trump. All right, Kevin Liptak joins us live from West Palm Beach, Florida.
We just said this, Marky Dan. We just alluded to what if the person that you put in the power says, no, I don't want to listen to what you say do. I want to do what I want to do.
So
Assuming that they're telling the truth. I mean, this administration is known to lie.
Hold on. I got to say this part right here. The fuck made this person say, we're going to try him in the Southern District of New York, where you still have at least 5 fucking active cases in the Southern District of New York.
Crazy. Clip that. Yo, whenever y'all say something that like make facts like that, say clip that afterwards so that it'll help like clip it up afterwards.
Yeah,
you guys
clip that, please, because that is. Are they seriously thinking that they're going to get a conviction on Maduro in the Southern District of New York?
Well, before the Trump administration, the Southern District of New York's conviction rate was 97%. And then Diddy went in there and put 30 on him.
Hey, that's crazy work, bro. I could not believe that's crazy, man. Yo, so do y'all think Donald Trump and his administration is doing what they always do, which is lie? Or do you think that she worked with them, but now she has the power? She's like, I'm gonna do whatever I want.
Do you know why Kilmar Abrego Garcia, why the immigration court chose to halt his immigration just now? Because the Trump administration lied and said that Costa Rica refused to take him. And then Costa Rica came out in a news article and said they never even asked us. So yes, I believe they're fucking lying. I don't believe a word out of their mouth. I don't believe he talked to that lady.
No,
or rather,
he
I don't
didn't
believe
talk to that
Marco talked to
lady.
that
This
lady.
was a covert operation. This was covert. They had they have a mole somewhere in Maduro's jump off. They got to somebody. Someone told them where Maduro and his
Somebody
wife
wanted that $50 million bag.
gonna
And I
be.
know they were mad when they heard Trump say nobody deserves any zippers.
And the problem is you're not gonna know what happens until somebody floats somewhere, and that's the person who gave up Maduro, because that government right now is actively trying to figure out who the fuck gave up Maduro. And when we find you, you know you're dead, your kids are dead, your wife is dead, your grandkids are dead, your cat and dogs are dead. You feel what I'm saying? So they're gonna eviscerate that person, put that person into complete extinction. The funny part is that when she probably found out, they probably did try to talk to her. I don't know, but I'm just gonna sit there and have her say, "Oh, so it was you."
Hold on. To Stacey Johnson in the chat, does Trump stand with drug cartels? He just pardoned the president of Honduras, who put over 400 tons of cocaine in the U.S. I just shut up, dude.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like once you find out confirmation who did it, now you can go ahead and do this. I just wanted to know that it was you who did this, and not someone within our own country who is this a coup or something else. Okay, now we know it's the U.S. Now I'm going to gather my military. You're going to do within the next half an hour. You're going to swear me in. I'm going to make this statement, and we're going to get ready to go to war. And that's basically it. So where me and Marky have been talking on and off air about the South American coalition, it looks like you're forcing that hand. It definitely looks like you're forcing that hand, and uh, America doesn't have a great track record for winning wars that are based in jungles, where you have to put troops on the ground and stuff like that. And it's not going to bode well if you're going to start to try to bomb South America.
You know what the craziest part about it is, and I really hate this out of Trump supporters. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to be the party of Christian values and morals and the every year you're waiting for Christmas so you can talk about the war on Christmas. You don't have to do any of that because the guy that you're supporting said he didn't even have a slip. He said this was about oil. You don't have to pretend like this is anything other than that. He's already said it. Because somebody in the chat said so you would have him keep flooding drugs into our country. Shut up. Shut up. The other guy that he pardoned was flooding by the tons.
So, quote from President of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez: "If there is one thing that the Venezuelan people and this country are very clear about, it is that we will never be slaves and that we will never be a colony of any empire of whatever stripe." And now you have leaders within the Venezuelan government calling for her to authorize strikes. So I
And
mean, we're
that's
pretty
what you
much we're at
need
war.
sometimes.
We are at war.
But understand this: when we was first talking about it, and all of these trolls were in the comment section talking about, oh, you guys are wrong. The Venezuelan people are actually cheering for it. But right now, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whether you like Maduro or not, what violates how you feel is that a foreign government just came in and snatched your president, whether you feel he's a dictator or not. And here's the crazy part: if Russia just did that with Donald Trump right now, you're going to have a certain sector of people who are happy. But then the majority of the government is going to be like, what the fuck did Russia just do? So this breeds a sort of patriotism that says, listen, I'll forego that bullshit. We'll deal with that bullshit once we get him back. But right now, the problem is you coming up on my block thinking you gonna fuck with somebody over here. And y'all dudes is from uptown. Like, no. You just violated my house. You came in and stole from me.
And again,
It's
AC,
common sense.
we don't know how many civilian casualties they might have been. They were firing. I don't know if there were missiles
Exactly.
or those were drones or those were shell. I don't know what that was that exploded like that in that city. But that would look like civilian infrastructure.
So
We
now
don't know how many people are dead today.
So now you've made a situation where a good portion of the population hated the dictator. Now that same population
Yep.
is on everybody's side because you violated their country.
Yep.
That was the part you couldn't calculate. That's the part that
Let
you
me
thought
let me
you
put
could
it this
do.
way,
Look at
AC.
this fucking idiot. A strike isn't a war. Bye,
Yeah,
dude.
that's
Shut the fuck
retarded. The
up.
stupidest shit. But let me put it in terms we can understand. Do you remember right post 9/11 how the country came together, no matter if they voted for George W. Bush or not, and
Yep.
supported him because they felt like outside forces were at war with us, and we unified. They even made it kind of treasonous to even talk negatively about George Bush during wartime. That's why the Dixie was Dixie Chicks. Was it Dixie Chicks that was canceled? Somebody was canceled. I can't remember. It's
Yeah, it
been
was
too
the
long.
Dixie Chicks. It was the Dixie
Okay,
Chicks.
somebody was canceled during that time for that because they were saying it was un-American to speak out. So I'm gonna play the quote that you just said, Marky Dan. I hope it's in English though. Hopefully, if not, they got a translator there.
Said by the president and subscribed by the president Nicolas Maduro, and for all that is ready in that decree of external compulsion to be executed from this moment to our Venezuela, to our people. Here we have a government that has clarity, and I repeat once again, from the words of the president, I take them once again. We are willing to have relationships of respect. We are willing to relationships in the framework of international legality and in the laws of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. That is the only thing that we will accept for a type of relationships having after they having attempted and militarily assaulted our beloved nation and the capital that saw the birth of our father liberator Simon Bolivar. In national union, the Venezuelan people will find the path in peace, in tranquility. Those who have to use force and those who have to use violence and going against international legality do not have the reason. We have the historical reason and the moral reason to maintain ourselves firm in defense of the peace, of the tranquility, of the right to the future of Venezuela, of the right to the homeland that the Venezuelan people has, and the right to a future and the social happiness of our people. There we are with our father liberator in Angostura. We are with him in the admirable campaign, and we are moving to liberate the big homeland, and we call the countries and the people of the big homeland to maintain ourselves in union, because what today was done to Venezuela can be done to anyone. That brutal use of force to bend the wheel of the people can be done to any country today. They did it to the people of Bolivar, and have the certainty that the Venezuelan people is wise, is patient, and has the strategical patience, and it will know to find a path for the defense of the peace, of the tranquility, and for the defense of the homeland. Thank you very much.
So I think this is America's worst nightmare. So first of all, we could be potentially in World War III. Secondly, we had a translator that was translating that needed a translator. She clearly is the people that when you call like Amazon Prime and you're
Yeah,
trying
she
to complain
staggered
about a
there.
package,
I heard that stagger. I heard that
she
stagger in
she
there.
she definitely needs a translator for her translator. Like, but no, she's right. She's right. I got exactly what she was saying. She was basically saying, given the history of Venezuela, we have the right to defend ourselves and not slip back into being colonized once again. Like, she's rallying the people. Like, if it's one
At
thing we
the
learned from
end right
Russia, and
there, at the end right there, do you know what she sounded like to me, Boxer Scholar?
Hmm.
She sounded like FDR. FDR said those exact words a couple months before the attack on Pearl Harbor. He talked about the plague of international lawlessness, and we should not think that we will not be attacked. She said that to all those other countries we were just talking about.
Hmm.
Mexico, Colombia, Cuba.
I got this
This is
question,
how
man.
this is how big conflicts like this start. And bro, like the senators have been saying it for weeks. It's easy to get into a war. It's not so easy to get up out of here. Like
Now,
this lady, go ahead, AC.
no, I just have to ask these specific questions because I can almost guarantee Monday morning is going to be on fire in the House and the Senate.
I think AC cut out.
Yeah, I was still listening. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on?
Yeah. And here comes Pittsburgh T. Pittsburgh T.
Yeah,
Being a
Pittsburgh team.
typical Sambo, ready to come to the defense.
Damn, man. I mean, I'll say this. God
We
damn,
done
man.
this several times before, so it's okay. So it's okay
Listen,
now.
I would even go further to say that the times that we did it, like you said, it was covert. It was, hey, let me use the CIA. Hey, let me use the FBI. If I do go to war, let me show
Well, this is the
aluminum
most
tubes.
transparent administration in history, Boxer Scholar. What are
By
you complaining
accident. It's
about?
by default, though. It's transparent by default. It's transparent because the guy who's in charge of this stuff is an idiot, and he'll say, like when Marco Rubio goes up there and say, "Hey guys, we had to do something about this this evil dictator that was
They
drugs in our country, he
don't
goes
want
out and
to talk
says,
about this, bro, because that was weird, man. Like my
brother,
whole thing just went back to the original StreamYard page when they kicked me off.
damn, bro.
They listening. They listening.
Bro, Pete, hey Pete, we cool. Let's go have some drinks, Pete.
Nah, fuck Pete. Fuck
Nah,
Pete.
No,
Pete.
I'm
Fuck
saying
Pete.
like this, man.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth, and whoever's listening, I'm questioning this because I want to know what general, who who gave what order, who was in the room when these orders were given, who is the top brass that said, okay, let's go ahead and make this happen, and then we're going to announce that this person is going somewhere in the Southern District of New York. So at the end of the day, based on those circumstances, Maduro will be probably home within the next week or two. I seriously doubt he walks into a courtroom because just the prosecution, if we're talking about the Southern District of New York, they're not going to violate the principles to try him. No judge in the Southern District of New York is going to be part of this farce because you're telling us that this guy's charges will be drug trafficking and terrorism. That's not gonna fly in the Southern District of New York. He's gonna be home in a minute, and shit is about to hit the
They've
fan.
already indicted him though, AC.
Under
So he
what
got to
sort
move
of
to.
bullshit indictment? There
They
is
got to
no,
move to arraignment.
bro.
If it
Listen,
gets thrown out, it'll be thrown out in a pretrial motion by one of his attorneys. But we got to go through the process
yeah,
now.
but at the end of the day, when all of this goes down, whoever was the DA who signed off on the indictment to be the to say I'm going to be the lead prosecutor and I'm the prosecutor taking this to court, bro, you just lost your license to practice law because the charges don't make sense. You have no fucking evidence of nothing. When you just pardon this real convicted dude, you haven't showed us zero evidence on any boat strike. So you're escalating things based on zero evidence. How did that go well for George Bush's? We know that they have weapons of mass destruction. So this is the weapons of mass destruction argument all over again. But we know for a fact that there were no drugs on this thing, because if there were drugs, you would have done the right thing. Found the drugs, keep the drugs as evidence. Now you have evidence against Maduro, against what Maduro's doing. You did not do none of that. You double tap boat strikes. This is 100,000% illegal. No judge is going to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
But we don't know.
Judge is,
We don't know. But we don't know what
if this
evidence
country
they
does
got
that,
because
bro, if this country does that, and if the Southern District of New York does that, then the Southern District of New York lost every bit of its credibility when.
But then we did that with Noriega though, AC. That
No,
wasn't. We didn't have no authorization of military use of force for Panama or a declaration of war. They just went and
Yo,
got him, and
somebody
then
said
they tried him in a U.S. court
definitive
for
proof.
drug crimes.
But hold on,
somebody
we had definitive proof of Noriega's activity. We had definitive proof of money being transferred into American banks, money being laundered by several drug dealers. There was a whole paper trail that they had on Noriega. So Noriega
I
to
don't
go in
want to
his
be the
country and
guy.
snatch
I don't
him
want to
up.
be the guy.
You,
I don't
you,
want to be the guy, AC. But I don't want to be that guy. But let's give them a chance to present what evidence they might have that he is. Now, me personally, I think that they're just gonna have a bunch of witnesses or co-conspirators, and it's gonna be a lot of hearsay. A lot of people saying that Maduro directed them to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not sure that there's going to be a paper trail. But let's let them present their case first. Let's let them fall on their face first before we just dismiss it and say that the trial is going to get thrown out or the case is going to get thrown out.
it's when you look at, well, hold on, understand what I'm saying. From the Senate hearings, from how the judiciary works within the House and the Senate, you're going to have a bipartisan group of Democrats and whatever that are already doing everything that they can to get to the bottom of the double tap situation and trying to tell Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and everyone that you are going to pay for your war crimes against Venezuela, regardless if we feel this man is a dictator or not. It's not our job to kill the citizens. That's the difference. You killed citizens and then tried to tell us, meanwhile, in Venezuela, whether it's true or not, people are posting pictures. They're saying my husband, my brother, my uncles, and whoever else went out on fishing trips and they never returned. So that's a real thing. So at the end of the day, you can have all of this stuff, but on the opposite side, remember, there is the defense. The defense can pull up all of this stuff that the United States has done the United States had done that is, number one, unconstitutional. Number two, violates everything else. Number three, puts us in a war crimes. Other countries will other things that other countries said and done and downgraded America will be used as evidence in this trial of Trump's malicious attack against this dude. Trump's malicious attack against Democrats will all come into play. You are losing this case, period, hands down. And everyone who's involved as far as trying to be the prosecution up and all of this, bro, you just, if you're stupid enough to do this, you're going to fuck your entire career up. And that's what this case is. This case is that everyone within a certain level, those people paid for what was going on with the weapons of mass destruction thing. Now you're just talking about something a little bit different where there wasn't soldiers deployed to per se. This was groups and small elite groups by some rogue United States government agency that went over there and did this without any proof that this man is a fucking drug dealer.
But the crazy thing, though, AC, is like most of these drug cartels were set up by the CIA, including Noriega,
Of
which is how
course.
we had the whole paper trail to convict him in the first place. We don't have that this time with Maduro. Like he's not a CIA planted dictator where we were and we didn't
We never
help him traffic
installed
drugs to the
Maduro.
U.S. to help float his economy.
We never
So
installed Maduro, so we don't have any leverage over Maduro.
yeah, pretty much. So I'm just curious. Like I'm just curious to see how the case is gonna go. Like
Well,
that was my whole
Curious
thing when
too.
Trump was even under the gun. I wanted to see like did he have a defense?
Marky Dan.
What?
See, you're a youngster, Marky Dan. You don't know how the case is gonna go, but I got a good feeling it's gonna go like this, Marky Dan. I don't know if you're familiar with this clip, Marky Dan, but it's gonna go like this.
Yellow cake, okay, in Africa. He went to Africa and he bought yellow cake.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, bitch. I got the CIA right here, okay.
Are you sure? Are you sure? I can't believe it.
Ridiculous. Me and Jeb just coming back from Africa. Cradle of
Cradle
fucking civilization. And this nigga out here buying yellow cake from the motherland.
Are you sure it was yellow cake?
Y'all niggas don't believe me. I got some yellow cake right here. Look, see, you believe this shit now? Don't drop that shit. You know I know what to do with it. So I got it wrapped up in this special CIA napkin.
Don't drop that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on, don't drop this shit.
Pray to God you don't drop that shit.
Yellow cake.
Fucking right.
That's basically how it's gonna go, Marky Dan. Don't drop
Oh
that
my God,
shit.
we
Yeah,
living in a Chappelle show
bro, a
fucking
skit.
episode.
We are living, and you know what's even more crazy? Somebody quoted Twain, Mark Twain, in the chat. I don't know if that was his quote, but it said I think it is where the politicians are being taken as a joke and the comedians are being taken serious. Like people looked at Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is making more sense than the entire Trump administration, and that is crazy to me. It's insane.
Yeah. Yo,
But we all know. We all know what this is about. Like I said,
when
the
you
people.
go back to, if you're gonna bring back comedians.
Hey, Boxer Scholar. I need some of that.
I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that next. So to the people in the comment section that are insulting the panelists. So you do realize all you have to do is go to my YouTube page, go to my community wall. It's gonna say post or it's gonna say community wall, and first off subscribe. But make sure that it's gonna be a link, a blue link that says pull up. You can hit the link, hit approve, and then pull up and say whatever it is that you have to say. Articulate yourself instead of being some chatty patties. Or you can just take the link that's pinned in the comment section, copy paste it in your URL, hit approve, and pull up. Because we would love to hear the other side of this. I mean, the comments are just so stupid. And the fact that y'all even had time to think of this stuff and had time to Google other stuff to your response, and this is the best you come up with, shows me even furthermore that y'all are just as dumb as we thought y'all are. Like y'all only sole purpose is to in the words of my homie, be knee walkers for Donald Trump. You show up knee walking, like you live your life on your knees with no knee pads. That's crazy to me. But yes, to Marky Dan's point, we know exactly what this war was about. It was about oil. Donald Trump, like I said, you don't have to pretend. He came up after Marco Rubio was supposed to be the cleanup man. You know what's really crazy about that, Marky Dan? Marco Rubio is little Marcio. He's experienced politician, right? So he knows how to damage control. He knows how to present certain stuff to the public. That's what he was there for. Donald Trump would go up and erase all the work and wordplay and word salad that he did by telling the truth. And then be like, hey, let Marco tell you about that. After he's already erased all the work, Marco gets back up there and starts talking again. And then Donald Trump's like, no. We're going to get some of that precious oil, baby. We need some of that victory. Victory oil.
What he said?
But I have to
What he
agree.
said when Marco brought up the $50 million bounty? Yeah, we're not going to let anybody get that. We're going to keep that.
We're going to keep that. Yeah, nobody's going to. We're not going to pay anybody.
I have to agree with somebody in the comments. Turbo Camaro, something like that. I find it hard to believe that
Pittsburgh T, pull up. You're the opposite to this discussion.
Man, Pittsburgh T ain't pulling up, bro.
I'm the person that feels that the Venezuela situation is not about oil, because we produce a hell of a lot of our own oil. Like our oil reserves, we actually sell out. We make enough oil to sell to other people and still have enough for our own usage. You feel what I'm saying? This is why, many people, many politicians early on was like, we need to stop with the Middle East stuff because we produce our own oil. So we don't need to be there. We don't need regime changes in the Middle East because we now drill and have our own amount. And this is what was being stated in clear language. But, the politicians and the way people were hearing it, you're hearing it just regime change, wars, and blah, blah, blah. But we all knew all of that stuff was about oil. That's why you don't need to do that over there like that anymore. The stability is not our responsibility because we don't need that oil. Our shit is not in jeopardy over there. So when you talk about Venezuela, what is the real cause? What is the real thing? Is it the territory? Is it, where you kept on saying you want to expand American territory? See, me, I listen to the weird stuff that he says and the stuff that people say, oh, he was unhinged. And it's like, yeah, but if you listening to it, he keeps spilling the beans on his most unhinged plans, and then on the low they make tiny little moves to do it, to get you used to it. But if you go all the way back, he's been saying he wanted a war with South America. He wants to take over South America. He wants to take over Canada because he never really liked that Canadian and Mexico deal. And he was saying stuff like that from the first term. That's why he renamed that deal. So now he feels that, you know what? We made the deal, but I'm not seeing the profits. What if we take control of all of this? And we first start with South America because they're third world country. Their military will never be able to deal with us. So if we just start with one country, we start the propaganda war about them. We do the whole staging of the spectacle of saying, yeah, we did this and that, to now make the outrageous shit that we're doing seem normal. They slowly normalize their movements by the constant little movements. It's like a great relationship. They don't tell you it's the big trips or the diamond rings or the fancy cars you buy her. It's the little things you do for her that constantly keeps her in love with you.
AC, I would agree with that if this administration wasn't just so loose lip. Like to the from
And
Pete
that's what
leaking.
I'm saying, bro. They loose slip with it, so they tell us, and then they act upon it, and then we get outraged when we already knew what was going to happen with Venezuela. And it's never been about oil. It's been about his invasion of South America.
So
That's
let
why
me
me and
ask y'all
Marcus
what y'all
are
think.
talking about the South American coalition to stop that.
Let me ask y'all what y'all think about this, because this is I really despise of the comments like this. Black Americans, stop being your own worst enemy. This is serious. If Americans don't stop these communist leaders, America and its allies will be taken. The world will be communist. Remember World War II. Bro, this dude done went back to McCarthyism. Like, you can't make this up, bro. And somehow he infused pro-blackness into McCarthyism. Like, bro, what in the world? What kind of drugs are they putting in? Maybe fluoride is a drug. And maybe it is a psychedelic drug, because the stupid comments that people put in the comment section is beyond me. If you want to support Trump by any means, go ahead. You'll have a hard time defending them, but go ahead and support them. But to act like somehow what Donald Trump did today was for the betterment of black people is absolutely outrageous at best, and completely stupid at worst.
See,
That's
let me
crazy.
explain something to some of these people where they say what Donald Trump does is not a black person problem. Well, what you need to realize is, even if you're black and you're typing this type of goofy stuff, is this: Donald Trump is going after birthright citizenship. That is the one thing that kept black people being able to do things after slavery, because we were both birthright citizens who were stolen from our country, just like Maduro just was. So there is a familiarity when someone storms into your country, snatches you, and then takes you to another country and then locks you in a cell. That's where that familiarity comes from.
Well, all
That's
that,
where black people should worry about. So
all
understand
this,
what I
all this
understand.
communist shit that this nigga in the chat is talking, and all this red scare crap is from the Cold War, and it
Yeah,
was
he's
used to
outdated.
yeah, and it was used to specifically to press down on the Black Power movement. When you have people like Fred Hampton and people in the Young Lords and the Young Patriots, they came together to form the Rainbow Coalition. They said, bro, all this race war shit, all this stuff about communists and socialists is stupid. And like we can't make it about race politics like this idiot in the chat is doing. Black
Yeah.
people cannot stand on their own in this
No.
country. We
No.
are a minority. We have to build coalitions. So a
At the
fucking idiot like this and people like Tariq Nasheed who talk the FBA bullshit, they are agents sent to separate us. You understand what I'm saying? They're sent to make sure that we never have political power. That's what idiots like this in the fucking chat are for. But go ahead, AC.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to tell you is if the Supreme Court, because that case was turned down and now they pushed it up to the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court rules that the Trump administration can get rid of birthright citizenship, that means then every black person in America just lost their right to vote. Understand that. Understand that if you were Asian over here, Japanese over here, Italian over here, Irish over here, these powers that be will now control and say, all right, how did you vote in the last election? You're Italian or Irish? We're going to take away every Democrat who has birthright citizenship here, which is damn near every American, except for indigenous people. So understand what that does. So it's not just a black issue. When he just tried to school you on the Rainbow Coalition, that means it's all of us. The short version of the USA is the US. us. It's us that matter. It's this country is supposed to work for us. So if you
Okay.
can't get on the us thing, then bro, it's not about the him thing. It's not
And
about the him.
and in this person's mind, single payer health insurance, that's a commie socialist idea. They're just trying to take over our country. Why wouldn't we want to pay those insurance companies exactly what they're worth? This is terrible. Like, get the fuck out of here. Who pays you to think fuck speaking these days? Who pays you to think like this and then disseminate it to other people? Like, you're a fucking retard.
So at the end of the day, that's what their job is.
Okay, Marky Dan, let's do a recap because I'm pretty sure they didn't even watch the video. They just go to other people's platform and try to voice Trump 2028 or just troll or just stupid shit. So let's go back to what Trump actually said.
And we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flow.
The oil companies are going to pay for rebuilding Venezuela after the damage is done, right? And then somebody's going to pay them. Hold on. Somebody's going to pay them. Who's the fucking somebody that you're talking about? Like, this is so. Yes, bro. This is what they said. Kamala used to do a word salad, bro. What the fuck is this?
Like, and the current president of Venezuela, that's the bull. And we prepared to kill any motherfucker who comes over here and tries to talk that imperialist shit. So what happens now? How do you enforce these oil companies coming in and taking over and taking the Venezuelans' wealth, the Venezuelan people's wealth from out from under them? How do you enforce that?
Thank you. I didn't even think about that, Marky Dan. The whole idea that American politics is tired of traditional American politicians selling us out to corporations, but they're going to allow the corporations to go and colonize Venezuela blows my fucking mind, bro. Blows my mind.
Just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have, but we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Immigrants? Gonna make sure the immigrants are taken care of that are forced out of Venezuela? I thought the immigrants that were coming over from Venezuela were the problems and they were bringing over drugs. And this was about drugs. That's why I say, bro, the people, like, if you follow this guy at this point, man, you don't have a functioning brain. I'm just being honest. You should go have your brain checked. Go get a CAT scan like Donald Trump. Because at this point, bro, it's obvious, bro, that you're on the wrong side. It's like, this guy is not pro-black. We're not going to twist it and use propaganda to make it seem like he's the best thing for black people, because he's not. He's not the best thing for America. He's not the best thing for anybody but the rich. The swamp that he was talking about draining, yeah, he's draining, all right, draining the American citizens to give to the rich through tax cuts and other stuff, like for instance, them going and colonizing and then reimbursing them, like this crazy stuff.
Does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Who is we? You're a draft dodger.
The country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse.
Did he really just say it's going to be ran judiciously? And he doesn't even listen to the own judicial orders from American courts? He didn't just say that. That ain't what I just heard. There's no way. There is no way that Donald Trump had the balls to say that while he's being recorded. No way. I didn't just witness that. Let me get through with this clip, Michael. Deck. Hold on.
People that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it.
Clip that.
So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it.
Insane, man.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and
Did that
Insane.
say it was our oil to begin with?
Yeah, no, and that's what I said earlier. AC, that this is back in the before the 2000s, before the Bolivarian Revolution. The U.S. companies own 98% of Venezuela's oil market. That's what he's talking about. He's talking. There was a time when we actually viewed Venezuela as ours, and all the wealth of the Venezuelan people as ours. He's talking about all those cigar meetings he had with those big oil execs with his father Fred Trump back in the 80s when they would go take trips out to Venezuela. It's the same shit as what was happening back in Cuba when Cuba was essentially America's brothel, where all the big time
That was the first Vegas. Cuba was
yeah,
the first Vegas.
exactly, and Trump wants it back. And the Illuminati or the big people,
But
see,
see
with
now
the
there's like that part, and then there's like the ugly truth of it. You feel what I'm saying? Yes, US companies were big stakeholders during that time, because remember, that's the time during the greed is good stuff, and we were talking about the money market accounts. So when you're looking at the building of the oil empires, Venezuela's was important because, and I think Marky, you said something about it, with the Caribbean and stuff like that, with the refineries, who makes the purest.
Yeah, St. Croix. We used to have the Hovenza partnership with Venezuela's state-owned crude company, and we had at that time we had the Hess refinery on St. Croix, my island, which was the biggest oil refinery in the Western Hemisphere, and we had that deal even after Chavez got in office and relations started to sour. That deal still stayed on for almost a decade where they would send us almost 1 million barrels of crude a day, and we would refine it into diesel, petrol, or cooking oil.
Okay, so that's what I'm referring back to. Back at those times, you had heavy American investors. These were bankers, these were hedge fund people, and essentially you could say they owned it because they were basically 90% of the stockholders. You have the land, you have this, we'll feed you your 10%. And the Venezuelan oil companies didn't have a problem because I'm getting 10% of $1 billion fucking dollars without, without fucking up my economy. Because the way economic structures work to a certain degree is when you're building a country and you're building a land, and now you're going through your boom, you have to have certain infrastructures in place with the banks and other things like that and trades, so that this stuff doesn't fuck your economy up to where everyone has money, then the value of that just diminishes because everyone is rich. So you wanted more foreign investors that had those ties to other big markets. So they gave away large portions to be able to trade on that platform and stuff like that. But at the core, we still own this thing because we got the deeds to the land. You may own the company, but we own the land. And that's where things get a little shaky. And
But
that's where
that's where the Bolivarian revolution and Chavez's argument was. You made those agreements and you purchased that land under
I can't remember the name of the dictator, but he essentially was the king of Venezuela from 1908 to 1935, and those agreements were made with him to have the hedge funds and the big oil people come in, buy the land, and operate companies down there. So Chavez said, "Well, that shit is not legitimate anyway." And there's verifiable reports that over $100 billion worth of wealth has been siphoned and embezzled. Okay, just from corruption. So we, the Venezuelan people, we're going to take back possession of our land because y'all are foreigners. Y'all are not native to this land. This is our wealth beneath our feet, and we're gonna run this shit. And Trump is now saying, and that is also the position of the current president, Maduro's vice president. And Trump is saying, "F that. We're gonna
Yeah.
go back to how it was before."
So to bring things full circle so people can understand that this whole move right here is not brand new. There is precedence to this because
Yeah,
if you
we seen it happen in Iran.
yeah, but
We
let's go back
killed
even
Iran's
before
democratically
Iran.
elected prime minister. Then we put BP in charge of siphoning the wealth from underneath their feet. Then they came back with the most extreme fucking government revolutionary government they possibly could.
But
They
let's
said
go
death to America and put an Islamist in charge.
but let's go
What the
let's
fuck
go
happens now
let's
with
go a little bit
Venezuela?
further back in time because this is the early stages of big pharma. This is the early stages of big pharma. Vietnam, going all the way back to Canada, early stages of the development of Canada. Vietnam and China were the best at creating opium because the opioid flower and the other coca flower and all of these other kind of flowers that uh, um, places like Cambodia and Vietnam, well, Vietnam and stuff like that were they had the strongest and the most resilient type of flour or whatever that you can extract the most from the historians I've talked to as a young dude and talking with my uncles that served in the military and um, stuff like that. That's what that war was about because the drug companies here wanted those wanted those flowers that were making drugs, but were flowers that made the best medicines. The early aspirins, your early Tylenols, and all of this stuff. All of those flowers were grown over there, and the U.S. wanted to control that. The government was like, "No, you buy it just like everybody else." So the U.S. government tried to start a regime change. That did not work. So when that didn't work, they just decided to invade the country based on saying, "Oh, this country is spreading communists. We have to save this country from communism." This is a tiny little place. China's right there. China was communist right there. Why did you go after this tiny little place? Because it had a value to it for medicine, big pharma. If big pharma didn't go to that war, you feel what I'm saying? And then be able to renegotiate because Vietnam just didn't want to get hit like that again. They said, "Yeah, we'll negotiate with you now. You lost the war, but we'll negotiate with you." Big pharma then takes off. So whatever is in Venezuela, and maybe it's a pure oil. Maybe it's an oil that can be refined. Maybe it's an oil that's actually better usage to be made into those oil-based plastics that may work better for nanos or some shit like that. I don't know, but I'm having a hard time knowing that how much oil we produce. That this thing is about oil now. And sometimes it's always the thing that he always talks about is the reason why you do it is the one thing to understand that is absolutely not the reason why he's doing it. So I'm just a little perplexed on what's the real reason of invading Venezuela, other than the fact that you've been talking, you wanted to invade South America since your first term. Opioids, that's a good one. It may be some crazy opioids down there that we just don't know about. You know what I'm saying? And that I would probably say that makes more sense to me.
But the Vietnam War, the shit about that pisses me off so bad is if you want to do that, and I think the Vietnam War was started under Eisenhower.
Yeah.
If you want this strip of land to remain in the hands of a capitalist, west leaning government, so that you could have better deals on opioids and supply and other shit, go to war. Like, do that for real. But Vietnam was nothing but it was essentially like it was a defensive war, and they had them completely handcuffed. Like, they never allowed them to continue marching north towards Hanoi. They just had them staying down in the south, getting picked off by guerrillas for almost 20 fucking years. Like, if you're gonna like if you're gonna drop your nuts. And my problem with Trump here is you don't got no nuts at all to drop, period, boy. You working with our taxpayer dollars.
But not only that,
You don't
Marky
even
Dan,
got the goddamn
you see
what?
how confident he was? He was like, we didn't do anything. It was no sweat. It was no big deal.
I
Yeah.
want to hear their response to what the
Hold
Venezuelan
on, Marky
president
Dan.
said.
Hold up. That's good. That's good coming from a draft dodger. Like when you was in your prime, you wasn't willing to do it. Of course it was easy for you. You didn't do anything. You didn't even he didn't even follow the proper channels of authority. But I just wanted to show this because, like I said, we live in a simulation, and we've seen this before.
For this administration is the theory held by many that the real reason the U.S. is so interested in toppling Saddam is control of the oil that Iraq is sitting on.
What about people who say you're only interested in the Middle East for oil?
What? Huh? Oil? Oh, who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking?
Come on, y'all.
Yeah, that's Trump. That's Trump and this administration. They definitely doing it for the oil. Like the funny part about that skit is it was kind of the elephant in the room where we knew that war was about oil and stuff like that, right? But they hid behind, weapons of mass destruction. These people caused 9/11. Stuff that they could at least have plausible deniability, right? This administration just flat out said they're going to take over because it was our oil to begin with and it doesn't belong to them. Like, what in the entire... So, Marky Dan, I just looked this up just for shits and giggles. So check this out, Marky Dan. It's my first time watching this.
In studio, and Kelly, China, who is a direct ally of Venezuela, but has had close relationships with Caracas over the years anyway, is now responding, right?
Yeah, and that was one we were watching for. We weren't sure if we were going to hear from them today, even on this. But it's interesting, too, because China is the largest importer of Venezuelan oil. And President Trump was saying that, the U.S. is going to be taking control of Venezuelan oil reserves. And this is what China had to say in reaction. We have this statement. China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Such homogenic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it. We call on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. We did just hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just this hour saying that the president is following through on what he promised on the campaign trail, saying that he did exactly what he said he was going to do. Trump explicitly promised, she says, that he would work to demolish foreign drug cartels to keep our citizens safe. And that's exactly what he did today through an unprecedented display of speed, precision, and power. And today, Hegseth praised Trump's action. I want to play a bit of what he had to say as well. Take a listen.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around And he found
That
out.
man Trump is out cold.
And that was kind of playing on what the president had said back.
Bro, the fact that they're quoting the oh my God, bro, this is insane. F around and find out. The fact that they're comparing it to different situations that the U.S. didn't have good foreign policy on blows my mind.
That's why, and understand this is why I'm saying Pete Hegseth's statement right there, Donald Trump's statement right there. At the end of the day, once that man gets in front of the judge is just gonna sit there and just start asking for evidence. I don't want to hear hearsay. I want to see evidence.
Like that's
Other
what I
than that,
told.
I'm letting this man go home. He's walking out of this courtroom right now. The 11th District of New York is not going to compromise its integrity for this clown show. That would be, I would literally do something that I've been against since I was little, and I was taught to be against this, even though I love guns. I would then arm my home in a way that I would feel secure. So at the end of the day, I would completely say if the 11th District of New York goes ahead and convicts, and tries to lock this man up, I'd say we've completely lost the American experience. It's done. This is completely done because everything leading up to this, all the evidence of what you did and didn't do, and then all you did was try to tell me what it is. And if a judge sits there and he does that, bro, we done. Because then that means the experiment worked with Venezuela. Now we can do it to our own citizens and do it to any other country. And that's the way I see it. I don't know if anybody else will see it that dire, that this is pivotal. If the government doesn't step in right now at this moment, Republicans don't wake up right now at this moment, all of this is lost. All of this is lost.
But then a part of it is like, what do they do though, AC? Because I feel like the Constitution, it kind of contradicts itself because how does Congress really, like, realistically check a president's war powers? Because if you come out with a war powers resolution which says that there shall be no more tax dollars spent diverted towards striking Venezuela, like even if that were to pass by like 51 to 49 or however ratio in the Senate, Trump could just veto that shit. Unless you have a super majority, there is no real way to check this guy on this issue. He
Well,
can
we're not
continue to
going to
do
check
whatever the
them,
fuck he wants.
but the issue, the point I'm making is this is not a one issue thing. This is the catalyst. This is the thing that says if we don't act right now, we've lost everything. When other countries had this moment with Hitler, they did not act. And then Hitler went roughshod because when he did this, no one reacted. And then I know I can go ahead and do this and then do it in my own country. So the point I'm making is this. There is the mechanisms. Either Republicans step up and enact the 25th Amendment this week and remove that man, and we just have to deal with crazy ass JD Vance, and a lot of this is going to stop with that nutcase. You feel what I'm saying? Because he's going to then try to go on a popularity thing and just try to do whatever, and he'll be happy with his short term as a president because every one of his life fulfillment is that moment of becoming president. He became it. He served in his capacity. He will step down. He's not going to want to be a part of this nonsense right here. So that's the way I read JD Vance. He's an opportunist, but not a nutcase. When it comes down to both sides of the House and Senate, the House, based on what's I can't remember his name, who wants to do these articles of impeachment. bringing Maduro to the United States under the circumstances that you did it, with the lack of evidence you will have at your disposal, that is a violation of the War Powers Act. And there is no declaration of war that you can mount now that will cover that, because it doesn't cover the double tap strikes of those small boats that are still under investigation. So when all of that stuff is said and done, and when everything's said and done, the man can be easily impeached at both houses. Stand firm and say, listen, we are at that moment now. This motherfucker actually did this shit. So if they who they are, and they immediately start these hearings, and while they're doing these hearings, there's a bipartisan cry for the impeachment of Donald Trump, that nigga's gone. That's what has to happen. But if it doesn't happen that way, and these Republicans don't get on board with it, then yeah.
You know, but did y'all catch this, AC? That they attacked Venezuela, and the largest import of oil from Venezuela is China. Was
Yeah.
this a Cold War tactic? Because I did see on the news that China was testing out weapons, and basically, like, inching a little bit closer to Taiwan, like if they wanted to invade it. Do you think this is a Cold War tactic where they don't want China to invade them? So this is like a chess move, perhaps?
Could be. You fuck around with what's the name? And there's no, and understand this. I don't want to be in a situation to whereas when you really step back and look at everything, is there the possibility that other countries are behind this same thing, to bring up what the boxing scholar just brought up? That's a whole conspiracy rabbit hole that if you went down it, you probably can find a lot of legitimacies, a lot of ties, a lot of Cold War tactic mentalities and things like that, to say, listen, the other countries that are involved in Taiwan and get their chips from Taiwan, you feel what I'm saying, will back this move of going after Venezuela, because we know that Venezuela is China's biggest importer of oil. How much will this affect their economy, as opposed to you trying to take control of where microchips are manufactured? So, hey, that's a whole new rabbit hole people can discuss.
Hey, Sir Foul Player pulled up, the fellow New Yorker. Go ahead, sir. Let us hear this Harlem stuff. I know that's where you're from. You got Harlem written all over you, Sir Foul Player.
Nah, I ain't one of these bright Harlem dudes. I'm a Brooklyn Vietnam veteran all the way. Word up. Shout out to Harlem though too.
What's up, bro? Go ahead.
Thanks for
We've
letting
been
me
waiting
pull
for
up.
you
Yo,
all day.
Happy New Year to you and to the rest of the panel as well, and to the viewing audience.
Same to you, bro.
Yeah, wishing you nothing but success. But now I'm actually happy that this went down, like the hit on Venezuela, taking out regime changing Maduro, and keeping him alive. I mean, I think was vitally important. But more important than that, like the fact that no U.S. soldiers were killed or greatly injured in the operation was a boss move by Trump. I mean, and this went down overnight. Nobody knew what was going down. And this morning we woke up to the good news. Venezuela is a bad country. That's why a lot of their resident, a lot of Venezuelans migrated into America under the Biden administration. Unfortunately, I have to suffer them here in New York City, and but nevertheless, they had to be leaving Venezuela because the country was no good under Maduro and under his predecessor. Having said that, though, Venezuela has served as a thorn to the side of America, and not only under the Biden administration. I mean, not only with the drugs that they were bringing into the country. It's just a bad player in this hemisphere that we didn't need to have operate the way in which they operate or where they were operating. and now that's no longer the case. I mean, there's also been allegations that they had played a role in tampering with the selection of 2020. I mean, reports that were coming out from.
Wow.
So hold on. AC and
I don't know
Marky Dan,
why.
we
I
gotta
don't know
let
why Son is stepping on me. I mean, like,
hold on, Behold, hold on. We gotta let them talk because for some reason, like when people talk while Behold is talking, it always mess up. So we gotta let them finish to have good audio.
Hey, word up. Yeah, but there's also been allegations. It's not coming out of fantasy world. There was a CIA officer that made a book about the subject. I think the book is actually called "Stolen Elections." It was published in 2025. I'm not saying I read the book, but it was just the allegation that was being made. And I think that if there is any substance to that rumor, the fact that Maduro is captured alive, who knows? He might be opening his mouth to what has gone down. But I mean, regardless of whether there's any truth to that rumor or not, like, I mean, we were living in a bit of bizarre world as far as the fact that so many Venezuelans were entering into the country for some ungodly reason. It seemed like there was some sort of unwritten agreement that had happened, whether with the Biden administration and or Venezuela, but they were pouring into America full bore. I mean, it was like the worst of the worst as far as like the people that did enter the country from Venezuela that happened to touch down in New York, happened to get all the benefits that a country could offer, like to this specific population more than anybody. But most of the migrants that were pouring into the country under the Biden administration were from Venezuela. It just seemed like simultaneously the opening of our American border, the fact that Joe Biden won even though he was a corpse, it just seems very sus. I think a lot of Americans feel that way, but unfortunately that topic was censored around 2020 as well. I mean, like a lot of the game has changed, and you know, I'm not saying that everything has reverted back to some sort of normalcy, but things do seem to be might be getting revealed in this new 2026 world that we're living in. But as far as Trump goes, because I know a lot of the people, I know my man Boxing Scholar, you're my bro, but I know you have a severe TDS. But I'm not like here like on full Trump defense mode, and I didn't vote for Trump. I mean, I don't vote at all. But a lot of the people on the panel seem to not like Trump and just will have a disagreement with anything that he does. But
Yeah,
I won't hold it against you. You know, like you just don't.
I don't fuck with Trump at all because he attacked my tribe. I'm indigenous to this country. Brooklyn is my tribal homeland. My tribe has the reservation out in Southampton. So
what tribe is that?
The Shinnecock Puspatuck.
Oh, I don't know. I never heard of him attacking the specific tribe. And I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I mean,
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to educate you on understanding. You know why my issues lie with this dude. I watched that court hearing. So when I watched that court hearing, I was like, this dude, fuck this guy. I never watched The Apprentice. I never rocked with the song what Nas did, talking about got rich, got broke like Trump, up, down. I don't fuck with none of that. But you know, I'm a Brooklyn native as well. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's my tribe and everything. But Bed-Stuy, Brownsville, East New York, those are my stomping grounds. So you came out here and you said in the beginning that Venezuela was a very, very bad place, right? You said that in the beginning, but then you talked a little bit more, and then you spoke about the Biden administration, and with the Biden administration, you spoke about the migration, and you didn't understand why there's certain things was happening and all of these migrants, and you couldn't understand why they were migrating like that. That would contradict what your opening statement was Venezuela was a very bad place. So you might be a little confused and you might be adjusting yourself to to the Trump rhetoric that is not allowing you to
Nah, but
see
you
that
stepped on my wisdom, though.
even being a
Nah,
Latino, even being a
but you
Latino
stepped on my
American,
wisdom.
even being a
But you
Latino
stepping on my
American,
wisdom, and you
that
ain't.
it ain't working for you, partner. I mean, you could rock with Trump, and you could feel like this whole Venezuelan thing is good for the country. You have your right to your opinion. But me, I hold my opinions to be based in fact and to be based in absolute truth. So when you
I'm
talking
gonna give you
about
an absolute truth.
where you said that he was responsible for drugs, my question to you is, if he was responsible for drugs and you're happy that they got him, why did Trump pardon the other guy who was actually convicted for drugs and responsible that there was proof he was bringing those drugs into the USA?
Well, it's not solely drugs, but as far as the story in which that other guy that he pardoned for trafficking drugs, according to Trump, the Biden administration had railroaded that guy, and
No. I don't want to hear
I'm
what
not
your
speaking on
opinion
that.
is on Trump.
But
I'm
hold on, I'm
asking you
not.
what
But you step on my wisdom though, man. Because is this Marky?
No.
Okay, my bad, bro. But in reference to the guy that he pardoned, I mean, like, I don't know the full grim and gory on that, but the allegation that was made by this administration, which I mean is not being refuted, is that the Venezuelan president was in charge of a even bigger cartel. And on top of that too, it's not just drugs. I live in America, and I'm a native of this country. I mean, I'm a native of the Americas. I'm a native of America, as were my parents, my grandparents. I'm not an Indian, but it benefits America for us to have deboed, as of this morning, Venezuela's oil reserves, which are the biggest in the entire planet, bigger than Saudi Arabia's. So we pulled a little power move, and now it belongs to us.
Let me get in here because you said something right there about Debo and their oil reserves and getting Maduro out of there, that we've regime changed them, but we haven't. The same regime is still in power. Nicolas Maduro's vice president was just sworn in as the president of Venezuela, and she unequivocally said that that's a bunch of bullshit. Y'all are not coming down here to colonize our country. Y'all are not going to enslave us and take the wealth from underneath our feet. So she is directly contradicted what you just said and what Trump just said. And secondly, I don't like Trump because I think he's a disgusting sexual predator. He's a civilly adjudicated rapist. I think he was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. On top of the fact, just policy points, I don't agree with him when it comes to the tariffs. I don't agree with him when it comes to this strike on Venezuela, or the strike against the Houthis, or the strikes in Nigeria. I don't agree with him on anything, or allowing the Qatari Air Force to station jets in Idaho. We don't even have any standing defensive pacts or agreements with Qatar. Donald Trump just said if anybody attacks Qatar, we're gonna go to war. He just said it. Therefore, it's true. But that's bullshit. Like, there's no legislation or treaties that have been signed stating that. Why? And not only that, these people fund terrorism in the Middle East. Why do they have jets on U.S. soil? Like, stuff like that bugs me. And then you like, just to the corruption. This guy's gained over $3 billion in wealth. Like, I remember when people were bitching and crying about, oh, the Biden crime family, and look, Hunter Biden, he sold look, his net worth increased by $3 million by selling paintings. Oh, this is an absolute racketeering scheme. And they were trying to subpoena Hunter Biden into Congress, and they were trying to impeach Biden, but they never got to the impeachment because it was all bullshit. And then this guy has a crypto blockchain which you don't have to identify yourself.
You don't have to verify anything
But
on a
y'all
crypto
venting though,
blockchain.
man. We've
He
been
has
hearing
world
this.
liberty. I didn't cut you off, brother. I didn't
Nah,
cut
but
you
I
off.
mean, I was cut off though. I was still in the mix, man, and my man started
All
speaking about
right,
his
but
tribe.
well, you can respond or
Nah,
after
but you
I'm done,
going
I'll let
all
you
over
cook,
the
brother.
place though. You going all over the place. Like I
No,
mean,
no, no. But you asked me. You said I don't like him, and you think it's just because of whatever. You think because people have TDS. Like, no, I don't like him for very specific reasons, and I'm listing those reasons off to you. But respond how you choose, brother. Go ahead.
No, but I mean, a lot of what I've been listening to, like in the past, like hour and a half, has been a lot of like TDS talking points. To be, and I, like to be, and that's being kind. It just seems like a lot of cats up in here, like don't like Trump just because they don't like Trump, which is fair. I mean, I'm not like, that's up to y'all. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like the country doing better, I mean, like specifically so-called minorities, which I'm a part of that tribe, seem to do a hell of a lot worse.
Black unemployment rate is at the highest rate since the pandemic. Like, how are minorities doing better? Like, if you're a minority in this country, a masked agent can fucking walk up to you and ask for your papers. And if you can't produce them, they have the right to detain you. How are you better off in this country if you're a
How
minority?
often do you see that happening to a black man in America?
A lot.
No, it doesn't, bro. Like, come
Yes,
on, man.
it does.
Like,
We just had a whole ICE raid happen in a place called Machuchal
but you know
on
what?
this
You know what
island
was happening?
because they
You
were
know what
looking
was
for
happening?
illegal Dominicans and St. Lucians, and they had legal residents. They had people that were born in Puerto Rico tied up.
You know what was happening to black people under the Biden administration? Their neighborhoods were getting flooded, and they were being told, well, this is just the way things are. Like, these are your new neighbors. Like, you just got to take it. Look at Chicago. Look at New York City. And a lot of people that don't like Trump
What
during
does that even
time.
mean? Like, these places that you're talking about have been the epicenters of immigration for over 100 years.
No,
like, what are you talking about?
The immigration that we suffered through under the Biden administration was unlike anything I've ever seen in my existence.
Get the fuck out of here. Have you heard of the Chinese? Have you heard of the Irish? Have you heard of the German Americans? Have you heard of the Italians?
During
what are you talking
period?
about?
During which period that you lived through in which any of these groups were flooding like they flooded during the Biden administration? On top of that too, all those other times there was some sort of vetting. Like, you're letting in like the worst of the worst, look like people that look like little goons. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like I'm it's not like every, like, I'm not like, I don't, I front,
There was no vetting. There was no vetting, bro. You had Irish gangsters coming over. You had Chinese triads that got set up in San Francisco. There was no vetting. What are you talking
gangs
about?
in New York shit like that you didn't live through. I'm talking about during our lifetime. Unvetted migration were like some of the worst like dudes that look like little goons, tattoos on their face and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and liberals and like liberal defenders like act like these people are bringing some sort of enrichment to their lives and shit, and like we'll like fight for them just because they're trying to spite Trump.
I can give you one point. I can give you one basic, or not even a point, but a basic fact. Have you ever heard that Social Security is a scam and that it's gonna run out of money in about 10 years? They've been saying that since the 1970s. You ever heard that?
Of course.
Yeah. Do you know why it hasn't run out of money?
Talk to me.
Because illegal immigrants pay into the system and they don't get any benefits. Like, that's just a basic fact. So I don't give a fuck if it's a scary looking dude and he's got some tattoos on his face. I know, like, I guess like you're scared of how people look. I'm sorry for you, brother. I don't give a fuck. Like, if he's a hardworking individual, if he pays his taxes, if he doesn't commit any crimes and minds his business, I don't care. That person is a benefit to this country. And we don't need to be shedding workers. Especially cheap workers.
Though. These people that are coming are not workers. They sit around and chill all day and try to come up.
Bro,
Man,
let
that's a
me
load of
put it. Let
bullshit,
me
bro.
hold
That's a
on.
load of bullshit.
Let me say
You
this.
talking? You're just. I don't know who you're talking about,
Let me
brother.
say this. Let me say this.
All the migrant, all the illegal or legal migrants I have met are some of the hardest
Hardest
working
workers I've ever
individuals,
met, bro.
like hardest working when it comes to striving for their education, and some of the greatest patriots you'll ever meet. Like I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Hey, I want to say it like this. I live in a nice building. Across the street from me, there was an empty house, right? Nice little house. Me and my lady was thinking about copping the house. You feel what I'm saying? But the guy was like, no, they want to rent it out. It's not for sale. So at first I saw like 4 Mexican dudes in the house, right? And then I saw like 8 Mexican dudes in the house. And then there was a whole bunch of electric scooters and electric bikes in front of the house. 2 years later, it's nothing but cars in front of the house, brand new cars. So they take the ability to do what I know you know. When you see all the immigrants and everybody on their little scooters doing deliveries and doing the Lyft deliveries and going to the supermarket and being part of all of that, because the supermarket that's right down the block from me on Myrtle, right down the block from me on Myrtle and Broadway, that tell you what part of Bed-Stuy I live in. That supermarket right down the block, basically every day I go in there, there's a bunch of, whether they're African immigrants, females or whatever, but I see a lot of immigrants doing the DoorDash thing. I know a lot of Americans who do the DoorDash
Yeah,
thing.
my brother B3 Picks, he do it. He
So
make
the
great
point,
money on there.
yeah. So the
D3
point I'm
do it
making
too.
is, this: when they come in, they're taking up property, they're buying property, they're contributing to the U.S. economy by buying clothes. The immigrants you talking about in Brooklyn, I don't know none of them. I don't know where they are, because all the ones that's in my field of work, and when I go outside in my hood and I see that moved over in my hood, bro, they good people. I messes with them. We joke when we in the corner store. So we good. They recognize me. I recognize them. I walk past the same Mexican house. Yo, they everybody saluting me. Now there's families there. There's 4 families there.
Did you need 4 more families in Brooklyn?
What happened?
Did you need 4 more families in Brooklyn? The way she
Yeah,
did in New
because
York
4 more
lady?
families in Brooklyn also build the economy. I'm a restaurant owner.
Yeah, that's more
I'm
money
a
coming into
restaurant
Brooklyn.
owner. The more people that live here and come into my restaurant is great for business for me.
I'm pretty
So
sure
I
those
don't
Mexicans ain't even touching your restaurant, brother. Like, and you know these immigrants, for the most part, these immigrants that come into the country, the people they shit on the most, as far as population goes, are the brothers. So, and I'm pretty sure that if you
But you're
own a
just saying
restaurant,
like a lot of antidotal shit. You're just saying
I
like
don't
these
I don't
I'm
immigrants I
saying
see and these
anecdotal shit.
immigrants I hear, like
This
we
past
actually
2
presenting
hours have been
facts.
anecdotal shit.
Bro, I'm saying it like this. In the restaurant industry, I've written letters to some immigrants who were I found out that they were the children of somebody with DACA. And I said, listen, you come work with me, I'll put you on to some of the big wigs that I know in the industry, and you'll become a citizen ASAP. Because the hospitality business is always friendly to immigrant labor. I don't like how some sectors of the hospitality industry takes advantage of cheap immigrant labor. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the type of chef I am, I hire immigrant labor, but I don't pay them cheaply, and I give them the opportunity to learn. And when they start to learn, I put them in other restaurants where they have good positions. So me, I'm a person out here that fight
So
of
why didn't you do that for
immigration,
some brothers
I'm
then?
living it, feeling it, and active part of it.
Well,
Being
why
a
didn't you do
Brooklyn
that for a
resident.
brother? Why not do that for a brother? Why you do that for an
I
immigrant?
do it
and
for
you
a
don't do it
brother.
for
I do it for brothers too, bro. What is you talking about? I do it for brothers too, but you want to know something different? You want to know something different?
Tell me.
Some people have different agendas. I just need a paycheck. I need a job to make this kind of money, and then I'm going to do this, this, and that with the money I saved up and made. That's usually the American attitude. When it comes down to these immigrants, they realize I don't have anything else. So if this is a good dude teaching me and he's putting me on to stuff, I'm staying with him as long as I possibly can because he's my safety net. Every one of the non-immigrant employees, they're really like 6 months to 8 month employees because once they get to where they want to get, or once they get enough money to do whatever their plans were in the beginning before trying to get this job and not really committed to the cooking industry, they're short timers. But these immigrants are long timers. So if you can culture and mold them into being great workers,
the brothers are short timers. What you telling me?
Always.
That's no good then, man.
I was a long time person because I saw the value in the
competition
industry.
of the immigrants that you backdoor and employ, like they wouldn't be short timers. They probably had bigger prospects.
No. You miss what I'm saying because you're trying to make a point. You're missing what I'm saying because you're trying to make a point. So let's understand what I'm saying.
Is that immigrant populations don't benefit native-born Americans. Besides
why not?
Some ancillary
why don't they?
I just gave you. Well, hold on, brother. But I just told you an entire example where the illegal immigration population in this country is holding up Social Security. Take them away, and Social Security is going to die.
Do any of y'all get Social Security?
No, my father does. I pay into Social Security every month.
You pay in Social Security hoping that you'll get it one day.
I'm not benefiting off of Social Security. I look at it as something that may not be there when I get older, and that might be the case.
Do you benefit from unemployment or food stamps?
No.
But if you lose your job, you'll apply for it, correct?
No.
You want to apply for unemployment?
Get out of here.
So let me ask you this question. Were you, during the pandemic here in New York, since both of us are from New York, right? Did the job, or does the job you have classified you as an essential worker to whereas you could have went to work every day and not had to apply for that unemployment part of the stimulus package?
I work for me. Like what was happening in the economy was independent of what was happening with me. Like not much changed, but that's besides the point. And also reverting back to that too, like in terms of my immigration point too, you know, a lot of people, like a lot of things had to change for New Yorkers in terms of mandates. And then fast forward a couple months later, the Biden administration says it's all good. Anybody can come up in here unvetted. You know, they don't need mandates.
Who's telling you this stuff? Like, where do you get this information from?
By having eyeballs and living life. Like, what do you mean? Like they weren't enforcing.
So who told you that the immigrants that are in your hood, who told you, pointed out and said, you see that little dude and his shorty and a little baby right there? They unvetted, bro. Don't fuck with them right there.
No, I'm not saying the ones that were. I can't call out the ones that I saw on an individual basis, but I did see footage of the border for years under the Biden administration being wide.
So have you so the border did the border exist before the Biden administration?
But the border was open under the Biden administration.
So do you I'm gonna ask you this question.
Hold on, during a time where they were telling me like it was irresponsible to have a gathering of more than 6 people because of the supposed super flu. But then a few months later, they let a ton of people into the country.
That wasn't Biden. That was Trump.
How was it Trump?
That was Trump.
Yeah, the coronavirus started under Trump.
No. What about like the whole set tripping on the coronavirus or set tripping on the mandates? That wasn't Trump.
What do you mean set tripping? Trump Republicans were tripping over the mask. Donald Trump made
vaccine mandates, particularly because y'all acting like y'all
under the Trump administration, a vaccine was created.
All right, mandates. I'm talking about.
Don't you remember? Under the Trump administration, that's when the first mandates were happening under Dr. Fauci, and then everybody turned on Dr. Fauci, and then Trump replaced Dr. Fauci. What happened?
Mandates.
Yes, it was.
No. I
Because Dr.
think
Fauci was
Donald
calling
Trump. No,
for
but
herd
AC,
immunity.
AC, I think you got it wrong a little. Because Donald Trump was out of office when like the
No.
vaccine started to
Understand what
go.
I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. When the vaccine was created, Dr. Fauci was leading that. When
Yeah.
Dr. Fauci would come on TV, he was telling people the only way you can actually cure the coronavirus and have minimal deaths is you have to mandate the vaccine, just like what they did with the smallpox vaccine and the measles vaccine. You have to
Yeah, but you
mandate it
said it though.
because let me finish. Let me
But
finish.
that was
Because
Fauci,
if
not
let me
Trump.
finish. If you
That was
mandate
Biden,
it,
not Trump.
if no, you're not listening to me, bro. You're trying to
But
react.
Trump
I'm telling
appointed
you
Fauci.
something. What I'm telling you is, Doc, this is what Dr. Fauci was saying when the drug efficacy test first got done. It was done under Donald Trump and Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said it has to be mandated because if it's mandated, then the whole herd immunity, you have a guarantee on herd immunity. If we don't have the guarantee on herd immunity and the vaccine is not mandated, you're going to have these pockets of where the virus keeps popping up. And then Dr. Fauci said this, which we are fucking living through today. He said this: if we don't do herd immunity, and people opt out and you give people the opportunity to opt out, what you're going to wind up doing is the COVID vaccine, the COVID virus is going to turn into like the flu virus. It's going to be a vaccine you got to get every year. I know 3 people who just caught fucking COVID in 2025.
Sorry to hear that. Are
Because
they gonna
at
be
the end of
okay?
the day, guess who was
Will
right?
they live? Will they
Dr.
live?
fucking Fauci.
Yeah, but you're saying
Dr. Fauci was
again,
right.
and
And
I'm
it happened
saying
under Trump.
Trump didn't mandate. Trump didn't push mandates.
No, he
Fauci
did not push the mandate. It was Biden that pushed the mandate
Biden pushed
because
mandates as well.
he met with
And
Dr. Fauci. Biden
exactly, and
administration met with Fauci and they said, yeah, we're gonna
what
do
I'm
what he
saying
does.
by
But
going
who
on your
cares?
tirade.
Like
You're
I
trying to
agree with I agree with the vaccine mandates. So
all
who
right,
cares?
that's on you then.
Like,
But
I agree with it.
there's people that don't.
And Trump,
There's
and
many.
by the way, Trump agreed with it.
Because he
No, he didn't.
vaccinated.
Yeah, and he said that people should go get the vaccine.
That's not a mandate, though. A mandate is forcing you to
But he
get it.
agreed with the mandate. He didn't disagree with it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Trump said, if you want to take the vaccine, take the vaccine. If you don't want to take it, like if you want to find another solution, find the other solutions.
There is no
Fauci
other
pushed the
solution.
mandates, and Biden pushed the mandates. And then on
There
top of
is
that,
no
hold
other
on.
There
And then
is
solution.
hold on. And then on top of that, on top of pushing the mandates, then you're allowing in a whole other population from other countries. You're not forcing a mandate on them. Not that would make it right. Not only are you not forcing a mandate on them, you're allowing them to come in unvetted, unchecked for health shit.
So the measles outbreak is migrant fault.
WHO enforced the rules worldwide. So
they
there was actual policies worldwide and vaccines given worldwide. It wasn't just an American issue. You got it. So hold on. Let me say this. We got somebody new on the panel. To make sure you're not a troll, let's hear your opening statements.
I just want to talk about them being a net positive or net negative, because I can tell you for sure they're not, and I can prove it to you very simply. If someone goes out and gets a job and works very hard and is a very good person, and they earn $35,000 a year, and they put 2 children in a New York school at a cost of about $20,000 to $25,000 a year, did they pay in more taxes than they used?
Exactly.
Now multiply that by what Yale predicts is close to 30 million illegal or more illegal aliens that are here in this country presently. Is that good for the 350 million or so American citizens, or is that bad?
Okay, so can I just give
Hold
you
on,
this one
hold on, hold on.
sentence?
You asked for my opening statement.
It's
That's it.
important to what she just said. If she understood the real stats, and that's the only thing I was going to say. It wasn't going to be a speech. The real stats show that when you talk about that number and we talk about immigration, the largest group of immigrants come from European countries, not South American countries.
I don't care where they come from.
Oh,
That's
okay,
irrelevant.
all right, then that's all right. Gotcha.
I don't care. If we're talking about somebody who's in the country illegally, I'm talking about somebody who's not here at the invitation or any other thing. I'm talking about someone who has no right to be in this country.
And
are they a net negative, or are they a net positive?
I say net
Yeah,
positive.
I think they're a net positive.
Net positive.
You a fool, bro.
And how do you and what do you base that on? Because if
Well,
you got,
I just
I
told this
just gave you.
I just told
wait a
this
minute, hold
gentleman
on.
right here. I explained to him
Okay,
how
so
illegal immigrants are essentially holding up
Easy. It's through
the Social
taxes.
Security system.
It's easy. That's an easy answer through
Yeah, they
taxes.
pay taxes.
yeah, and understand this: an
And they
illegal
pay into
immigrant
social
can't get
and they pay
Medicaid and
into social
Medicare.
they pay into Social Security,
They can
Medicaid,
never get it.
Medicare, and they don't get any benefits.
The
And
They don't
as
get
only
to
I
way
take
said
out
an
in the
illegal
anything.
chat,
immigrant here in
okay.
New
So
York
that's
can
a
get
net
medical
positive.
care.
What about the ones that don't
As I
work?
said in the chat, it is a net positive in Social Security, but it is a net negative overall.
It's
And
not
you
a
can see
negative overall because the school system is brought in by the taxpayers. So if I'm paying into the taxes, whether it's sales tax, property tax, or whatever taxes, those taxes are collected here in New York.
What
So
about the
if
people
I'm
that don't work?
constantly paying into taxes and I don't get my child income tax, I
they
don't
do
get
get
my
EI.
refund. I don't
They
get my
do get
refund.
EITC.
But the point I'm saying is this: for every one of these illegal immigrants that earn a wage and have to get that wage taxed, whether the company, whether they have a false Social Security and what you don't understand is in the restaurant sector, what these owners do, and I had to walk away from jobs that I was consulting because I said, if they come after you, I'm not going to be the person to testify because you're not going to like what I have to say. They'll tell these immigrant workers that I pay taxes for you. You don't have a Social Security number, so I'm taking out $100, $200, $300 from your pay.
What about immigrants that don't work?
What about Americans that don't work? That's another argument. That's not what y'all said. This is what the question that y'all posed. Hold on. This is what she said. That's what the lady's opening statement was. Are immigrants a net positive or net negative? Overall. And they are a net positive.
I'm going to say it like this. She does have an argument, and that all depends on...
Data?
I'm going to say
Go
it
ahead.
like this, Miss.
Go ahead. Give us your data.
Like this because I'm backing you. You do have an argument, and that all depends on where you are in the country, where this immigration pocket is. Yes, immigration can have a strain on the social resources at certain times. You feel what I'm saying? Because a child, you don't want your child to be born through the emergency room by an immigrant because that's like $20,000, $30,000 to go into the ambulance ride, everything else that the Medicaid, Medicare can't recover from because this person is undocumented. I see those pockets right there. And you do have a point because where immigration is a strain on the community, it's in the medical sector when you talk about emergency room visits. And who has to pay for that? And the taxpayers have to pay for all of these emergency room visits. So you do have an argument right there. But as far as the rest of the economy, what they do generate, it almost balances it out to where either a plus or minus type of situation.
Okay, the Federation for Americans for Immigration Reform, or FAIR, did a study, and they found that they added up all the money that the states spend and all the money that the federal government spends. And then they counted up all the taxes they pay in. The net negative was nearly $200 billion a year. In 2024,
what was the net positive?
Nearly $200 billion net negative.
What was the net positive? You telling me the net negative? There had to be a net positive.
No. A net negative is a total number. So there was a certain amount total spending, and then there's a total of taxes paid in, and the difference between the two is a negative nearly, well, it's closer to 185 billion to
What's
be
the
exact.
name of the study
It's the
or the people
Federation
that did the
for
study?
the Federation. It's FAIR. It's FAIR. It's Federation something for immigration reform.
But you
And
get
I
those.
will tell you, most other studies
Okay.
will eliminate education, or they will eliminate the anchor, anything associated, all the welfare that comes in through the anchor baby. Because if you drop a child, and that gets me to birthright citizenship, and I want to make this very clear, because then I can drop down and feel good like I did the right thing. Because you said birthright citizenship will eliminate all citizenship. That is not true. The Constitution was amended to create citizenship for the people who were freed in the wake of the Civil War. It was for Black people. It was for Black Americans. More specifically, it was for foundational Black Americans because they helped to build this country. And we wanted them to be able to stay and be a part of the country they helped to build. It is not, when you eliminate birthright citizenship, it is not invalidating their citizenship or anyone else's. It's saying that a person in the future cannot come to this country illegally, be in the country illegally, and drop a child, and by want of that child being born on with 2 feet on our soil, that person gets citizenship.
Miss, you're missing so much of time. I got to speak to this because she's talking about a point that I said earlier when I was talking about birthright citizenship. The only person that birthright citizen does not affect is indigenous people. If
That's
you
wrong.
understand what I'm saying. If you were a founding fucking father, you were not a founder of you're not indigenous. You came because of what was going on in England, where all of you dudes were the worst. You were the criminals. You had a choice. You either go to the galley, you go to debtor's prison, or you go to the New World. This land that Christopher Columbus stumbled upon, which is absolutely not true, because there was the guy called Amerigo Vespucci who was here first, who named America. So let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I want you to let me finish. Now, when we're talking about the Emancipation Proclamation, Juneteenth, we talk about that whole time, okay? That we know that the war was about slavery and Lincoln's choice. You feel what I'm saying? And that made the argument of saying, if we're going to build a country and we're going to uphold the Constitution that all men are created equal, then we have to change the fact that we said that a horse has more valuable than the black man. The horse cannot vote, but the black man can vote at some point. So we wanted to give citizenship to black people. So at the end of the day, when you really look at that whole time, when you really, really study the whole founding father and leading up to George Washington, you'll find out, understand what I'm saying, because this is what I went to college for as well. American history. When you look at the fact that there were Irish slaves, there were slaves because the originals that got here, they didn't know how to tend the land, because you tried to enslave the indigenous people and then you were wiped the fuck out. So then they had to send a whole nother joint. That's actual, miss. That's actual written European history. Pick up a book. Pick up a book right there. You have to let me finish. I don't want to debate with you like this. I don't want to talk over you. I want to respect you and I want to understand you.
Okay.
I like the fact that you're up here with your perspective because it broadens the conversation. So all I'm saying is this: when I from the history I've taken, and I went to an all-white Ivy League school called Hofstra University on a scholarship, and my minor was a double minor in Indigenous history and Black American history. One of the people who came to constantly speak was a guy named Dr. Vincent Harding, who had excerpts of what was going on with slave ships. who had excerpts of what was going on with diaries and a whole bunch of other stuff. So at the end of the day, there were so many different forms of slavery that at the pinnacle point of when they was asking George Washington to become king of the U.S., he denied it and said, no, we were not a monarchy. We were never meant to be a minority. I will serve my terms. And at the end of my term, I will step down and we will hold free and fair election for the people, by the people, of the people. This is what made George Washington so great. So at that particular moment, America was an immigrant country. There were so many people from around the world who just wanted to come here and see what the new world was like. Many made homes, including very wealthy African Americans at that particular point. Bro. At that particular point. So all I'm saying is this, Miss. When you talk about the Emancipation Proclamation, you had people from all over the world living in the North and South. And when they drafted the fact of birthright citizenship, that came from every immigrant who wanted to settle here and build upon the American dream. Although the predicate of it was to ensure that Black Americans were considered full-fledged citizens.
Okay, may I respond now, please?
Sure.
I don't disagree with a single thing you said, except for one thing.
Okay.
Okay, none of that has anything to do with the topic.
Yes, it does.
And here's why. No. Here's why. And I can explain to you very simply. Why am I a citizen? Why am I a citizen? I'm
because of the 14th Amendment.
Because my parents were born here. Why are my parents a citizen? Because their parents were born here. Why were their parents a citizen? Wait a minute. Because they were naturalized. They are not a birthright. There's no birth. I'm not birthright citizen. I'm a citizen because I am the child. No, please, if you look it up, you will find out that I'm right.
I'm looking at the 14th Amendment right now. I can read it for you.
And for the record, I went to American University and I worked on Capitol Hill, and this was part of the issues that I dealt with under my portfolio. So I'm not ignorant either. You have the history right, except for that factor. That's a legal term. It has nothing to do. I'm the product of a naturalized. You either are a citizenship. You're either citizenship through something called the Latin term is, and I'm probably mispronouncing it, is jus soli, Jus soli.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're absolutely right.
So you're either citizenship of the land or your citizenship of your parents. What we're saying is that this provision of the amendment, that the specific amendment in question, was meant for one group and one group only. At that point, everyone becomes a citizenship. Every Black person, every person who's been naturalized, every person on the Americas in America is now a citizenship. Anybody from that point on has to be through the bloodline.
And the bloodline.
That's what you're saying. You can't.
Right.
They're trying to stop people from crossing the border illegally, having a child here, and then opening up the spigots to chain migration and endless amounts of welfare, which is what's driving that $200 billion net negative number.
And
that's why this matters. It has nothing to do with voting rights. It has nothing to do with taking away anyone's citizenship. It has to do with saying we have to change. And Europe, and for the record, Europe used to be also jus soli of the soil, and they changed it because of the rampant abuse. Most of the world operates through bloodline.
I agree with you on that aspect, but when you talk about that bloodline shit, that's where we had to define what that meant.
You talk too much. Is this about illegal immigration or not?
Bro, can you relax?
Can you relax? You trying to act like you're so smart you can't even pronounce the word monarchy. And you're asking for a net positive. She said everything was a net negative, and you're like, okay, if it's a net negative, what's the net positive? You're an uneducated faggot, you dumb nigger.
Oh my God!
Now you see,
you got people like that. Don't worry about it. Let's keep going. Don't worry about
but
that.
the point we're going, and this is the foundation of how we got to where
Don't
we are.
worry
So
about
that's
that. You
what
got
that's
idiots
what
like
she and
that.
I are discussing. I'm not even worried about that dude. So
But
at the
I
end of the
want you to know that whether he agrees with my position or not, that does not reflect me.
yeah, of course
I
not. That's why I'm
as my
engaged in a conversation with you, and I'm really
No,
enjoying the
absolutely.
conversation.
You've been
oh my god,
respectful and polite
Because
this
that's
whole
so
time. You've
awful.
been fine.
at the
That's
end
so
of the
awful.
day, it's like this. You
Oh.
are right in how the underlying aspects of it. I was talking more on during during legal battles and things that came to the Supreme Court where these terms got birthed at. Because the terms that you used early on, where you was calling it what it was, and because it was through bloodlines, that is absolutely right. But it didn't apply to the slave. So when it
And that's
applied
why
to
the
the
concept
slave,
was
when it
yes.
applied to the
Okay.
slave, and to secure the fact that the immigrants coming in, instead of having, if you come in through the legal manner, when you become a citizen, your child now has that birthright citizenship. If
Exactly.
you're born here, it's whatever, whatever. And this is the way I'm speaking from the legal arguments that happened in the courts to define where we are right now. Now to tie all of this into the net positive or net negative, when you look at how this country was built and you look at where we acquired all the German scientists, however we did it, when those German scientists came over here and built the Vernon von, the birth of the V2 rocket, we were able to go to the moon, orbit the moon, put satellites. That all of that was a net positive if we're talking about immigration. If we're talking about illegal immigration, which is a whole nother topic, illegal immigration at its very beginning will have that net negative effect. But as the legal immigrants stayed longer and longer over an expansion of time, I believe it has a net positive, especially if they choose to have children here, and then their children become actual citizens. Then the taxes that they pay into, these are not happening because the actual Americans are having less and less children, while the immigrants are having more children. So it's good for the economy because you're always having a workforce. Now the problem is where's the whole high skilled level workforce coming from? When we're business owners, we have to think about these things, and we talk about them like, yo, listen, high skilled labor, if we keep staying on the trajectory and not offering programs for naturalized citizens here, the high skilled labor part is going to definitely go to AI and robots and foreigners from foreign countries. Because right now our skill
But we even need illegal immigration to train the high skilled workers, AC. Because you saw
yes
what just happened
Yo,
down
over
in
Elon
time.
Georgia
Musk.
at
Yo,
the
hold up. Elon
you
Musk
saw
is
what
a
just
is
happened at the young
Elon
uh
Musk is a bright mind, and most of our government contracts are with
right.
Elon Musk. Like that they act like
And
immigration
he
is just
came in as
one
illegal.
And he is
one
doing
blanket
it.
that you could paint with everybody. If you do the math, and some people have did it, and you could question the source, but they say that they pay $1.43 in taxes, right? And the people that mooch off the system are that's like $1. So there's 43%. Excuse me, 43 cents, and it's gonna add $1 trillion to our deficit over the next decade. So when you ask me, are they going to be a positive or a negative? Absolutely a positive. That's easy. But I want to say this. Propaganda is a
Are
real
we
thing.
talking
Propaganda is
about
rough.
immigrants?
Over
Illegal
time.
immigrants?
We're talking
Hold on. Let
Illegal.
me
about
say,
over
hold
time.
up. I'm gonna end it with this, and I'm gonna pass the mic right to you. I want to show you something. So one thing you
Oh,
said when you got up here was chain migration, right? And it's so funny because we didn't hear about chain migration during the Bush years or any of that. Propaganda is a real thing. That's why during World War II they had that little Uncle Sam sign that said "I want you." They were doing pictures and all that stuff. That was the first form of just blatant
wait.
propaganda. Hold up. I'm almost
I
done.
didn't hear the
You
word you
gotta
said.
listen. You got.
No. I
Okay.
didn't. I wanted to hear, and I didn't
Okay.
catch the
Okay.
word
So
under
basically,
which
I'm saying this.
administration.
So
Under
basically, what
which
I'm saying
administration?
this. I'm saying that chain migration. I didn't hear about this during the Bush administration. I heard about this and it was promoted
Okay.
heavily during this administration, right? And I'm saying that people are vulnerable for propaganda. That's why it's pushed. If there was no market for propaganda, then it would be a dead form of a useful tool of brainwashing. And I just want you to listen to this real quick.
Chain migration is not a good thing. Chain migration is bad. We have to end chain migration. Then you have chain migration. Chain migration. A guy comes in, stone cold killer in many cases. A guy comes in, and then you have to bring his aunt, his uncle, his father, his grandfather, his grandparents, his third niece by a different marriage.
Did you hear that?
No, you muted out.
Okay. So look, when I play it, you gotta add it. You gotta turn the volume on. I think some people have the
No,
option
you
where
have to. She has to click. Yes, there's like a little button to say unmute. Do you see that come up, Queen?
No, I'm unmuted, but because I'm on my iPhone, I can't see what it's not showing me anything. I'm getting a little. So I got no.
He gonna. Well, play it one more time
So I'm
and
gonna
see
play
if
this
a
clip.
button pops up.
Yeah, see if a button pops up, hit that button. Okay? You ready?
Okay, I'm waiting to see.
Here we go.
Chain migration is not a good thing. Chain migration is bad. We have to end chain migration. Then you have chain migration. Chain migration. A guy comes in, stone cold killer in many cases. A guy comes in, and then you have to bring his aunt, his uncle, his father, his grandfather, his grandparents, his third niece by a different marriage.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did actually.
Okay, so I was talking about propaganda being an effective tool. And I talked about, I just showed that clip of that was just propaganda. He's bringing his aunt, he's bringing his uncle, he's bringing his this. But here's the reality of it. This is how you know it's bullshit.
Trump's in-laws slipping in and out of the Manhattan federal building where they took the oath of U.S. citizenship. Sources tell ABC News that First Lady Melania Trump sponsored her Slovenian-born parents, Victor and Amalia Nobbs.
Chain migration. That's what it looks like. Like, they don't care about migration. They don't care about immigrants. They care about making the American citizens feel like they've been robbed of something. LBJ's famous quote, you can pick their pockets clean, right? If you convince them. So that's what they're doing. Like, listen, if you do the studies, like I said, you can find studies on both sides, but more studies that they are a net benefit than that they are draining the society. So then why do we come to this conclusion of immigration being bad? Like one of my panelists just brought up, without Albert Einstein and those immigrants, we don't win World War II.
Yeah.
All of our contracts are subcontracted through Elon Musk.
Okay, can I jump in here?
I want to get in.
Okay.
I want to get
So
in.
First,
can I say something quick
Oh,
before
no,
you go,
hold on,
Queen?
Marky. Hold on. I directed it to her. Let her respond.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, the number I gave you to begin with was specifically for illegal immigration.
Yeah.
And they find that legal immigration is usually about 2 to 3 generations before we hit the net, before we start to gain.
Yeah.
So then the question becomes, are we in a place at a given time? I think the question becomes, are we in a good place economically to incur 2 generations or 3 generations of loss before the investment starts to pay off? And I don't think you can. And the reason why I asked you, I specifically wanted to hear what you said about which president, because I wanted to know, A, when we were talking about in time, and B, I also wanted to know if we were talking about before the country was built or after, because a lot of times when people talk about historical immigration, they're referencing back to points in time when if you didn't work, you didn't eat, and you basically came to the country and every job was available to do, because we, like, my great grandfather worked in the Navy, and then my grandfather was a street sweeper in New York. So there was a job that even the person who didn't have much education could actually do to keep a roof over their head. We are not in that place, especially while we have 30 million illegal aliens. If we had no 30 million illegal aliens, then I would be in a much happier place to talk about the legal side of the picture. I think we need a couple years of moratorium till we finish getting rid of all the people that were let in. And for me, when I look at it, I say, is it right that Chicago residents, some of whom have been in their house, in their same house, not only for decades themselves, but in some cases generations, should that person lose their house because they can't pay the property tax hike when a third or more of that went to illegal immigrants?
See,
I say no. I say no. I say that's not good for our people, and those people are who matter more to me. Always
so
100 times. Okay.
go ahead, Marky,
And then
because
and then the
I want to comment on something she said, and
okay, and then I'll come back to the chain migration thing because I do want to explain that one part.
No, you could finish that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like cutting you off. I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah,
no,
finish
it's
that part.
hard to know when
Respond to
you
that.
can jump in. It's hard to know when you're supposed to jump in. So okay, when in the 80s, Reagan was told that if he gave in and he agreed to the immigration reform bill that they had and gave amnesty, it would be in exchange for a permanent fix to our border security problems. He did that. I don't know why he did that, but that deal removed what they used to have in place, which was a system that was based on the labor market. It was based on country quotas. So every country had a certain number of slots so that every year, the pool, if you think of it like a graduating class, the pool of people we were bringing in were always in and of themselves diverse. So you didn't get an enclave where a million people lived, a million Somalians come in and they all live in you didn't have that. They would enclave a little bit in a 5-block radius, but they wouldn't build a whole city out of just people like them, right? We really, the 60s, the whole civil rights thing was supposed to be getting us away from that. So once we put those people at the front of the line through amnesty and then did away with the labor market, now it became a system that prioritized chain migration. I don't know what Melania's parents had to offer. I couldn't tell you. So maybe they should or shouldn't have qualified under the old system. But I think we need to go back to that old system that prioritized the benefit of the greater good over what benefits you because you now want to bring in your aunt, your uncle, your this and your that. And there should be some of that. There should be an element of that being relevant. But to me, I don't think our people should be bearing any economic burden, particularly while our country is struggling to overcome all of the mess of the pandemic and everything else that's gone on. Let's get past that and get these people, the illegals, out, and
Let
see
me
where
say
we are with
something.
AI, and then go from there. Is that reasonable?
Somewhat, but
Let me say something. Number one, I don't believe there's 30 million illegal migrants in the United States of America. And just a little search I've done right now, even the most right leaning think tanks estimated to be around 18 million illegal migrants in the country. But putting that aside, they are
Okay.
net positive on the economy. And one particular industry we could look at right now that's dying because they don't have a source of cheap labor is the farming industry. You look at Nebraska, you look at Iowa, you look at Arkansas, these people are dying not only because of the tariffs and they're not getting their product bought by China, such as soybeans, but they don't have a source of cheap labor where they could at least, offset some of those costs. Then moving on to the other thing I said, you said that I don't agree with, or actually I do agree with. Historically, you are correct. When they brought the 14th Amendment in, or they changed, or when they brought in the 14th Amendment as it is currently written, it was specifically as a response to the Dred Scott decision, and because they wanted to give citizenship to freed to the children of enslaved African Americans. However, regardless of what that may have been intended for at the time,
We see that a lot with the Constitution. The Constitution in general wasn't intended for black people or any other groups of people other than rich white people at the time of its drafting. So, regardless of what that amendment was brought in for at that time, right now in its current language, and let me hold on, let me read it. Its exact first line: all persons born or naturalized in the United States are subject to the jurisdiction thereof and are citizens of the United States and the states wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. So it's plain language right there, regardless of how
No.
you want to feel about it. Now, if you're saying you
Okay.
want somebody to amend that to be more specific, that's something different. But they wrote it to be broad, and
No.
so
Go back.
it is broad. Go ahead.
Okay, I want you to go back and read the part right before it said, and sub. Oh, I gave it away. Right before the part about subject to our jurisdiction. Was that an or an and?
That was an and.
Okay, that matters. And you glossed. I don't know if you did it intentionally or you just have heard it so many times that that word is everything. Because and subject to our jurisdiction means that we had taken responsibility. So we have formed a relationship with you and you have formed a relationship with us. We didn't form any relationship with an illegal immigrant. That person is not subject to our laws, which is why we can deport them instead of trying them for this or that or the other. We don't try them for the crime of breaking into the country. We deport them. They're not subject. They're not and subject.
But why though?
And that has been
But if you're
misconstrued.
born in the United States in a United States hospital, that child is gonna get a birth certificate that says they're born in Louisiana. That's just
Yeah,
factual.
and that see, I'm seeing and I'm hearing her argument, and this is
Like
where
I hear, and this argument is actually being discussed by the
It's to
Supreme
the
Court
letter
right
of
actually
now.
it's
being
to the letter of
discussed
the
right now
law.
It's being
because of the
discussed. So we're
birthright
gonna get an
citizen.
answer, and we'll
No,
see
it's
if she's
actually
right or
being
I'm right.
discussed
But
right now because of the birthright citizen lawsuit, and also it challenges where Anthony Scalia made his statements about whether it was prudent to allow black people to vote or not. That we were caving in to how the Constitution was written in its original intent and language. So this is where the smart Harvard students that go down the MAGA road. This is their job, their task to find bullet holes and find words like and stuff like that to make forth the argument at the Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court is going to look at the legal precedents, the legal jargon, and everything else. Whether they win or not, it's all in how you present the argument. Where I understand her point is her argument stands on not immigration. The argument is not immigration. We're talking about people who enter the country illegally through either a hole in the border or just crossing the border at a point, don't have a place to stay, maybe sleeping on the sidewalk, finds out certain things, or however they survive their first 30 days or first 6 months or first year. This is what she's talking about. This is what her stats are based on. So if I was to answer some of her questions, where I believe I'm going to paraphrase on the question to whereas the question about the second and third generation, are we prepared for that? We've been doing that. We've been doing that since the immigration policies of World War II. We've been doing that with the rise in illegal Jewish immigration to the U.S.
Well, yeah,
We've been doing this
we're
since
talking
since
about
the
right
arrival
now.
of illegal German immigration. Then there was the
Yeah, but we're
Haiti
talking about
crisis.
2025. right now.
But understand what I'm saying, bro. Hold on.
But you're wilding though, because you're obfuscating. All of y'all are obfuscating.
No, nobody's. I gotta land my plane, bro. You're
obfuscating.
being disrespectful right now. You're being just hold on. You can jump in. But basically, what I'm saying
We're
is
talking about 2026.
Again, basically what I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, when we're looking at all of these things and all of these administration and how America has always been dealing with illegal immigration, and now that the focus is on Latino immigration or Latino illegal immigrants, at this particular point, to answer the unruly child that I should give a cookie and a glass of milk to so he can relax, is basically this. I've been making this argument for the longest. And since Marky had me come up on this panel, I've been sending Marky information and stuff like that because AI is your real problem. Robotics is going to be your real problem because those are the things that are really going to take away from every job at every level. That's why this chips thing is so freaking important right now because we're about to enter a whole new economic structure, a whole new boom, a whole new whatever, to whereas the minimal amount of humanity is just needed to keep this thing going. So when you're talking about illegal immigration and you're talking about the impacts of illegal immigration, especially at a time when it comes down to where AI and things like that are going to be able to take over all the remedial jobs. Robots will be doing the cheap labor that the illegal immigrants was coming and wanting to do with the farms and stuff like that. Because all I have to do is find a perfect piece of corn, program that, let the computer take a 3-dimensional image of it and put it in its process, and it can collect the best pieces of corn all day long at the proper seasoning. And an immigrant has to be trained for that. And guess what? I only paid a 1 fee for this robot and the AI software. Get it up and running, and within 30 days, it pays for itself. There is no taking to the hospital. There is no whatever. My worker didn't show up today because his girlfriend had a baby. There's none of that.
I'll take the robot ahead of the illegal immigrant and spend.
But when the same
Are you
robot
serious?
replaces your job,
So who does a better job?
replaces your job, then what are you gonna say?
We already have more than enough immigrants. We don't need more.
But when the robot replaces your job,
on top of that,
do the robots pay taxes?
You guys look past what happened under the Biden administration. Unvetted immigration into this country like we've never seen before. Unvetted immigration, people that don't work, that aren't taking these farmer jobs. You got to understand, like the farmer jobs right now, with 9% of our immigrants that we have in the country already, could take up every farmer job that we have available.
He's actually right about that.
On top of that, too, you don't need to bring in more people at a time when they were forcing mandates, where we were supposedly irresponsible for gathering with our own families. Now we're piling in people into our cities that are unvetted criminals, from what I've seen, like in New York City, the ones that I live around, and you guys are set tripping, and you guys will accept it because you think that it's fighting Trump. See that's
no, I don't think it's fighting Trump.
That's a lot of y'all will base all your political decisions on whether it's something that Trump is not accepting.
I think illegal immigration, like I can tell you directly in my own personal life, I have an apartment. I have an apartment.
Meanwhile, you talk and listen, another thing too. So one of you said that you attended Hofstra. Hofstra ain't no Ivy League school.
Yes, it is. You want to bet $1,000? You want to bet $10,000 on it right now? We'll send it to Marky. Do you want to bet $10,000?
You want to bet $1,000?
In fact, we'll bet $1
Take the money, boy.
Right
Hold on one second, Queen.
We'll bet
the money, boy.
Right now.
Hofstra in Long Island is not an Ivy League school.
You want to bet $1 on it right now?
Hofstra
I'll only bet you $1.
Be a man.
I'll bet $1 on it right now because at the end of the day, the year I came into Hofstra, what you don't know is Hofstra's math department got the school to the Ivy League status.
And you probably didn't go for a math degree, but regardless.
So what college did you go to?
Yo, that don't even matter.
What scholarship did you go to?
Hold on. That don't even matter. The whole idea that this
hold on. Every argument that you make for immigration being a problem, you can multiply that times 20, and there's AI. Because AI don't need food, water, or any of that. It doesn't worry about wages. Like, what are we talking about, Sir Foul Player? Sir Foul Player, if you truly are against immigration for the reasons that you claim, there is no way you're in favor of AI.
I'm not
Well,
in favor
wait a
of
minute,
AI.
wait a minute.
I'm saying I'm
When
not in
you
favor of
move,
illegal immigrants or any more immigrants entering into the country.
when we move, wait, I want to speak to his point. When you move to a system with robots, with some sort of mechanical workforce, you're going to have to move to a UBI, and at that point, less people will mean a higher living standard. That's just math.
I didn't hear what you just said. Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
The minute that you move to an AI system, you're now going to have to go to some sort of UBI. You can't have people with no income.
Yeah, universal basic income. Isn't that what Andrew Yang was talking about?
Okay, but we don't need that before there is a. We don't need that until there is a labor force, until there is a mechanical labor force. But at that point, at the point that you're at a I don't know why this is echoing all of a sudden. Once you're at the point where you
everybody
have,
mute
Hold
up.
on.
Everybody
So
mute up.
Foul Player, move up real quick. Go ahead.
okay, once you're at the point where you have a mechanical workforce component, you're going to have to move to UBI. And at that point, it's simple math. If you've got $100 million or however many, let's say $1 trillion that you're going to distribute, the less people, the more, the higher the quality of life will be. That's basic math. So why are you going to bring in extra people? And I just want to touch on one other point real quickly. You said that it was 18 million, but I believe that was a 2018 study. So what I did was I said, okay, Yale came up with 18 million, I think 16 or 18 million in 2018. And then Biden, we know Biden let in more than 10 million. So now we think it's closer to 15, but okay, then you're at 25 to 30 million. That's crazy pants. That's crazy. And
That
1
was
million.
that
And I
was a
also looked.
2023.
And I also looked this up.
That was
This is my last point. And I also looked it up. There are because the left likes to bring up the agricultural worker. There's 1 million agricultural workers who are illegal. The rest are either visa holders or they're citizens. So if we have 30 million, why are we putting up with 29 million extra for the benefit of the 1 million?
Because we already have systems
Well,
in place. We have systems in place that vet them and give them the visa, right? So what y'all are saying is just
That's not what I'm
yes,
asking.
but no, but hold on, you didn't let me finish my answer. You get it. So we have a system in place, right? That vets them, right, and gives them a visa. And it's really hard to get a visa. I remember Stephen Colbert one time did a show where they showed how hard it is to get an actual visa. They have
But
to
I'm not
answer
talking
questions
about
that
the visa holders.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you. When they say immigrants, they always try to do that. That is the word game that they play.
so
Well, we're not talking about the bad immigrants. We're talking about
Boxer Scholar.
excuse me. Hold on, Market. We're not talking about the good immigrants. We're talking about the bad immigrants.
I'm
And
talking
then all
about
of a
the
sudden,
illegal immigrants.
yes. And then
Boxer
you
Scholar.
know, hold up. You know, some people that had their visa was deported too as well, right? That did it the right way.
If they had their visa revoked.
Yes. This is what we're trying. This is what we're trying to explain.
Asylum cases.
Go ahead.
But hold on, Boxer Scholar. You, the Queen. Firstly, what I would say, the study I was mentioning that said 18.6 million is actually from the Fair Study Group that you mentioned earlier. They said 18.6 million, and that study is from March of of last year, 2025.
Okay, then I'm
And
inclined to
most
accept
of
it.
the other studies I'm looking at, the Migration Policy Institute in 2023, mid 2023, they say 13. The Center for Migration Studies, they say 11 million. So yeah, I'm just like
Do you know what it
I
was?
just highly doubt that 30 million
I'm
number.
just going to ask
And
this
then
one question
also,
before.
and
Go
then
ahead.
Do you know
and
what
then
it was?
also
Wait a minute. Do you know what it was? Do you know what those groups
What did you
said it
say?
was in eight? Do you know what those groups said it was in 1990?
What's that?
11 million.
How much?
And do you know what they said it was in?
How
Because
much?
somebody pointed this out to me. They in 1990 they said it was 11 million. In 1995 they said it was 11 million. In 2000 they said it was 11. Does that make sense to you? Because it doesn't make sense to me.
But my metric,
But that's how. Hold up. That's not how numbers work. That's not how numbers work. If
You
you're
don't
gonna
have,
cite them and use them, if you're gonna cite
but
them
you
and use
know,
them, you
but
can't.
some of
It
that
can't all.
population,
Hold up,
but
Marky.
some of that
Hold up.
population goes on
Hold
to
up, Marky.
become legal. Oh, go
Marky, hold
ahead,
up.
go ahead. Fine,
Hold up.
fine, golly.
You can't only cite this. You can't only cite the sources that you want to cite when you believe them and they back your point. Because he just cited the same sources that you used a while ago, and then you're
And
like,
I
oh
said
well,
I
I'm looking at
accept
the numbers.
and I said I accept 18 million. I don't
but
accept 11.
can I just ask
But
this one
how? But
question?
okay, so hold up. How the hell could they be wrong with the 11 million, but then be right with the 18? That's what I'm trying to say. Like that don't make any. What you're saying doesn't make any sense to me. That's not how data works, right? Like it's not
Pew
feel
has
good
been
data. It's just numbers, and it's never
And
going to
this is
be 100% accurate. It's a ballpark.
yeah, and that's because it has to be because to come up with these numbers to say it's 30 million, it's 18 million, it's 11 million. If they're in here illegally, what was the mechanism that had you count them? If they're here illegally, if I'm doing something illegal, I don't want to get caught. So are you talking about what are you talking about? How is this number?
Biden knew. Biden had knew he had 10 million cross.
But how do you know? What is the metric to count each and every individual to say this person is illegal, that person is illegal, this person is illegal? Because to know these numbers, one would think.
Every study has their own metric. So what I'm saying to you is, if you tell me that, if I tell you that Yale had a metric of 16 million in 2018, and I'm looking at how many came in under Biden, and I'm going, well, that makes sense that they'd now be at 30.
Okay.
And you tell me FAIR tells me 18, I know that FAIR's data is usually very accurate
So
because
let me
they go
ask,
through the methodology, and I will accept 18 million.
so if you
That's
feel that
why.
their stuff is what you're saying it is, my question to you is this, because when it comes down to stuff like this, I go into my other mode, and that's the numbers guy. When you can explain the math to me, and how did you come up with the math? Because you're telling me everyone had their different metrics of study. If the article or the information doesn't give you in detail their metric of study, like where did you go? Is it a matter of collecting emergency room data?
Bro. What are you gonna? And when she comes up with a number, what are you gonna do? Obfuscate more? Like,
Bro,
forget the math.
What do you
I
mean?
felt
What do you mean? She
forget
came up
the
with a number
math.
and it was
Whoa,
wrong.
whoa.
What are you talking
Forget the
about?
math. No, I felt like that was a fair
What are you
question.
gonna do with the math, bro? Like,
No,
He don't
that was
like the
fair
math
what he said, Sir Foul Player. You got to stop being
men
so
lie,
reactional, bro. We can't forget the math when we arguing
women
about
lie,
immigrants.
the numbers
stop it.
don't. Men lie, women lie,
dragging the
the numbers don't.
conversation in order to obfuscate. It's clear.
This is not an obfuscation because I'm
Boy,
sorry if you're not that good
he
at
must have
math.
looked. Sir Foul Player must have looked at the dictionary and said obfuscate today because he didn't use that about 3-4 times.
Exactly.
So
What does
no,
obfuscate mean, Sir Foul
he just
Player?
wanted clarity.
Whether
I'm
it's
asking.
10
See, now
million or 30 million by any metric,
don't listen. We don't want to hear from you right now because you're not making any sense. The point I'm making is this, and the point I'm asking her is this.
You keep butting in.
I'm asking her a question. So why are you making personal about me? Do you want to meet up somewhere on Fulton Street? Do you want to meet
Nah,
up
man,
somewhere
y'all
on
tripping.
Fulton
Hold
Street?
on.
No, I'm
Nah,
joking
come
with.
on.
I'm just
Nah, y'all tripping.
No, Skylar.
Nah,
I'm
y'all
joking
tripping.
with you. I'm joking with this guy. Listen. Intellectually, he's a midget to me, so I'm doing my best not to even be concerned with him. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm asking her because she has
But no, that was a fair question. That's a fair question. You have an answer for that?
Experience.
Yale, as I understood it, Yale had a very dynamic process. They used a lot of the birth and death records. They used some of the medical information. They used some of the border statistics. They had a widespread model. I can't speak to FAIR's model because I didn't know they ever gave a number. So what I'm saying to you is, having gone through the methodology for how they counted the net negative and gone through the methodology for other studies that I looked at, I know FAIR to be very reputable. So if you tell me, well, you can't cite FAIR and then not accept it when they give you an 18 million instead of a 30 million, I say fair enough and I concede the point.
Okay.
I can't
Fair
tell
enough.
you I can't tell you the methodology because I didn't cite that study.
What's
But if
wrong with
you
that,
come
Sir
back
Drop?
and say I'm wrong, I have to accept fair. I can't not accept fair.
No, but
And
that's
that,
why
and you know what?
that's
That's
why
a
I was
very logical conclusion that you came to. So
exactly.
Thank you.
I have another question. I have another question. So one of the clips that we played, Donald Trump said that the corporations are going to pay for the rebuilding of Venezuela, and then he said later on that they're going to be
The
reimbursed, and
corporations.
that's going to be us, right? Code for us. We're going to reimburse the corporations, which is absolute madness. But one thing he said is we're going to accept the political refugees from Venezuela, which means immigration, more immigration. Are you in favor or opposed to that?
I'm opposed to that.
Okay. You're logical.
I'm
You're a
opposed to
logical
that.
person.
Oh,
Somebody would have doubled
look,
down on it.
listen. I never agree to any politician. I still apologize for Bush. Now,
So
do I
Drop
think
think
he
it
was
was the
better?
greatest
Do,
operation
do
in the
I
history of the 21st century.
do I think Bush was better than Gore? Yes, but I very much do not like how he executed everything that he did with the war. I
Can you really say
fundamentally
that though?
I
Because
I
like Al Gore
fundamentally
would have got us on the
You
renewable
sound like a
energy.
moderate
He would have
Republican.
got us.
Are you a
I
moderate Republican? Do you stand in
no,
the middle, or you're
no, I would
independent?
say to you that I go by every issue independently.
Okay.
I don't conclude and then try to find facts. This is what people do these days. It makes me
Yeah.
bananas. It makes
Yeah.
me like seriously. It makes me angry.
Yeah. Me too.
Like irrationally so. I go by facts. If you tell me a fact I didn't have before, so here's a fact. I didn't believe that there was another way to go about what we needed to do in response to 9/11. Donald Trump has shown exactly how we should have responded. He's been very surgical. He goes in, he goes out, he doesn't stay. He does what he has to do to eliminate this threat, and then he goes away. So, or he goes in with
What?
enough resources, like with ISIS, and then he cleared them out, and that was the end of it. We didn't spend billions of dollars. We didn't stay there for 25 years. I look at that data, and I have to go, well, I was wrong. I was wrong. Can't
Well,
look
what?
at that data any other way but than to say I was fundamentally wrong because I agree. I accepted what many Democrats, more hawkish Democrats, and what many establishment Republicans were saying. And I had no idea that they would be as irresponsible with economics of that situation as they were. I cannot stomach it. I think it put our country in a horrible position. I don't think we could have done nothing, but what we did was terrible.
Yeah,
Was
but it
Well,
was
almost
predicated on a
what I
what?
would say. Let me say this, AC. What I would say. I agree with you though. We should have handled 9/11 like that. I don't think we should have invaded Afghanistan or invaded Iraq or did any of those things. I think that we should have used our intelligence and our CIA. We knew where Bin Laden was. He was in Pakistan this entire time. We should have went in there with our special forces and nabbed him the same way we did with Maduro. But that was
Yep, I
never
agree.
Bush's intent.
Yeah,
Like
But we're
look,
making the
like
same
even like
mistake, Mark. You did.
The Taliban hated Bin Laden. They were enemies with
they're
Al
not.
Qaeda. There was no, yeah, there was all so invading the Middle East and destabilizing it like that was all about oil and letting people come in. Now, I would agree. I would have no problem with just nabbing Maduro. Um, I mean, no, I would have a big problem with that because this is illegal. But still, this is not like he didn't change anything. Taking out Maduro doesn't do anything. The vice president of Maduro's regime is in power. And all these things Trump is saying is going to happen about the oil corporations coming in and we're going to get our oil back and all this other crap. She's saying absolutely not.
We'll see.
So let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, it
But
might we might not be done with military operations in Venezuela.
yeah,
But don't you think?
Hold on, let me say this one
let me
thing. I'm gonna
challenge
go
for
right
a
to you.
second.
I'm gonna go right to you. So what you said is you said something very interesting. You said that you thought Bush would have did better than Gore, and you said that Bush, but what he did with the war was wrong. Do you not see that
Yep.
we're making the same mistake? He didn't have a declaration of war. He didn't go to Congress. He didn't even warn anybody but the people involved.
Whoa. We did have a declaration of war in Iraq.
With George W. Bush, we didn't have a declaration of war.
Yes, we
We had
did.
an
Yes, we did
authorization of
because Hillary Clinton voted for it and Barack Obama voted against it, and that's why he won the 2008 primary.
Oh, well,
I
okay,
know this
okay.
by
Well,
dead
he did
level
it. He
fact.
did it. He did it constitutionally. Donald Trump did not, though. That's what
yeah.
Donald
We
Trump did.
already had a
And yet one was a disaster and one was not.
But
Well,
And
at
I
the
it
what?
was
and
in
end of
I
the
the
and
day,
early
I was
It's
on
I
only
both.
the
have to
first
say this.
day.
I have to
It's
put
only the
some.
first day, my lady.
I have to
And
put this in clarity. When we talk about the residuals of 9/11, those investigations led to something that was completely false. To whereas if you go back in time, you got to give Bernie Sanders his props because he was one of the few people that stood up in Congress and was like, no, this information does not make sense. These numbers are not adding up. We cannot give up our freedoms for this weird patriotic hunt because none of this stuff is making any sense. So at way back then, I was like, whoever that dude is, I fucks with you on this point right there because at the end of the day, all of this is really, really goofy.
but do
Because
you know how we could have avoided all of it? If Bill Clinton hadn't done nothing when they went after the USS Cole, and if he hadn't done nothing in 1993 when the trade first attack against the
I
Trade Center
wouldn't
happened,
put that on Bill Clinton.
and if he had just
I would
and
go
if he
back to America's involvement in getting in letting Israel ravage the Middle East because they felt that Israel is an ally that could control the Middle East. So they started putting money in. We created every last one of them. CIA intel, all of the intel. This is why it's a thing to say we don't try to get in regime change wars because what we wind up doing is creating oligarchs and terrorists. It's the numbers are there. It's been there since 9/11. We have to remember the Iran Contra affair when Reagan tried to come in a wheelchair looking all fucking crazy and shit like that because he didn't want to face the responsibilities. So at the end of the day, it was meager Nancy Reagan trying to answer complex questions that she had no idea what the fuck they was talking about. So when you talk about things going from guerrillas to insurgents to now terrorists to Al Qaeda to all of this was our involvement, and all of this started because we wanted to put Israel in charge of the fucking Middle East. That's where we created all of this. So 9/11,
I don't agree
all
with
of
that,
this.
but at a certain point you inherit the situation as it is. And the
Yes.
fact you okay, so Bill Clinton when he came into office, when Ronald Reagan came into office, when any president comes into office, it is what it is on day one because it can't go backward in time. So if Clinton had done what we did with if he had done what we just did with Maduro when it came to Osama bin Laden, the towers never probably come down.
Okay, so let me put
I
you
mean,
on to something.
but we could easily say
Hold
that
on.
in
This is a real
2000.
fact.
No, but we knew where Osama bin Laden and the suicide bombers. We knew the school that they were training at. I think it was in
But
France.
regardless of
The
that,
CIA knew that they could have nabbed them in
here's the
2000 by that same logic when
but
Bush
here's
was
what I
in
want to put
office.
y'all onto.
So I
Here's
don't
what I want to
accept
put
that.
y'all onto. When you go
Okay,
back to the
then we should have
Ronald
done that
Reagan,
too.
when you go back to those Ronald Reagan hearings, you see the young fucking Osama bin Laden right there testifying on behalf of the USA, and then they installed that dude.
We always have this stupid thinking that we're going to make the enemy
Our
as
friend.
opposed to a friend, as opposed to a true friend. We think the enemy of our enemy is
He was
and a lot of
educated
this,
in the
and
U.S.
a
His
lot of
kids
this,
was
and a
educated
lot
in
of
the
this
U.S.
is
He was part
also
of the
driven.
Iran Contra That's why I don't get down with a lot of that stuff, because I know America's involvement,
But,
and I don't want to get on that
our,
patriotic bandwagon, because we created that whole situation.
And what blame do you place on Russia?
What blame do I place on Russia?
Yeah, because there's no Iran Contra. If Russia didn't say, "How dare you build NATO in our backyard?" So now we're going to come and create problems in your backyard.
Because
so why is it that it's all in the history hearing the history of the left? It's always anti-America and never anti-Russia. Because Russia doesn't go into Iran Contra. If Russia doesn't ever come into Nicaragua, if Russia never comes into Cuba, we're never in any of those places.
The problem, here's where.
Well,
since she addressed it to me, I'm going to say it like this, and I'm going to keep it as short as possible. The AK-47s and everything that the Afghans, the insurgents, the PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, Army, all of that stuff was both funded and armed by Russia. America knew that, so America was also in an arms race to give the opposing side weapons. That's what the Iran-Contra affair was about. It was about trying to arm each side, so one of the sides that they could win that will back, because we think that they're friendly. And this is where Gaddafi comes into power, because in the same hearings, Gaddafi is sitting there.
So would you have wanted a Russian puppet in Nicaragua?
In Nicaragua? I'm not talking about Nicaragua. I'm talking about the Middle East.
Okay, but
what was going on in Nicaragua? We're talking something almost completely different. But when we're talking about Russia's involvement in the Iran-Contra affair, that trading of weapons and stuff like that, of trying to hide it and things like that, doing under the table deals with these insurgents and stuff like that, with both enemies and allies. That's what fucked them up, because America was trying to play both sides. That's where we get these movies where
No, Russia had the one side and we had the other.
Yeah, but America was trying to play both sides, because if I can get a friendly voice to you, I'm going to tell you our weapons are superior. And then I'm going to go back to them over there like, look, they just bought a bunch of that to try to kill you.
Let me say this one quick thing. So I went and looked while y'all were having y'all discourse, and Bush Jr. definitely didn't get a declaration of war from Congress. He got authorization to use military force, but he didn't get a declaration of war. And I knew this because Ron Paul wrote a book, and he talked about how he discussed how war. Well, look it up. I just looked it up. You made a statement. I said, you know what? I could be wrong. Let me look it up. And I looked it up, and it said,
"What is her name?"
Not only that, Boxer Scholar.
What is this
Hold
nice
on,
lady's
AC.
name? I just want to. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, but I also want to add to what Scholar is saying. That authorization for military use of force, that was only for Al Qaeda or for individuals who were involved with 9/11. Like that's legally what the letter of the law for that use of force was for.
Yeah.
And Bush concocted some kind of like storyline justification that not only was Saddam carrying weapons of mass destruction, but he was also somehow affiliated with Al Qaeda
and building nuclear weapons. That's because they were looking for the nuclear deposits and stuff like that, because they claimed that there was satellite pictures.
Like I don't know how you can say Bush was better than Al Gore. Like Bush, we went through two recessions.
Al Gore's never he's never
Bush.
been president, so it's like something that'll go on forever. I mean, you can make the argument that anybody would have been better than Bush, which is why they voted for a non-Republican after Bush. He did so bad. But I wanted to say this. So yes, he didn't get a declaration of war, and the reason I knew this is because Ron Paul wrote a book, and he essentially said that when people don't go to Congress before they go to war, that they could just print up all the money they need, and it's a strain on the economy, and the American people basically have no say so, and that's how it becomes a tax for the American people. War does. Like I read this book probably 15 years ago. So like, you know what I mean? I'm a little rusty on I know the general gist of it, but that's how I knew he didn't have a declaration, was the point that I'm making. But I wanted to show this right here. So Donald Trump with the chain migration stuff I showed you earlier, when he sent them all back and we kept warning that it was going to be bad for the economy and stuff, this is what Donald Trump's response to that was. So here we go.
Peter?
Thank you, President Trump. I have two. First, on immigration. What made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to
Undocumented or documented or undocumented is what he said. See, that's what that's why I say you felt for the propaganda. When Donald Trump's hotels started being affected by these immigrant workers that were being deported, that's when it became like priority number one that, hey, wait, these are people. They have to stay. We can't deport all these people.
What he's saying is reasonable though, Scholar.
Okay.
What we're saying is reasonable. He's saying the same thing that we're saying, minus the rapists and the bad guys that are going to take their jobs.
No.
He's talking about people that are already working on farms not getting deported. And honestly, it's not the people that are working.
But they're undocumented workers.
All right, but we're talking about but you guys look past the fact that
it don't matter. They're gonna get deported because they're undocumented.
Yeah, but why, my man, we had 4 years of the border wide open. These dudes that are coming in are not farmers. Like these dudes that are spilling into New York City, into Chicago, which the immigrant community in New York and the immigrant community in Chicago don't like. The black people in New York and the black people in Chicago don't want them there neither. Like these people ain't coming here to take work picking fruit in New York City and in Chicago. They're here to leave.
But
the world is bigger than Chicago and New York.
You're kicking out the farmers. You're kicking out the people on the farms, though.
I'm
don't want to kick out.
Okay.
Regardless.
I'm not saying to kick out the farmers. I'm saying that.
But that's what's happening.
Okay, but listen, look past that though.
Look past it. Well, Trump just brought it up and you said it was reasonable. Sir Falplayer, you prove, bro, that no matter what Donald Trump says, bro, you're going to agree.
Ignore reality, bro. Come on.
Yeah, all right, buddy. All right, pal. But anyways,
okay, let me try
to. Is that what we don't need? We don't need a surge of immigrants like happened in these last 4 years to remain in America when we're at the brokest we've ever been. You guys, a lot of people will talk about prices going up. I mean, like I
thought you weren't tired of the winning yet.
Good point there, buddy. Like good point. Like you cut in like every 3 seconds to say nothing or like to vent about your non-points, but you like I speak for like 2 seconds. And anyhow, the impetus is what I'm saying is that we didn't need this migrant population to spill into this country unvetted when we were already suffering economically. If you guys want to bring up some far out point as to how they benefit, it's not being seen by the everyday American right now. Our prices haven't gone down. Our housing is more expensive for people that work, for people that have already been here, particularly minorities like me and most of this panel. And
wait. Immigration didn't cause the housing crisis.
You know why prices are going up? Tariffs. You know why housing is going up? Because private equity companies are buying up houses in residential areas.
That's a fact.
That's incorrect, and
that is factual.
They were going up under the Biden administration. Why were they going up then? When we had historically high prices?
Because of hold on. Because of the same thing. Private equity, Blackstone was buying up houses all the way back then.
Do you know why I know you're wrong?
Why do you know I'm wrong? We've proven you've been wrong at least 3 or 4 different times in this
My
conversation.
man,
But go ahead.
you're emotional. That's why you're always wrong. You only speak out of emotion.
You barely talk because you don't got shit to say. You just
This dude
recycle the
is
same
crazy.
goddamn point. Nobody want to hear what you say,
All
boy.
right, yeah, all right. Keep venting.
Yeah, all right, because
We
it's true,
let's
boy.
hear from the lady
Yeah,
because
go ahead, my
I
lady. I'll
liked it
follow.
better when you
she's been
called
a
me the
pleasure up here
queen.
to talk to.
I
Yeah,
like
but
I,
let's
I
get
liked
to
it
the
better when
tea
you called
without
me the
you guys
queen.
cutting in and
All
obfuscating
right,
and
Queen
changing the
Snowstorm.
subject.
Okay.
But
First, 2 quick points. First of all, one reason I know that's wrong is because we have now removed between people self-deporting and physical removals. We have now removed 3 million people. And do you know what's happened every one of the last 5 months to our rental market?
what you
The
gonna tell
price
us
has
it
gone
went down?
down every single month for the last 5 months. I think it's
You're
$5.84.
saying for that's a global average. It's been going down, or excuse me, not global, for a national average.
Yep, housing is starting to go down.
Okay, let's verify.
And then the other point I will make, because we got off the track. At one point you said 18 million, and I accepted that number. Okay, we still have not changed the fact that 1 million illegals are working in agriculture. So let's say, this was my point, it had nothing to do with visas. Let's wave the magic wand and make that 1 million legal. Give them all a visa and call it a day. Now, what's your argument for the other 17 million?
Well, first of
Because you're
all,
saying the food is going to rot. You're telling me the food is going to rot. We have to have this sub-paid workforce, or we're not going to survive. It would be awful. It would be terrible. What is the benefit to the other 17 million? Maybe you'll
well,
convince me.
well, firstly, the not only that, I dispute that fair study you brought up earlier about the net negative being 200.
All right,
I think you
answer the
said
question
200
though.
billion or
Answer the
200
question.
million, or
Okay, answer the
excuse
question.
me.
Forget the study. Answer the
What,
question.
what do you
What's the
even know what the
study?
question was? What was the question?
The
I'm
question
asking
is
you what the
what's the
benefit is
benefit
for
No,
the
no,
of
no,
other
no, no, no,
17
no.
no
I'm talking to him.
the
He's an
benefit
idiot.
no,
I
because you're
want
gonna
to
go
prove he's
into
an idiot.
math, into Hofstra math, and then change the subject. Answer the question. What's the benefit of the other immigrants that we don't need, that are not
Well, obviously they
people
work in
that
other
we
industries. They
such
work in
as? All right,
the
name them.
maid
Name them.
industries, the hotel industries, like for Donald Trump. They work in the restaurant industries.
Who does
It's
that
a
help?
good
Who
form of
does
cheap
that help?
labor. Like me personally, I have an apartment that I'm trying to I'm trying to sell the entire it's like a downstairs and an upstairs, and I'm trying to sell it. So I needed 2 back rooms to get painted. I needed some windows to get painted. I drove by the goddamn convenience store, and I got a Dominican. You know what I'm saying? And it was
And
$165. I gave him the brushes. I gave him a whole can of paint, and he got it done.
you don't
Good
So
think a
Zach,
goddamn
student
work
would
for
have loved
cheap
to do that
labor.
work?
so to
You
change
know what
A
I'm
student
saying?
wouldn't have liked to do that work?
Hell no. I literally, and it's so bad. I literally had I had my he's essentially my brother-in-law. He's married, or he's not married, but he has a child with my sister. And I gave him the job, and I'm telling you, it took him 5 days, and he still didn't complete it. Okay? And that other boy,
Okay.
he didn't just do those 2 back rooms and the windows. He did the entire downstairs. He
Oh,
swept. He
okay.
wiped down cabinets. Okay? He cleaned. He
So
didn't just
so
paint
let's
those 2 back rooms.
okay, let me
Like
so then
it's
let's
just,
go
to
to
me, it's
so
just
the
better.
so
hypothetical
for
here.
you to benefit painting 2
I'm
rooms,
yes.
that's your case study in all as to why we should allow all unvetted. We need more immigrants into the country for you to save $55 or something to paint 2 rooms.
You
That's how
said
dumb you sound.
500.
Absolutely.
That's how dumb you sound.
But you saved 500, and you spent 50 grand on that guy's 2 kids being in New York public schools.
Meanwhile, your dumb
Well,
ass should have
I don't
painted
live
the
in New
2
York,
rooms
but
yourself.
I can't speak to the tax policy up there. I don't know
I
about none
thought
of
you
that.
I thought you
I
said you
know
were
New
in
York
Brooklyn.
is. I know New.
No,
No, that's AC. AC lives in Brooklyn. I live in the Virgin Islands.
So why don't you stick to Virgin Island politics, bro? You're not suffering the stuff that we're suffering through in the States, bro. Stick to your Virgin Island
not the same.
politics.
I mean, but regardless of that, that doesn't
Go
change the
hire some
facts.
Dominicans. Go
That
hire
doesn't
some
change the
Dominicans
facts.
to paint 2 rooms for you, and like let us like talk about real politics of what Americans suffer through.
But you're not
with the
talking about
unvetted
anything.
immigration. Hold on, with the unvetted immigration, with the
You just
forced
keep
mandates.
saying that.
Hold on, with the forced mandates that the Black community was most opposed to getting a vaccine that they knew nothing of, with the forced mandate issue that we had to suffer through, in spite of the fact that we were seeing a wide open border. We're suffering through that. Go live in your little island and hire your Dominicans at your own peril.
I mean, Trump is gonna keep hiring the Dominicans at his own peril in his hotels.
And if he does,
yeah, I know it's good for your daddy Trump. I know. Yeah, I know.
No. If he does,
yes, he's speaking out of emotion. Go keep it.
If he does.
Meanwhile, you should have painted them 2 rooms yourself. You lazy. You sound lazy.
Hell no, I got other things to do. I got money to make.
Here's the problem. You're telling
I'm
me
gonna sell that whole place for $5,000.
You're telling me. You're telling me that illegals benefit Donald Trump, right? And what is Donald Trump? What is the thing that you guys on the left love to call him besides tyrant and king?
And
what's
a rapist.
The other thing?
A rapist?
What? No. The B word.
A bitch?
The B word that you hate so much. The B word that you wake up every morning obsessing about. That you no longer care about the millionaires now that Bernie Sanders has 3 homes and $1 million. What is the B word? Right?
I don't know.
I don't rock
the billionaires. The billionaires. If you want to tell me the billionaires benefit, but I sure as hell don't.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump's benefiting off of crypto. He's benefiting off the crypto. That's what he's benefiting
we
off
get
mainly.
The average American gets all the crime. We get all the overcrowded schools. We get all the overcrowded hospitals. We get all the expensive health care. We get all the city services being dwindled down to nothing for our own citizens. We get the higher property taxes. We get all the negatives. You've got a kid. Let's say you've got a classroom.
But you get that anyway from like your but respectfully, you get that snowstorm. You get that anyway from your politicians with the big beautiful bill. Like it grinds down state funds for their local hospitals to nothing. Like states with less than a 1% profit margin, they're not gonna get federal funds. They're gonna lose at least $200 million worth of federal dollars from Medicare and Medicaid. That's been cut by that bill.
$50 billion.
So that you don't need immigrants to come in and do that. Like politicians will do that for you anyway. Those hospitals are going to close
So
now.
you're saying let's make it. So according to you, we should have both bad problems.
But if we're talking about,
you're not saying that the first problem is beneficial. You're not saying that the first problem isn't bad. You're saying, but Trump also did bad. I don't want to. We're talking about immigration. We're talking about specifically illegal immigration. And I'm telling you that the average American gets the shit end of the stick. So to the extent that there's any benefit, it's all accrued to the people who eat out a lot, who travel a lot, who have nannies and gardeners and whatever else, or they're working in a company where they're hiring 100 people. The rest of us suffer.
But it's like, I feel like, I don't know. That's like a tough point because, let's say an illegal immigrant gets hit by a car. You think they should die by the road? You don't think they should go to a hospital?
I think they should go to a hospital. I think they should go to a hospital, and then they should be deported.
But then the bill is still left that Americans like you complain that you have to pay,
and then we won't lose anything after that.
No, but we'll probably lose a skilled worker. We could bring him back to health.
You lost your money. You lost your money.
Yeah.
But the crazy part,
go on to pay taxes one day.
No, we stopped losing the hemorrhaging. We're no longer hemorrhaging.
The crazy part of what you're saying is this. We're trying to let you know that the tariffs. You're telling me about immigrant labor supposed to be adjusting all of these numbers. It's the tariffs because you can't give a immigrant worker a farm job when the farmers are taking welfare from the government because they have nobody to sell to. So at the end of the day, your argument is secular, and it's like you're standing in the
No,
middle,
you're back
standing
to the
outside,
farmers again. I'm
shooting
asking you,
yourself with
what's your
your own
benefit
talking
from
point.
everyone else?
But the point we're trying to say, the point I'm trying to say, because I understand the agriculture part because I'm a chef. I'm a real farm to table type of chef.
Construction. How about that?
I'm a real farm to table type of chef. So I know these prices don't affect me because I get my produce and stuff like that from the farm. I know that, so it's cheaper where it's delivered to me and everything, and at my cost because they're happy to sell it to me in the restaurant instead of doing the farmers market and the CSA type of stuff, to whereas that business is affected. So for me being in the restaurant industry, I'm doing good with my local farmers. But we're talking about big agro.
I don't like them either.
But when we're talking about big agro benefits off of the immigrant labor. And the big agro is also asking for handouts because your tariffs are fucking causing other parts of the
$12
economy
billion
to go up.
bailouts.
And bailouts and stuff like that. All of this stuff affects that's where we're really talking about a trickle down economy really fucking with people. And then you know what? The best thing to do is to find the scapegoat to blame, to where you and homeboy is over here blaming the immigrants. And I'm trying to tell y'all that is the distraction, because the bigger issue is when the AI and the robotics come online in about a projected 5 to 10 years. So this happens in all of our lifetimes if we're expected to live over the next 10 years.
So then we should be removing the illegals before that 5-year mark.
You could say that, but
help when the AI eventually comes. If AI is gonna come no matter what, you're acting like immigrants are somehow gonna stymie AI or fight against it.
I'm not acting like nothing. I'm telling you the distraction is the distraction is worrying about them for everyday Americans, like everybody that's on this panel. That's the distraction. For us, we should be worried about AI. The immigrants is not an issue for me. It's not because the immigrant can't take my fucking job. That's why I'm not worried about it.
That's you.
That immigrant will never be able to do what I do. Not even at the level of what I do.
That's fantastic. But there's other people that need entry-level jobs that these immigrants are taking by the ass load. There's women in New York City that are getting raped by a lot of these immigrant communities.
Man, the president rapes women. You don't care.
That are getting their asses touched by these dudes that don't have the same rules that.
But those same perverts been on the train. He's talking about regular American perverts. That's why I don't even ride the train like that, my guy. That's why I don't even ride the trains like that, because I seen the perverted stuff way back when we used to deal with the token. And we weren't talking about immigrants right there. There was these dudes. There was these dudes that used to just walk around the subway and flash people.
And are there more now, or are they less now? You think the
there's more?
Exactly.
No.
So, like, adding people, I don't need more people.
I seen the other day there was a dude on the bus just had his piece out jerking it. It was wild,
bro. It's mental.
It's probably getting worse if I'm just being honest.
You're talking about here in New York. I live in Brooklyn. My missus has the crime apps and everything that pop up. She tell me about and all of this other stuff.
All right, listen. Let me cut your wisdom real quick. As far as for Brooklyn specific, you think that Brooklyn has been a lot better under the last 4 years under the Biden administration? Yes or no?
Hell yeah.
You're an idiot, bro. Straight up and down.
How am I an idiot? How am I an idiot? Explain it to me.
Scooters, immigrants riding electric scooters where you can't even drive a car down like 2 streets without potentially bumping into them. There's 0 parking spots. A level of
that doesn't speak to the idiot dudes who ride bikes on the sidewalk.
No, we went from living in apartments as broke motherfuckers to now living in rooms as broke motherfuckers in Brooklyn. I don't know what Brooklyn you're living in.
I don't know. Like I said, I live in a very, very nice building. What I'm trying to express to you is, what I'm trying to express to you is, I come from Brownsville, East New York, the gutter. The gutter.
Most regular people,
And at
hold
the
on,
end of
most
the
regular
day,
people
I
in New York
didn't let
City,
that, you got to let me
most
speak. I did not let
most
that
regular
define
people
who
in New
I
York City,
was. Any
in Chicago,
situation I was in, I did not let it define who I was. Because when things got tough, I always asked myself,
good for
is
you.
this
But
how
that's
your
not
story ends?
everybody though. That's not
Well,
everybody.
everybody is just not as strong. And that's the problem when you have strong people like myself that's trying to say, listen, certain things about this borough, certain things about understanding how to generate wealth for
How did it get
yourself.
better with the immigrant wave? How did it get
Because
better with
that's
the immigrant wave?
irrelevant to me. Because I provide
No.
jobs.
You said it was better though. So how did it get better?
I never said Brooklyn is better because of immigrants. You asked me, was Brooklyn better under Biden over Trump? And I'm telling you, yes. Because when Biden was president, I never saw a $20. Listen to me. I never saw a $20 carton of eggs. I never saw a $20 carton of eggs.
Hold on. I'll rephrase that then. Forget the question. Did Brooklyn get better under the immigrant wave? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter to me because I'm not in the streets like that. I run businesses. I provide jobs.
Because it doesn't benefit your political argument because you have.
I'm telling you honest truth. How can I obfuscate when I'm not standing on a block? I don't have no reason to stand on a block.
No,
I'm
Brooklyn,
home.
to stay indoors because you don't want to bump into immigrants.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think you gained anything from your public education? Do you think education helped you in life?
Of course, yes.
Okay. I'm going somewhere with this. Okay, give me a minute. You have 25 kids in a classroom, and that's what your taxes pay for now, right? And now we show up with 5 more kids. 3 of them speak nothing but Spanish. 1 of them speaks Russian. 1 of them speaks Farsi, and 2 of them are 3 years behind grade point level. What do you think happens to the 25 kids in that classroom?
Nothing, because at the end of the day, see, I caught you right there. I caught you right there. Because if you have a child, I'm gonna say this: if you have a child that is of age of public schools, when you go to that school, they always have those classrooms, and they had these classrooms when I was in school, where all the foreign kids learned how to speak English. They had that classroom that was always in the back in one of these classrooms where it almost looked like a preschool type classroom where they taught them English. They wasn't going to put them in my class. They wasn't going to put them in any other class. The only time we had interaction with them is at lunchtime in gym.
That's not my understanding of what they do today, but I'm 60. I'm nearly 60.
I'm 57.
So I don't think that's what they do today.
Well, I can call my youngest daughter and ask her.
I mean, I'd be curious because that's not my understanding.
I can call my youngest daughter and ask her.
Putting them in that classroom because people are saying that they're having learning loss on top of the COVID learning loss.
But that's basically
because now they're having language barriers.
That's
has more to do with the system than those immigrant children, I think. Because just in my you think what you think, but just in my experience, immigrant children or immigrants in general, they're serious about their education, and I don't think that that's a net negative on any child in the classroom.
It is if your teacher is teaching to the kids that are the furthest behind.
Yeah, but the teachers don't do that. They teach the assignment. That's the way New York goes.
Hold on, that happens in general in education. That's not just immigrant children. You have
so now we're making
children
it worse.
from here in the United States that are slightly behind.
And we're making
that's
it
that
worse.
Teacher's job in general.
We're making it worse. The same thing goes for let's say we have another pandemic and your hospital only has 50 breath. What do you call it? The incubator things.
What do you call it?
They were the ventilators.
Ventilators.
Do you want to add 5,000 extra people that you didn't otherwise plan for? Is your family going to go without? Because a lot of these communities don't have it to give. That's the negative impact. And that's why I'm saying the illegals. I'm not talking about what we do with the legal system. I think we ought to go back to a labor market driven legal system and have
But then when you bring up that ventilator point, that's a point about population in general. Like I could then say, well, do you support the overturning of Roe versus Wade and women not being able to get abortions? Or do
No,
you
you were right
support
with the population point. It's a population issue, and we have an overpopulation issue when we add on people that shouldn't be here in the first place.
but there's other factors that's leading to the population
There
being
might be
increased,
other
not just
factors,
immigration.
but
And we
the
could
No,
we
you
could curb
just
that
wait a
easily
minute.
if
Your
possible.
argument at the beginning of this was that we didn't make enough children on our own and we needed migrants.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
When did I say
absolutely.
that?
One of you two did. You told me we
Well,
don't
I
have
didn't say
enough
that.
kids. We need the workers. The jobs are going unfilled. Oh my God. Oh my God.
No, and on top of that,
Well, a
too,
lot
like
of these. Well, I'm not. Well, all I'm saying is a lot of these people, specifically of my generation, they will not work those jobs. Like me specifically, I'm educated. I have a business management degree. And I made very smart investments. I work in the office. I'm a paralegal, so
Then why do I see
and not
tons of
only
people? Why do I see tons of people saying, "Thank you, Trump. I got a construction job that now is paying me $25 an hour."
who
Because now they got to pay the workers.
we're bleeding hold on, we've been bleeding manufacturing jobs since the tariffs came in,
Wait,
specifically
did I
from
say?
April
Did I
3rd.
say? If I said manufacturing, that was a mistake on my part. I meant construction. They were talking about that they were getting construction jobs now. Why do we? You're telling me that people won't do trucking if those jobs free up?
But some of those thank you Trump sign, and I remember that one was specifically up in Portland,
Yeah.
and it was for it was either for some rail
Huh?
or it was for a wind farm, and it said thank
Oh
you
my.
Mr. Trump, I got this
I'm on
job,
a
but it
panel
was
having a
given under the
political
CHIPS
debate,
Act
and we
under
were talking
Biden,
about the school
or the
system.
American or it was
And
given under the
one
American
of these ladies came up
rescue
there and
plan.
she was saying that they take non-speaking immigrant students
AC,
and just
you off
dump them in the
AC, you're on
class
mute.
with regular students. So this is why they're
Donald Trump
saying
dictated
there
as
are
to
these
what to do. Mute
reports
yourself.
that these kids are
AC.
not learning because the teachers are focused too much on a non-English
Damn, the
speaking
boxing scouts
student.
ain't here.
Wait a
My
minute.
point was telling
Wait a
her,
minute.
my
I'm
point
not
was this.
saying that
I said, listen, miss, I
that's
don't
the
know where
entire
you
reason
got
they
that
have a
information
problem.
from.
I'm
I can
saying
only
it's not
speak
making
from,
things better.
when I took my son and my
AC,
daughter to
mute
their
yourself.
class,
We
there
hear
was
you coaching
always
your
that
kids.
class that had the immigrant students in there learning in their own language, but they was also learning English.
He's trying to coach his kids.
She was like, I don't think they do that anymore.
No, you're right, sir.
Okay.
Actually, of course, you know that we've had an influx of immigrant students, but typically what schools try to do is actually what you said. So in my school, what the teachers will do is you'll have the non-native speakers, whether
Hold on. Can you hold
Spanish,
on for 1 second? Can you guys hold on. I'm going to clarify something because I'm speaking to a New York public school teacher.
No, we heard you framing the question to her already.
No, I wasn't framing the question. At the end of the day, she's going to tell you the truth.
It sounded as if you were.
She's going to tell you
No,
the
but
truth.
hold on. Let the professional speak. Let's hear the
ahead.
expert opinion on this. Go ahead.
Good evening, all. What typically happens in the classroom is when we have the non-native speakers, we can facilitate their education by putting them on things such as Duolingo, where they're getting English instruction, but in their native language, so they can pick up the language. But of course, the English speakers are not neglected, not by any means. If that assists you guys in any way. So again, the non-native speakers, what we'll do is we will facilitate their instruction with different programs, depending on the school and the district, where they will supplement their instruction with their native language. So if it's Haitian Creole, if it's Spanish, whatever it is, they will get passages or work in that language but as well as learning the English language. So they'll see it in both until they can grasp the English language until they're comfortable.
Can I ask you a question?
So is that a benefit to the American students?
Oh, hold on. Let Snowstorm ask a question. Go ahead.
No,
Well,
I let her go because she's
that's
in. I let her go because she's with my daughter's mother, who's a hairstylist, and she's sitting in a chair. So I just wanted her to just say that part real
Okay.
easy. But basically, before I got on, she explained it to me in full and saying that it's always practiced that the immigrant students, even in the influx of the immigrant students, they still separate them and they give them a supplement program where it's kind of like bilingual, where you're learning English in your native language, and then once you get the foundation of it, then they put you in a class to whereas you're learning the lesson to some degree in the native language, but then you're also learning it in English.
That sounds complicated, and I'm pretty sure that's a distraction to the American students that don't have to endure that.
But American students are not in that class. That's what she's telling you.
In the first place.
That's what she's telling you. Get the wax out of your ear. She's telling you that they're separated.
You had the hot mic, and I heard you coaching up, framing the question prior to. You're like doing impressions of the lady that's on the panel right now.
Yeah, you're just an idiot.
This lady saying, you even doing the tone of the lady, like this lady saying, "Oh, like we heard you, AC. Stop trying to front."
Nobody's fronting. I'm telling you, I framed the question. I said to her what the question was based on what she said to me. I only repeated everybody in verbatim. But at the end of the day, you want to argue a point that you can't argue anymore because the students are separate. You just learned something, but you don't want to admit it.
Hold on. Our teachers didn't have separate classes for immigrant children that weren't here 4 years ago. That doesn't help Black kids in Brooklyn.
But those separate classes have been there, like I said to you earlier. I'm really questioning the fact of whether you can comprehend what we're saying. No, I just started talking and you telling me to hold on. You got to be.
Can I read something?
You got to be
quiet. Something?
Just let me land a plane here. All I'm saying is, since I was in school, there's always been that class of immigrant kids that were always separated from us. The only contact we had.
Yeah, but that would be a small contingent, one. Secondly, our classes went from having 25 kids in New York City to most of them having 34 kids. That was before the immigration wave. I could imagine what it is now. On top of that, too, in Brooklyn, New York City, the city that you claim that we're both from, they were taking some of these schools to house migrants in a bind. Like, what did the kids do then?
Any of my AP classes in high school.
I'm sorry?
But what's your question?
I said during that, our classes from when I was a high school student went from being 25 to 26 at max to now being 34 damn near, even before this immigration wave. On top of that too, in Brooklyn, New York City, there were several schools that got closed down to house immigrants temporarily. Even though that might have been a temporary problem, but why do our students have to deal with any semblance of that?
What schools were shut down?
There were schools in Brooklyn that were shut down to house migrants. Go look it up.
When?
Sunset Park Recreation Center.
Oh, Sunset Park. After the Texas governor illegally kidnapped those immigrants, put them on a bus and flew them to New York. Oh, okay.
You can't be kidding me.
He's not stupid. But he's saying if there's a state stupid enough, like New York City, to take them, I'm gonna send them up there. I would have done the same shit.
Oh, but you trying to paint a picture that was not true until you just got busted.
What picture?
What's up?
Okay.
What part's not true?
Okay,
the part where you just tried to say, the part where you was just trying to say, oh, these immigrants and this just influx of immigrants. A lot of those immigrants that are here to New York, a lot of them came because the Texas governor put them on a bus. And Florida's governor said, send them to Florida. We're going to send them all up to New York. Dropped them, a lot of them off. And yo, listen. Don't say nothing because, listen, my missus worked My missus
That's
works
new,
at a
that they're
homeless
gonna take
shelter
the
and with
immigrants.
DHS, and she can tell you her
Oh,
her
that's
shelter,
fantastic.
Huntington
But
House, picked up the bulk of
if
those
I as the governor
immigrants.
of Texas,
The
You
bulk of
let
those
the
immigrants
people.
are in my girlfriend's
You people on
shelter.
the left wanted the border open. You got the open border brought
Who
to
wanted the
you.
You
border
people
Why
open?
on the
Where do
should
you
left.
get these
Texas?
arguments?
Why should Texas get stuck with them?
I don't want open borders.
You wanted the open border in
I
Brooklyn.
didn't
You
want the
got
open
the
border.
open
Brooklyn
border.
ain't got no borders. Brooklyn ain't got no. It's an island
They
surrounded
sent
by
you the
water.
open border you wanted.
Brooklyn is
Now
Brooklyn is an island surrounded by water on all sides.
rather than asking your friend, let's ask AI. Okay? Do the
I'm gonna ask
teachers
AI,
mix?
and that person is I don't know that lady who was just talking. My
Do the
girlfriend
teachers?
works. My girlfriend works for Huntington House. It's a homeless shelter. She can tell you when all of those immigrants were dropped in Times Square, Huntington House picked up the bulk of them. So they're
You got
still
the border
there
you wanted.
they're still there in Huntington House, learning English, being protected because ICE comes there almost every other week. But
Do the teachers?
What do you think would be a better idea to do for Huntington House? House immigrants or house homeless black people?
Amen.
Well, it's for Huntington House was originally for women who was coming
what
home
should
from
they be
jail.
doing? What do you think that they should be doing? Or
What they're
prefer
doing
to-
is noble.
Hold on. What do you
What they're
prefer
doing
for-
is noble because you don't
for
want
them to
homeless
do?
people living on the street. So what they're doing is
I want them
noble.
living in their home country.
Which population you think?
Well, they're
should
not
be
in their own
Huntington
country. They're
House?
here right now. You have to
Alright.
deal with the fact that you might
turn
be
them
a
over
short
to
lady.
ICE, they'll be back in
You
their
might
home country.
you might have to deal with the fact that you're a short lady. You can't change the fact you could wish you can be taller as much as you want, but
We
that
have
doesn't change
laws
the
in
fact
there,
that the
and you could
reality
let
is
ICE take
they're
them.
here and you're short.
No, ICE can take them, and our
No, they
laws can
cannot.
be enforced.
No, they cannot. ICE cannot
No, they
take them.
cannot. And Kilmar Abrego Garcia, this case shows you cannot. You cannot just take somebody and throw them out the country.
And I'm pretty sure you guys see that as a positive.
Yes.
Absolutely. I don't think you should just be able to nab somebody, not present them before a judge, and send them to a death camp. I don't think you should do that.
And that's why
Oh,
you live
come
on an
on.
island and had to
Oh,
hire
come
pages.
on.
That's what happened. What do you mean? Oh, come on.
Oh, come
That's
on.
what happened.
Okay, can we get back? Wait, because I don't want to lose this. Google. Do the U.S. teachers mix the non-native speakers with the native speakers? Answer: yes. Teachers often mix non-native English.
On average, do U.S. children share classes with non-native speakers? I think
Yes,
that's more intellectual.
Teachers often mix non-native English speakers with native speakers
U.S.
in
native English speakers.
In mainstream classes. Now, the second question: how much are we spending on English as a second language? That answer is $890 million annually. How many students in America, American children, could we help with $890 million if we did not have millions of illegal alien children in those classrooms needing those services?
Well, let's first
How many of our
verify
children
that
would not
that information is
graduate?
true.
How many of our children would not graduate with an inability to do basic math and reading?
No, and this is also coming at a time where American kids are more stupid than they've ever been historically.
Oh, we see it. We definitely see it. We definitely see it. Because you think it's going after my generation, I don't know what the fuck happened.
And them competing with immigrants is going to help the situation somehow. Meanwhile, like at the end of the day, so-called minorities of America are always the ones that get shafted at the end of all these things. And it's always these immigrants that are first in line telling the people that so-called minorities of America are lazy, are like not educated, are dumb, are violent. Trust, 10 years time, you guys
Trump
will be
says that.
10 years time, you guys will be riffing about like these immigrant communities yourselves.
It's because
Trump just told somebody he'd rather immigrant for high-level jobs. He'd rather immigrant labor
Exactly.
because they're much, much smarter. And no, Americans, no, they're just not smart enough. No, we can't do that. No.
Yeah, and he actually went back on something he did when it came to ICE deportations. When it came to that Honda plant in Georgia, where they arrested and deported over 300 South Korean what they call it, H-1B visas that were expired. They were supposed to be there to teach U.S. citizens how to do their jobs at the plants, and they lost that experience.
Are we debating what Trump should or shouldn't do, or are we debating whether we should or shouldn't remove illegal aliens?
We're debating whether or not, but here's
In that case,
what I'm
no, they
saying
shouldn't
to
have.
you.
I don't think they should have been
See,
removed.
here's the funny part. Here's the funny
Because
part.
if you're asking me what I think about his position on that, that's a different answer than whether I think the policy should be.
I always talk about confirmation biases, and when you deal with AI and when you deal with Google, it's all in. This is something you would learn when I was in school and we was learning how to use search engines. They told us how you ask the question dictates how the answer is going to come out. So the point is this. We were talking about, hold on. We were talking about the New York school systems because two of us are confirmed being from New York here. So we were talking about the New York school systems. I put someone who works in the New York school system on the phone that told you here in New York, the children are separated. You then use his big word that he learned for the day, obfuscate, and then ask Google a question that Google is only going to answer it based on a national, not concerning New York, because you never asked, you never gave Google the area. You just asked a basic question.
Okay.
We could go back and run the tape back. You could run it back and see for yourself. You asked a basic question. It had
so
nothing
you're
to do with New York.
So you're conceding that whatever we might do in New York isn't what we do nationwide.
Yes, every state is different.
Okay.
Every state
is different. So then
what goes
if we're
on
talking
in New York
about
doesn't go on in New Jersey.
So if we're talking about the burden that illegal immigration creates to American students, that would be, so then my original argument would be a fair one.
I told you your original argument was fair when you look at the micro cosmic things that when over let's say a small town in Louisiana, that influx of immigration is going to have a bigger pull on that township's immigration than you take, let's say, Brownsville and Brooklyn.
So your argument is that it's helping somehow in Brownsville and Brooklyn, that this influx of immigration?
You have to listen, bro. You're pulling. Just stop pulling at strings and try to follow the thread that we're creating.
No, but you interject.
You just listen. I'm listening.
No, but stop asking us. Like, make your own point. Stop asking us to make points for you.
The point that I'm making is I'm giving credit to her original argument, to whereas she is absolutely on point. When you look at the entirety, if you go state by state, you will always find in every state these small pockets where when immigration impacts it has a negative effect. When you look at what we dubbed sanctuary cities, these sanctuary cities like New York, Chicago, and California, they have the metrics and the mathematics to fold that influx into it to where it doesn't affect anything.
You're a fool, AC.
Why am I a fool when I know somebody right now who can get up here and talk to you and tell you about the services that they have for these immigrants?
Well, wait,
You're coming from DHS, which is a New York state.
It's still withdrawing from American students.
I can fix this problem. Do New York teachers mix the non-native speakers with the English-speaking students? Yes, New York teachers often mix non-native English-speaking language learners and native English speakers
So
in
you're telling me
mainstream.
Google, you're telling me the question you asked Google has more validity than the actual teacher you just spoke with.
I'm saying what her
You were on a hot
experience
mic
is
when you
in
were
her
talking to that teacher,
school.
and we heard you coach
In
her
her
up, too.
school might
And
not
not
be indicative of the entire state.
and not only that, Snowstorm. The question you asked earlier about funds bleeding over to teach migrant children how to speak English. Those funds are in federal law anyways because of the No Child Left Behind Act. Or no,
I don't
it's
agree
the
with the No Child Left Behind Act. I think it's
the Every Child Succeed Act. So that money is already in federal law for those children anyway. So it's
have
not
schools
bleeding into
gotten
nothing.
better? Have schools gotten better or worse since the No Child Left Behind Act?
I can't speak to y'all up there,
Okay,
but I
they've gotten
know
worse. They've gotten way worse.
in your locale,
In America,
national averages. Go look at performance rates.
No, and
teachers
state
complain about it all the
state by
time.
state performance rate is different. But let's see. Let's look at national average.
Oh, here we go. You don't got to look at any statistic. Look at how these kids are acting nowadays.
No, you do have to look
They're
at
dumb as
statistics.
rocks.
You do have to look at
Masturbating
facts. You
within a
can't just
bedroom
look at your own personal
24/7.
experience.
Yes, of which I have much more than you in America than somebody who lives in Virgin Island who hires 2 painters that are Dominicans at that.
Man, shut up, boy.
Good one. You don't
Let me
live
see
in you don't have American problems, like, and I'm not knocking you for it. I'd rather live in the Virgin Islands if I had the bread. But what we suffer through up here, like, doesn't affect you like the way it does. And just because you
New
have
test scores.
Yes, they do.
Wait a minute. New test scores from the National Association of Educational Progress, also known as the nation's report card, show 8th grader science students have fallen 4 points since 2019, and 12th grader math and reading scores have fallen 3 points in the same period.
Well, the No Child Left Behind Act came out in 2015. These problems that I think a lot of that is stemming more from COVID. Now, you said the drop started in 2019. I'd like to investigate that a little further. But I think a lot of what you see, especially happening today, has to do with COVID. It's like, especially me, I did part of my schooling to get my degree online. Like that shit was pretty cool. You did tests online. Like I'll even say this, it was pretty easy to cheat.
Hey,
a lot of kids, when they go back to the regular classroom,
hold
and
on,
they're not by
I got
themselves and they
something
have
to
real
admit here.
supervision.
I got something
That shit
to
is hard
admit
for
here.
them.
Hey, Marky, I got
The
something
results
to admit
from
here.
the National Association of Educational Progress found that on average, reading scores for 12th graders were 10 points lower in 2024 than they were in 1992 when the test was first administered, and that math scores fell to their lowest since 2005 when the math assessment began. Mic drop.
Okay, that's not a mic drop,
but
but understand this, Marky.
you're
Let me say
blaming-
this to them. Let me say this to them real quick. I'm a person that deals that likes to mess with stuff. So I asked a specific question, meaning what I was asking was, does this thing happen in the same classroom? And at the end of the day, what I got was the exact same answer she was getting. And no matter how I asked it by pertaining to the classroom, I was always getting the same answer. That's why I was quiet, because I was looking at all the different variables of how I can put in this question and get a consistent answer. And the basic thing is that if you ask it within teaching, the algorithm is not narrow enough. That's why Google has a specific search. When you go all the way down, you have this option to narrow your search. She's not doing that. So it's giving a broad-based answer to say, They often share the same thing, meaning the classroom itself, because many schools do not have the real estate or all the different classrooms to house a special unit. So when other students are in this class, the same way everyone goes from class to class, they're going to this class, they're going to this class, they're going to this class. And each one of those classes, they have them moving, they're still learning the same thing. So the computer algorithm, and this is why we have to be careful and understand and do the research before we open our mouths and say, listen, I want to make sure what I'm saying. And if I'm gonna die on this sword, I'm gonna make sure I'm dying on the sword that's actual legitimate. It's an actual fact. Your answer is based on the fact of, do they share the same classroom? Yes, they constantly are in the same classroom when the classes get changed, but the students are not mixed together like that. They're not mixed together. You gotta narrow your search and be.
Yeah, but you disputed your own argument. There's a lot
No,
of
I'm
schools
not.
that don't have the real estate, to not mix classrooms, or that don't have the real estate to take one immigrant kid.
We're talking about the broad base. You're trying to nitpick at what I'm saying. When I'm talking about the broad base across the country, many schools are in buildings that were built in the 1800s. These school systems don't change, and when they do change, it's because of hurricanes, floods, or some shit like that. And the school is still even small because these communities are not prepared for immigration. And then when these immigrants come, they have to adjust. Say, all right, now the kids over in this part, we have the kids change classes. When these kids change classes, then yeah, the immigrant students go here, they go there. Each one of them being in an empty room, just like the speaking English students do. So you're rotating a whole new joint into it. In New York, California, and Philadelphia, these school systems are buildings that take up a whole block. So they have the ability to have a whole wing, move the art department and move it over here, or move the drama department, or move the music department to over here. They always have real estate. They always have the real estate to actually put in an annex. That's a trailer. That's an educational trailer.
In New York City, do the schools always have the real estate to be doing all this?
No, and we see in New York City where they put in those trailers that I just spoke about. Yeah, so we have the resources.
That's the issue. In my neighborhood, in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, it was
so you out there cheering that ICE is doing what they doing? That's why you talking that.
It took a decade to build one school, and that's.
I just want to tell you this: the next ICE officer you see and you congratulate, tell them to bring that shit to Bed-Stuy. We waiting. Tell them to bring it to Brownsville.
I think most of the Bed-Stuy residents would volunteer ICE on.
We waiting. Tell them we waiting.
Fuck them punks.
Tell them pussies we waiting. You tell them pussies over there we waiting.
So you care more.
We waiting.
So you care more about illegal immigrants than you do our own people.
That's not even true in the least bit.
It is true.
That's not true in the least bit.
I
give a fuck about humanity.
I care about humanity. If you try to remove them because of the negative harm they're creating,
us being humane together. A person can't talk to me about nothing when you have no humanity. When you have no humanity, you cannot talk to me because I will attack you violently.
I don't have humanity. Okay.
You don't.
Okay.
You okay with mass agents just grabbing people?
You guys are just opposed to anything that Trump does.
Who is grabbing?
I should be. I should be. The world should be. The rest of the world is opposed to what he's doing. The rest of the world
okay with Black Hawk helicopters with ICE agents grappling down and then going door to door in apartment buildings and grabbing people and handcuffing American children for hours in U-Haul vans? Is that what you're okay with happening in your country, Snowstorm?
That never happened.
That did happen in Chicago.
We saw
That
the
didn't
fucking
happen.
video.
They landed in Chicago, but there was no kids zip tied. That
Yes,
whole
they were.
and
They
then we
put you the
added all
video.
into it later from
That's a
other
lie.
pictures
That's
that they
like
took
you
from
saying.
other
That's
places.
like you saying
And the
Columbine
bottom
didn't happen.
you have to put the people in a separate location while you're controlling the scene in the way you would if you busted any group. That is a TDA gang. Those are defined terrorists.
Hold on.
Who's the defining terrorist?
That
The
isn't
residents?
Joe the
Didn't even know
farmer.
who was in the building.
How
The
about them
residents
They
Cowboys?
had to
farmer.
verify the people, shows they didn't know those were TDA terrorists.
Listen,
Many
How
of those
about them
people were
Dallas
American
Cowboys?
citizens.
you guys
Then
are
they
okay.
can.
Hold on, she got me off my point. What was I about to say?
Jesus.
Hold on. You guys are
So-
okay with over 400,000 kids entering into America unattended with no parents. Most of them, which are missing now,
They're
I said
children. We
that's-
should have
Hold on,
empathy
hold
for
on.
children.
There's 40,000.
We should have
or more.
empathy for
Hold on.
children.
There's
I have
40,000 or
children.
more. That's
And if
40,000 or more.
something happened to me on the journey, I would hope somebody is kind
There's
enough to take my
40,000 or more
child
that are
in.
missing now or unattended. God knows whose hands they fell into.
Don't speak
You
of
guys
God
are-
if you with this.
And
Keep
when
your
you
God out of
close,
this.
and when you close the border, it makes it harder for children to be trafficked.
How about them
When you
Cowboys?
close the border, you make it harder for children to be trafficked.
Oh,
It
okay.
also
So
makes it
we
harder for
closed the
those
border,
children
but
to
we
come
good
get a
with
better
Jeffrey
life.
Epstein. We good with Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Okay, cool.
So what about Bill Clinton being involved with Jeffrey Epstein? I don't see you riffing about that. Why not? This last release showed a ton
Is
of pictures
Bill
with
Clinton the current
with Jeffrey
president of
Epstein.
this country? Is he the one in
When you
control of
show
Pam
me some
Bondi?
proof about Donald Trump, then we can talk about it.
Oh,
Until
okay.
then,
So
we're talking about
Can I show you?
illegal
Putin
immigrants.
still?
Can I show
Let me
you
ask
testimony from an FBI informant saying that a young lady said that Donald Trump raped her when she was 14, and then 3 years later she committed suicide in Oklahoma? Can I show you that? That came out from the Epstein files.
You mean like Hillary Clinton's bogus dossier that they then used to spy on the campaign? You mean like
But
that?
that's spying. We're talking
No,
about
no,
we're
no,
talking
no.
about
I mean,
kind of
actual
unsubstantiated
misconduct
shit.
with children.
That's
And
not
what
it.
does
That's
any
not
of
even
that?
at all
And
the
what
same
does
thing
any
of what
of that
I
have
just
to
said.
do with trafficking at the border?
You mean like how
Let's
Marky
say
Dad
Donald
is
Trump.
a
Let's
secret
say
Cowboys fan, and we call
Donald
it
Trump.
Cowboy Gate?
But we're
Donald
talking
Trump
about
retired
we're
Man,
talking
tomorrow.
about
Cowboys
trafficking.
suck.
If
Cowboys
we're talking
suck,
about
Texas. Is
trafficking,
that Texas
we're
G?
talking about
Shout out to my brother
trafficking
Texas G.
within
Cowboys
and out of the
suck.
country.
Yeah.
We're talking about trafficking in and out of the country. No matter what you're talking about, when you're talking about the trafficking of minors, whether they're immigrants or young American girls,
If Donald Trump is no longer president tomorrow for whatever reason,
I
is
hope
the
he's dead.
policy of closing the border, reducing or increasing or having no effect on trafficking? And the answer is that it is reducing trafficking. The policy is what I thought we were debating, but then you want to change it to whatever isn't about the policy.
what policy are we talking about? Because the
Is
policy,
does
it was
you
already
want
proven.
you want
I thought
you
we was
want to
past
be
that because your
empathetic?
whole argument was just dismantled.
No, you want to talk about the empathy of protecting children, and closing the border reduces trafficking. You don't want kids
But
to be
those
showing
children
up
still
at our
stay in
border.
shitty ass situations.
Closing the border does not
They still
reduce
stay in
trafficking.
failed states.
Okay.
Where they're not any safe,
Closing-
where they're not any safe either, and they're not going to get educated, and they're not going to have good job opportunities.
Closing
So you're
the
still
border.
screwing them.
So we should give our good job opportunities away to somebody else.
What good job
Absolutely, because
opportunity does
what
an
happens
immigrant
is,
get?
like, my mother came into the country illegally from Grenada after the U.S. invasion, you know, and she
okay.
became a lawyer, you know, for over 30 years, you know, built up a tremendous amount of wealth and educated me.
So that's why
I built up a
it
tremendous amount of
doesn't
wealth.
matter to you. That's why
I mean,
you're
that's why
prioritizing.
that's a big reason
why
why
you're
I'm in support of it.
prioritizing the people who are coming in.
That's a big reason why I'm in support of it.
Yeah.
I think it's beneficial.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't benefit our people. It doesn't benefit our people. Your people may be a different question, because you might not see Americans as your people. I only care about Americans.
It does benefit Americans.
When it
As a
comes
matter
to
of
the
fact,
American people,
immigrants
Miss, you
bring
cannot
one
be,
trillion.
you
Immigrants
cannot,
bring $1 trillion worth of wealth to the United States of
she
America on
cannot be an
annual.
America
And
first.
right now, we have a net minus migration crisis going on because of these policies with ICE.
we don't have a
You
crisis.
support
We
that.
don't have a
We do have a
crisis.
crisis.
No,
People do not
we're
want to
benefiting.
migrate to this country anymore.
We're
You got
good.
this fucking idiot talking about you got to pay $1
Good.
million. That's not good.
Good.
I just gave you a very clear example of how migration adds wealth to this country.
It doesn't.
It does.
What
It doesn't.
It does.
we're
We're talking about
talking,
illegal immigration. Illegal immigration.
Well, they
Not
pay
legal
about
immigration.
$100 billion in
Illegal
taxes
immigration.
every year.
well, there were.
How much are we spending on them?
We're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk
If I spend
illegally
$5
immigrated
on
into
you,
this country, and now he's a trillionaire. He was
if you
sleeping
Well,
on
spend,
somebody's
that fair
couch.
study you brought up was scrutinized by the Cato Institute. They thought they exaggerated certain numbers, including the net
you
what you
can
call it,
see all the
the net
data where
amount
they
that we
pulled it
have to
from.
pay. Like
Unlike all,
they said it is a net negative, but they said it was between $4 to $14 billion, and they said fears extremely exaggerated that. Now take that for now stop for a second. We just sent $20 billion to Argentina in a currency swap, where potentially they could default on all that bullshit, and we could be stuck with $20 billion in worthless
Okay,
ass pesos.
let me hit her
Like,
with this
so
one
what are
too.
we talking about?
But let me hit her with this one too, because she says she's about
do we give
America.
$20 billion
Let
to
me hold
Venezuela,
on.
to Argentina every year?
Hold on. Let me also put
And
you
do
on to
we know
this
that
one.
they're
No,
going
we
to
give $20
default?
billion to other countries like
Hold on. Let me
Israel.
put. Let me put
do we
up
know they're going to default?
that 20. No. Let
It's
me
a
let me
pretty
And do
good
put
we
you
know
on to
the
chance.
this.
Cato
They have a
statistics?
history of defaulting.
And do we know that Cato statistics are so much superior than FAIR's? Because
But
because FAIR lists exactly where it's pulled all of the
But
data.
I want to get away
Well,
from those
I gave
statistics
you
because they're confirmation bias no matter where you're pulling your statistics from. So what I'm gonna say is an actual deal. If you're talking all of this America stuff and you sound like you're somewhere in between, maybe an America first type of Republican or something like that, where you put American values first, not MAGA, not make America great again values, but because you've already shown that you are much smarter than those MAGA people. So you seem to be at the precipice of understanding what America first kind of is, but you're still at the angry stage. What I'm saying to you is this: when we look at
At the data stage.
if we're looking at the cost of certain things, we have to ask, what do we get from sending all of that money year to year? And now we just made a $20 billion deal with Israel, to whereas we're going to send Israel the equivalent of $20 billion a year, and they give us nothing.
They give us a lot of tech.
They give us what?
They give us a lot of technology.
What technology do we get from
They
Israel?
give us a lot of they give us a lot of technology.
We give them. We have deals with Microsoft and Amazon to use their cloud sharing system. And not only that, I mean they do have HP over there, but we have our own. But HP is more so set up in the United States. They have their own infrastructure over here. We don't need Israel for really anything. We don't need them for making chips. We don't need them for AI research. We don't need them for anything or robotics.
Okay, let's assume that you're
like
correct.
we got Taiwan for
Does
that. We
that
got the
change
UA.
whether-
We got the UAE for that.
And let me, before you speak,
And they don't bomb. They're not committing genocide, and they're not bombing the shit out of other countries.
Hold on. Before you speak, I want you to understand where I am politically right now. I said this earlier in this live. I said, right now, politically, I'm leaning more towards as an America First Democrat. I understand where certain political ideologies overlap and where everybody's saying actually makes America a very prosperous and very good place. But where if we're going to make this country the standing pinnacle, there's certain things we can't get involved in.
The city on the hill.
There's certain things we just can't get involved with, because if we're going to hold a moral candle and tell another country, oh, what you're doing is that of being an oligarch, and if you get down with us and you understand how the America First ideology now made us, took us back to the leadership, because we give a fuck about our citizens that much that we opened up all of these doors and opportunity for our citizens. If that's where you are, okay, cool. But this is where this is the type of America First Democrat I am. I can look at every political side and say, okay, what are you talking that actually helps America? What are you talking that actually stops us from sending billions of dollars to a country that doesn't give us shit back? USAID, at least what we got back was saving lives. We were helping communities thrive, save lives, giving them desks for little girls to go to school. It was helping to build a community on the backs of how democracy works. So if we go back to that America First and we compound it with democracy, not the bullshit, Republicans and Democrats and independents will get along because we all have one common value. Even the progressives will see that you got a seat at the table, because some of these progressive ideas are America First ideas, because they build upon making the citizenship strong. So if there's a cause for saying, okay, if you're an illegal immigrant, right? What DACA was doing, what Ronald Reagan was doing, what you talked about earlier with the Amnesty America and all of that stuff, that shit didn't work. When we talk about what DACA did, DACA just made a plan, but DACA had no ending date. Like, how long do you do this shit before you become an American citizen? What the Republicans offered at some point in Donald Trump's first administration was like, look, you come here, you just work hard for 10 years, then you put in your application, no crimes, no this for 10 years. And then over the next 10 years, after you show us you're a stable American, we will consider your application for a visa. That was a Republican idea that I was like, if you're going to do something, at least that's better than DACA, because DACA had no fucking date. Y'all gave us
what did Democrats do?
Democrats were trying to vote with it, and then when the Democrats got on board with it, Donald Trump sent out the signal to say, no. Let that shit die so we can have the immigration conversation.
I'm saying that when he first tried to work with them in the first term, they then turned around and let 15 million people into the country.
Happen when it's his
10 to 15
term.
million. 10 million to 15
That's
million.
Donald Trump, though. You just said in his first term, so that is Donald Trump. That's not
I'm
Joe
saying
Biden.
in Donald Trump's first term, he tried to negotiate something. They didn't
But
do
didn't
that.
Donald Trump
Then
say he
they
was going
let
to build a
in
wall
15
and it was going to
million.
be paid for by Mexico?
In the
Like, wasn't that
first
the
term,
plan?
Then they allowed 15 million people into the country.
And that was on
15
Donald
million.
Trump's back, not Joe Biden.
No. That was under Biden. Biden opened the border and allowed more than 10 million, maybe as many as 15 million, into the country. Do you think we're going to turn around and go, now we're just going to make the same deal with all the open pathways to all the people that you just let in?
I'm going to ask you this question.
Guaranteed voters?
I'm going to ask you this question. It's online with what you're saying. When Donald Trump was president in his first term, how many caravans were at the border? In how many different instances?
And you know what I would say to that answer? Because I know where you're going. His numbers were much lower than anyone else's had been, and it wasn't aggressive enough. He should have
But you know where I'm going, so
he should have done what he did this term. He was not, he had a lot of establishment
Queenie, you're
Republicans.
bullshitting right now. Queenie, I'm calling you out on your bullshit because you're bullshitting right now. You knew exactly where I was going, because in 3 different instances, these caravans, what they were saying, were over 1 million people. And then they would have these helicopter views, and then they would show all of these mass people trying to get into the country to show Donald Trump is keeping them all out of. They were already here. We had the story of the 4-year-old girl who drowned because her father was trying to swim across the thing to get to one of the open holes.
He needed
and have
more
someone,
people, and he didn't have the wall. And he didn't have the
Yeah, but
the
he
means
did the
to build
child
the wall yet.
separation. So if you're talking about, and this is the trap that I was setting. So in those
It's not a
caravans,
trap. I want
in those caravans,
no illegal immigration.
just hear me out. In those caravans, they would let people in, groups of people in, and then immediately snatch their kids, deport the parents, and then have their undocumented kids be shipped off somewhere in America. So that was the Trump administration doing that. Unvetted children that they took from the parent and just dumped them in the country.
I thought they
the
released
Trump
them to
administration. So
family.
you're telling me
I thought they
about
released
child
them to
trafficking.
family.
You're telling me
I
about
think they released them to the family, but I don't want that. Listen,
No,
I
half
don't
those
care
kids
what,
didn't go. More than half
I
those
don't.
kids didn't go to a family member.
I don't care
They
what.
ended up in shelters and with foster care.
You're debating what Donald Trump did or didn't do.
No,
And
I'm debating the fact of your
debating,
talking points. It's
and
not
I'm
what he did in
debating,
particular. It's
and
the
I'm
string of
debating,
threads through two administrations that
and
showed that his attacks, if we're talking going back to your statement of trafficking children and if the borders were closed,
do you believe there should be
he
any
closed the
illegal?
border, let people in, took their children, and then trafficked them to some unknown place in the United States.
Do you believe there should be illegal immigrants?
Only
coming into the
1% of
country?
those children, only 1% of 100%
You're
of
not
those
gonna answer the
children
question.
actually
I think it should be a
a
path to
relative.
citizenship.
Do you believe there
I
should
think
be
it should
no
be a more
illegal?
efficient path to citizenship.
And what the Republicans offered,
So you want to let people?
offered was in my opinion one of the clearest paths to citizenship that was far better than the Democrat plan of DACA because it gave everybody a 20-year plan.
So you want to turn around and make the border lax again?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying for
I didn't
every
say that.
undocumented.
Do you think there should be zero illegal immigration?
What I'm saying right now,
country?
you're never going to stop zero illegal immigration because the way our border is an invisible line and many
we are almost at zero now.
No, we're not. No,
we're not.
Okay. Okay. Then let me ask you this question. Would you be okay if we maintained the current policies so that the border remained no less secure than it is today?
I don't understand your question.
I'm actually in support of keeping the military at the border. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with
border
border police. I don't have no issue with border police because what the border police do, their job is not just enforcing illegal entry and then the deportation. If the deportation happens exactly at the border, okay, cool. But once
so now if everybody who's here now has a trial, they have their due process, no question about it, they've had their trial under the current asylum laws, and they get rejected, should they be immediately escorted out of the country?
Yes.
Yes.
To a country that is not a failed state and does not have a war going on.
And if they do not go, then how do we get them?
Then you go get them. You
with
get
the
a warrant and
immigration
you
police
deport
that
them.
used
But
to
that's
exist.
not. Yeah,
With the immigration
that's not
police
what the
that used to
immigrant. That's
exist.
not what
you don't need a warrant.
That's not what ICE is doing.
ICE is doing.
You don't need a warrant to pick up an illegal immigrant.
No, but ICE is going to people's asylum court dates where they haven't even gotten rulings yet.
She doesn't understand this part, and I don't know if if many on that side understand this part. Wherever, and what I'm going to use your language, an illegal alien is hiding, being housed, or working. You need a warrant to go on that person's personal property.
Yes, you do. That's true.
So if you don't have a warrant to at least enter that person's personal property, you can't go in there and snatch somebody.
But not a public facility.
Even in a public facility. if it's a public facility, it's open to the public. It's not necessarily privately owned.
And wouldn't it be better if states cooperated? So instead of having to go to Home Depots and
No,
other
no,
places,
no, because what you're doing again, you're the principle. If you're saying these people are undocumented and illegal, you have
yes,
a real warrant. The way ICE used to work,
and they still
and
don't turn them over.
this is telling on me a little bit. I got in some legal trouble. I'm in the county jail. We're all sitting there, and it's this one dude that's sitting over there, and he doesn't speak any English and everything.
Hey,
And
Snow, you got to echo Snow.
he's just mute up real quick.
Okay, and then I gotta go because I just saw.
So basically, all I'm saying is this: he got caught because he was trafficking drugs into this country, right? He was and stuff like that. So they caught him. Someone came to pay bail for him. They denied the bail because they was like, if there's a certain amount of bail in New York, you have to prove where that money comes from. And any bail over $500,000 to $1 million, you have to prove where it comes from. So they couldn't prove where it comes from, so he was denied bail. Within a couple, I would say between 5 or 6 hours, an ICE agent showed up. They had on a little windbreaker type jacket with a snap on it. It said immigration authority. It wasn't ICE. It just said immigration authority on his joint. It said immigration authority on the back of the jacket. Guy had a clipboard, wore glasses and khaki pants. He came in, interviewed the dude in a room. Next thing you know, the guards come out, take him out. There's some look like sheriff's department people, somebody in a uniform I'd never seen before. They took the dude away, and one guy asked him, "Yo, what they deport? They deport the little dude?" He was like, "Yeah, that was immigration, and they came in and took him away. They just straight up deported him." He's going downstairs to see the judge, and once he sees the judge, he's going to JFK, and that's a wrap for him. So that's the way they used to do it. All of this extra stuff now with the military and masking your face, we can't be humans and think that shit is okay. Because when there's a lady screaming and she's kicking inside of a dental office and her child is screaming and the ICE dude pushes the little girl out the way, bro, that makes me want to kick that fucking dude's ass.
Not only that, like just in general, like tax-paid public servants should not be wearing no fucking mask. I don't give a fuck. And this argument that, and I'm not saying you're making that argument, Snow, but this argument I've been hearing that well they have to wear the mask because they'll get doxxed and their families will be in danger. Bro, suck it the fuck up. You're a tax-paid public servant. We just had we had a couple years ago the trial of El Chapo where the judge got death threats from the cartel on his family and on his daughter who was going to Brown University. And guess what? He didn't get to put on a mask and be a secret judge. That's not how the fuck it works in a liberal democracy. Like we don't deal with secret police.
I would be okay with doing that. You don't need anything but the badge number. But okay, let's do away with the mask, but put a 20-year sentence on anyone who threatens in any way or puts hands on an agent in any way during the course of their duties.
You could charge them. You could try to indict them. We saw.
I mean, I would get rid of the masks at that point. But we have a real problem with political violence on the left.
What?
You heard me.
We just had that dude. We just had that dude up in Michigan that drove his truck through the goddamn Latter St. Days church, got out, started shooting people. Then he set the church on fire. He was a right winger.
I'm sorry. Who killed Charlie Kirk?
It wasn't
a dude that was raised in a family by MAGAs.
Who shot
a white boy from Utah?
Times? Who blew up Elon Musk's people driving cars?
Who was the pipe bomber? Who did January 6th? Who was the pipe bomber? Did the pipe bomber not say he thought the election was stolen for Donald Trump?
I think the pipe bomber was something else.
Say it. Say it. Say it. Say it.
I think he was an agent. I think he
An
had
agent for
other
who?
things going on. I think he absolutely had other things going on.
Man,
and if
he
you
was
think that
saying out
doesn't
his own
happen,
mind. This
Hey,
dude
listen.
he's an autistic
Marcus.
guy.
if you
He's on
think
the
that doesn't
spectrum,
happen,
and he thought
if you,
Donald Trump had the election stolen. That's why he
Please
sent those
invite this.
pipe bombs there.
Please
You
invite
need to
her
stop
back
tweeting.
because she makes this shit fun. Please invite
no,
her back.
Absolutely. Hey, by the way,
do
quick,
think.
I dropped the link to
How did those?
I dropped the
How
link
did
to my
those?
channel in the back. Please pull up. I do politics on my channel. You're very good conversation. You give very good arguments.
Well,
We
I'm
appreciate
just saying. I don't see how those. I don't see how those pipe bombs stayed there with a 1 hour detonation time, and then they were there all night. And I just it just says there are so many unanswered questions to me that something doesn't ring right with that. And I trust our government zero. You have to understand that. I don't come from a place where I trust Republicans or Democrats. I don't trust either because I think the deep state is very real. I think the deep state is part of both parties. I think we have a real problem in this country pertaining to that sort of issue. And and if I'm going to be honest, part of what I like about Donald Trump is he's so
But you're not MAGA.
he's so used to saying I do what I think is right and I'll take the consequences for it that I don't think the deep state could ever control him.
Are you
I think
are you serious?
yeah.
He is they're not the deep state. They're the knee deep state, and they're
For
even
real.
worse. Like
Okay.
they're even worse than
You
covered up.
think
They're even
Trump
worse
is
than
under the
covered up
control of the
scandals.
CIA? You
What'd you
think
say?
you think Trump is controlled by the CIA?
No.
No, I think Donald Trump is controlled by crypto billionaires. I think he's controlled by Miriam Adelson from APAC. I think he's controlled by those people.
Putin, a couple of other people, because
Yeah,
Oh,
Putin who has the picture.
and Bubba,
Putin who has that picture of Bubba. Hold on, Queen. Putin who has that picture of Trump blowing Bubba, according to
and the
Epstein and his
question is,
brother.
does he still? The question is when you
Does he
brought out
still
the
have
word
that
N,
picture?
when she brought out the word N and said N makes a difference, in that statement right there, the word still, does Putin still have the picture of Trump blowing Bubba? That tells you something right there. Does he still have it? That means that at some point they saw that picture, and that picture is real.
Not only that, Snowstorm and AC. Think about it. Trump will criticize Zelensky. He'll criticize the Pope. He'll criticize the president of France. He'll criticize anybody. What's the one person he doesn't have a nickname for?
Putin.
There you go. He does not have no type of nicknames for Putin. He doesn't call him the little guy from Russia. He doesn't do none of that. He's very reverent when he talks to Putin. Talks about
He don't
Putin.
tell Putin
And
my
we know
missiles
why.
are bigger than your missiles. My butt.
And you know why, Snowstorm. He got that
You
picture
know
of
why?
him blowing Bubba.
Listen, Storm. Listen,
you don't
listen.
know. You don't know why?
No, but understand this.
Putin
Understand
is
this.
evil.
This will put it all in perspective for you.
Trump is evil.
This will put it all in perspective for her. The day that Donald Trump was announced that he won the election, it would have been around 1, maybe 2 o'clock U.S. time. Russia media goes online to congratulate him and then show all of these new pictures of Melania that were not in Playboy and stuff like that. So you have to ask the question, why, where he's asking, where I'm asking. No, you could go back and look at this. This is real. This is not AI.
It's just
this is
weird.
Not nothing.
It's just weird. I didn't know
But this is what Russia did to the current sitting president on the day of his on the day that he won. Within hours of him winning, they posted new pictures of his wife, the first lady.
That's a fact.
Okay.
So the point
His wife has
we're
been.
trying to say is,
I mean, I
Them
don't know
old
that.
Russian, them old
You're
Russian
asking me for
mob boys.
reaction
They used
to
to
it.
be
if you
selling the
can't say
Melania
nothing
for a
about
pop.
that,
You're asking me to react to something I've never heard before, and I think is gross. I don't know who would do that. That's awful.
but Russia did it.
I
We're
don't know what your
telling you,
point
Russia
is.
did it. You can Google it. I'll Google
No,
it
but I'm
right now.
saying I don't know who would do so. Like I don't know why anybody would want to do that. But
That's what Russia did to him.
What do you want Trump to go to war over that?
And it was state news. But we're not
Nah,
saying we want him to go
but
to.
have a nickname for him at least.
Yeah.
How could you have a relationship with a? Listen.
Because he cares.
Hold on.
Where's the
put it
big
in
bully?
perspective
He
for her.
cares.
Where's the big bully?
Let me put it in perspective for her. You're the first lady. Let's just say at one point you did a couple of videos for OnlyFans, right? Then you wanted to bury it. You moved on. You got married. You became a mother. You want to bury that past.
Yeah.
You win an election. Your husband wins the election, right? He wins the United States election. A foreign government then posts nude pictures of you on your own OnlyFans page. Posts those videos that you did on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, where's the integrity of your husband to defend you at the very least?
I think that is a very difficult situation because unlike Kim Jong Il, he doesn't have little Rocket Man really doesn't have the capability to be nearly as despicable as Putin. Putin is a psycho. Putin is one of the most brutal people we have on the planet, in my estimation. So, if you want him to stop a war so people don't go on dying in Ukraine, you might want to tell him he's a fucktard. Oh, I'm sorry, just said that out loud. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. You might want to tell him off, but you're not going to do that because you're trying to get somewhere on saving lives.
So you willing to take that hit?
Though.
You're willing to take that
hit for your
husband in the country.
I think it's a very difficult position to be in, and I don't envy it.
She just admitted she willing to take that pill, swallow that hit, take that dig from a foreign country for the goodness of her husband and the country. You're a great first lady.
I think that plenty of presidents have taken an awful lot of digs and swallowed it because there was really
what
nothing they could do.
But I thought Trump was running off.
Where is Obama's big defense of Big Mike?
Who's Big Mike?
You never hear Barack Obama come out and say, "I'm insulted that they call my wife Big Mike, and how dare he? My wife
but
is the most
Barack
beautiful woman in
Obama
the
is
world."
not that guy. Barack Obama doesn't respond to idiocy. Trump is that guy, and he responds with his own idiocy.
Okay, but
Barack Obama is the type of guy
maybe in this
to
one
take his
instance
wife
it was
out.
better that he didn't. Maybe he didn't respond. I don't know what went on in the man's head.
How Barack
care.
Obama would respond. Barack Obama would set up a whole concert for Michelle and take her out and show show his woman out. That's what he would do to
Sticks and
respond.
stones will break my bones, but
he
a
wouldn't
new
respond by
picture.
saying, well, you're
My
no
point
gay.
here is that I don't care. I care about the country. I hope that people are respectful towards Melania, but she isn't my priority. Real people are suffering because our borders were opened.
But one thing,
That's what I care about.
Snowstorm.
That's what I care about.
One thing that Putin having leverage over Trump is not being beneficial to the United States of America is our positions and negotiations with him concerning that war in Ukraine.
How do you know?
Because
he has
right
anything
now,
over Trump?
Donald Trump.
You believe
right
he
now,
has
Congress passed a bill and Donald Trump signed it into law. He could put 500% tariffs on Russia right now, which would destroy their economy because they rely solely on their oil exports. He's tariffed every other country in the world except Russia.
That should
I
tell you
can't
something.
I can't speak to why he didn't.
I wonder
I
why.
can't speak to what you're
I
asking
wonder
me.
why.
Listen. I'll tell you something that I don't do when I'm not super knowledgeable about a particular subject. No matter how much you want to bait me into it, you're not going to get me to talk off the top of my head, because if I do that, meaning I'll say to you, I don't know what the methodology is, and I'll accept that number.
Right.
But I'm not going to say, "Oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die on this hill over that." If I don't know, I don't know enough about why Trump didn't respond to Melania. I don't know why he didn't tariff Russia 5,000%. I could look it up, but I'm not. But I'm not an expert on that, so I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh, well, he couldn't have possibly
But
done anything wrong,"
Snowstorm,
because
if
I don't know.
we all sitting around wondering that same question for months, and then we find an email from Jeffrey Epstein saying that there might be that Putin might still have a picture of Trump blowing Bubba, whoever Bubba is.
You
Like,
think
are we
that
not allowed to scrutinize that and maybe draw some
you can
conclusions?
scrutinize it all you like, but it's not proof.
The word
I
still.
don't know. I sure wish Epstein were alive, man. I wish he could be asked that question.
I wish he was too. I wish he
the
was
word
too.
still. The word still is
And
enough proof for.
if you showed me that proof, then we would have that talk. But you don't have it right now. And that might change. That might change in 2 months. And then I'd probably put my support behind. Vance would.
Let me put it to you like
Vance
this.
Vance would become the president, and I would hope he would elevate Rubio.
No. Hold on. This is where I gotta say this. Number one, the word still. If we're talking about the English language, that's enough proof for me, because the word still, you just don't put it there just as you're asking a random question. Do you still live on 54th Street? At some point,
you don't think Jeffrey Epstein ever?
That was from his brother. That was an email to his his brother. His brother said that to Jeffrey.
Like, why would he send that to his brother? Like, why would he just say something like that if it didn't actually exist?
Do you think Epstein was controlled? Do you think there's any possibility that Epstein was controlled by either the CIA or Israel?
Those are
chance. I think there's a
or
chance
Russia or whoever.
those are real chances.
I think that there was a chance he was controlled by Israel or some foreign intelligence.
No one knows how Jeffrey Epstein became a billionaire. But
I know how Jeffrey Epstein became a billionaire.
I just want to make some clarity for her, for Snow, on Marky's platform. We've had conversations where we're saying for the Democrat Party that if they don't get their shit together, a dude like Thomas Massey is a shoo-in for the next president over these idiots that they want to put in with Marco Rubio and some of these other guys.
I like Rubio. I like Rubio.
Man, Marco Rubio is a boy and he's an idiot.
Rubio.
He's grown.
Marco Rubio in a primary debate with Thomas Massey would get eviscerated. The way he drank that water that one time, where he tried to give that address, it'll look even worse than that. It'll be so cringy. He intellectually
Marco Rubio.
He is nowhere near Thomas Massey.
Marco Rubio will have to claim all the deaths from foreign aid being cut off on his watch. Like, that will be something they will hang around his fucking neck. Right now, we're back in May of 2025. Boston College and a couple of other study groups came out with a study stating that over 300,000 people had died already from those services being cut off. And 200,000 of those were children. So that number is only going to increase when you get to 2028.
Are we responsible for funding everyone? Why is the UN not funding?
But we enjoy soft power. We enjoy being able to position our military anywhere in the world.
That is a
and being
different
able to
question.
have first dibs on, and being able to have first dibs when it comes to these countries' industries
That
and
that is
our
a different
companies.
question than whether we're responsible for providing all the food, all of the medical, all of this, all of
So
that,
let
all of the
China.
other.
So you prefer to let China
And
do it?
how many of those programs were nothing more than funding a magazine here or funding this over there it was a million
I
little
mean, I know 300,000
dumbass
people
things.
die. I know 300,000. I know a lot of people relied on that stuff to survive, and they're dying. So I don't
Why
think.
isn't that on the
And listen.
UN?
I agree with you. I agree with you. There were certain things in there that I don't agree with. The CIA and other intelligence agencies were definitely laundering money through USAID. I don't disagree with that. I
And so is the
definitely
Democrat
think that
Party.
well, not just the Democrat Party, also Republicans through
No.
Syria and Iraq and other. Yes,
Oh well,
absolutely,
Syria had regime
and
change under
Israel.
Biden. Syria had regime change under Biden.
Well,
Syria had
okay, you can
regime
say
change
that.
under Biden.
Well, I
And
mean, we've been trying to
and
get to.
by the way, nobody
We've been
complained.
trying to get what you could call that a success because we've been trying to get regime change from Assad for over a
But he didn't go
decade.
to Congress. He didn't go to Congress.
Did U.S. forces surround Damascus? Did they take
Did
Damascus
but
and
did
install this
CIA
new guy?
did CIA put boots on the ground?
Did they?
You tell me.
What I know is we have forces in Syria to fight ISIS. I don't know.
I know we definitely had a hand in it.
Biden ordered the drone strike. That was a drone strike that did that.
And
Just
we
like when
and
Trump
Biden
took out what's the name, he did it via a drone strike. So
and Biden and Obama took out an American citizen.
which one?
Well, I mean, Al Awlaki, under the authorization for use of force, he was an Al Qaeda member, so he is a greenlit target. Now, you have a legal argument that it was illegal because yes, he is a U.S. citizen, and the father sued Obama's administration to get him off the kill list, and the Supreme Court actually did grant his father grant him a temporary restraining order. So there is an argument that Obama killing him was illegal, but there is also the same argument that he was a member of Al Qaeda. There's evidence that he was involved in multiple attacks against U.S. citizens, and that he might have been involved
But
in future ones.
we have to understand that in that situation, old boy was I forgot what he was. I don't remember if he was
He's Yemeni. He was Yemenis
like that.
American.
No, he was definitely
But
American.
I'm consistent. I think
what he
Trump
did,
had this.
what he did tantamounted to treason. They originally just wanted to arrest him, but he then joins the military group and stuff like that, and then starts putting out these propaganda videos against the United States.
But Queen, hold on a second, AC. But Queen,
I
do you
don't.
know? Do you
Just
know
to be
any
clear,
of
I
the
don't
80
consider
people?
either of them to
Do you
be
know
wars.
any of the 80 people that have been killed in the Caribbean? Do you know any of their names?
No, but my point is, I think.
But then we don't know if some of those people could have been U.S. citizens.
I think that the president has the power to do that as long as we're not
International waters. He does
long-term war.
Not,
The difference
not in
is
international waters, and not
the
without
difference,
validation or proof. You have to. The military has to have the intel. If the military gathers the intel, that means you stop the boat, you check the boat, you said X, Y, and Z. We will have direct, information that says from Venezuela, this is how it happened. The Venezuelan boats would go up to one of these islands in the Florida Keys, and then from the Florida Keys, it's just now traffic. The same way they knew where Noriega's drugs were going. The same way they knew that the Spanish chick who built Miami, I can't remember her name, the way they figured out how she was trafficking things in. So at the end of the day, if you stop the people, interview the people, and then do your investigation, you build up the evidence. There is zero evidence that gives any credibility to any of those boats actually being boats with drugs on it.
Again, we haven't verified the identity of these people. What you say?
There's zero evidence that you as the public have been shown. But all of these people have been briefed in skit.
Okay, so you're briefed in skit, right? There is zero evidence. There is zero evidence. And Congress and everyone else, for the general public, my general public statement is made on what Congress was saying when they did these hearings. And there is zero evidence presented that any of these votes were drugs, not presented by the Trump administration. They tried to contact them. They demanded them
They were briefed. They were briefed
they
behind
were
closed
not
doors. You can't.
briefed. No, only people were briefed were Pete Hegseth, what's Pam Bondi, and a couple of other people. And some
I'm not talking
military
about
heads.
Maduro. I'm talking about when they started knocking out some of these boats. And again, I believe he had the power.
When you look at the hearings that happened so far, everyone who was in the room, and if people were briefed, then you would have more people there. It's only a handful of people that were involved in those boat strikes. So that tells you that they weren't briefed. If Congress did not give authorization for you to go over there and strike those boats, Congress never gave authorization for that.
Congress doesn't have to give
authorization
Yes,
for
they
those.
do.
Yes, they do, because it's a military
Those
order.
were not because those were not
troops.
that was not a defensive action against the for the protection of the United States of America. Those those boats were not striking or attacking another boat, and they were not coming
bringing drugs
towards the
into the
U.S. coast.
country.
No, they were not.
that.
As a matter of fact, hold on one
boat?
second, AC. As a matter of fact, that boat, with all the scrutiny and all the controversy about the double strike, that boat specifically, they said was going to West Africa, and the drugs were going to Europe. It was not coming to the United States of America. Furthermore, both of those sides cannot reach the Gulf or the Florida Keys. They maybe could reach the U.S. Virgin Islands, but you told me earlier you don't care about me and my island problems.
But see, that's why I said earlier.
That's why I said
earlier, if the evidence is there.
That was the other guy who said he didn't care about the Virgin Islands.
Okay, all right.
What I'm saying is,
I'm not responsible for anybody but me.
I apologize.
What I'm saying is this. Even the boat with the double strike. Did you gather any of the drugs? Because then, knowing this administration, they would have showed photographs. They would have had all of this type of stuff. Did the big grand picture of the drugs that they took and this that they took and that and yada 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 to make a big grand spectacle about it. This administration is known for the grand.
As a matter of fact, AC, I think deaths from fentanyl overdoses have gone up this year. So is this really an effective strategy?
So the point I'm making, at the end of the day, the point I'm making is this. Knowing this administration, when they want to tout something and show that they did whatever, Donald Trump comes out and he makes these big grand statements behind all the different flags and stuff like that. In this type situation, you kept on telling us that these boats were moving drugs, but yet you don't have the drugs, because you would have showed the pictures of the drugs. You would have showed us a lot of things that says, yeah, what we're doing is right. And that type of propaganda is what gets all Americans involved in it. Just like we brought up 9/11, just like we brought up other things, because the problem wasn't the fact that we knew that we created these people. The fact is, you fucking came here and you blew up the World Trade Center, motherfucker. King Kong was on that bitch in the 80s. They had the movies and shit. Burning Inferno and all of that based on that. So you came and you destroyed an iconic part of America's skyline. When you coming in as an immigrant on a boat and you're passing the Statue of Liberty, you clearly see the World Trade Center, both the towers. And you fucked that up. So yeah, every American got involved with it. It was like, yeah, fuck that, go get them, fuck that, fuck them. You feel what I'm saying? And Congress, knowing that some of the information that they was given was sketchy as hell, but they said, you know what? The American people are behind it. We can't go back to our districts and say we voted against America retaliating for the strike against the World Trade Center. There was evidence of that. There is zero evidence here. So you can't get people to believe that. And when this shit goes to court, that's when the shit's gonna hit the fan. And I'm telling you right now, Snow, this entire fucking week, this shit's gonna be on fire when all of these hearings start coming down. You're gonna hear hearings that are being set up immediately to hearings that'll be set up in the next coming week to where they want every fucking body in the room. From Pete Hegseth to find out, okay, who gave the order, who was in the room, all of this other stuff, and where was the authority? Who were the soldiers involved? What special unit did you use? What were the helicopters? From what point did you launch this attack? Because if it's one of those ships that we were talking about earlier that were involved in the double tap bullshit, this shit is not gonna look good for anybody that got their fucking hands in this thing. Because that's the sheer incompetence of this military right now and the leadership behind it. Because you just went through shit, like I said earlier, about being able to say no to illegal orders. So at the end of the day, this shit ain't gonna go well. This week is about to get crazy. I think I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get sleep because from 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm gonna be tuning to every goddamn political show just to see what the fuck people got to say. And I want to be the first one in watching C-SPAN and everything to see what the fuck they got to say, what hearings are coming down, what the calendar's gonna be like, what the Supreme Court is gonna say.
Well,
this is a breaking point for this country.
I'm gonna be watching Maduro's trial up there in New York. That's what I'm gonna be paying attention to.
And the crazy thing.
Well, I am worried about that because I think that the judges are so crazy that they could just try to release him as a way to stick it to Trump, and that would kind of mess us.
No, like that. That's what I'm saying. Like that's the scary part. Like that's the fascist part. Like he's made you not trust certain political systems when he's the most corrupt out of all of them.
Well, according to you,
more corrupt than any judge you could put in front of me.
According to you.
So he didn't make the call.
To me, according to a $400 million jet from the Qataris. According to him, his net worth increasing by $3 billion.
Is he selling the Qatari plane and keeping the proceeds?
No, he's not. He's keeping the plane.
What he's getting is a free jet. He's getting a free asset.
That your tax money and my tax money is paying for to upgrade it.
Yeah, and that's true. They have to upgrade it to Air Force One standards.
Because the Boeing plane isn't ready. Boeing hasn't been able to produce the new plane.
Based on the emoluments clause, you're not supposed to take anything like that from a foreign government.
He is gaining. He's going to leave office with a free $400 million jet with all type of upgrades.
All gifts given in the course of a White House goes to the library. He benefits not at all.
He's keeping the jet.
Go to him. It doesn't stay with the presidency.
No, he doesn't keep the jet.
Yes,
he does.
Yes, he does. You can Google it. You can go to Fox News. You can go to OAN. You can go to any one of those left.
I can't Google it right now because I've got this here and I don't want to lose this. Yes, provisional data for 2025 indicates a significant decline in overall drug overdose deaths in the U.S., which includes a drop in fentanyl-related deaths. This is a major shift from previous trends.
You know what? You're correct. And I went and did the research. It dropped by 4,000 deaths. You're correct. I was wrong.
Well, I somewhat know something about this because I am a chronic pain patient. And thanks to Obama demonizing us instead of the border, it has become very, very difficult for chronic pain patients in this country. I'm just going to go on record as saying that. So I don't exactly look on that as fondly as maybe, because he demonized us.
Do you think like rising healthcare costs are like a bigger issue for the chronic pain population in the U.S., such as yourself?
I think that I'm on SDI because I earned my benefits. And I will tell you that I have never. I had health care under George Bush. I thankfully he did the Medicare Part D expansion. Um, and then the ACA came along, and that made things infinitely more difficult. And the worst thing, and that's just my experience, but it is something that statistics seem to support. As an overarching thing, we've seen premiums go up 250%, and the worst thing that you can do to a person on a fixed income is to have runaway inflation. Runaway inflation. I've never had more challenges in my life than under the last 4 years. Between the ACA making things less covered, less things being covered, and more expense to me out of pocket, coupled with higher premiums, coupled with inflation, it hasn't been good. And then
I'm
and
not
then you
being.
add
What
I'm
I
not
and
say,
then
being.
you add
I
in
don't think
chronic pain
Obama went far
patients.
enough.
No, because understand this. It wasn't Obama went far enough. The issue was when the ACA was first put on the table, it was bipartisan because everybody, including those Republicans in those small states, were all on board with what Mitt Romney was doing, who was the Republican, who the ACA's plan is built upon. When Mitt Romney decided to run, because Mitt Romney co-signed it and said yes in the very beginning when he was first approached about it, he was like, yes, I think it would work well for the government and at the government and federal level. And I'm happy that our state is leading that charge in healthcare. Actual what Mitt Romney said. Then when he starts to run, then when he's the Republican nominee, the talking point completely changed. He said, no, the ACA is not for the federal government. The part where Obama fucked up was you never challenged him on the fact of his big flip flop. It were people like Rachel Maddow who challenged him on a big flip flop and Lawrence O'Donnell who challenged him on a big flip flop. And there's not that many people at that time watching MSNBC because it was still very new. So that Mitt Romney flip flop is why Republicans pulled back from handling what they were going to handle was the fiscal side. How are we going to pay for it? So the only other option that the Democrats had in order to make sure the thing was paid was they didn't understand the mechanisms of how the mandate worked and how the mandate kicked in the small state and how to quantify it at the federal level. So the mandate, depending on where you are and whether your governor or whoever wanted to accepted the once you accepted it, they gave you like a shitload of money to fix where certain things would go wrong. So if somebody's premium went up, you offered this program based off this money that they're sending you once you accept it, and this will offset those costs. And this was the Democrats' best plan. So this is why the original rollout of the ACA program was so fucked up because the Republicans, even those Republicans in those small areas, did not get on board, and many of them opted out just to make sure that the program failed.
Well, I will tell you.
Hold on. Let me
that
pause you
first
right
of
there. Let me
all,
pause you right there.
I have a friend
Hold
who's
on.
far
Let
more
me pause you.
knowledgeable about it than I am, and she said there were big differences between the two. But I
Okay.
know one
Okay.
of them.
Hold up.
I'm 90%
Ma'am, can you hear
certain,
me?
at least I should say.
I don't know if she can hear
In
you.
case I'm wrong, is that we did not have the EHBs in
There's no way.
in the Mitt Romney
Okay,
in what was supposed
hey,
to become the
Snowstorm,
Mitt Romney plan.
Snowstorm, can you hear me?
Snowstorm, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, you
Can you
gotta
hear
hold up.
Box of
You gotta
Scotland?
hold up. I gotta do this intervention real quick. So to the people that want to pull up to the channel, this is how you do it. You enjoying the conversation, you want to join the ad, you have to go to my page, right? Or Marky Dan's page, and you go to it's gonna say post or community wall. And it's gonna say pull up. And you hit that blue link, it's gonna send you to the studio, hit approve, and then you could join the conversation. Okay, that's all I want to say. And also how to super chat. Hold on, let me read the super chat. They said it said MAGA T lady. It said Venezuela produces no fentanyl.
That's factual.
That is true.
But there are other overdose deaths, and we have allies in Europe that are also affected by that. So it's all of it. We
But
don't
why
want
did
we
the
don't
but
want
why did the
cocaine coming.
UK?
Do you want cocaine coming into this country? Is
But
that,
if
I
that's the
mean,
case, then why did the UK withdraw intelligence sharing because of the illegal boat strikes?
I don't
If
know
that is
why
the
the UK
case,
is
that it's
doing.
beneficial to that.
The UK has made some very questionable decisions of late, so I don't know.
U.S. has made some pretty questionable decisions of late.
Maybe, but I think Europe. I think, well, I'm not going to get sidetracked. They have their own mass migration problem in Europe, and especially in the UK. And I think that country is really going to have some real problems in the coming years, and it makes me sad, um, to see what's happening there. I just don't understand what they're doing,
The
and I
UK's problem is that they've never really been an industrial giant. Like what happened is they had the biggest empire in human history and they extracted wealth from all these other countries for centuries. And now the colonial period is done, and like they don't
But
have, and they're trying to come back with this like new wave of neo-Nazism in Britain to say, oh well, we need to get back to the ethnic Britain. The ethnic Britain is being lost with all these immigrants coming in here, and it's just bullshit.
you
Like
can't
y'all,
bring
like
in, no,
y'all.
no, 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 no. You can't bring in people to a country that don't want anything to do with that country. You can't have one set of laws for the existing didn't we learn that? Isn't that how the Native Americans lost this country? You can't have a system where one group of people believes that they've got private property rights, and one group of people thinks they're all singing kumbaya and sharing the land, it as a collective ownership. It doesn't work. You have to have one set of laws, and when
well,
you don't do that, eventually those two systems come to a head.
well, my tribe,
Can,
my tribe is
I'm
like
pretty
But
sure
the
that.
that
problem
always
is
happens.
isolationism hasn't worked. Like the whole reason why the Britain left the EU was because they wanted to stop people from Poland and Romania and other places from being able to immigrate easily. And the country has still been in a downslide. Like nothing has changed. They're just
So
blaming
then
immigrants for their problems.
how do you explain why Germany can't have Christmas celebrations?
Who?
Huh?
Why do you how do you explain Germany and in Sweden and Italy all having problems too? You're
We're
seeing
having Christmas
you're
Because
seeing
celebrations?
you're seeing all of those countries now having more and more of their own citizens saying mass migration does not work, because you're not bringing in people who actually want to become part of Germany. You're bringing in people who want Sharia. You're bringing in people who want to replicate
These
or
are just
create an
talking points.
enclave here or there that
in
that doesn't.
Germany has their issues, simply because there's the neo-Nazi movement is on the rise, and you have like these Donald Trump type figures and Charlie Kirk type figures that are online and riling the people up. And when you try to bring up Nazism,
Like
then you're made to feel like the outsider and the other, because
So
they're trying to say, just like MAGA, you know what I'm saying? And how America First movement got all caught up and misunderstood MAGA's real intent. There's a faction in Germany that wants to keep many of the old German rules, as far as the Catholic rules and beer making
they
rules.
don't want
And
Sharia. They don't want Sharia.
no,
man, look,
but Sharia
that's
has
a
Sharia
bunch of
laws.
BS. These people run from countries with Sharia law. They don't then go to liberal democracies to try and change it back to, well, if a woman gets pregnant outside of her marriage, she should be stoned to death, or if she gets an
Then
abortion, she should have her head scalped. Like,
then why
no,
then why do
there's
they have
none of the. I've
why
not
have
seen
they
any of
had
these policy proposals over there. People are just mad because they feel there's no actual data supporting it that social resources are being sucked up by them. But this
Yeah,
Sharia
and
law,
that's the
that's a neo-Nazi talking point that we have to defend our native land from these foreign invaders that are
and
bringing Sharia law and they want to rape our
That's
women.
the
Stop it.
underlying tone to whereas
Is it nativist for Egypt to want to have Egyptian law respected? Is it nativist for Kenya to want Kenyan law protected? Is it nativist for Argentina to want
no, none of
Argentinian
it is
No,
government?
nativist when you disturb laws.
it's
If you
nativist to
go
blame
someplace, you gotta live
immigrants for
by
all
that
Yeah,
your
that's what
problems.
it
society.
is.
It's
It's
nativist
nativist
to
when you want
blame
to blame
immigrants
the
for all your
other.
problems and then try to legislate around and then try to legislate immigration like it is all your problems. And
Exactly
we
because
No one is saying that.
and like I just
No one is
said, what
saying that.
happened with the and like I just said with them pulling out of the EU, it didn't work.
yeah, and at the end of the day, I'm saying it like
The net
this.
migration has gone down every year,
You
and
have
it
to
still
create
hasn't
the
worked.
in
So
these
it's
type of
not okay.
situations, you have to create the other. Once you create the other, then you become nativist. Until you don't, if you never create the other and everything is about your country and building your country, and if you're going to fold these new immigrants in, then you want your immigrants to capitulate to what we're doing.
So
You feel what
Germany
I'm
has to
saying?
become more like.
African Americans during
No, let Muslims leave Muslims alone. Let them
African
go to work
Americans,
and
African
let
Americans.
them
Hold on,
pay taxes and live in peace.
hold on. This is what I was
You
gonna
don't gotta
say.
do nothing for them.
And then
African
when they
Americans
demand.
in this country in the 50s and 60s, going through the civil rights movement, they were willing to capitulate. They wanted to say, "Listen, just include us. We just want to be inclusive." Our argument is being inclusive in stuff. Give us the fair share. Don't do the redlining bullshit when it comes down to housing. Give us the fair share with just housing
Give
opportunity.
us the opportunity to be men.
Exactly. So when you look at immigration and you see these people rising, guess what? The part of the country or the individual that doesn't want to work actually really wants the free handout is running around saying, "Why I got to get a job? Why I need to wake up in the morning? They owe me." That's the person who's going to have the loudest voice against the immigrants. And that usually is someone not of black skin color or brown skin color, usually of European descent, and having that same color, blonde hair, blue eye type thing to say, my entitlement tells me I deserve these things from the government. And because you're out here working hard and I watched you be young, poor, dirty looking people, now I see you got a car and I see that you think you're uppity and you think now you're better than me because you came here and you bust your ass and you work hard. Now you think you better than me. No, that's not what it never was.
I don't think anything about better than. I just think that every culture, every society has a culture,
But this
and you
is
have
what
to have
Germany,
one shared
this
culture.
is what
So
these
let
young people think. This is what
so
they
let so
over
let me
here.
read.
Jews will not replace us.
Wait,
Remember
wait.
that?
Where were the Jews protesting in the middle of Berlin, calling for a special government for them?
Are you?
Can you show me that?
I never said they were. What?
Okay, so then let me. May 1, 2024, headline reads: Hamburg Caliphate rally prompts calls for punishment. Alexander Debrinden, I can't pronounce that, who heads Bavaria's conservative CSU and Germany's Bundestag, joined lawmakers from across the political divide in responding to a rally in Hamburg calling for strict Islamic law to replace German democracy. What do you do with that?
Can I get a quote? Were there any quotes or statements from those people they're making those statements about in that article?
I mean, I've seen the videos where they stand and they go, "This will become a Sharia system once we become the majority." I mean, I've seen those videos. I don't expect you to believe that, but I'm saying I've seen those videos. I don't know if this has any. I mean, I didn't keep reading because I was trying to listen to you and sort of look. But they
Well,
have. I mean, because
if that's a scheme that is being used by some nefarious political factions over there
well, they're
to try and
their
try
faith
and turn
requires it.
Germany from a liberal democracy into an Islamist dictatorship like Iran, I don't support that.
But see, that's the
But if
problem
a
when
party
you have.
hold on a second. But if a Muslim or an Arab majority after another 50 or 100 years became commonplace in Germany, and they vote along racial lines, I mean, it is what it is.
Then shouldn't they have a right to not bring people in like that?
I mean, sure, you have a right to
Why should I
legislate
want to
however
give
you.
away my country?
Well, you got a right to legislate however you want, but that, I mean, that's gonna happen anyway. Like the problem is it's already too late. Like they've already let in too many brown people. So
But they didn't let them in legally.
within
They
to the
didn't let
next
them in
50
legally.
within the next 50 to 100 years, these European countries are gonna start losing their white majorities. So it's too late already. I mean, we seen in Britain in 1960,
So I
Britain was 90% white. Today it's 70% white.
see.
So
I
you're
need to
already seeing the population decline.
I
So
need to educate y'all
you
on.
don't need immigration to do that.
I need to educate y'all on something as well.
I just don't think you should bring in anyone who
My
doesn't want to be part of your
my
society.
father became Muslim at some point in his life, and when he did that, I was probably like 6 or 7 years old. He changed my name to Ahmed and things like that. Made Salat, learned how to speak Arabic and things like that. In the Hadiths, this is the books that break down the Quran. In the Hadiths, it clearly says, and even in the Quran, it clearly states that Muslims don't make Muslims. Allah makes Muslims. So what that means is, in the efforts of the arguments of saying that these Muslims want to come in and make this thing Sharia law, it goes against the teachings of Allah. Because Allah says, where you are as a human, you do not have the capacity to love, respect, and things like that to open someone's eyes to becoming Muslim. Only when they choose the path of enlightenment and blah 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 blah, they can find the guiding light and become Muslim. The same way Christians and Catholics believe that, you could talk to someone, but ultimately, if God doesn't touch you, you'll never be that type of Christian. You'll be a Christian that follows the leader, not follows the God. So when it comes down to it, and where people want to make these arguments about Sharia law is a law that's within within certain factions of Islam. It's not something that
Shia Islam.
every Muslim practices. You feel what I'm
Right.
saying? So
Yeah, you got Shia Islam and you got Sunni Islam.
exactly. And I was Sunni Muslim. Sunni Muslims don't rock with Sharia law. It's not. It doesn't project the actual teachings of a peaceful way of life. That's what the word actually means when you translate al-Islam into English. It just means a peaceful way of life. So if we're tasked with a peaceful way of life and understanding everything that Allah created, and we're talking about the stars, the universe, and everything, because in the teachings it says everything that you see, everything that you hear, everything that you taste was created by Allah. So you should be blah 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 blah. So at the end of the day, knowing what I know about that part of Muslims, it makes it hard for me to seriously wrap my head and say, are these radical Muslims that just want to start some shit, or is it a talking point to make sure the Muslims are being portrayed as the other, or is it both, or is it just some fuckboy trying to do some crazy shit?
Well, but at the point that they become 50%, aren't they mandated to be? Isn't the other branch the majority, and aren't they then mandated to follow Sharia?
No,
No.
no, no.
So then,
Sharia law is not something that even Muslims who Sharia law applies to, and it would be
Is Sharia law even in the Quran?
No.
No,
Like
but
Sharia law, like that, like
But
that's
it,
a
but the
like that's a
hadiths
political.
are the hadiths are almost as important as the. I mean, like it's one step down. So if it's in the hadiths, it's in the hadiths.
and that's what I'm getting ready to check right now is Sharia law in the hadiths.
And here it says more than 1,000 people participated in a demonstration in the northern German city on Saturday, holding up posters like with slogans like "quote Caliphate is the solution" and calling for the introduction of Sharia law. Authorities said the demonstration. This is my point here is though this is the dangers as opposed to legal migration to illegal migration. When you enter a country illegally, nobody is really asking you, are you here if and a lot of it is transactional. I'm here for the better life. I'm not here to be German. I'm just here for the better life. I'm not here to be British. I'm here for the better life. I'm not here to be American or Italian or whatever it may
That's
be.
BS. That's BS. Cause
But they tell you
cause
that.
these
They tell
people,
you that.
no, cause these people that come from other countries. Let me tell you something. Snow. People that come from other countries are some of the most patriotic individuals you will ever meet.
Legally.
They
Legally.
choose no, not just legally,
Legally.
illegally as
Yes.
well.
Legally.
Yeah, because
No.
we have cases. Yes, we have a case where a gentleman who's been in this country illegally for 20 years, cutting grasses. He raised 3 U.S. Marines. Do you understand me? 3 U.S. Marines. When these people come to this
Well,
country, they
I think
choose to
that's the
come here
exception
and
rather
take
than the
the oath
law.
of citizenship and to put their right hand over their heart and take the pledge of allegiance. They
I
choose to
think
do
that's
that.
the exception rather than the law, and it rather than the rule, and it came after
That's
how
not the
many
exception. My
decades?
mother.
And it
Well, you
came
know what?
and
That's
it
your
came
opinion.
after how many decades in the country? You've
Well,
got people. We see people who've lived here for decades and never even learned English.
well,
Your good buddy Abrego Garcia never learned English.
That's not true.
yeah, he speaks English. I
Yeah,
believe.
he speaks English.
Yeah.
He didn't
He's been there
speak
since he was
English
a
in front of
teenager.
a single camera. Not a single camera. Have I seen an interview with him where he spoke English. He always spoke in Spanish with an interpreter.
But even then, why does that matter? Like Kilmar Breakover, he was working at a shield at a sheet metal plant, and he was a
Because
tax-paying citizen. Like
well,
why? Or still, he was a tax-paying member of society. Why does
two
that
Well,
matter
judges
if he only speaks Spanish?
two different judges found him to be more likely than not, which is the standard for an administrative court, not a criminal court, more likely than not to be a gang member. He said he needed withholding from El Salvador because of wait a minute, because of rival gangs. Now, how
Yeah,
do you
keep
have a
going.
rival gang if you yourself are not in a gang? And third, English is part of our culture. That we have one culture. It is a culture that reflects all the different parts of the world, but it is how we interact with each other. It is part from one continent, it's part from another continent, it's part from another continent, it's all part from all 7 continents mixed together, but we have one culture shared by a
But
multi-ethnic
why do you
society
care if somebody is like again? If
because we
somebody
live
is
in a
not breaking law, hold on a second. And by the way, with
He
what you just
isn't
said about
breaking a law. He's in the country illegally.
no,
He's
but
breaking a
so was
law.
that's
Melania
a
Trump.
civil offense. Hold on, but that's a civil offense, and you already know
No, it's not.
there's
It's a
laws around.
misdemeanor.
Hold,
A
hold
misdemeanor
on
is
one
not
second.
a civil offense. A
Hold on a
misdemeanor is
second.
not a
But
civil offense.
even if that is the case that he broke the law entering the country, he's gotten due process and he got a withholding of removal order. And it was
From
not
one country.
specifically
From
because
one country.
oh okay, we can say that. We can say that. But either which way, he was then
No,
deported
we
to that
can't say
country.
that.
He was then
That's
hold on. He was then grabbed and deported to that country, right?
by
Illegally.
mistake. By mistake.
Illegal. So illegally, right?
By mistake.
Yes.
By mistake.
So
No,
the
no, no,
mistake
no,
was
no, no,
illegal,
no.
right?
No, 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 no,
And the
no. It's
mistake
not.
was illegal.
At which point, the problem was that at the point he landed in El Salvador, he's now an El Salvadorian citizen within the scope. Remember, we talked about and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. He's an El Salvadorian citizen subject to the jurisdiction thereof of El Salvador. You cannot just demand they give him
And the
over. The
Supreme
problem
Court
was once you
9-0
created the
ruled that
problem.
that's a load of that's a load of baloney. They
No, it's
said go
not.
get
Once
that
you
man
create the
back.
problem,
They said
once
you
the
must facilitate his return to the United States.
and but you cannot force it. You cannot force it. He's a
You must
citizen of El
facilitate,
Salvador
and they were
in El
about to start
Salvador.
forcing some criminal contempt hearings on some of those DOJ lawyers. That's why they brought his behind back.
Yeah,
Because
but
they brought
the
him
way the
back because they
internet,
had to. They brought him back because they had to bring him back, but it was not
Right.
a thing that they could just snap their fingers. And now he is subject to
Yes, they
removal
could,
again.
and that's the thing. They could
And
snap
now
it
he's
because
wait a minute.
you
And
remember
now he's
when.
subject.
Go
And
ahead.
now he's still subject to removal to one of the other hundreds of countries on this planet. He just
Well,
cannot go to El
that
Salvador.
might well we're gonna have to see what happens with that. But right now, they would have to get his withholding removal. They would have to get that removed by a judge. Um, I need to see what happens because they're trying to deport him to Africa. They're not
Well,
trying to
they might not
deport
be.
him
They
to
might not be able
countries
to.
that are
They might not
within
be able to. They might not be able to.
exactly. They might not be
So,
able to
but he
deport
will
him,
be
and
removed. But he
he
will be
and
removed.
but hold on one second. One of the cases that they're hedging that he is a gang member and they're trying to prove by convicting him is the smuggling case, where they're saying they have him on a body cam carrying 5 people across state lines in
Yep.
Tennessee to Maryland, which is a load of baloney. The police didn't even write him
You
a
say
ticket
that?
at that time. The police didn't even write him a ticket at that time. He wasn't charged with any crimes at that time, and they're trying to bring up that charge. That charge is about to get tossed
Okay.
with this
Answer me
motion
this.
for malicious prosecution. So that's going to
Answer me
help
this.
affect his immigration case.
Answer me this. If I ask
Uh-huh.
you not to send me to a place because I will get killed there by a rival gang, what do you infer about me that
Did he
there's
say
a
rival
rival
gang,
gang?
or did he say he was in danger from gangs in El Salvador?
Rival gang. Everywhere
Okay,
I've
let me
seen it
find that.
reported is rival gang. Now maybe that's just how they colored the article, but I've seen it in liberal papers and whatever. So I have not read. I'm going to say up front because I'm always honest about what I know definitely, what I don't know definitely. I've only read
Okay,
about it
I
in
appreciate that.
articles. I have not read the legal papers, so I want to make that distinction so you don't come back and go, "Oh, Snow's a dope." I'm just saying that everywhere I've seen it reported, it was rival gang. That if I go back there and we have two judges, remember it's not a criminal case, it's an administrative case. So they don't have to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Both judges, in the two times he was in front of a judge, found it more credible than not that he was a gang member. And that's when
But
he
they were saying,
switched.
but you know the thing about they were saying that based off of a sworn statement from a confidential informant for a Prince George's County detective that was fired a couple of weeks ago for misconduct. So it's like, and this individual, like we don't know who this is. Like, can we really judge their credibility? And then on top of the fact, one of the reasons they picked Kilmar up for that case was because, well, they literally racially profiled him. They said because he was wearing a Bulls cap and a sweatshirt with some money on it, he was that means he's a gang member.
It
That's the
was
definition of racial profiling.
it was a no, it was a specific denomination of money that was known to be. He was in the area where people are known to be. He was with two other known gang members. I mean, like, again, the standard
okay,
isn't
so
that you have to
let me put you onto this. Let me put you onto this.
it's not a criminal case. It's more likely than not. It's the
It's
equivalent
hearsay.
of a civil case.
It's hearsay because I'm a chef. I can send Marky, and Marky could probably post them of articles that are written about me in many different areas, kosher space, French food space, many different spaces. The people I hang out with, some of my best friends are the guys that I grew up with. They're drug dealers now. They're gangbangers now. They're felons now. But that doesn't stop the fact that you were still my friend. I grew up with you. I spent the night over your house. I know your family. I know your mother's maiden name. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm standing with them and we're in front of one of their buildings and stuff like that, because now they all own property, they're just all family men and stuff like that for the most part. And if I go over there and police raid what was going on and they say Chef Michael was found with known drug dealers and blah 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 blah, so he must be a criminal. And then I tell you, you know
No,
what?
no, no.
Just
No, no,
open
no.
up my record. Just open up my record and look at my arrest record. My
That's
arrest
a
record has
criminal.
nothing
That's
to
a
do with
criminal.
Okay.
anything
That's
that
a
they do.
Okay. Oh, let me say this. I
that's
got
a
a super chat.
criminal
Let me read
conviction,
the super
and
chat.
that
Let me read
has
this.
to be
Let me.
proven in a court of law beyond
Okay.
a
Let me.
reasonable doubt.
Okay.
We're
Let me read the
talking
super
about
chat.
an immigration.
Hold
We're
on. Hold
talking
up.
about
Hold
whether a
up. Hold
person should get to stay in America.
Store. Can you hear me? Hold on. We
No,
got to.
can you hear Scholar?
Some people donate to the show. So, he said Donald Trump was a.
No, I can't. Hold
He
on.
said Donald Trump
I'm
pardoned.
trying to pull this up here.
Okay, he said Donald Trump pardoned a world class drug lord, and then he said that he could tell that you wake up and eat jerky, jerky and perky for breakfast. That's hilarious.
That's crazy
What is
work.
this?
But at the end of the day, that's all I'm saying. Like you got people that just hang with certain people. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean I'm involved with the same thing that they involved with, and that'll tell you I do have a line on some of the elements that I will hang out with and I won't hang out with. So
Okay, were you hanging around with the drug dealers at a location where you're also where they sell drugs?
yeah, when I was young and I was a cook and I was a sous chef and stuff like that, hell yeah. I used to go and hold my people down.
Wait, but none of this matters. So even if he's hanging around a drug dealer, he has constitutional rights that
Yeah.
he has to go to court and be proven guilty of selling drugs. They just can't say, "Oh, you hang out with XYZ, you're guilty by association." That's not the
And
way that
then you're just
works.
gonna deport me. You're gonna deport me with my Jamaican friend who's just selling weed. You're gonna do that.
For deportation, you just have to be proven more likely than not to not qualify, and that's one of the bases for not qualifying.
know
If
how
the judge
Well, hold on,
feels
Let me ask you this. Did the Supreme Court? Did
going
the Supreme
home
Court
is
tell?
not a punishment.
Did
Going home
did
is
the
not a
Supreme
punishment.
Court tell Donald Trump not to deport that guy? Yes or no?
Yes. No. Wait. I take
Yes,
that back.
they
Let me
did.
qualify that
They did.
because I want to be
They did.
specific. They told him not. They told him to bring him back. And the first court
Yes,
said,
because he
"Do
couldn't
not
deport him.
deport him.
They
Do not
stayed.
deport him
No,
to El Salvador." To El
you missed
Salvador.
it. You missed the part where because they put the stay on the original deportation because that's
Right.
when they
They
tried to
put a
come out.
stay on the whole flight, AC.
Yeah, they tried
For
to
people going
they
to
tried to
El
come out
Salvador.
with the MS-13 typed in photograph picture that was supposed to be on Homeboy's knuckles. So
MS-13, MS-13. It's right there on his hand.
you could see it. You could see it. That was like, bruh.
But he does have the symbols there.
No, those symbols don't mean
No.
nothing.
That was that was the
propaganda.
investigative picture. That wasn't his actual.
He doesn't have MS-13. He has symbols.
So what? The marijuana leaf means M. The sand on his other knuckle means S. The what's next?
Again, you don't have to prove this guy. You're not sending him to jail. You're
But
sending
that's
him
pretty
to his
fucked
home.
up.
But see,
Like,
we're
you have
not
to
holding.
send.
So what we're not doing, we're not holding you to
Don't you
court.
think that's pretty fucked up, Snowstorm? That you could just send somebody to a place like Seacot in El Salvador just because of some tattoos on his knuckles?
No.
You don't think that's pretty messed up?
No. You're confusing two different things. That's not what I'm saying. He never should have gone to CCOT. Well, he should have gone to CCOT if we could prove that he was MS-13. But he never should have gone back.
To CCOT, period.
Okay, he never should have gone back to El Salvador. That would have solved the problem. But he should have been deported. He could have been deported to Guatemala. He could have been deported to which is where his parents are.
Well,
He could have gone.
that's neither here nor there. They should have waited to deport him like the courts ordered.
See, I gotta say this.
No. The courts did order him deported. He
They
got
ordered Donald Trump not to
we
deport
just
him.
agreed they had a withholding order, right?
When you get a withholding order, that means okay. You go in. You say because I've read all, this part. I do now. You go into a court and you say I want asylum. The court says yes or no. If the court says no, then you have the right to go back and say, well, I want withholding. Withholding doesn't mean I don't get deported. Withholding means I'm saying if you send me back to this country, which is usually your home country, if I go back there, I'm going to be a big, and it would be cruel to send me to that one country.
But you're exercising your right within the court system to what you're basically saying is the court rendered its decision because before you get to the court, before you actually get to the judge, you're going to speak to a couple of representatives. You're not going to take you. They're not just going to blindly take you from the street straight in front of the judge. Now,
the court heard his case and
understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. So you're going to go through your first two hearings with your lawyer, and then the person that's going to handle your immigration status. Let's say whatever the judge's decision is, whether it's positive or negative. If there's a negative, you're informed to your right of withholding. And that right of withholding tells the court that, listen, what I'm asking for now is a fair hearing to whereas I get the opportunity to present my case much like a grand jury would. You feel after the initial indictment.
He's given the chance to say, Judge, I don't want to go to El Salvador. El Salvador has rival gangs.
That's your ability to re-challenge the court's decision. You're basically asking for an appeal based on the fact of understand what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying. You're asking for an appeal based and the court to change its decision because you're saying within your return, there's the possibility that you see me alive today, but you send me back there, I'll be dead tomorrow.
The court, the reason why I say no isn't because I'm disputing what the point is the court sees it as two different things. You get a chance to apply for one. You don't need both of them. So you get a chance to apply for one. If the first one gets rejected, you get a chance to have an application for the second, which is you could send me anywhere else, but not there. He had that hearing and they told him, we won't send you to El Salvador, but you got to leave. And what did he do? He went home and he had children and he got married and he made himself he made himself a Maryland man. In his mind, he didn't have to abide by our laws and our judicial rulings.
But if they gave him these choices and they were supposed to do these things from the court, I wanted to come in and speak on this earlier because I had a best friend that was deported and I had a cousin that was deported. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, now, but the court already told him to leave.
We know my cousin
already had the case.
Understand what I'm saying? It is very, 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 very difficult in many cases to get deported from the USA. Like you have to sometimes commit egregious crimes or what they call you become a predicate criminal. That means your crimes, whether they're misdemeanors or whatever, you racked up enough to be considered a menace to society. So you have no place here.
Kilmar is trying to reopen that asylum case. So we can see this get ruled on again. With all the shit that dictator down there, what's his name? Javier something, the El Salvador president. The way he was playing with him, he's gonna have a very good case.
But the point I was just trying to make is if when you look at certain things, sometimes they will not deport you. They'll just let you do time here and then set you free. You feel what I'm saying? So the U.S. got their time out of you to do this, and most deportation cases where there's a crime, you're going to do your time here before they send you over there because the U.S. wants their time. That district wants their time because for every criminal, I actually make money for it. The state makes money for it,
But
or
I'm
the
telling
municipality. So at
I'm
the end of the
telling you that
day, what they were trying to do with Abrego Garcia when we're talking about the Supreme Court's decision, the Supreme Court put a stay on the original joint. That's what Scholar was. I think that's what he was alluding to.
Yeah,
That
that's what I was.
origin that original stay. The Supreme
Because
Court said no, you cannot deport this dude without giving him his due process for the
absolutely,
crimes. For the
100%.
crimes you said he committed. And in this country, if he's been here that long, he has to serve the time for those crimes first before you deport him.
The court said he couldn't, that he was deported to a country where he wasn't allowed to be deported.
That's not what the court said. You got to reread
And
that.
that's why
So,
he was ordered to be
this is
facilitated back to
no,
here
ma'am,
to
no,
get
ma'am,
him out of the country
no, ma'am.
where they were told
Donald
that
Trump tried to.
he could
Donald
not
Trump
be
tried to use
sent.
the Aliens Enemy Act
That
to
was the
deport
one place
these immigrants, and the Supreme Court said
And
that
the
you
thing he
cannot
was counting
deport
on,
these people without due process,
was
and
that
that is
when
why
you
Donald
we
Trump
have a
should be
withholding
in
order,
jail for
part of the reason why
disobeying
people
the.
pursue
Can
them
you not
is
hear me?
because think about it
No, I
this
don't think
way.
she can hear you, bro.
I don't think Snow can hear you.
No, are you talking on the phone?
No, I'm trying to talk to
laptop
you.
or something? I mean, a phone.
Okay, Snow. The Aliens Enemy Act is what Donald Trump tried to implement to get these immigrants out of here. There was a time where he was on TV saying, I have the authority to do whatever I want to do. The Supreme Court's ruling was against that you cannot just deport people without due process. So I don't know what this revisionist history story you that came up with. He denied a Supreme Court ruling. That is not a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of feeling. That is a matter of fact.
Stephen Miller actually came out and said they won the Supreme Court ruling 9-0 and that they didn't have to return him and that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was like he said this verbatim that he was never coming back to the United States of America.
I've said 4 times he was told to facilitate his return. 4 times I've said this now. I don't know how many times I can
No. He had already so he had already deported the person while the Supreme Court was making their decision. You understand that, right?
Okay, what I'm saying to you is that he had his due process when the court ordered him. When he got the withholding order,
What is the Alien and Enemies Act? What is the Alien and Enemies Act? There is no due process in the Aliens and Enemies Act. You're making stuff up.
So he didn't have a withholding order.
This man did not have due process, which is why the Supreme Court voted 7-2. The Aliens Enemy Act was just deporting people because Donald Trump thought he had the power to.
Did Kilmar Abrego Garcia have a withholding order? Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
Okay, that is due process. The withholding order reads that you have to leave. You are not getting the right to stay here, but we will not deport you to El Salvador. That's what that order says. It doesn't say we don't deport you. It says we don't. Now here's the problem. And this is why people count on that withholding order, because it's a game. America is saying that this person is not somebody we want to keep here. He's not entitled to asylum. We don't see any reason to keep him here. We're going to send him back, but we can't. But his home country won't. We can't send him to his home country. So now, why would Europe? Why would Germany want to take the guy you don't want? The reason
why would Donald Trump employ the Aliens Enemy Act if what you're saying he had due process? Why even employ it? Why even invoke the Aliens Enemy Act? Why even go back that far?
Invoking it for the wide category of people who were involved in gangs, mostly TDA, and
He was invoking it so that he could deport people without due process, which is why the Supreme Court had a vote on it. Like, what? This
By the way,
am I speaking Chinese?
90% of those people that were on those flights to CCOT because Trump were claiming that they were members of Tren de Aragua and MS-13, 90% of them
had no criminal charges or convictions at all in their time in the United States. And those that did were petty charges like theft. Like these were not
But
hard
that
thugs that
doesn't
they sent down
apply
there.
to Kilmar. That doesn't apply to Kilmar. He had a court hearing. He had two of them.
But Queen. But here's the problem. You're correct. He had a withholding order back in 2019. After he received that withholding order, the Trump administration at that time dropped the case. They said we're not going to pursue deportation against him, and they allowed him to continue on with his
Because
life.
you
He committed no crimes. He's had no criminal charges or convictions against him. He was a tax-paying citizen working at a sheet metal plant. He wasn't bothering nobody until some ICE agents grabbed him off the road, put him on a plane 3 days later to CCOT. That's not due process.
because
And you sent him, and it's even worse. You sent him to the one
where
place
where
you
do you
weren't
see
supposed to send
where do
him.
you see where do you see that the Trump White House said we're never going to pursue this removal order?
They
Can
did
you tell me?
pursue it during his
Maybe
first.
you've seen
They
something I
stopped
haven't.
pursuing it after his first term. Or excuse
Because
me, they stopped
you
pursuing
just
it after
said it happened.
2019.
Yeah, because now you're trying to deport somebody in the middle of a pandemic. That doesn't mean we're never going to pursue this. That means that we're not going to be able to find a third party country to take somebody that they don't have to. El Salvador, a country like El Salvador,
That
has
was
to
in
take you back because that's
2019,
your home
though.
country.
COVID was in 2020. If that's the case, that they still wanted to pursue this and get him up out of there, and they did have the powers to get him up out of there to a Costa Rica or a Guatemala, they had time to do that in 2019
They
before the
had time. Are
pandemic.
you sure they had time?
Yeah,
I mean,
what was stopping them?
you're making it
If
sound
that's
like
the case, if by your argument and by the way you're framing it, that he already had due process and they already had the power to send him to another country, what's stopping them from doing that in 2019 before the pandemic?
because they had to find a third party country to take him.
What's so hard about that?
And they probably did not have, as they've said, and you don't have to believe this, but I understand. You also can't disprove it either. Is that they've said what we knew about this guy was not the best in 2019, but then he accidentally got removed to the wrong place. He was supposed to be removed. We now had a third party country to take him, or they were going to try to get a third party country to take him, and then he got sent back accidentally to El Salvador. And now, because it's drawn all of this crazy media attention, they found out new things about the guy that make him even less appealing to keeping him here.
So what part of double, triple going after a person is saying, all right, enough is enough? I've got married, I got a job, I've got a family now. What you're trying to say I did, you have not given me the opportunity to go to trial. So if we're, like I'm saying to you, and you're making, I understand the arguments you're making from 2019, but in 2025, if you're gonna say then there was new stuff that they found about this guy, then that holds to say why the Supreme Court made the decision that they made to stay the deportation so he can face these new charges that the Trump administration was saying we have to deport him now.
No, the charges were essentially like they were like the bandage. They were trying to preserve their image in the public because for months, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, Caroline Levitt, Trump, Stephen Miller, they were all saying the same thing. Kilmar Brego Garcia will never come back to the United States of America. He's not a Maryland man. He's an illegal narco terrorist, and the court ruled 9-0 with us.
But
And
they
that turned
accused
out to be
him.
a pile of shit. So they had to switch it to, well, we're bringing him back so he can face justice in the United States.
So they hold on. But what they tried to say was the dude
in these new cases that they were talking about and new charges, they said they found evidence that he was trafficking people or young girls or some shit like that, to where he went from the gang guy to the drug dealer, terrorist, to now he's a human trafficker. So they want.
MS-13 does all those things.
So does Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
You can say that. You can say that, but we know that MS-13 does those things.
And we know that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
You believe that.
No, it's not what I believe. It's what the court.
But the point. But the
we
point,
have the evidence.
But the point. No, you don't.
We have the evidence.
But we know. Okay, so here the question I'm having for you is: do you think we should keep people who could possibly be members? I'm not saying he is or he isn't. Do you think, as a matter of law, if we find you are not eligible for asylum and we think there's any serious possibility that you are a member of MS-13, are you somebody we should allow to stay in our country when you've entered illegally?
Sure, get him up out of here. Since the executive controls that type of policy.
Then why should we not send him to Guatemala tomorrow?
Well, what's happening right now is he's having a criminal case. He's gonna have, and I strongly believe, and many other people on both sides of the aisle, when you talk about legal analysts, believe that his charges for smuggling are going to be tossed, and that whole pretext that we have to detain him and deport him because he's a legal gang member and narco terrorist is going to die. And now I think he's going to reopen.
Just means the criminal conviction has died. Again,
yeah, but there's no proof. Like there's no proof, and you're going to have ruling, and you've already had statements and rulings by this judge stating that this Justice Department has not had evidence that, number one, that he's harmed children in this case, and number two, that there was some type of organized conspiracy.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Let's assume for a second that he did nothing wrong, but he still doesn't qualify for asylum. There is currently no gang problem in El Salvador. And as you say, he's not a member of a gang. Why can't he be sent home?
Listen, if that's what the judge rules, then God bless him. Fine. That's legal.
Okay,
that's lawful. I'm okay with that.
This is the problem I'm having with your argument. And the problem I'm having with your argument is, if he was allowed to walk out of a court during the Trump administration in 2019 and then continue his life for the next 6, maybe 7 years, and he hasn't got into trouble. He's been gainfully employed
that we know of,
and he's got a family
that we know
because of what was happening back then, and he's shown that he has the ability to reform on his own. Why is there a need to now make the argument to say, because of those things, and forget what he's done for the past 6 years, we got to go beyond the past 6 years? We're going to revisit those arguments and convince people that he's a bad guy and shouldn't be in the country, and we're not gonna consider any part or give legitimacy to any part, because as I said, what he did, you said, as I know, there's no evidence, there's dot. So in your mind, the case that they have against in your mind, the case that they have against Abrego Garcia, he needs to be deported because you haven't said that. Any part of what you said, you will not give him the credit for being an alleged family man, having an alleged job. But you're convinced there is no allegedness when it comes down to what you want us to believe of his gang ties or his gang relationship.
I'm saying that he was told he needed to leave the country to anywhere else on the earth except El Salvador. And he didn't leave. And
so you're telling me they gave him the option to self-deport.
And you're saying because Trump didn't manage to remove him in under a year to a third-party country.
I'm talking about the actual procedure, because
Biden
You're
And Biden
already
didn't
in
do
court.
anything for 5 years.
Hold on, hear what I'm saying. You're already in court. So if you're told you gotta whatever, but you can't stay here and we're not gonna send you there, at that point, you're not walking outside that court. You're not walking, you're gonna get back on a criminal bus and your lawyer's gonna meet with you at an adjournment date and they're gonna have a list of countries that you may go to. They don't let you free and then say, being that you made this ruling, you now have to self-deport. Because your whole argument sounds like you're saying that he had this stay, but he did not self-deport.
So
And that's why he should be removed.
No,
Because
your argument. No. Your argument is.
No, don't tell me what my argument is.
Is the government is that the government? Wait a minute. You're telling me that the government what the government failed to do was that when he got an order of withholding that said you can't go to El Salvador, they should have marched his butt to a prison, held him in that prison.
By the way,
while
a
they
withholding of removal order, that's not a final deport. That's not a final deportation order, by the way. Like that doesn't mean just because you get a withholding of removal that says you can't go to a particular country, that doesn't mean his due process has ended and they get to grab him and take him wherever they want. Like that's not what, or rather they get to grab him and send him to a country that wants to accept him. Like, that's not what that means.
Supposed to be. You can't ask for withholding to 20 million different countries. So had this happened back then, there would have had to be a negotiation. There would have had to be a finding of a third country willing to take him. And a lot of countries wouldn't have. So you're saying that because Donald Trump didn't hold him in place, it meant go free, do what you want.
They have the jails for that. What I'm trying to tell you is they have those jails and those facilities to hold you. You'll go to regular jail. You'll go to regular county jail, but you'll be on the floor.
But it's not Donald Trump. It's not Donald Trump who decided he should go free. It's the immigration court who said he.
And that's the point I'm making to you, because the immigration court found no reason to lock him back up and then deport him.
Because they found a reason to let him go indefinitely.
They found a reason to let him go. COVID, the shutdown did not happen yet. The shutdown is personal to me because I'll never forget the date, because I can show you the receipts of 3 days after the shutdown, or before I knew the shutdown was coming. 3 days after that date thing shut down, I was supposed to open my restaurant. No, I'm sorry, not 3 days. About 3 weeks. I was supposed to open my restaurant because I was waiting for the paperwork for my loans. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to tell you is this. Prior to that, it was the courts that allowed Abrego Garcia to walk out instead of marching him back to the holding cells and the jails he was originally in for those original crimes. If you're going to be deported like that, they're not going to give you a bail. You don't get
They cannot hold you indefinitely while they negotiate.
No, it's not an indefinite. You have a court arraignment. The judge will say, okay, if this is the situation, I'm giving you till this date. And counsel, do you want this date to be speedy, or do you want a later date? The counsels will both look at their calendars and say, Your Honor, we'd rather something speedy within the next 30 days, next couple of weeks. I'm free, they're free, so we want to get this thing adjudicated so either Mr. Garcia can live his life or be deported. So all of that stuff is talked about right then and there. At the end of the day, what happens is the court is not going to let that man walk out. The court is going to do one of two things. The court is either, number one, going to march him back into a cell and give an adjournment date because you are now going to be deported. They're not going to give you a bail or let you go on your own recognizance. So to let him go on his own recognizance means that they were looking for him to self-deport, because your argument keeps saying that he did not leave, even though he had gotten an order to leave. So that
Well,
was
he knew
deport.
he had that he knew he had an annual check-in. He had to
But
check
he's
in every
criminal.
year, and at any time he could be ordered out.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, I
No,
had
but they would have to go to court to get that order to order him out, to get that final deportation order. And they hadn't
and it comes in a clear paper, and it
they
says it.
never appealed. They never appealed that withholding of removal order.
And with some of these notices, you get them in the mail, and they tell you you have X amount of days to leave the country. Otherwise, you're subject to arrest and physical deportation.
And he was given no path to any sort of permanent residency at any time or any pathway to citizenship.
But he still walked out the court, and there is no records that says a final notice of deportation to a person who would have been notified if they would have been allowed to walk out the court. You get that joint in the mail, and sometimes it's so egregious that they'll give you 72 hours. They'll literally give you 72 hours. You let your work visa expire, and you don't report back, you're gonna get that notice, and they're gonna tell you you got 72 hours to leave.
Do you honestly think with potentially 18 and maybe even more illegal immigrants in this country, do you think our system can possibly work with every single person getting a multiple you told him he didn't get asylum, you don't qualify, now you get the withholding, okay, that's your due process, okay, now you're told to leave, but we got to find a third party
Who told
country,
you to
and
leave?
now you got to have another hearing for that.
Where do you get this? They told him to leave.
And then if God forbid, then they tried to argue. My understanding is that they then said, well, since he accidentally went to El Salvador and he came in, he should get to start all over with asylum because now his case started anew.
Hey, I mean, that's an argument that his attorneys might make. And
Yeah,
So,
and they
so,
got
to the people
backlash.
in the chat, the immigrants
No, they
do
wouldn't
have
be.
constitutional rights. That's why they try to
I mean, do
invoke
you
their
not?
their
You're
Fifth
telling me.
Amendment
You're
due process.
telling me that this
hold
is
on,
due
Snow.
process. That
It's
everybody
this
gets.
weird thing, Snow. I don't think you can hear Boxer
Everybody
Scholar.
gets 8
That's
Can you
billion
hear
bites
Boxer
crazy,
Scholar,
at
bro.
the
Snow?
apple. 8 billion bites at
No,
the apple.
I think she just be
He's a
yelling, bro.
guy
I think.
who we believe
he might
is
have
more likely
headphones
than
on or some
not
weird
to be
shit
a
like that.
gangbanger.
No, there's no, bro.
More
Hold
likely
on.
than
Can
not
I'm gonna
to
you,
just
be a
keep saying,
gangbanger.
hold on, don't say
Snowstorm?
that, don't
Can
say
you
that.
hear Boxer Scholar? Can you hear me?
Yo, you can hear me, right?
Can you hear Boxer Scholar?
I hear
What?
the echo coming from her thing, so
Can
I
you
don't
hear
know how the
Scholar?
feedback is. But
Maybe she
Yeah,
can.
maybe
Maybe she can.
go and come.
But
Maybe
but
go
but
and come back, Snowstorm.
but I was gonna say immigrants all the time use the Fifth Amendment. That's how they go to have these court cases. So the what I went and looked up by the time I was off was his court case, and it's just like, bro, the administration admitted that they made an error. What are we arguing about? The people whose job it is that she defended, like Johnny Cochran said, yeah, we made a mistake on that. So case closed.
They sent him to a country he can't be deported to. I've said that. That now makes the 5th time, I think, or the 6th
yeah, but
time.
we're not talking about the country he was deported
He
to.
wasn't
We're
supposed to
talking
be
about
deported at all because he was seeking asylum in America.
and
He
and
was
we're
The holding
talking
already
that you were
about the
talking
told
fact
he.
about,
that
the
the court
protective
let him
holding,
walk
that
away.
was from America. We were supposed to protect
Yeah,
him and
and we're
hold him.
talking about they're talking about the mistake they made was sending the dude away. What we're talking about is the fact that he was able to walk out that courtroom and live his life and start a life. Allegedly, whether you want to say that or not, but he had to stay somewhere. He wasn't living on the streets. He was clean looking. They quoted him in having hats that if you know how much those fitted hats cost, especially if they're the what's the name joints, them shits is like $30 to $50, depending if it was a custom color or some shit like that. So that means he had the ability to make money. So all of these talking points about him was at some point, even when he went to court back then, he had to have proved something to where they just didn't deport him right then and there, because they could have took him in the back, picked out any country on or whatever that's not the country that he said he can't go to, and just deported him there. Real simple. Within a matter of 6 hours, he's on a plane and he's going out the country. But he walked out of the courtroom and was able to start a life. That's the part for me that says you're trying to make an example of this guy, and because he got caught up in this ICE thing, now y'all can bring him up and use him as the example because you have a prior court case to where some of these allegations were made but never necessarily proven.
I think that if you are believed to be more likely than not a member of MS-13 at any point in time, I don't want to run the risk.
Why did they bring him back if they believe he was a gang member?
Why would they bring him back? Because they were ordered to bring him back.
Why?
The SCOTUS ordered them. You must bring it. You sent him to the one country he couldn't go.
You remember that holding that you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
And you talked about how he had his due process?
Yes.
And they admitted that they made a mistake?
I don't.
So why are we talking about MS-13? If you say this is I'm going by your account. You said he was given due process, he was given a protective hold, and the administration made a mistake. So why did they bring him back if he's a member of MS-13 like they claim?
They didn't make a mistake when they issued the withholding. They made the mistake when
I'm
they
aware.
the wrong country.
They made a mistake by deporting him. Protective
to the
holding.
Wrong country.
Protective holding means it's in the title.
It's
like
you
can't grab somebody and 3 days later, without presenting them before a judge and appealing the withholding of removal order, and then deport them out the country. Like he did not receive due process. That's illegal. There's no final deportation order in place to just grab him and send them. Now maybe if they had caught him in the airport, or if he was crossing the border into the interior of the United States, they could chuck him. They could punt him, but that's different.
I think the issue was, because it's been a while since I've looked at this. I think the issue was that it was legal under the Alien and Enemies Act. It was legal until the court told them that they couldn't. So then the court changed the rules, but that first flight left. So had he been sent somewhere else, this would be done. And personally, I think this has gotten so complicated. And for me, it just comes down to, okay, he's back here. Let's get him the proper removal. I don't even want to pay for him to be in court unless they really see some big, if he's a major player. At this point, we just need to be done with it, because I don't want to pay for him to be in jail for 7. If he's not going to turn on somebody important, if he doesn't have somebody big name to give us, and he's just a low level flunky, I would just rather see him go somewhere. Send him to Costa Rica, send him to wherever.
That is insane. You know what's insane about that? So what do you think? Hold on. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in New York with the president of Venezuela?
I'm very fearful that the courts are going to stick it to Donald Trump, and it's going to get.
Or do you think maybe there might be some?
Do you realize what happened in New York with Donald Trump?
You mean when he was railroaded?
When he's the victim. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize Donald Trump was a victim.
I think even powerful people can be.
Think about your statement before you finish. You think powerful people can be the victims of what? Being too fucking rich and getting tax cuts?
Of an all-powerful government?
Are you saying he didn't falsify records 34 times to pay off that porn star?
He was
Are you
the
saying they
president.
didn't do that?
So Donald Trump is the victim of the United States government
I
that he's
think
the
that
president of.
I think Donald Trump at best said, "Can I put it this way? Can I do?" Because remember, it's only illegal if he did it to hide it from the public. If he did it to hide it from his wife, it's not illegal. So he
He
asked
did it to
Michael
hide it
Cohen.
from the public. That's
So
why
wait a
you
minute. So wait a
can't
No,
minute.
no,
make
no,
that
If
no, no.
Marky
claim.
Dan,
It's
unalive
perfect.
somebody, but he hides it from the public, it didn't happen. So it's
No,
like the
no,
forest in
no.
the tree.
The
Because again,
payments
it
was
depends
because
on whether
of
it's a campaign. It depends on how you have to mark it down. Remember, he put it as a legal thing because
what was
he didn't
legal
want
about.
to. This was the whole case. This was
What
the
was
whole
legal
case.
because he tried
So,
it. He tried to
and
hide it from the public.
had they not stacked up 34 counts to make it into a felony, and may I remind you, Donald Trump doesn't fill out his forms. He asks an attorney, "How do I fill this out? Here's what I want to do," and the attorney tells him how to do it legally. So, to me, the only person that was responsible for that, if anyone, was Michael Cohen. Michael
No.
Yeah,
Cohen
that's
was
how
the
that
one who
works. That's
gave
how
it.
that works. Absolutely, Your Honor. I didn't know. That the drugs were in my house. I normally have my butler clean my house, so you
If
know.
you say to your attorney, how do I
That's
mark this
funny as hell,
down?
Scholar.
How do I mark this down on the forms? Do I have to reveal this? Do I have to classify it this way, or can I do it as a business?
Okay, but
All the
I
other
need
stuff
you
that
to
came in
understand one
came
part,
from
Snow.
Michael Cohen.
Snow. You do realize that it was Michael Cohen's testimony that
Yeah,
was
Michael
really the
Cohen is a
nail in the
dirtbag.
corner. That was really the nail in the coffin because he explained how he was ordered to do it and how Donald Trump expected it to be done because
And
Donald Trump is
and
the person in situations like that he wants to micromanage you. So when they looked at what Michael Cohen said after they investigated what he said, they found it to be 100% credible. And that's what was
based on how the jury took the word of a convicted and disbarred person.
Based on
Are
the
you talking
guy
about
who,
Trump?
based on the
Are you
guy who,
talking about Trump? You can make the same argument for Donald Trump. So let me read this super chat. I still want to see the Epstein files. Facts.
same here.
Okay, it's a shame that we sat on them for 4 years, don't you think?
no, we didn't
No,
sit on it.
because
We've been prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, is that what you tell yourself? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I tell yourself. The DOJ was prosecuting Ghislaine Maxwell based on evidence that was gathered from investigating Jeffrey Epstein. That's
And
factual.
never revealed any of the stuff after she
No,
was
you can't
convicted.
reveal it, and they don't allow cameras in federal court.
not for cases like that where you're talking about minors and stuff
So
like
Trump could sign. So Trump could sign the release, but
after the John Benet Ramsey
As,
case.
as a
but
matter of
Nobody
fact,
Biden.
said
Trump signed the Epstein Act into law, and now his DOJ is breaking the law. They were supposed to release everything like 3 weeks ago,
So you
and they
think
still
Donald
haven't
Trump?
released
Do you think
everything.
Donald Trump releases the files himself?
No, his DOJ
No,
does.
he
His
said no. He
DOJ.
said the
Okay.
president. This is an exact quote.
Well then,
Donald Trump
you may
said
have a
that the
complaint.
files could be released with the thought of a president, and I am not
Hold
making
on,
that shit up.
Scholar. Let me find the tweet from Donald Trump, literally saying we need to stop. We need to stop releasing files. We need to focus on the 2020 election investigation hoax. Like, let me find that
And then
tweet.
he signed the bill. And then he signed the bill.
But he's still crying about it. He still
Okay.
doesn't want people to search or to even look at the files.
Okay. And he still signed the bill, and Biden
And his
didn't.
DOJ is
Biden
still
didn't do
breaking the
anything with
law.
it.
because there
And
was an
Biden still
active
didn't do
criminal
anything
case
about
with
it.
one of the major principals. You cannot
And
release the
As a
files.
matter of fact, you know who didn't do anything, AC? The Republican House that's been in
Exactly.
power for 2 years. Why did they come out with their own Epstein bill? Huh?
Exactly.
Silence.
when did what?
Why didn't the Republican controlled House come out with their own Epstein bill in the last 2 years?
I'm gonna say it like this as well. I
It's
know she
been
brought up.
11 months.
I know she brought up Bill Clinton, right?
It's been
And
11 months, not 2 years.
I know
And it was
you.
signed
No,
a couple weeks
the
ago.
House has been controlled by by a Republican majority for the past 2 years.
Listen,
Or
Snow.
excuse me, since 2024 specifically. Or excuse me, since 2022. Sorry.
Snow brought up Bill Clinton earlier. As I said to you, Mark, and I've said on panels and shows that we did earlier, talking about this Epstein stuff, and I was trying to tell people, I was like, listen, since Donald Trump's been in office, since he's been in office, and stuff like that, if he really wanted to make things and release this stuff and put blame solely on Bill Clinton or Democrats, your DOJ leader said you have the Epstein whatever right on your desk. You had the grandstanding thing where you gave the influencers the binders that were supposed to have Epstein information. So if this stuff was a Democrat hoax and all of this other stuff, on one side it's a
Are we still
Democrat
talking
hoax.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's on one side it's a Democratic hoax. On the other side, you got damning information about prominent Democrats. So which one really is it? Because you guys can't make two arguments. It can't be a hoax, but then have damaging evidence against prominent Democrats like Bill Clinton and shit like that.
I think that he means that the way they're now seemingly now all of a sudden, and maybe you'll turn out to be right, but from what we see now, he's saying, hey, why am I suddenly getting this random call being touted by the press? So somebody called in to a tip line that could be anybody, that literally could be anybody. Somebody called in a tip and said, I know something about Donald Trump. And now you've got reporters talking about that like that's a piece of evidence.
No, but Pam Bondi is who started. Pam Bondi is the one who came out and said, I have it on my desk. I'm reviewing the files. I'm going to release the files.
Okay,
Pam Bondi said that. And then she
We
came
have-
out with a BS. Hold on, AC. And then she came out with a BS memo saying, well, we've looked at the files and there's nothing to see here. They were
But
not
we-
ever planning to release anything.
We have to.
Unless
We also
Congress
have to
forced their
remember.
hand.
We also have to remember the fact that they said that the Republicans said, and Kash Patel and Dan Bongino both made reference to the fact that they were going through the Epstein files to scrub Donald Trump's name, to remove redactions, and to remove the names of the victims. So it's there. So it can't be a Democratic hoax and have
not only that, AC.
damaging. Hold on, I'm just
think-
saying it like this and have all of this damaging information to Democrats when you guys went through it scope by scope and everything else, and now all of a sudden there's 5 million more documents.
Well, wait. Do you think that it was? I mean, if we're going to talk about bad behavior, what about what about the Democrats in Congress releasing a picture and blacking out all the women's faces except Donald Trump to make it seem like he was with people?
They could be victims.
That were victims. And then it turned out that's a very public photo, and it had nothing to do with any of the women.
So
that wasn't a public
at the end
photo.
of the day,
They
so
just
where,
released the.
But
They just released the original photo.
They did it in a way to make it seem like that's what when he said, you're asking me why you're bringing up, well, he said it's a hoax. I think he means, I don't know because I'm not in the man's head. Okay. I don't know what he thinks or how he sees the world. That's between him and God.
Grab him by the pussy. Women let me do it all the time.
Let me. If I let a man touch me that way, it's my prerogative, isn't it? Or do I not have a body autonomy?
No, but the problem is we don't just have that statement for
Did he say let
statements.
Me? Did he say let me? They let me.
No,
he
but
was talking about groupies.
No, but he says the
He
crazy.
was
Like
talking
before that, he
about
said, "Let me take some Tic Tacs in case I start kissing her." Like that's some really creepy shit to say. And then, like, why? As a man,
Me as a man, I would never open up my mouth and say that I like to grab women by the pussy. That's creepy. Like that's creepy and grapey. Like that's not so, like that's
And
some
you think
only
Bill Clinton never talked like that?
I don't defend Bill Clinton. He's a
I'm
pervert.
just saying, we don't know how any. Have you never heard the phrase "Don't ever meet your heroes"?
He's not like none of these people are my heroes.
But do you know why people say that? Do you know the meaning behind it? Is it meaning you think that the person is going to be some way, and then you find out no, they're really not.
They're usually an asshole.
Donald Trump is exactly who he is. Donald Trump is exactly who he is in public and in private. Stop playing these games.
No. What my point was, if you had let me make it, was that we don't know how Bill Clinton talks. We only know how Trump talked in that video because we heard it. Because they found it at the last minute. Oh, what a surprise.
Well, this is what we do. Hold on. Let me say this.
And
Bill
what men say around other men, I will never understand. I don't understand.
I don't know
and I
how
don't claim
Bill.
to.
Hold on. Let me say this. I don't know how Bill Clinton talks, but I know he did talk Monica Lewinsky into doing that act inside the Oval Office.
Any man that could drop some seed on top of a woman's jacket like that and not give a F, she gotta walk out there like that. You know he a crude talking son of a bitch.
Hold on.
Plus AC. This man is from Arkansas.
No,
his
but
daddy had
hold on.
5 wives.
That wasn't the only issue. If people remember through history, the Monica Lewinsky situation was not the thing that made Hillary want to separate with the man. It was the constant shit after that. Because after that, she had to get up on stage standing next to this dude and looking at him like, you cheating son of a bitch, at least 3 fucking times. And that is crazy work right there. So Bill Clinton is a freak. We all know that. Nobody puts it past Bill Clinton. Nobody. If you do, you are in highly in some sort of a delusional area, like people who give Donald Trump a break about his sexual acts. You just have to accept the man for who he is, and once you can accept him for who he is, then you can understand whether the things that he's actually accused of, is it within the scope of what he does. Not necessarily hearing what he says, but also looking at what he does. And when you look at what he does at certain points, you see this man pat women on the butt.
Play on power dynamics.
You feel what I'm saying? You
Pop
hear
his head
people
into
like
the dressing room at pageants.
You hear his own testimony, and then you hear the pageant testimonies who are like, yeah, that really happened, and I was shocked because I was naked.
And you know what they all say, AC, in a snowstorm? Who are we gonna complain to? He owned the place. Everybody worked to him. Doesn't that sound like a pattern with Weinstein and Epstein and Diddy and a whole other host of sexual predators with a lot of money? That
You
sound
mean
familiar?
like Monica getting a choice post-internship?
Exactly.
But that was her choice to do it. But the whole point I was saying was, I get it. It was her choice. That was an act between 2 consenting adults, and Bill threw that Arkansas game down on him. He was like, "Come on, baby, you know
there was a power dynamic there.
Come on, baby, you want to see Bubba so bad?
Come on.
Can I release Bubba? I want to show you who Bubba is." You feel what I'm saying? And Monica was young, impressive, or whatever, and she did what she did. That was the original Oval Office Me Too movement type shit. So at the end of the day, I can accept that about Bill Clinton, but can you accept what is actually known about Donald Trump? Because that's the difference.
I think well, you're not going to like this answer, but I will tell you, as a survivor myself, I went through all of those cases, and I think there was a lot of really terrible behavior, but I think most of them were the only one that really moved me the only one that I felt really had a solid foundation to it, didn't have the proof that it was him. It was an incident, and nobody talks about this incident for some reason. It never gets the talk that the others do. She was at a nightclub, and because I have a little bit of a background in psychology, and because of my own experience, I've done some research into how this works. Your mind really wants to believe that you know who did it, because the alternative is could be anybody. Like a woman doesn't want to think it could be anybody. So she was groped at this nightclub, and she turned around. It was packed. It was literally packed to her description. And when she turned around, she saw him behind her. That was the face she knew, and she became very that it must have been him. But it could have easily been one of his friends. Like, I mean, birds of a feather do tend to flock together.
Yeah, it
So
definitely could have been a
really
grab by the
believe it
pussy
could
guy.
be him, then
Yeah.
he can't really say that it's not his friend. You know what I'm saying? So she didn't see it, but she really fixated on him, and to her credit, she did disclose, which is one thing you look for in a credible place.
There's a whole letter of one of Donald Trump's friends. I think his name was Dave Pacho. He's a regular at Mar-a-Lago to this day, which was in Epstein's 2003 birthday book, saying that Epstein bought a woman from Donald Trump, and Epstein was holding up a check with Donald Trump's name signed on it.
Yeah, I
Where's
just
the
got
woman?
one.
But that lady is under an NDA, so she can't say anything.
I just got to say this. I just got to say this.
There's other. That was not one of the cases that Gloria Steinem was representing. I can only.
But you don't think you giving Donald Trump you really giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt?
No, I didn't vote for him in the primary, but let's be honest about what I was faced with in my choice. I had to choose between a woman who I had seen done plenty of despicable things and whose husband was a class A lech, and a guy who, of those 17 cases that they brought, 16 of them were absolute bunk, and the other one had no.
So let's be clear. He was civilly adjudicated to have raped E. Jean Carroll.
And do you want to know what they never proved in that case?
But to be clear, they did prove.
You wait a minute. You want to talk about Kilmar Brago, who's not being criminally charged either. So if you're gonna we gotta talk about it as parody. Do you know what they never proved?
But even when we bring up criminal charges, you just say can we really trust the evidence that was in that the jury used?
What?
And then you tell us the jury's up there. Can we really trust them? Because it's in New York and they don't fuck with trust. So you don't trust the system in general, Snowstorm.
You called Donald Trump a victim.
You tell me if this is a basic element of the case. Do you know they never once placed him at the Barneys where the event happened? He's one of the most famous people in the whole world. And in all of this time, no one has ever come forward to say, I remember that Christmas. I was at the Barneys and the whole place was a madhouse because Donald Trump was there with some rando.
But there was a witness, though. There was a witness that came forward. There were several witnesses that came forward. I thought you was going to talk about. I thought you was going to talk about the fact of one of the claims that she made. One of the claims that she made of.
You know what's crazy? It's as much evidence against Bill Clinton. I guarantee your mind is made up on Bill.
Bro, I don't know what you're even talking about.
Bill Clinton has weird behavior. Bill Clinton is definitely on the Epstein files, but you're convinced, and there's less evidence, and he's not even a current president. So why are you so sold on Donald Trump? I mean, so sold on Bill Clinton, but not Donald Trump?
Where I'm gonna say this, even within the Epstein files, what we do know is
is the fact that Bill Clinton is definitely in the files. There's the photographs. There's everything. But Epstein's brother and Epstein both attribute to the fact that Bill never been to the house. He's been on a plane. They've met at certain travel places and stuff like that. They've traveled together, but he's never been to the house and he's never participated in anything that happened on Epstein Island. So at the end of the day, for me, like I said, if there was the evidence out there that these prominent Democrats were involved with this administration, hatred for Democrats and things like that, why wasn't that released? You could have easily done a Bill Barr and came out and preempted the statement after you redacted Donald Trump out of it and just left every Democrat name in it and was like, see, we told you. But nobody is dropping nothing to try to show that the Epstein files is a Democrat hoax or that these prominent Democrats are in there. But every bit of information that's being released is definitely showing a consistent pattern of Donald Trump saying, I don't know him and I cut him off
And
back then.
not
but
just
then,
Donald Trump,
Hold
people
on, Marky.
around
Hold on,
Donald Trump,
hold on,
like
Marky. Hold
Steve
on, Marky.
Bannon.
Marky,
but
I'm gonna try something
emails
real
and other
quick.
stuff like that,
I'm
we're
a,
hearing from Epstein's brother. We're hearing from other new coming out found co-conspirators. Well, I wouldn't say they're new. I would just say these were the people who were named in the original sweetheart deal as you. We're not gonna name these other co-conspirators. So if
yo,
somehow or
I
another
want
in the
let me
future y'all figure it out, cool. But right now, we gonna chill on naming everybody.
let me play this real quick. I want to play this because I knew I wasn't
Well,
tripping.
it
It
wouldn't
took me a
shock
while to go
me.
find this
It
clip.
wouldn't
So
shock me if
hold
after
on. Let
Donald
me play
Trump
this. It's real
won
short.
and he got a
Marky
chance
Dan,
to get
I
briefed on
promise
the
you're gonna laugh
files.
when you hear
He
this. I don't
found
think she
out
can
there's
hear me, so I'm
something
gonna
in
just
Is
the
play
it
it.
the
Epstein
President of the
is it a
United States, you
Epstein?
can declassify
that he
just by
can't.
saying it's
That
declassified,
he's like
even by
maybe
thinking
doesn't want
about
to.
it.
Maybe doesn't want to piss off Israel. Maybe doesn't want to piss
I
off
don't think I
Russia.
don't think
Maybe doesn't want to.
Snowstorm heard that. Snowstorm, did you hear the clip?
No, I don't
No,
even think.
I can't. I'm having trouble getting. I don't know. It just screeches at me.
Oh wow.
So I'm
It
gonna try
worked
it
the first
again.
two
Well,
times,
essentially,
but
essentially what he
Yeah.
said, Donald Trump said
No,
he as the
we'll let Donald Trump say it, even if it's screechy, because it sounds like that to us anyway.
President of the United
just
States,
tell
you
me
can
what he said.
declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking
Now
about it.
everything's cut out.
He
Yeah, so
said,
Trump said, yeah, he said a president could just declassify something even by thinking about it.
Yeah, probably.
okay, so you asked earlier, you said
I
Donald Trump
mean,
just can't
you don't know
declassify these
how far
files.
powers go until they're tested.
So now we
I
don't
mean, it's
understand it. We
the
can't take him at face
separation of
value.
powers is 2
See,
out of 3.
see, see,
You don't
Storm.
know until
Storm, you started off
somebody
good.
until the
You
courts
seemed like a
rule and
logical
say
person at
you
first,
really
but
couldn't
now
do
you're
that or you
starting
really
to
can do
show
that. You
like
really
the
don't
more we're
know.
talking to
Nobody's
you,
tested
you're a
something.
Trump defender.
But to be clear, according
Yeah.
to AI, the trial did not involve any physical evidence such as video footage that definitively proved or disproved the presence of either individual. So she didn't prove herself there and he didn't prove himself there or not there. Either way, nobody knows if either of them were ever at the, and it wasn't Barney's, to be clear, it was Bergdorf's.
But
And then
the point
and
is,
then
look
she
at the date
told
and time. At the date and time of when this happened in the 80s, I believe it was 80s or
no, she
early to mid
self-disclosed
90s.
to
It
a
was
friend.
not in 2000 when most places had security cameras and stuff like that. And you're talking about a gathering that is in this area, but it's in a different area than the actual showroom area.
Come on, where is? Are you going to tell me you don't remember where you saw somebody famous? I saw
So you said
Sigourney
but
Weaver
you
on
study
Capitol Hill.
psychology.
She
You
was right
understand how trauma
outside her office
works.
in the middle of the aisle.
Well,
I could picture her
Marky Dan,
there.
repeat what I
She
just
was
said.
leaving
If
the
she can't hear me,
bathroom and heading up
What you
the
say,
hall.
Scholar?
I remember it
if
like it
she
was
understands
yesterday
psychology, then
because it's
she
Sigourney
understands
Weaver.
trauma and the trauma
You
informed approach
even if
where
somebody,
victims
why
don't
has
remember
nobody come
everything
forward
and
and
they
say
might
I
even lie
remember it
about a
being in the
detail, but it
Bergdorf's
didn't make
and
the
it
whole
was
thing a
done
lie.
sometime around Christmas? Wouldn't that person? In fact, that would be hard to believe, only because like I don't know if I would
Hard to
even
believe, but she
necessarily
believes
believe
Donald
that,
Trump. That's
but at
crazy.
least it would
Matter of
Everything
be
he's
fact,
brought
matter
up
of
something
fact,
today.
did
because
Donald Trump
no.
say he never? Didn't Donald Trump say he never met her?
The reason why okay. Do you know when
Yeah,
famous
he did
people?
say that, so he lied.
I have a picture with Rudy Giuliani. Does that mean I met him?
Are you
Yes.
serious? There's no way
Oh,
you. There's
okay.
no
Do
way
you
you
think
just
Rudy
said that.
Giuliani?
There
Do
is
you
no
think?
way
Do you
you
think
just said
Rudy
that.
Giuliani knows he met me?
So what you did today is I've listened to
He
you. You said that
literally took
Donald
a
Trump was a
picture with
victim. You said
500
Donald
people
Trump
that
was a
night. Do
victim,
you
and
think he
sometimes
knows
rich
he
people
met
can
me?
be a victim, which is absolutely mind blowing. That's number one. And number two,
Do you
Donald
not
Trump, when
understand
he lies,
that
it's not a
issue?
real lie. It's a white lie.
He doesn't
But
feel
when
he met
she
me.
has
I've
discrepancies in
met
her
Newt
story,
Gingrich. Does
it
Newt
just
Gingrich
throw it out
think
the
he met
window. She's
me?
lying on
No.
Donald Trump.
If you
You can't
asked
make
him,
this
did you
up.
ever meet this chick? He would say no because I'm not memorable to him. Where he is certainly memorable to me.
You know
What
what's
you say? What you say, Snowstorm?
I
Yeah,
remember seeing
I stopped
Sigourney
listening
Weaver
after
at the
Donald. If you
at the
took a
Senate
picture
building
with Snoop
because
Dogg, do
she's
you really know
Sigourney
him?
Weaver. But I guarantee you, she's not sitting there thinking, "Oh, I remember the day I met Snowstorm outside the bathroom," because I'm not important to her.
At the end of the day, Storm. At the
I
end
I
of
bet
the
you
don't think
day,
Donald
that was.
Trump
Storm.
remembers
I don't
Bubba.
think that was a good defense of that, Snow.
Storm.
I
At the
don't even
end of
think
the
you
day,
should be
we
defending
have
it in the
to
first place.
like I said, Storm. I can accept the wild parts of Bill Clinton. I can accept the wild stories that Donald Trump has told himself and some of the wild stories that I've heard over the years of living in New York and Donald Trump showing up on radio shows and all of this other stuff. I can accept all of that. This is what he said. This is what he was. Whatever.
And I
Okay,
told you
cool.
I
But
believe
the
that
the thing
he's
is,
behaved badly.
yeah. But
I
the thing
concede that.
is, I can. The point we're trying to make is okay, when it comes down to X, Y, and Z, I can say, yeah, he behaved badly. But if I'm going to defend the fact of people having witnesses, this woman talking about the trauma she felt and looking at her best friend tell this story of how this incident happened at this place, at this public place, and she just wanted to get out of there and deal with that trauma and stuff like that. It's like listening to the woman who was so utterly afraid to testify against Supreme Court nominee Kavanaugh. This woman was almost incoherent because she was so afraid and shy that the world now knows that she had this situation and she's a victim, and she still struggles with it. You don't
I'm
seem to
gonna be honest
struggle.
about.
Hold
I'm gonna
on,
be
hold on.
honest
Let me
about
just
this.
say this.
Uh-huh.
You, Storm, don't seem to struggle with your incident because I'm not just gonna let you pass it, and I'm not gonna condone you for it. But I'm just gonna say you're a strong woman for being able to put it behind you and then be able
Oh,
to
I mean,
talk
it's not
about other
behind me.
situations.
It's never behind you. It's
Okay,
never
so if
behind you.
it's
It's
so
never behind you.
when what I'm saying is this: for you to come out here and freely defend certain things, it's like you're coming off to me, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, as there's some sort of Stockholm syndrome to whereas you may not have gotten over it, but I don't want to play psychiatrist and say, have you accepted it and then been able to move on from it? Because
No,
it's weird for
you
someone to
no,
say
you
that to
never
me
move
and
on to
then
it.
defend that.
But I will tell you this. I think that
why wouldn't we think that Donald Trump would grope a woman in like a store dressing room? He literally said, women let me grab them by the pussy. They'll let you do that when you're a big star." And we know that this is somebody that plays on power dynamics. He's not gonna take no for an answer. We know Donald Trump is the big bully.
you know
This wouldn't be nothing shocking.
you're asking someone to pay an astronomical sum of money. And I think you ought to at least be able to put Donald Trump somewhere, somewhere at not even on the same day, not even in the same dressing room. But please point me to one person who saw him sometime in a December, any December in Bergdorf's. Any. If you told me this woman came forward and she said, I remember he was there 2 years. It was in December. I remember seeing him by the counter. That's where she said he was. I remember him being around that area. The whole store was mayhem, blah, blah. I remember it was Christmas. And then you found out it was the year after. I would say, okay, this woman clearly saw him the hell there. And she just got the years mixed up after all these years. Nobody can even put him in the same place. That's the problem I'm having. You're asking me to, and it becomes even more problematic at the point that you're asking me to make him an invalid candidate, not compared to anyone else, but compared to Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. And I know, and I will tell you, I have very good reason to believe that Joe Biden actually did the thing with the staffer that he's accused of, because that was
What's the good reason?
widely known at the time. It was a huge scandal.
What's the good reason that you believe that?
Senate,
With no proof.
Rayburn building. It was like a huge, like that was a huge known thing. People knew about it. People were talking about it.
I didn't know about it. Inform me.
He had a staffer.
I thought Joe was sleepy. Yo, you telling me Joe was getting down?
Joe. First of all, you know about the diary with Ashley Biden. That's creepy enough. That would be almost. I mean, unless you're going to tell me that Ashley Biden lies to herself in her own diary. Like,
what did Ashley like? I didn't read the Ashley Biden diary. I didn't.
Wait, hold up. Ashley's diary cannot link Joe Biden to the place or the time. You see how we can do that same thing?
Biden diary to James O'Keefe, and then the government actually raided him to get the diary back, and it turned into this whole thing because it forced her to actually authenticate. They didn't see that coming, and it ended up being that she had to authenticate the diary. And in the diary, she says, "I feel very uncomfortable. We were made to shower with, Dad." It was gross. It was really, really gross. And I just don't see somebody lying to themselves in their own diary.
What about Donald Trump calling his daughter hot?
Like, this is between that guy and the other guy. I think there's more evidence about that.
What about Donald Trump saying if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would be screwing her? And then you remember he was on the Howard Stern. I wish you had this clip, Boxer Scholar. He was on the Howard Stern show. He was on the Howard Stern show where they were talking about Ivanka's tits. And Howard Stern said, yeah, she's really putting out the cleavage. And Trump said, yeah, I'm really supporting her. You see the dresses I'm getting. Then he says, me and Ivanka. Hold on. You want to talk about creepy and uncomfortable? Then he goes on to say, oh yeah, me and Ivanka, she was 17 years old at the time when they're having these conversations about her. Yeah, me and Ivanka had a conversation. I'm not allowed to date anybody older than her. So that pool gets smaller every single year. The girl was 17 at the time. Like, do it get creepier than that?
Plenty of people said creepy crap on Howard Stern. I don't understand it, and I've never.
So now it's boys will be boys. You see that? She only needs a little bit of amount of proof to believe that Joe Biden is a creep. She couldn't. She connected a diary to somebody else.
Talk about his daughter having great tits and great cleavage, and if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be screwing. Maybe I'd be with her. Girl, come on.
If you're gonna act this way, we're having a grown-up conversation here. Ashley Biden said that her dad did this to her. This isn't saying creepy crap. This is actually doing something.
So the victims of Donald Trump said that he did that. Donald Trump did that to them. Why don't you believe them?
But I'm going to vote for Joe Biden.
No, hold on. Why don't you believe the victims who went to court?
It's common knowledge. It involved this woman who was all gung-ho, and then she up and quit.
There's no way she doesn't
went around because remember he ran He ran for president before.
Mark, you didn't
This
ask the
wasn't,
question I just
he didn't
asked.
just start running for president. He tried to run for president back then. So this all was hushed back then. And then after she came forward, when he started talking about it again when Obama ran, they had her Senate files moved to his library so that no one could ever do a FOIA request on the files, because now they're no longer at the Senate building. I think that's pretty strong evidence.
Listen, let me say that. I just confirmed it. She did say that. I do not defend that. And if Joe Biden sexually molested his daughter, he should go to jail. And if there's proof of that, he should have went to jail.
You're not
Like,
Marky, then
that's very simple for me
why
to
are you
say.
playing the game
okay, but I'm saying that you're
that
asking
logical
me. I
people
didn't
get
vote for
sucked
Donald
into by
Trump in
Republicans, bro?
2016
They
in
hold
the
you to a
primary.
standard that they
I
wouldn't
voted
hold
for him
Donald
in the
Trump to.
general against
Now, like you just said
Hillary
that,
Clinton,
hey, that's wrong.
and I think that
She's
had
been
good
up
Hey,
here
reasons.
Johnny
Snowstorm, can
conquering
you hear
all day.
Boxing Scholar?
Can I hear what?
Boxing
Can you
Scholar,
hear
can you
me?
hear Boxing Scholar? He's talking.
No.
You can't hear me?
Okay, you might have to go and come back.
Yeah,
Okay,
gotta
well,
ask.
it's 12:30. I'm gonna call it a night. I've been on. You guys have. I've been dealing with 3-on-1 most of the night.
But no, two
So
on
Hey,
one. You
you're a
can't even hear
warrior.
me.
I give you your credit. You've been going toe to toe with
No,
all of us.
two
I
on
give you
one
your
because
credit.
2-on-1 because I haven't even been. She ain't been hearing me.
well, I did hear you earlier in the night. I don't know. When the one guy dropped, I started having. It was weird because
Oh,
the audio.
AC's still here.
When the one guy left, no, there was the other guy, the other semi
Oh, the
MAGA
idiot.
person.
Yeah, the invalid.
Certified player.
Neanderthal.
Then when he left, the screeching, I could hear. I've just been having audio issues, and they've been getting. I think because my phone doesn't have so much space, so the longer I'm staying on, the more
But
it's like.
if Joe Biden did that to his daughter, he should be charged with incest. I'm not like I would never defend that. Same way if Donald Trump had sex with Ivanka, he should be charged with incest. Like
Well,
plain
I
out.
voted. I voted for, I believe it was either Rubio or Kasich in the primary, and then I just when I looked through those cases, I just didn't find a reason that compared. And then I'm going to go, but I didn't think that there was a strong enough reason for me to ignore all the things I definitely knew about Clinton for this really sketchy list where 90% of it seemed very, very manufactured. People that dated him. One woman said, uh, one woman said she felt harassed to give him her number, and then they asked her, like, well, did you give it to him? Yeah. Well, did he call? How many times did he call? Never. Like, it was like, it was weird. It was like a lot of it was padding. And then so so you're telling me he's creepy? Yeah, okay, I get it. I mean, if you show me evidence of the from the Epstein files, then I'll deal with that when it comes to it. But I have to have something more than a letter that really doesn't prove anything, except that he says more creepy stuff.
What about
I gotta
multiple
have
women?
proof.
What about multiple women claiming the stuff that Joe Biden's daughter claimed about him?
As far as I knew, Giselle Maxwell said, not Giselle, what Maxwell, the
Ghislaine.
Giffray said she wasn't affected, that he didn't do anything, that she didn't know he had done anything. And then we had the other district attorney say the only one that ever called him back was Donald Trump, and Donald Trump seemed to want to really see Epstein prosecuted.
Well, Virginia Giuffre, her credibility is seriously in question for me. Because they actually did an investigation, and she was suing Alan Dershowitz for rape and defamation. And then 2 years after she started the suit, she came out with a statement saying it was a mistaken of identity. I was under a lot of stress. Then this year, an email between Dershowitz and Giuffre's lawyer was Dershowitz telling Giuffre's lawyer literally those exact words verbatim for I don't know which, they were probably talking about another Epstein victim that was accusing him, but for another woman to say. Like, it's a very generic statement. Oh, Mr. Dershowitz, I thought he did X, Y, and Z, but it was a mistaken of identity. And she went and said that. So I don't know who might have got to Virginia Giuffre. And that's very weird to me.
Well, but that's the problem. I just, there's a lot of innuendo. There's a lot of very disturbing things that make me not happy. But I don't feel like there's any definitive reason that you would remove and invalidate millions of votes over this. I mean, you could maybe impeach Pam Bondi for not releasing the files more timely, but I just don't think you can impeach Donald Trump yet. Not nearly there
I
yet.
mean, I think we could
What?
impeach him for that Qatari jet. I think we could impeach him for these
Can't
illegal
you can't?
operations in Venezuela, the dead people in the Caribbean. I mean, the strikes against the Houthis, the strikes in Nigeria. Like there's a whole list of things that Donald Trump, like sending Kilmar Abrego Garcia to the death camp where people are being
Hold on.
tortured
I
and
got one
killed.
question for her.
I,
I got one
I
question for you, Snow, before you go.
okay, and then I'm going to read you one quick thing, and then I got to go to bed.
I got one question for you.
I gotta go to
What
bed
is
too,
your
man. We've been on here a
feelings?
long time.
What is your feelings to Trump destroying the whole East Garden, including the Jackie Onassis Garden, the First Lady's office, and stuff like that for his ballroom? What's your take on that?
I don't love the garden, but the rest of it, it's a building. I mean, the important parts are the other parts, and they do really need, and they have been talking about this for as long as I can remember, that they really do need event space. I mean, there's only so many places you can put it. They need secure event space.
So
I don't know what else to
you're
tell
good
you.
with the
I
first.
know you don't agree with that, but I think they need secure event
So
space.
you're good with the Jackie Onassis Garden. She handpicked that. It was the number one female designer and florist, whatever that designed it. They put her name as on it as a memorial. That was a
Again,
memorial garden that was named after the Jackie Onassis garden. That was the
well,
wife of the slain president that Donald
did
Trump then wants to put his name on that building. So,
didn't I just say that was the only part of it that kind of really did bum me out?
oh
But
no,
the
no,
rest
no,
of
I
it,
didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
yeah, I said I wasn't wild about the garden part of it, but the rest of it, I mean, I'm not particularly married to the first lady having an office there. That doesn't go that far back in history that it's like some, you know, irreplaceable space. And I think there is probably an element, as I've always understood it, as because again, this isn't something that Trump. I know you might want to believe that Trump just pulled this out of his ass, but people have been talking about the need for space for a long time. This isn't something new. And I think part of it is not only does it look kind of tacky that you're having all these people out on a lawn and maybe it's like the weather and all of that, and now you got the women all sinking into the grass and all of that. I think part of it is that element of it, but it's also a security risk. I mean, we're seeing an uptake, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. Even if you want to say it's right wing, we're seeing in general an uptake of domestic violence. We see so many polls now telling us that young people are more and more open to the idea that violence may be a necessary part of the political future of this country. At that point, you need a space that can be protected, and having something outside is probably more risky than having a proper ballroom space. I don't really. I mean, I wish he wouldn't call it himself after. Like, I hope that he doesn't call it Trump this or that, because then people will say, "Oh, that's why he did it."
Well, that's
I
why he's
think we
doing
need
it in
the
the
space.
first place. But
I think we needed space. I think we need space. So I think we need a space.
Hey,
And if that meant if the only way to do that was to remove the garden, then unfortunately I just don't see how you get around it. They
I
need the
think y'all
space.
asking the wrong questions. She said she got a closing statement. I want to ask this. Give me 5
I know. I
critiques
just
of
want to
Donald
read
Trump.
you this about the Qatari. The Qatari government gifted the Boeing, which is being converted for use as the next Air Force One for President Trump. After its use, because remember this was earlier, 3 hours ago. After its use as the presidential aircraft, the plane is slated to go to the future Donald J. Trump Presidential Library. That's what I said. Everybody said that was wrong. I pulled this up and then we got off on 16 other tangents, but
No, but
absolutely that's
what I
what's going on.
disagree with you on that is the fact that it won't be in the possession of Donald Trump. When it goes to his library, it belongs to Donald Trump. It no
No,
longer
she's
belongs to the
forgetting.
presidency.
So I just
No,
want
the
to say
library,
this.
the
I just got
library,
to say this because
the library owns it.
I'm not gonna let her. I'm not gonna let her walk out of here and get away with this. Again, there's a word in there that's critical, where it said it's slated. Slated don't mean it winds up there. Slated is just someone saying, guess what? Yeah, we're thinking about putting it there. So that right now might be our number one decision if I decide not to do X, Y, and Z. So that's where we have to understand how wordplay tells you something
Well, then
that's
I
not
can be.
necessarily true. Because
Then
two
I will
things
be.
can exist at the same time.
Then
Yes,
I will
I'm
be
looking
outraged.
Yes,
I'm
I'm
making you a
looking
promise.
to take the plane with me, but the day I die, I know the plane is going back to the presidential library. At
I
some
will
point,
make.
this plane is going to get there once I die. But as
I will
long as
make.
I'm alive, it's coming with me.
I will make you a promise. If it doesn't end up, because I took that statement to mean that the Boeing plane still might not be ready, and it may have to stay in service for another year. So hence, it's slated. But okay, if it does not go to the library and Donald Trump ends up floating around up in the air using it for his personal benefit, then we can revisit it then. But I'm not going to be outraged about something somebody has not yet done.
Okay, so just keep pulling up so we can have more and more of these conversations because it's fun talking to
I
you.
dropped the link to my channel in the back chat.
Trump
So
needs her on
you
his legal
can
defense
pull up
team.
to Democracy 101. We're gonna go live next week to talk some politics, probably around Wednesday.
Oh Lord. I don't know. This took a lot out of me, but okay, I will.
But you held your own though. I give you
No, you
props.
had the boss. See, this is how.
I had to because that stuff about the citizenship made me crazy.
No, but
That was when I lost.
I give you yours. I
That
salute you. I give you your props. You came up
Absolutely.
here. You stood in front of the firing line. All three of us were
well,
firing shots at you, and you held your argument and you held your beliefs and your personal views. And at the end of the day, in my opinion, that's what makes for a great debate. And no matter
it
what
is.
channel I'm on, if I'm on the panel and we're having a great conversation like this, yo, this shit is content.
Yo, AC, but I got to give her credit too because she has the biggest balls out of all the Trumps, all these male Trump supporters, and none of them hit the link. And
Facts.
the only one that hit the link just called you the N word and got up out of here. Like, bro, she at least stayed and tried to
Well,
articulate her point.
that pissed me off. I still have like you just said that again, and I got goosebumps a second time. Like it's like I kid you not. I don't have the stomach for that. I don't
I can
go in
tell you're a
for.
really sweet lady.
But
No, they got.
I
Hey,
just don't go in
listen.
for that
Hey,
kind of stuff.
listen. You
That's
got the
awful.
trolls. You got all the Trump supporting trolls in there. Like, yo, she won. Give her the belt. She got the knockout.
I got a good head for detail because I lived that for a long time. So
No, I mean, you was pulling up. You was pulling up your numbers, your stats, your facts. You was hitting Google because you was like, oh shit, wait a minute. They gonna try to research what I'm saying and fact check me
Well,
like that.
I was
Oh
like,
hell
dang, I
no!
gotta figure
I
out
can
if I
play
can.
that game too. You was like, I can play that game too.
Well, I was worried I was going to dump the call if I tried to go into the other screen because I'm not very technologically good. But yeah, I used to. I don't want to give too much away, but I used to work for a border somebody on the border, and so that was one of my issues. And I tell you, the people used to call, and the calls that killed me were the elderly couples who'd been in their home for 50, 60 years, and they would say, I call, we have people coming through the backyard. I won't let my wife go out in the backyard anymore because it's scary. um because people will come and just walk through the backyard, and some of them got weapons. He says we don't go out after a certain point because we don't want to see something we're not supposed to. And they would tell me they had to leave out food and water because if they didn't, the people passing through their backyard would break the food and water for the animals. So they'd break the $5,000. So every night they were having to put out $20 worth of food and water for people they didn't want in their own damn backyard. And the government, and that was in the 90s. So imagine how much worse that. I just don't think people should have to live like that. And it broke my heart because there was nothing I could do for them. I could say, well, I'll pass that along, but that doesn't, what good does that do when you can't enjoy your backyard after 60 years of
I
building
knew
your
it.
house?
You worked for the Bush administration. I knew it.
Nope, did I told you I worked for a border somebody. I'm not going to say Senator House because I
I
don't
was
want to.
joking. I was joking. You ain't got to reveal your job.
But it was somebody who represented one of the border areas, and the people would call. I told you I worked on the Hill, so I didn't work in the White House. I just worked on the Hill. That's how I knew the Biden stuff. But yeah, it was really hard. It would break my heart that you've got somebody who's been in their house for 60 years, and I think that's got to count for something. I wouldn't want somebody walking through my backyard and making my spouse feel frightened. So it's a tough situation. I'd rather see us find a way to help Latin America be more like Europe. Not culturally, they could be whatever they want, but economically, that would be the best end, so that people wouldn't feel like they had no choice but to come here. Then they could be them, we could be us, and we could all be allies and friends.
Okay.
So, I don't mean anybody harm. I just, I think there's got to be a solution. Anyway, okay. Well, thank you for entertaining me for this long. I am wiped out.
Hey, appreciate you pulling up. Like I said, you had balls
Take it
to
easy,
pull up.
Queen.
I just again though, I will say again, that person did not represent me, and I don't know where people like that come from. I just have never, I really don't think I can ever remember a time where somebody so brazenly spoke like that in front of me. Maybe it's a woman
This is the
thing.
Trump era. The man said, like, did you hear that?
You know
You
what's
gotta go,
crazy?
but you heard that
How
rant
did
what
he
he said
even know that
about.
we were
Oh, hold
black?
on,
That's
hold on, hold on.
crazy.
Oh yeah, but anyway, Clay, I don't want to keep you, but he says what he wants, and that's how people are now.
No, I mean, I just don't like that in general. What I would say, when I worked on the Hill, we used to have this thing about decorum, and because bills were done bipartisan, in a bipartisan fashion, you didn't mouth off to anybody, because if you found out your boss was working on a bill with that person's boss, and now you just made an enemy out of the staffer, you can't go to your boss and say, I can't work with him. Why? Because last Friday I told him he was a blah 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 blah. You'd get fired. And if you wanted to keep your job, you had to keep your mouth. You had to keep yourself under control. That was the expectation of the job. And now, none of them. It seems like a lot of these staffs don't ever talk to one another. They don't ever work together, and it's just breaking down the whole system. You used to have decorum. But anyway, okay. On that note, I am going to bed.
All right. We'll maybe catch you on the next one. Make sure you sub up so we can get you on another one day when you're free.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, he's so
All right.
Bye. Good night.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, Marky Dan, I think Marky Dan, I think that dude was listening earlier. He had like a little radar. And if your voice goes a certain optic, he was like, "Yep, he's black."
At the end of the day, bro, this was amazing, Cook. I'm about to tap out myself. I gotta walk these dogs and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, man, we covered a lot of ground, and it's like I'm saying, man, this week is gonna be bananas as far as hearings and the news and all other kind of stuff, man. This stuff is gonna start like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. You know, and
Yo, AC, I also wanted to say this. If there's ever a draft, may the odds be in you guys' favor. I'm an only child, so I'll be rooting for you guys on this side of the thing. I'm a dodge the draft like Donald Trump did.
Oh, I'm not. Listen,
Nah, if it comes to America having to go to war with China, I'm gonna nut up, Boxer Scholar. I'm gonna serve my country.
I'm legal.
Even if you don't agree with the reason to go to war, Marky, then ain't you part of the problem?
You goddamn right. That don't goddamn matter. If those goddamn commies think they could come over here and attack us, I'm gonna serve, Boxer Scholar.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
gonna be a man.
The only wars
Marky Dan
I'm
just
willing
talking.
to fight right now are domestic wars. And I meant what I said to homeboy that was from over there near Sunset Park. I said the next ICE agent that you out here praising, make sure you tell him to come to Bed-Stuy. Make sure you tell him to come to Brownsville, East New York, because we waiting. We waiting. That Jamaican lady, she from Crown Heights. They waiting. And look at the energy this one lady brought. So imagine a whole community. Because over there, you got black dudes who like the Mexican chicks. You got black girls, or not even 100% black girls, because those areas been biracial for the longest, black and Puerto Rican. Some of them like the fact that the Mexican dudes want a dark-skinned chocolate chick and they willing to spend all their money on them. So you got to understand that dynamic, because at the end of the day, regardless, we don't like dudes coming in mass, thinking you're gonna come in our hoods, and do something nefarious, because we got to deal with the police with that. And we think you gonna come in here, and we know you don't have no real ties to the police, bro. Y'all be lucky y'all get up out of here. Y'all be lucky you get up out of here. And you're not driving. Your cars are staying. Because dudes will walk right up to your joint, punch your tire, and tell you what, nigga? What? Act like you gonna do something. And they mean it. Because I'm one of them that'll do that. See your truck and see all y'all right there, pull out the poker and be like,
Hey.
What? What you gonna do? Show me your real federal badge, dude. Where's the warrant? So you out here thinking you're gonna terrorize my hood? And then I'm gonna get real loud, so everybody in the hood, the store owners, everybody come out. And then when that stuff type go down, bro, they gonna look like, oh my God, no, these people. Yeah, I can hear you. You were going in and out.
No, I was just saying, there was that tow truck driver in LA, and they were trying to bring charges against him for towing those ICE agents' truck in the middle of them trying to snatch somebody, and they had to let that other guy go, and they failed to indict him. So you might get away, AC, because it seems like through the judiciary, people are rebelling against ICE.
Hey, listen.
We saw what happened in that sandwich throwing case.
I told you like this, Marky. All you got to do is push the limits, because it comes down to this. My Second Amendment right to protect my home. Where is my home? My home is in my community. We are all the same thing. They know me when I walk into the store, because I see the same check cashing girls every week. I say hello to them. I leave a tip to them. Merry Christmas to you. I may have small talk with you. The guys who put shit on the shelf see me every day. So my home is my community. You come into my community, trying to shake up my community and steal the members of my community, who in some cases they may not be my direct family, but because we are so a tightly knit community, it feels like family. Hitting home with the Norman Rockefeller type of talking points. Bro, you're not, no jury is going to look at me. No matter if I just walked up to an ICE agent and just cold cocked him in the nose, black, and dropped him, broke his nose and all of that. They're gonna weigh my single action to the overall action of how you're an illegitimate secondary not even deputized police force, that many of you are criminals. Because the reason why you don't hear from the Proud Boys and all of these other organizations, because these are ICE members. They're ICE members. You look at some of these black and Spanish dudes that are getting down with them. These are the dudes who have the self hate. You know what I'm saying? They just want the $50,000.
But this is what blows my mind. They're so damn, I didn't even see that.
In
Hold on,
New
let me put my
York,
super chat. Well, hold on, let me say this, Mark. Let me say this. So with the whole immigration thing, they're so against immigration. They hate immigrants. Blah blah blah. Okay, right. Remember, Doge was supposed to find wasteful spending, and they found that, fired all these employees. And then Elon got mad at Donald Trump because then he increased the deficit and did all the things that was going against Doge, right? And I look at the same thing with this Venezuela stuff, right? Okay, Donald Trump is deporting people at an alarming rate, putting a bunch of money into hiring ICE people, which are not real cops. That's why they don't get sworn in, and that's why they don't abide by the Constitution or really have arresting powers. But that's neither here nor there. But you take all that in account, right? And you say, okay, Donald Trump said out of his mouth today that they will accept people seeking asylum for the rebuilding of Venezuela. And it's like, wait a minute, this is insane. So you just went over there, caused damage that might have dire consequences, like the person that took over for this dictator that you claim might then start cracking the whip around there, and people might start really feeling the like Fidel Castro type stuff, and they might have to migrate over to America, right? Based on what you did. And you saying we're going to accept them based on the mess that I caused. Well, wait a minute, Mr. Captain Deportation. I thought you were supposed to be. It's so crazy to me. Like I said,
This is the predication of that statement. The predication of that statement was he thought the VP was going to rock with him. So he was just making that bullshit gesture to make sure, to try to tell her if shit gets a little hectic in your country, to whereas, you got people that want to leave, we'll give them asylum while things are a little messy. Be so in the process of us taking over. Now that she's not willing to do that, I can pretty much guarantee you that whole conversation about that jump off is dead. You just got another joint. You just got another what's the name that came in super chat? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. But I was just telling what's the name, he just had another super chat. But other than that, man, when you look at when you really deal with all of this Venezuelan stuff, all of those offers that he made are completely off the table now because Venezuela is not willing to play ball. So they're not going to take any Venezuelan migrants. I can pretty much guarantee ICE's new mission now is to deport any Venezuelan that they get their hands on. And we'll know that within the next couple of weeks. If we see an uptick in them talking about getting rid of Venezuelan people and trying to, now say every Venezuelan in this country is part of the drug cartel and helping the Venezuelans, helping Maduro move the drugs through the country and stuff like that, then you already know what it is.
But not only that, I mean, Donald Trump, like right now, they got their heads.
You can hear me, Marky?
Now we can hear
I
you.
can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna have to hit the refresh, bro. You sound low. Hold on.
Yeah, but
But did you
right
hear me
now
when I told you
they
we got
got
that
their
super
head
cabinet?
they got their right now they got their heads in the sand, JC, because they have yet to respond to what the new president of Venezuela has said. We are not letting no oil companies come in, and we want Maduro back. Like ain't nothing been agreed to.
Yeah. So
So
Okay, okay, here we go. He said with Conald grocery prices, throw me a sandwich. He called Donald Trump Conald. That's hilarious. And he also said, where's the other one? I couldn't find it. Here we go. He said, "Dump grandpa came from Trump's he put dump, but it's Trump's grandpa came from Germany. His mom was from Scotland. That's an absolute fact. He called him dump though. He said dump grandpa came from
yeah,
Germany and his mom
Drumph.
was from Scotland.
Drumph is that dude's real last name. Drumph. The fuck is a Drumph? Like that shit sounds crazy. Drumph.
Oh, he's putting the German pronunciation on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the rump. That's hilarious. I will vote, yeah, for Donald Trump. That's what that reminded me of.
But yeah, man, that's why I'm like, yo, these next 2 weeks are gonna be bananas as far as the whole political scene goes and stuff like that, man. It's like, bruh.
I can't wait, bro. I'm gonna be
Bruh,
honest with you. This is the first time I'm
nothing is
really like,
funnier to me than watching those Latinos cry and say, "I feel so
you lie.
betrayed. I feel like I've been lied to. I mean, this is so terrible." And like, there was one lady whose father was a dedicated Cuban Trump supporter, and and Trump sent his ass to some African guy. I think it was Nambia or something, and they
Bro.
got him still stuck in a prison over there. No
When
charges. And he's
remember
on hunger strike right now.
hold on.
I will vote